Leveling Up and Becoming Undefeatable Chapter 975 to Chapter 1056. Luo Tian wasn't a homicidal maniac. Even if he could gain experience by killing people, he would still kill selectively. Those who deserved to die must die. Luo Tian didn't want to do anything to the leaders of the 11 sects if they gave in and begged for mercy. But now, he really wanted to kill them. When the disciples of the House of Bai appeared, they also exposed their ugly faces. Since they were so shameless, then what was the point of living in this world? As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Tian suddenly moved. He didn't kill the 11 leaders. Instead, he landed in front of the disciples of the House of Bai and said coldly, "Are you the ones who turned the gambling house into this?" The disciples of the House of Bai were stunned. They looked at Luo Tian who was in front of them. They looked at each other and sneered disdainfully. "You're Luo Tian? I didn't expect our luck to be so good. Elder Bai just left and you arrived. Is this a chance given to me by the heavens?" "Ha ha ha, kid, there's a path to heaven but you don't take it. There's no door to hell but you create it, Poochie." Before he could finish speaking, Luo Tian moved again and punched the head of the person who just spoke. Head explosion, instant kill, blood spurted out. The eyes of the disciples of the House of Bai sank and they were shocked. They reacted in an instant and immediately retreated to one side. One of them shouted angrily, "Kid, how dare you sneak attack the people of the House of Bai? You're dead today." Luo Tian's expression was very ferocious. He raised his eyes slightly and asked again without waiting for him to finish, "I'll ask you one more time. Are you the ones who turned the gambling house into this?" "So what if we are?" "You dog, Poochie." Bang! A head exploded like a watermelon. Blood splattered everywhere and brain matter sprayed all over the ground. Another elite disciple of the House of Bai had his head exploded and was instantly killed. "That's right. Then I didn't kill the wrong person." Luo Tian's cold voice rang out again. He did not look at the disciples of the House of Bai. Instead, he looked at the 11 leaders of Wushan City and laughed coldly. "So what if you are disciples of the House of Bai? If he dares to mess with me, Luo Tian, I'll *CK him over even if he's the king of heaven. Are you afraid now?" It was a smile as cold as the Grim Reaper's. At this moment, the 11 sect leaders swallowed their saliva heavily. Their faces turned pale and fear rose in their hearts. At this moment, they finally realized that they had provoked a demon that they should not have provoked. Scared? "Humph, Luo Tian, why don't you take a look at your situation today? Do you think you can survive today? If you offend the House of Bai, you won't be able to live even if you have 100 lives. We are affiliated with the House of Bai. If you dare to touch us, you will end up like the gambling house." Suddenly, rumble, the 3-story gambling house could no longer withstand the pressure and collapsed with a loud crash. It became a pile of rubble. Dust flew everywhere. The sound of the collapse resounded throughout Wushan City. The surrounding area was also filled with passers-by. Seeing the most luxurious building in Wushan City, the only building that symbolized the Dongfeng family, collapse, their hearts were filled with an indescribable feeling. Some felt that it was a pity, some laughed, and some even laughed at Luo Tian for overestimating himself. Angry, really angry. The gambling house was Dongfeng Shua's foundation. It symbolized that Dongfeng Shua was still a member of the Dongfeng family. But if the gambling house collapsed, Dongfeng Shua would never be able to return to the Dongfeng family. Luo Tian knew what the gambling house meant to Dongfeng Shua. All these years, he had always wanted to use the gambling house to earn money and use it as a springboard to re-enter the Dongfeng family. But now, he had nothing. "Ah," Luo Tian raised his head and roared. His hair fell down and moved without wind. He looked like a madman. "Die, die, die, all of you must die." In a flash, Luo Tian rushed out like lightning. He grabbed the throat of an elite disciple of the House of Bai and said coldly, "You can touch me, but you can't touch my Luo Tian's friends." Gotcha. His neck was crushed. Kill this madman. Attack together. If we don't kill him today, how can we return to the House of Bai? The House of Bai has lost all its face. At that moment, The remaining elite disciples of the House of Bai put down their valuables and immediately entered battle mode. He had killed 3 House of Bai disciples in a row and had committed a serious crime. If they couldn't take him down, the House of Bai's prestige in Wushan City would be greatly reduced. They definitely couldn't let Luo Tian live. Kill. The disciples of the House of Bai were all in the 4 divisions realm. Every one of them had experienced hundreds of battles and were extremely talented martial artists. If they attacked at the same time, even a prime condensation realm expert would find it difficult to resist. Luo Tian saw them rushing towards him and smiled coldly. He didn't dodge or retreat and directly faced them head-on. House of Bai, right? I want to see what you're capable of. Brutal charge. Bang. He directly knocked a disciple of the House of Bai back and then punched him in the chest. Mountain River Fist. Boom, boom. That person's chest exploded and his abdomen was directly blasted open. His internal organs spilled all over the ground. His face was pale and he looked down at his abdomen. He opened his mouth and wanted to scream, but no sound came out. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing, the system notification sounded. Ding. Evil points +1 inch bang, bang. When Luo Tian killed a disciple of the House of Bai, his back was also attacked twice. However, he completely ignored it and directly moved his hand. Wolf King Claw. Swish, swish, he grabbed a disciple. The cooldown time of the Mountain River Fist was explained. Mountain River Fist. Bang, bang, his chest sunk down. It was another instant kill. Come on. Come on, F***C me again. At this moment, Luo Tian was like an angry lion, completely ignoring the attacks of these people. He wanted to kill all these people who dared to touch him, House of Bai, so what if they were a silver family, they couldn't touch Luo Tian's people, he didn't care about the strength of the other party or what level they were at. If they provoked him, he wouldn't let them. If they provoked him, he would kill all their ancestors. Bang. Bang. Divine Fire. Boom. Mountain River Fist. Crazy, they were completely crazy. Once Luo Tian got close to them, they would definitely not be able to escape. 2 punches would send them to the afterlife. The number of disciples of the House of Bai was decreasing. The wounds on Luo Tian's body were increasing. After all, they were the elites of the House of Bai, however, Luo Tian had no intention of stopping. If he said that he would kill them all, he would definitely kill them all. No one would be able to escape, lunatic. He's a complete lunatic. There were corpses and blood everywhere in front of the ruins of the gambling house. The people on the street were speechless. They were completely shocked by Luo Tian. It was too terrifying. They were panicking, they were scared, the disciples of the House of Bai were trembling in fear. They never dreamed that Luo Tian would fight in such a way. He fought without any regard for his life. Once he caught them, he would beat them to death. He would not let go until they were dead. This guy was too terrifying. Most of them had ascended to the ancient world from low-level dimensions. They were all super powerhouses from low-level dimensions. Every one of them had gone through countless battles and encountered all kinds of dangerous situations. But, they had never met a lunatic like Luo Tian who did not care for his life. Don't kill me. I don't want to fight anymore. Don't kill me. I'm not a disciple of the House of Bai. I'll leave the House of Bai immediately, lunatic, lunatic. You're a lunatic. The scattered disciples of the House of Bai were all terrified. No one could fight at all. As for Luo Tian, he had a grim smile on his face. Do you think you can stop fighting just because you say so? I've said it before. All of you have to die. Don't even think about leaving. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Tian glanced at the trembling 11th sect leader and smiled. Don't worry. After I kill them, it'll be your turn. Don't even think about running. Plop. The sect leader of the 4C sect was so scared that he knelt on the ground. His body was trembling non-stop. He covered his heart with one hand and pointed at Luo Tian with the other. His lips were pale and he wanted to say something while trembling. But he did not say anything. He fell head first and his body went limp. He was dead. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing. Luo Tian was stunned. He sneered and said, "Oh, you were scared to death. Consider yourself lucky. Otherwise, your death would be 100 times worse than this. You want to leave?" He moved his feet. He rushed out and grabbed the collar of a disciple of the House of Bai. He pulled him back and said fiercely, "You want to leave? Lie down." The moment he fell to the ground, Luo Tian punched him. That person's head was directly blown apart. At the moment of his death, that person looked into the distance as if he had seen hope. "Brat, your death date is not far away. Get out of my way. Get out of the way, all of you get out of the way. Who the F***ck dares to block my path again? I'll kill him." Before the person appeared, an arrogant voice could be heard. Furthermore, a House of Bai flag was waving in the wind. Another group of House of Bai disciples appeared. There were still a few disciples of the House of Bai left at the side of the gambling house. It was as if they had seen a life-saving straw. They quickly ran up and each of them laughed excitedly. Eldest senior brother, come quickly. Come and save us. Ha ha ha. Luo Tian, your time of death has come. No matter how strong you are, how long can you last? I'll exhaust you to death, ha ha ha. The crowd dispersed. An elite team of 16 disciples of the House of Bai walked out. Among them were 2 people whose heads were covered by black cloth. One of them was a woman. Luo Tian recognized them at a glance. They were Bai Xiong and Bai Lingling. He thought to himself, didn't they go to call for help? Aren't they inner disciples of the House of Bai? They should be of high status. How did they get caught by the disciples of the House of Bai? No. The House of Bai is having a coup d'état. It was obvious, all of this was arranged by Bai Shan. Before they entered Wushan City, they took action in a place where there was no one around. Bai Lingling and Bai Xiong did not expect things to turn out this way. They were instantly restrained and beaten up. If not for Bai Lingling's status, her body would have been. Suddenly, Luo Tian thought of this. If that was the case, Dongfang Shua and Yao Hai, who were caught in Lingyun City, would be in even more danger. Senior, it's him. It's him. He's Luo Tian. He's the one that Elder Bai Shan wants to catch. One of the disciples hurriedly ran over. The leader was a martial artist called Bai Ying. He was the senior of these people. His cultivation was also the strongest. He was at level 9 of the 4 divisions. Bai Ying's expression changed. He slapped him and said fiercely, "Trash, you can't even deal with one person with so many people. What's the use of the House of Bai raising you for all these years?" Humph. Bai Ying was dressed in a white robe. As he slapped him, he saw Luo Tian stand up from a disciple of the House of Bai. He looked around and his eyes turned cold. He sneered, "You've killed so many of my House of Bai disciples. Even if the Heavenly King comes today, you won't be able to escape death." Luo Tian stepped on the head of the House of Bai disciple. He sneered and said, "Even if the Heavenly King comes, I'll still destroy your House of Bai." Suddenly, Bai Lingling suddenly said, "Savage, is that you?" Bai Xiong also said, "Master, save me." As expected, it was the 2 of them. They had not seen Luo Tian's real face, but they recognized Luo Tian's voice. "Master? Him? Ha ha ha. Bai Xiong, oh Bai Xiong, I was wondering why you were so bad. It turns out that you had such a master. A level 7 4 quadrants can actually be the master of a level 8 4 quadrants. I've finally seen it today. Bai Xiong, you're really a stupid pig. *T went into your brain. Ha ha ha. Bai Ying laughed. I didn't know that you could be so stupid when I was in Lingyun City. I've really opened my eyes today. You've really embarrassed the House of Bai. Fortunately, you're going to die in a few days. Otherwise, I don't know how many times you'll embarrass the House of Bai. Bai Ying, how dare you? Let's see if you dare to touch me when we return to Lingyun City. Bai Lingling refused to give up. She still couldn't believe that Bai Shan had betrayed them. He was her father's most loyal subordinate. How could he betray them? Bai Ying laughed and said, "Lingyun City? Ha ha ha. By Lingaling, Lingyun City is no longer the Lingyun City of the past. Do you think you're still a rich young lady? Do you think you still have the power that you used to have? Stop dreaming. Also, I forgot to tell you, your father. Bai Lingling panicked and immediately asked, what happened to my father? Bai Ying said, your father has been locked up in the Dark Wind Cave. Ha ha ha. I'm afraid he's already dead. You, father. Bai Lingling struggled frantically. However, she was bound by a special rope. No matter how hard she struggled, she couldn't break free. Bai Ying laughed coldly and said, Bai Lingling, you should stop worrying. Behave yourself. Return to Lingyun City and marry into the Ouyang family peacefully. This way, the house of Bai and the Ouyang family will be able to dominate Lingyun City. Ha ha ha, the house of Bai's coup. His position was unstable. He needed allies. The Ouyang family was the best choice. Bai Lingling was the best gift, she was the most beautiful woman in Lingyun City. Ouyang Yi would definitely make his father agree. This way, the two families would be connected by marriage and their power would be stabilized. Bai Lingling's heart sank. Her body trembled. Suddenly, she burst into tears. Savage, I beg you. Save me. Unknowingly, he had already read 1,000 chapters. Thank you, brothers, for your company. Old Niao bowed and thanked them. It was heart-wrenching. It made one's heart ache. Under the black cloth, Bai Lingling's eyes were blurred from crying. Tears dripped down. She couldn't find any other way. There was nothing she could do. The only thing she could think of was Luo Tian. Even though this man seemed to love talents, he had actually saved her several times, a man who was like a savage. She couldn't explain why in her heart, as if she was in the ancient cave. Luo Tian was her backbone. It was her saving grace. Therefore, she cried out for help loudly. Haha, my dear sister, aren't you very smart? Why did you become stupid today? Asking for help from a trash of the four symbols stage 7? Are you sure he's my match? Bai Ying sneered in disdain. He did not put Luo Tian in his eyes at all. No matter how powerful the four symbols stage 7 was, they would not be his match. In his opinion, dealing with Luo Tian was even easier than crushing an ant. Bai Xiong laughed coldly. Bai Ying, just wait for your death. Master, kill him. Bai Ying's face darkened. Extremely unhappy, he stared at Luo Tian and shouted, Bai Jian, kill him. Yes sir. A man walked out from Bai Ying's side. His cultivation was at the four symbols stage 8. He took a step forward. Bai Jian was like a sword, emitting a ferocious sword intent. He looked at Luo Tian in disdain and said, Brat, it is your honor to die at my hands. When you see the king of hell in the underworld, don't forget to tell him that I, Bai Jian, killed you. Wait. Bai Ying laughed and said, take off their hoods and let them see how this brat died in front of them. I like to see despair the most, ha ha ha, as he spoke. Bai Lingling and Bai Xiong's hoods were taken off. The strong light was so dazzling that Bai Lingling could not open her eyes for a moment. Bai Xiong laughed loudly and said, I knew my master would be very handsome. Ha ha ha. How can my master not be handsome? Bai Lingling looked at a handsome man covered in blood not far away. A strange feeling rose in her heart. Is he that savage? Luo Tian also looked at them. Bai Xiong's face was badly bruised, and one of his eyes was red and swollen. Bai Lingling wasn't any better. However, the 2 lines of tears on her cheeks made him angry. Looking at her tears, Luo Tian secretly clenched his fists and said softly, don't be afraid, I won't let anyone hurt you again. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Jian sneered disdainfully and said, you dog, you talk too much. In an instant, Bai Jian attacked with his sword. Swish, 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 the shadow of the sword blurred, and in a short second, he consecutively stabbed out more than 10 times. Each sword was exceptionally sharp, sealing Luo Tian's entire body. Bai Ying smiled happily and said, good sword technique. The execution of this Mirage Rain sword technique is not bad. Coupled with the suppression of a 4 symbols tier 8 cultivation, you will be able to insta-kill him. Sister Lingling, is he your life-saving straw? Ha ha ha, he's just a joke. Bai Lingling's eyes darkened, she was not confident in her heart. After all, it was Luo Tian. His illusory rain sword technique was extremely exquisite, and even some of the elders of the House of Bai were inferior to him. Furthermore, his cultivation of the four symbols stage 8 was higher than Luo Tian's. Under the two types of suppression, Luo Tian had no chance at all. However, Bai Xiong, who was at the side, said confidently, "Bai Ying, just you wait, my master will let you know what fighting skills are, what combos are." He completely trusted Luo Tian. In Bai Xiong's world, there was no one more powerful than Luo Tian. Bai Ying sneered in disdain, and shouted, "Bai Jian, kill him in an instant." Is there even a need to say that? He will die. Bai Jian said proudly. The tip of his sword moved, releasing a series of buzzing sounds, and directly pierced towards the center of Luo Tian's brows. Luo Tian moved his feet. Divine fire. With a push of his right palm, a flame shot out. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. The divine fire hit Bai Jian's body, but it did not cause an instant kill, but Bai Jian's illusory rain sword technique was interrupted. Luo Tian was already used to it. If it did not trigger an instant kill, he was already prepared for this. He leaned his body and suddenly rushed forward, moving his right shoulder. Bam! It collided with Bai Jian's chest. In the blink of an eye, Luo Tian's fists, which had been ready for a long time, suddenly rushed forward. Bang, bang, 1, 2, 3, Bai Xiong counted. The two punches forced Bai Jian to retreat a few steps. Wolf King Claw. His hands turned into claws, grabbing Bai Jian's arm and pulling him back. Mountain River Fist. Two punches were thrown out again. Bang, bang. The sixth combo, ha ha ha. Bai Ying, open your dog eyes wide, can you see clearly? Bai Xiong roared out excitedly, just when he thought it was over. Luo Tian rushed forward again. Without waiting for Bai Jian to react, he directly shouted, "Brutal charge." His body pushed forward, he directly knocked Bai Jian back continuously. At this moment, the cooldown of the level 3 Mountain River Fist was completed, and Luo Tian once again punched out with both fists. Bang, bang. 7th, 8th, 9th move. Ha ha ha, who can do a 9-move combo? Bai Xiong was about to go crazy. In the ancient cave, Luo Tian's most combo was only 7 moves. He did not expect him to hold back and directly used 9 moves. Too fierce, his eyes were filled with admiration. Bai Jian was stunned by these 9 moves. He was directly knocked down by Luo Tian. His eyes were wide open. Bai Ying was the same. Everyone around was the same. Their eyes were wide open and their mouths were agape. They were incomparably shocked. There was such a combo? Was this a fighting master? No. A fighting master would not be able to do this with these simple techniques, right? Luo Tian completely ignored the shocked expressions of these people. The moment Bai Jian fell to the ground, he rushed forward and directly sat on his body. He went all out, illusion rain sword technique, right? I'll let you experience the rainstorm fist technique. You want the king of hell to remember your name, right? Then go to hell for me. Bang, 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 each punch was more ruthless than the last, each punch was more powerful than the last. He specifically aimed at Bai Jian's face. Bai Ying roared, "Brat, you dare." Luo Tian did not care about him at all. Those who deserved to die must be killed, want his life, want him and the king of hell to kill him. His old flame was about to explode, even if the king of heaven came, he would not let go. Do you think I dare? Bang, bang, die for me. Bang. After killing Bai Jian with 1 punch, Luo Tian raised his eyes and locked onto Bai Ying. He suddenly roared out, "Who else?" Dead, for Symbol's 8 steps was killed by Luo Tian just like that. No one would have thought. The surrounding people were all dumbfounded. Was this guy still human? Bai Ying was extremely angry. He gritted his teeth and said fiercely, "Die, die, I want you to die." After chasing for half a month, we destroyed the chrysanthemum in front, but, today, he was destroyed by him. Old Bull's chrysanthemum hurt so much, so uncomfortable. Brothers, can this be tolerated? Is there still law? Old Bull begs all the brothers, I beg all the brothers, to rise up for Old Bull and destroy him. there will be at least 5 chapters tomorrow. 9 consecutive strikes, killing Bai Jian, shocking the entire audience. Bai Ying was furious. He stared at Luo Tian, his eyes flashing with a cold killing intent. You are indeed not bad to be able to kill Bai Jian. I have indeed underestimated your strength and cultivation, but in my eyes, you are still a cripple. Luo Tian's eyes moved as he looked at Bai Ying. Without waiting for him to finish, he said, "Don't talk nonsense. You, and the disciples of the house of Bai behind you, as well as the leaders of the 11 sects in Martial Mountain City, I will wipe them all out today. Let everyone know that if they provoke me, Luo Tian, the only outcome is death. Also let the ancient world know that I, Luo Tian, have arrived." Originally, he just wanted to keep a low profile. Work hard to level up. Find the antidote to the soul poison as soon as possible. However, things kept happening one after another. People who provoked him also came one after another. Since that was the case, then he would kill them all. The muscles at the corner of Bai Ying's eyes fiercely twitched. Anger and killing intent rolled in his chest as he shouted in a deep voice, "Bai Hai, Bai Lang, you two go." "Yes sir." "Watch carefully. Junior brother Bai Jian must have been careless just now. We are not him. We will definitely not let this brat live for more than 3 moves." As soon as he finished speaking, 2 people jumped out. Like agile monkeys, the 2 of them held long rods in their hands as they continuously somersaulted in the air. In an instant, they landed on Luo Tian's left and right sides. With a disdainful sneer, they said, "Killing the brothers of the house of Bai, you must die today." Bai Lingling frowned and said, "Be careful. The 2 of them are brothers and can communicate with each other. Their cultivations are both at the peak of the 4 symbols 8th stage. You must be careful." "Humph. Pa, you talk too much." Bai Ying's face was fierce as he directly slapped Bai Lingling's red and swollen cheek. Blood flowed from the corner of her mouth, and the palm print on her face was clearly visible. Bai Lingling was tied up and could not move at all. This slap caused her body to sink and she almost fell to the ground. Luo Tian glared at Bai Ying and said, you will die miserably, very miserably, I promise." Bai Ying laughed loudly and said, "You like her?" Looking at Luo Tian's angry eyes, he said, "I guessed right. You must like her. Otherwise, why would you be angry? I can see from your eyes that you care about her very much." "Ha ha ha, who wouldn't like the #1 beauty in Lingyun City? If I wasn't related to her by blood, I wouldn't be able to help but like her. What a beautiful little beauty. Getting her on my bed would definitely take my life." "Ha ha ha." Bai Ying laughed loudly. Luo Tian's eyes became even colder, suddenly. Bai Yi retracted his expression and revealed a furious look. Then, he slapped him again. "Pa." Pfft, this slap was imbued with the power of primordial qi. It directly slapped Bai Lingling to the ground and she spat out a mouthful of blood. "Bai Ying, I'll fight it out with you." Bai Xiong was extremely furious. He broke free from the disciples of the house of Bai on both sides and directly slammed his head into Bai Ying like an angry bear. "Humph. Trash like you dares to be arrogant in front of me?" Bai Ying lifted his foot slightly and looked at Bai Xiong who was charging forward. Bang! It directly slapped the back of Bai Xiong's head. It instantly slammed him to the ground. With the difference in cultivation and strength, Bai Xiong had no way of resisting in front of him. Bai Xiong struggled on the ground a few times. He wanted to stand up, but he was stepped on by Luo Tian again. He glanced at Bai Xiong and then spat a mouthful of phlegm on Bai Xiong's body. He laughed and said, "Does it feel good? It feels so good to slap a woman." "Ha ha ha. Are you unhappy?" "I'm very happy." "Ha ha ha, the #1 beauty in Lingyun City, the daughter of the house of Bai. So what if she's a ********? She's still under my feet." "Ha ha ha." Bai Ying laughed arrogantly and was unusually excited. The disciples of the house of Bai behind him also laughed loudly. Anger, extreme anger, the anger in Luo Tian's heart had already erupted from the top of his head. Looking at Bai Lingling and Bai Xiong's miserable state on the ground, he was furious. "You like her, so I have to hit her. You can only watch foolishly, but you can't save her. What do you think? Does it feel good?" Looking at your angry and desperate eyes, I feel so good. Ha ha ha. Bai Ying laughed again. Looking at Luo Tian's angry eyes that were about to spit fire, he couldn't help but laugh loudly. I like to see your eyes like that. Suddenly, Luo Tian's body moved slightly, and with a cold smile, he said, You like to feel good, right? All right. I'll let you feel good enough today. In that instant, Luo Tian flipped his right hand, and suddenly sank. His brows were tightly knitted, and his essence was instantly sucked out of 10,000 points. He roared, Summon Divine Beast, Fire Kirin, come out. Roar. The air suddenly trembled. Space seemed to be torn apart. A black vortex appeared. A flame rushed out from the vortex. In a short second, the flame changed and directly turned into a scarlet-red beast with a dense and incomparably hot flame aura. Its two antennae and scarlet scales were especially dazzling under the scorching sun. Its face was ferocious. His two eyes were filled with incomparable ferocity. Fire Kirin, the real Fire Kirin. It was exceptionally mighty, domineering, and carried the aura of a divine beast that could not be defied. It was formed in an instant, standing beside Luo Tian. It was like an obedient big dog. However, compared to the Fire Kirin, Luo Tian seemed much smaller. This guy was more than 2 meters tall, and it was only a first-rank divine beast. If it was a second or third-rank divine beast, it would become even more powerful. Oh my god, what is this? Berserk beast? How could he summon a berserk beast? The aura on its body is too strong. So powerful. This is Luo Tian's trump card? I didn't expect this brat who ascended from the Xianxia continent to have such a powerful cultivation technique. It's really too scary. It can't be a cultivation technique from a lower plane. No matter how strong a cultivation technique from a lower plane is, it would be suppressed by the space laws of the ancient continent. It's impossible for it to be so powerful. There's only one possibility, he actually cultivated a cultivation technique from the ancient continent. Impossible, you can't find a single 9th-rank cultivation technique in the entire Martial Mountain City. How did he get it? The surroundings were in an uproar. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the Fire Kirin beside Luo Tian. They were extremely shocked. Bai Ying and the disciples of the House of Bai behind him had a drastic change in expression. They were shocked by the ferocious aura of the Fire Kirin. Their hearts were dead silent. Fear filled their hearts. Luo Tian sneered at Bai Ying and said, You like to feel good, right? I'll let you feel good enough today. The first chapter was delivered. As soon as he finished, Luo Tian did not give Bai Ying a chance to speak. With a thought, he looked at the two brothers Bai Hai and Bai Lang on both sides and said, Kill the two of them for me. The moment the order was given, the Fire Kirin suddenly stood up. It revealed its battle form, his body grew to a height of 5 meters, like a small mountain. Run! Bai Hai shouted, then turned around and ran. The Fire Kirin's eyes darkened, and its throat rolled. It opened its mouth and spat out a stream of scarlet-white flames. Roar! Roar! Previous chapter, next chapter, boom! Flames rushed out. Bai Hai had just taken a step forward when his body froze in place. When the flames landed on his body, he didn't even have the chance to scream before he was burned to ashes. Wisps of ashes fell down, turning into a pile of black dust. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Bai Hai for obtaining 1800 experience, 400 essence. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian, sin value +1. Instant kill, a single flame was an instant kill. This was a true instant kill. Luo Tian was about to go crazy when he saw this. A warrior at the peak of the 8th step of the 4 symbols was spat to death with a single flame. This was much stronger than the divine beasts in the hot-blooded legend. There was no comparison at all. Fierce, 2F** King Fierce. How could a divine-level cultivation technique not be fierce? Luo Tian was also mentally prepared, but he did not expect the Fire Kirin's damage to be so high. This made him excited. He was excited. Bai Ying was afraid. Bai Lingling was also excited. Bai Xiong laughed maniacally and said, Bai Ying, your death is here, ha ha ha. To fight with my master, even if you have 100 lives, you will still die here, ha ha ha. Luo Tian took a step forward, looked at the terrified Bai Ying, and imitated his tone from before, is it good? You. Bai Ying's gaze darkened as he said in a deep voice, Luo Tian, you'd better be smart. This is the House of Bai's territory. The House of Bai is not someone you can afford to offend. Boom, boom, the fire Kirin spat out another mouthful of flames. Bai Lang, who was trembling at the side, was instantly killed. Ding. Seeing Bai Lang get killed in an instant, Bai Ying became even more afraid. His body couldn't help but tremble as he looked at the incomparably ferocious fire Qilin. He had never seen such a ferocious beast in his life, and he didn't know how Luo Tian had brought it out. Fear, incomparable fear. Luo Tian slowly walked forward and said with a smile, are you very unhappy? No. I can see the fear in your eyes. Are you afraid? Yo, even the eldest senior brother of the House of Bai knows how to be afraid? Isn't the House of Bai a very powerful silver organization? Why are you afraid? Ha ha ha, I'm so happy right now. Looking at your scared face, I'm so happy right now. Luo Tian said with every step he took, approaching step by step. Bai Ying retreated step by step. The sect leaders of the 11 sects not far behind Luo Tian immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed, Grandpa Luo Tian, please spare our lives. We were wrong, we have nothing to do with the House of Bai, we are innocent. Hearing these words, Luo Tian sneered coldly. With a thought, he said, kill all 11 of them for me. Roar, roar. When the fire Kirin received the order to kill, it turned around and ran out. Those sect leaders who were once high and mighty. Those sect leaders who mocked Luo Tian and mocked Luo Tian for being trash, were scared out of their wits. Some peed their pants and some trembled. Seeing the incomparably huge fire Kirin walk in front of them, some of them fainted from fright. Luo Tian despised these fence-sitters. Back then, they had mocked him in every possible way. It was fine if he endured it, but today, everything they did had touched Luo Tian's bottom line. Therefore, they must die. Boom. 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 It spat out 11 flames in a row. Every one of them was an instant kill, even if they resisted, the fire Kirin was too fierce. Is there anyone else from the 13 sects of the Martial Mountain City who is not convinced? Who else is not happy? You can stand up now. I'll let him have his fill today. Luo Tian shouted in a deep voice and swept his gaze across the audience. The thousands of people around him, many of whom were disciples of the 13 sects, were all silent. Go out, that would be courting death. From this moment on, Martial Mountain City was completely destroyed by Luo Tian. Now, Luo Tian turned his gaze to Bai Ying and said with a smile, now it's your turn. I can't help but want to ask you one more thing. I killed the sect leaders of the 13 sects of the Martial Mountain City, a subsidiary force of your Bai family. Are you happy? Bai Ying gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, Luo Tian, don't go too far. Yo, so I'm going too far now? Weren't you very arrogant just now? Isn't the House of Bai a silver organization? Isn't it the overlord of this area? How is it that I'm going too far? Luo Tian's smile disappeared in an instant. His eyes became extremely cold and he said eerily, I'm going too far today. What are you going to do about it? You destroyed the gambling house. You deserve to die. You stole something from the gambling house. You deserve to die. You kidnapped my friend. You deserve to die even more. And you hit my disciple in front of me. Don't you think you deserve to die? Before Bai Ying could say anything, Bai Xiong grinned and said, you deserve to die. He was excited. Bai Xiong was even more excited than Luo Tian. He looked at the fire Kirin as if it was a beast that he had summoned himself. Seeing the fear in Bai Ying's eyes, he was very excited. On the other hand, Bai Lingling was calmer. However, in Bai Lingling's heart, she loved Luo Tian to death. She dreamed that one day a hero would appear. This was her dream of being a hero. Looking at Luo Tian, her heart was intoxicated. Bai Ying's face darkened. He wanted to kick Bai Xiong fiercely, but in the end, he held back and said coldly, what you said was not done by me. Luo Tian, you'd better be sensible. Otherwise, At this time, you're still asking me to be sensible? Luo Tian laughed, you'd better be sensible. Otherwise, not to mention you, even if it's your 18 generations of ancestors, I'll still beat him up. Bai Xiong said naively, Master, can you be merciful? I'm not talking about him, I'm talking about his 18 generations of ancestors, which is also my 18 generations of ancestors. Just beat his father up. His father is not a good person either. I'm afraid all of this is his father's conspiracy. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. The crowd on the street was amused by Bai Xiong. Bai Ying's face was pale. He glanced coldly, who dares to laugh at me? As soon as his voice fell, the surroundings instantly quieted down. The House of Bai's influence in Wushan City was extremely strong. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, Luo Tian suddenly laughed out loud, and said, you laughed, are you unhappy? Luo Tian made Bai Ying almost go berserk. He grabbed Bai Lingling's long hair and pulled her up, saying fiercely, Luo Tian, do you want her to die? The second chapter has been delivered. Today, I stayed in the hospital all day. My wife suddenly had acute gastroenteritis and is now hospitalized. After updating these 2 chapters, Old Cow will immediately go to the hospital. Tonight, I will try my best to write 3 chapters in the hospital. Today, I promised everyone 5 chapters, I will definitely do my best to complete them. Old Cow is really working hard. I also hope that brothers can help me and vote for Old Cow. Old Cow is really grateful. Do you want to see him die? All of a sudden, Bai Ying grabbed Bai Lingling and placed her in front of him. He looked at Luo Tian playfully and said, you like her, right? Since you care so much about her, you must like her. I'm the easiest person to talk to. If you let me go, I'll let her go. What do you think? With Bai Lingling in his hands, suddenly, Bai Ying wasn't so afraid anymore. Looking at the fire Kirin, he was scared to death. This fierce beast that he had never heard of before was simply too savage. Even the cultivation of the 4 symbols stage 8 was instantly killed. He was only at the 4 symbols stage 9, so he had no idea if he could withstand it. Many of the disciples of the House of Bai also retreated quickly, hiding behind Bai Ying. She is the biological daughter of the patriarch, Bai Qi. Lingyun City's #1 beauty, Luo Tian, you must like her. Now that she is in my hands, as long as you let me go, I will definitely not touch a single hair on her. Bai Ying, will do what I say. Bai Ying slowly retreated. Do what you say? Luo Tian suddenly laughed, and said, didn't you say you were going to kill me? Why am I still alive and well? Didn't you tell Bai Jian to kill me? Didn't you tell Bai Hai and Bai Lang to kill me? Why didn't you do it? How many words did you say? What did you do? If you say you can do it, I think it's bullshit. While they were talking, Luo Tian pressed forward step by step, and the fire Kirin beside him also followed suit. It was still in its battle form, and its body erupted with the might of a ferocious divine beast, crushing Bai Ying to the point that he could not withstand it, and his transformation became extremely berserk. All of a sudden, Bai Ying was annoyed, and said fiercely, don't King talk nonsense with me. I'll ask you one thing, do you want to see her die? He looked as if he was certain that he would defeat Luo Tian. With Bai Lingling in his hands, he wasn't afraid. Bai Lingling shook her head at Luo Tian. Don't worry about me. Don't let him go. Bai Xiong said, Bai Ying, you are a beast. She is also your sister. Both of you have the blood of the House of Bai. How dare you? Get lost, you son of a bitch. It's not up to you to criticize the House of Bai. Who do you think you are? You're just a dog picked up by the House of Bai. It's just that the person who picked you up is that old man, Bai Qi. Otherwise, how could a piece of trash like you enter the House of Bai? Bai Ying said disdainfully. He had never looked down on Bai Xiong, let alone put him in his eyes. In his eyes, Bai Xiong was just a lucky dog. White Bear stood up and looked at Bai Ying calmly. Bai Ying, why don't you kidnap me instead of her? I'm my master's disciple and he will definitely save me. My sister has nothing to do with my master and he will never save her. She has no value in your hands. I'll trade with her and be your hostage. Haha, Bai Ying sneered and said again, who do you think you are? Who do you think you are? Master and disciple? Who would take a piece of trash like you as their disciple? Do you think you have any value? I think your value is less than a pile of sh*t. At least no one would step on sh*t. But you, didn't I step on you until you couldn't get up? Disdain, mockery, his words were filled with endless disdain. Even so, Bai Xiong still tolerated it. He always remembered what his father said to him. The people of the House of Bai had to be united against outsiders. They could not kill each other. In the House of Bai, even if he was bullied, he would not take revenge. He would also not say a word to his father. Many times, even though he could win, he would pretend to lose. This was because he believed that modesty would bring harmony between brothers. But, he did not know that the more he acted this way, the more people looked down on him. Luo Tian looked at Bai Xiong and was secretly angry. Blockhead. Immediately, Luo Tian smiled and said, "My disciple is right. I have nothing to do with her. Whether she dies or not has nothing to do with me. If you want to kill her, then kill her quickly. Isn't she just a little prettier? So what? Do you think I will let you go for her? Stop dreaming. Whether she dies or not, you will die today. And those House of Bai disciples behind you will also die." Bai Ying was stunned. Bai Lingling and Bai Xiong were also stunned in an instant. The three of them had the same expression. They looked at Luo Tian in shock. Luo Tian was naturally a good actor. He pretended to smile coldly and did not care at all. He looked coldly at Bai Lingling and said with a smile, "Being pretty is an advantage, but not every man will go through fire and water for you. This kind of man is definitely a fool. You are pretty and I did have some thoughts about you, but it is not enough to make me give up on killing him. It doesn't matter to me whether you die or not, but I can promise you one thing. If he kills you, I will avenge you. Ha ha ha, those who provoke me must die." His acting skills were good. No one could see any flaws in his acting. It was perfect. Bai Lingling was on the verge of tears. Her heart dropped to the ground and shattered. Her dream of being a hero was completely shattered at this moment. She laughed bitterly and said, "Come on, then let's kill him." Her heart was dead. It hurt, although she was held hostage by Luo Tian. Deep in her heart, she still hoped that Luo Tian would save her. But now, she had given up. He is right. Whether I die or not has nothing to do with him. Bai Ying, you have always been very smart, but this time you are too stupid. If I were Bai Xiong, perhaps he would save you on account of our relationship as master and disciple. But now, haha, don't think that he will let you go. If I die, you will die too, ha ha ha." Bai Ying was dumbfounded. He did not believe Luo Tian's words. But now that he heard Bai Lingling's words, he believed it. Bastard. I always thought that I was ruthless, but compared to you, I am far inferior. No matter how ruthless I am, I will not be as ruthless as you. Bai Ying threw caution to the wind. At this time, there was no other choice. He said in a low voice, "Disciples of the House of Bai, listen up." They had heard the words very clearly. Since they were going to die, why not resist? Perhaps there was a chance of survival? Yes. Eldest senior brother, give the order. I don't believe that he can deal with all of us alone. That's right. Why should we be afraid of him? In the face of death, all of them were raring to go. Bai Ying narrowed his eyes and stared at Luo Tian, then looked at the fire Kirin beside him. He sneered and said, "I have a way to deal with him. You guys think of a way to trap that beast. When I kill him, my beast will naturally disappear. Summoning during teleportation, I know a little about it too." Luo Tian smiled slightly. At this time, he also untied Bai Xiong and smiled. "Oh, you have become smarter?" Bai Xiong said in a low voice, "Master, leave Bai Ying to me." Chapter 3. Luo Tian nodded and said, "It's time to show your ability." Everyone had a fire. Bai Xiong was also human. He also had a fire. But he held back, not because he was afraid of anything, but because he was thinking about the House of Bai and his father's words. But now, he was going to explode. The House of Bai was no longer the House of Bai of the past. His father had been arrested and his sister had been beaten. If he, as an older brother, continued to hold back, would he still be human? As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Ying grabbed Bai Lingling's hair with one hand and suddenly said, "Kill him." More than a dozen House of Bai elites rushed forward. Bai Ying's eyes darkened and locked onto Luo Tian. He kicked Bai Lingling and said fiercely, "I'll deal with you later." After that, he had already rushed out. At this moment, Bai Xiong directly stood in front of Luo Tian and faced Bai Ying, saying, "I'll let you step on me 10,000 times. Today, I'll step on you once, because I'm going to step on you to death." Luo Tian stood in place and did not move. He did not move. The fire Kirin beside him did not move either. They did not move. The House of Bai disciples did not dare to move because the fire Kirin was too much of a threat to them. Luo Tian looked at Bai Xiong. The House of Bai disciples looked at Bai Ying. The muscles in Bai Ying's eyes twitched a few times. He sneered disdainfully and said, "Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." The long sword danced. A long diamond sword moved and stabbed directly between Bai Xiong's eyebrows. Diamond sword dance, one strike. The aura on the sword became stronger. It was as if diamond had descended. Bai Xiong felt his entire body being enveloped by a powerful force, making it difficult for him to move. This was the power of the Vajra sword technique. Before the sword moved, the power had already come out, directly trapping the target, and then slashing down. Bai Xiong did not move. His eyes were locked as he stared at the long sword in Bai Ying's hand. "Brother! Danger! Hide!" Bai Lingling, who was on the ground, suddenly cried out in alarm. Luo Tian's heart also tightened. The system had already locked onto Bai Xiong. Bai Xiong was a big guy. Luo Tian often thought of Fatty Lei when he looked at him. He would not let Bai Xiong die so easily. If necessary, he would definitely take action. "Humph. I'm too scared to move. Trash is trash. Calling you a dog of the House of Bai is already giving you face. You can't even be considered a dog." The corner of Bai Ying's mouth curled up, and he sneered disdainfully. The strength of the long sword in his hand increased by another notch. He wanted to pierce through Bai Xiong's head with one strike. Swish, swish, a piercing sound could be heard. The Vajra sword directly pierced down. Bear King's power. Roar. Mountain lean. Open. Suddenly. At the critical moment, when the long sword was only a few centimeters away from his eyebrows, Bai Xiong suddenly exerted his strength. A power like that of a giant bear erupted from his body. The power carried the aura of a bear king roaring in the forest. Once the bear showed its might, even the tiger would be afraid. The power exploded. His body gently leaned to the side. The binding power of the Vajra sword technique was completely broken by him in an instant. Without any help, he dodged the attack. His right hand suddenly leaned forward and directly hit Bai Ying's left chest. Bam! Explosive fist. Bang, bang, after two punches, Bai Ying's body caved in. The clothes on his back were directly torn apart by the force of the impact from his chest. Bear King's claw. Swish, swish, it was shockingly similar to Luo Tian's Wolf King's claw. He suddenly pulled Bai Ying back, and Bai Xiong suddenly shouted, "Explosive fist." Bang, bang. The power was like a cannon. Pft, pft. Bai Ying immediately spat out 2 drops of thick black blood. His face instantly turned incomparably pale, and his body continuously retreated. He staggered a few steps, and his chest cracked. He could no longer stand and directly fell to the ground. It was also at this time. A black shadow stood in front of him. It just happened to cover the sun in the sky. Looking at this tall and sturdy black shadow, Bai Ying felt that it was very unfamiliar. Was this still the Bai Xiong that could be bullied by a 10-year-old child in the House of Bai? Was this still the Bai Xiong that was stepped on by me like a dead dog every time I competed? Why? Bai Ying could not understand. His cultivation was stronger than Bai Xiong's, but he was lying on the ground, unable to move at all. He could not withstand Bai Xiong's power at all. Bai Xiong's gaze was very calm, and he said, "Step on me 10,000 times, I will *CK you over once." Bai Ying. In the past, I gave in to you because your father is my father's younger brother, and you can be considered my cousin. I respected you, but when you treated my respect as a coward, a piece of trash, I still endured it. Everything was for the sake of the House of Bai, but what you have done today has seriously violated the House of Bai. While they were talking, Bai Xiong raised his right fist. Wait. Suddenly. Luo Tian suddenly roared, Bai Xiong, stop. For symbol stage 9, at the very least, it was a few thousand experience points. At this time, Luo Tian really needed experience points, and he would not let go of even a little bit of experience points. Furthermore, Bai Ying was an elite monster, and Luo Tian was very interested in the Vajra sword technique that he cultivated. How could he let him die under Bai Xiong's fist? Luo Tian could have followed him immediately. However, the power that Bai Xiong had erupted with shocked him. His power was not something that an ordinary four symbols realm could erupt with. In that instant, it was as if he had changed into a different person, turning into a real bear king. That was why he was able to defeat Bai Ying in that instant. Bai Lingling, who was lying on the ground, laughed, then started to cry, Father really didn't lie to me, Big Brother really is the child of the Bear King. Bai Xiong's fist stopped in midair, he stood up, looked at Luo Tian in confusion, and asked, Master, what's wrong? He didn't understand. Luo Tian quickly ran over, and said, It's nothing, I just wanted to do what I said. I just said that I would kill him, so I will definitely kill him. You don't mind, right? Bai Xiong really wanted to kill Bai Ying with his own hands, but after hearing Luo Tian's words, he scratched his head and laughed foolishly, saying, Since he has to die anyway, I don't mind. You are my master, so I don't mind. Good disciple. Luo Tian praised, and directly walked in front of Bai Ying, looking down at him condescendingly, and said, As a person, you have to be like me, do what you say. You can't kill me. I am from the House of Bai, my father is the patriarch of the House of Bai, you can't kill me, if you kill me, you will all die a horrible death. Bai Ying shouted crazily. He was afraid, extremely afraid. Because of Luo Tian, because he was a lunatic. Luo Tian laughed coldly, and said, Don't worry, I am a person who will finish what I started. I will definitely send your father down to hell, so you can die in peace. A punch came down, the system's notification sounded, ding. Chapter 4, this chapter has been updated, there is another chapter for today, writing in the hospital is really tiring, I only wrote 2 chapters in 4 hours. From time to time, a nurse would stand behind me and watch me. I am such a serious old Niao, but I don't even look at them, I just secretly leave the invincible QQ group, everything I did was for the sake of my brothers. Don't you guys want to give old cow a monthly vote? Ding. A pleasant sound rang out. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Bai Ying for obtaining 3,900 experience points and 600 primordial energy points. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining primordial energy pill. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Vajra sword technique. Do you wish to cultivate it? Item, primordial energy pill grade, 3rd grade instantly increased by 1,000 primordial energy points. Luo Tian glanced at the primordial energy pill stats and thought to himself, this pill is pretty good. Although it only increases 1,000 primordial energy points, it's very fast. It doesn't need time at all. Just consume it and it will increase. If I had the chance, I have to get more. Primordial energy, it was very important to any warrior. It was also very important to Luo Tian, who had the system. Once there were no monsters or people to kill, Luo Tian's primordial energy would be depleted and dried up. When that happened, he could only rely on pills to maintain it. Item, Vajra sword technique grade, 8th grade description, before the sword moves, the strength moves first. The strength of the Vajra, the sword dances in the sky. Alright. Cultivate. Luo Tian's mind sank. Although this set of sword skills was only at the 8th grade, it was very good. This set of sword skills had the ability to conceal himself. It was very practical. He directly practiced it, and a new skill appeared in his skill bar. Dead. Eldest senior brother is dead. Did he really kill him? Bai Xiong, Bai Lingling, prepare to die. Patriarch Bai Yuan will not let you off. Just wait for your deaths. The disciples of the House of Bai were in a daze. It was as if they could not believe it. Looking at Bai Xiong's motionless body, they were very afraid. They were not afraid of Luo Tian, nor were they afraid of Bai Xiong. Instead, they were afraid of Bai Yuan, the new head of the House of Bai. His only son had died. How angry would he be? Luo Tian turned around to look at the disciples of the House of Bai and said, "Whether we die or not is not something for you to worry about, but there is one thing that I can confirm. You are all going to die soon. Fire Kirin. Burn them to death. Don't let any of them escape." Roar. Upon receiving the command, the fire Kirin let out a ferocious roar. Then, it continuously spewed flames from its mouth. Wherever the flames reached, they would instantly kill, instantly kill, instantly kill. It was simply incomparably powerful. Just thinking about the god fire, Luo Tian's heart was about to break. Sigh, god fire, oh, god fire. If you could be like the fire Kirin and instantly kill with every move, then our days in the ancient world would have been too comfortable. What a pity, what a pity. Sigh. Luo Tian sighed repeatedly in his heart. However, he also understood that the reason why the fire Kirin was able to instantly kill them was because these disciples of the House of Bai were not of high levels. If they had encountered a warrior of a higher level, it would have been impossible to instantly kill them. Furthermore, if they had attacked the fire Kirin together, the fire Kirin would not have been able to hold on for long. Its HP was very low, and it could not withstand a single attack from a strong warrior. This was its weakest point. But it was still alright, it did not reveal the fire Kirin's HP bar. Of course, no one knew the fire Kirin's HP bar because only Luo Tian had the system. Only he could see the fire Kirin's HP bar. Ding. 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 The system rang out. His EXP bar was increasing bit by bit. Luo Tian coldly watched as they turned into ashes one by one. He said calmly, "If I say I want you to die, then you must die here." This sentence was not said to the disciples of the House of Bai. It was said to everyone in Wushan City. As soon as he finished speaking, the disciples of the House of Bai were all dead. Luo Tian's gaze swept across the street. He looked at the people on both sides of the street and said calmly, "You won't tell anyone about the deaths of the disciples of the House of Bai, right? I love to do what I say. If anyone dares to leak information to the House of Bai and I find out, then they will be burned to ashes like these disciples of the House of Bai." We wouldn't dare. We wouldn't dare. Everyone shook their heads. Who would dare? Luo Tian was a complete madman. In their eyes, he was a homicidal maniac who did not care about the consequences. He did not even care about the House of Bai. How could they, as mere martial artists, dare to leak information to the House of Bai? Did they still want their lives? Luo Tian only wanted to buy some time for himself to get to Lingyun City. He did not expect this to be kept a secret for half a month. This was what he did not expect. No one in Wushan City dared to leak information to the House of Bai. The House of Bai did not know either, Bai Yuan did not know either. He thought that his son had followed Bai Lingling into the mountains and would soon bring Bai Lingling back. When that time came, it would be time for him to marry into the Ouyang family. He would have a foothold in the House of Bai. The House of Bai would also have a foothold in Lingyun City. The crowd dispersed. Luo Tian packed up all the things that the leaders of the 12 sects and the disciples of the House of Bai had snatched from the gambling den. He placed them in the courtyard behind the gambling den. Just as he walked out of the room, Bai Xiong and Bai Lingling stood at the door and waited for him. Luo Tian said, "Something happened at the House of Bai. Why aren't you going back?" Bai Lingling did not want to beat around the bush. She looked at Luo Tian and said directly, "I need your help." Her heart still hurt when Luo Tian said those words to Bai Ying. However, now was not the time to care about these things. The House of Bai was in chaos. She had to save her father in Dark Wind Cave. However, the two of them could not do it. She needed help. She needed Luo Tian's help. Luo Tian did not want to get involved in this mess. The fate of the House of Bai had nothing to do with him. He only wanted to save his father and then leave. It was that simple. Just as he was about to refuse. Ding. The system beeped. Mission, help Bai Lingling and save the House of Bai. Level, Be reward, 18,000 experience points, 1,000 elemental energy points, 1 elemental energy pill. He actually triggered a mission? This was the first time Luo Tian had triggered a mission since he entered the ancient continent. I can't let go of any experience points. Damn. Since I'm going to the House of Bai anyway, I'll get involved in this mess. Luo Tian made up his mind. He looked at Bai Lingling and said, "You need my help?" The House of Bai is a silver organization. How can a warrior of the four symbols realm like me help you? Bai Lingling bit her lips and said, 100,000 cultivation coins. Luo Tian's eyes flashed. He thought to himself, 100,000 cultivation coins can help me unlock another cultivation technique seal? On the surface, he pretended to be indifferent. Bai Lingling said again, 15 cultivation coins. Are you going to help me or not? Luo Tian looked at her. From her eyes, he could see that she was angry at him. Wow, 150,000 is enough to unlock 2 cultivation technique seals. Bai Lingling said angrily, Luo Tian, I know that you also want to go to the House of Bai to save Dongfeng Shua and Yao Hai. Our goal is the same, why don't you help me? Help? I didn't say I wouldn't help. Luo Tian laughed. He looked at Bai Lingling, from head to toe, and then from head to toe, and said while beaming, other than the 150,000 cultivation coins, I have another condition. If you agree to it, I will immediately follow you to the Bai family. The 5th chapter has been delivered. I hope that my wife can recover tomorrow and don't make me write in the hospital again. Old Nyo will continue to update the 5th chapter tomorrow. Brothers, please give me your monthly votes. It's the end of the month and everyone has monthly votes. Luo Tian did not state the conditions. However, Bai Lingling directly agreed. No matter what the conditions and requests were, she would agree. Saving her father was more important. Everything else was not important to her. She had lost her mother and did not want to lose her father. Lingyun City, House of Bai. General Hall, Bai Yuan sat on the patriarch's seat, high-spirited and looking very good. Looking at Bai Shan, he said, good, very good, very good. I didn't expect that little girl Bai Lingling would really find the mysterious ink crystal. This is also thanks to you stopping her. Otherwise, when Bai Qi recovers, it will be difficult to deal with. Bai Shan returned to the House of Bai, presenting the mysterious ink crystal. Bai Yuan was naturally very happy. Although Bai Qi had been locked in the Dark Wind Cave, and 10 people who were locked in there died inside, Bai Qi could not come out alive and could not pose a threat to him, but Bai Shan's actions were enough to show his loyalty. A little more. Even if Bai Qi could come out of the Dark Wind Cave alive, it was useless. Without the mysterious ink crystal, the poison in his body could not be cured. He was still a waste and could not pose a threat to him. Bai Shan slightly said, Patriarch, what should we do with this mysterious ink crystal? Bai Yuan pondered for a moment and said, just leave it to me. Bai Shan handed it over. The mysterious ink crystal stone was a type of crystal stone that could absorb toxins from within the body. It was especially effective against poisons that were extremely strong in yang. Bai Qi's intense yang poison could only be neutralized by the mysterious ink crystal stone. Bai Yuan grabbed the mysterious ink crystal with one hand and moved his yuan qi. A flame appeared in his hand and wrapped around the crystal. His eyebrows sank, break for me. Boom. The mysterious ink crystal instantly exploded, it was directly destroyed. Bai Yuan suddenly withdrew his berserk aura. He sneered and said, there are no more mysterious ink crystals now. Bai Qi, even if you are still alive, you will never be able to rise again. You will always be under my feet. Ha ha ha, congratulations, Patriarch. Congratulations, Patriarch. Patriarch is mighty. In the general hall, the elders of the House of Bai stood up and bowed respectfully. If Bai Yuan were to destroy the mysterious ink crystal, these elders would have to rely on themselves instead of having any illusions about Bai Qi. Once the mysterious ink crystal was destroyed, the poison in Bai Qi's body would never be cured. Even if he were to escape from the Dark Wind Cave, it would be useless. Bai Yuan stood up and said with a smile, under my leadership, the House of Bai will dominate Lingyun City. When that time comes, all of you will be heroes of the House of Bai. You will all receive twice the amount of cultivation resources. I, Bai Yuan, am a man of my word. Good. We will support Patriarch Bai Yuan to our deaths. We will definitely support you. Patriarch is too generous. Double the amount of cultivation resources? This was a huge temptation. To them, cultivation resources were everything. Bai Yuan's two-pronged move completely destroyed the hopes of the House of Bai's higher-ups. They would definitely support him. This way, his position as patriarch would be secured. Bai Yuan laughed in his heart. Ha ha ha. Big brother Bai Qi, when you became the patriarch, I swore to myself that this position would be mine. You are not suitable for the position of patriarch at all. Now, I have finally gotten my wish. Ha ha ha, he was exceptionally proud. Immediately, Bai Yuan's expression changed. He asked, Bai Shan, when will Bai Ying and the rest return? The marriage with the Ouyang family cannot be delayed any longer. The House of Bai had stabilized. Now, it was time to stabilize the families in Lingyun City. With the House of Bai in turmoil, the major forces in Lingyun City were secretly observing them. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for them. During this period, the House of Bai had to find a backer if they wanted to survive this period. Or an alliance, the Ouyang family had already extended an olive branch. As long as they married the Ouyang family, the House of Bai would be able to survive this dangerous period in Lingyun City. Bai Shan immediately said, it shouldn't take long. Bai Ying and Bai Lingling entered Wushan mountain range together. I think Bai Ying will make his move after entering Wushan mountain range. He will be back in a day at the latest. Yes. We must capture Bai Lingling. Otherwise, we won't be able to answer to the Ouyang family. Bai Yuan said, this little girl is pretty and useful. Last time, Ouyang Yi said that she died in the ancient cave, I was happy. Fortunately, she didn't die. Otherwise, I really don't know who to marry to the Ouyang family. He secretly rejoiced in his heart. When the news that Bai Lingling was still alive spread to Lingyun City, Ouyang Yi immediately reacted. He had to get Bai Lingling, his little bird was still hurting. During this period, his little bird had been hanging down and he couldn't lift it at all. All of this was because of Luo Tian and also because of Bai Lingling. If Bai Lingling hadn't asked Luo Tian to join them, none of this would have happened. He hated it, therefore, he wanted to torture Bai Lingling. He wanted to ravage Bai Lingling. The first step. He wanted to get Bai Lingling into the Ouyang family. Then, he could do whatever he wanted with her. Ouyang Long was very angry that his son couldn't have sex. When his son asked for it, he agreed without hesitation. Moreover, he was also mobilizing the elites of the Ouyang family to secretly plan. Let's go to the House of Bai. You're going to save my father? Bai Lingling stared at Luo Tian and said, do you know how dangerous the Dark Wind Cave is? Even if your cultivation is high and your combat skills are superb, you can't save my father with your current realm. Let's do it my way. We'll go to Lingyun City together and ask Uncle Li for help. When I left Lingyun City, my father told me that if anything happens to the House of Bai, I can go to the Li family. He will help us. The Li family. One of the 5 major families in Lingyun City. Their power was not weaker than the House of Bai and the Ouyang family. Luo Tian didn't know much about the power structure in Lingyun City, but he knew one thing. It was hard to tell what was in a person's heart. Even if they helped, they wouldn't do anything to help. Before helping Bai Lingling, the Li family would definitely consider whether she had the potential to help. Moreover, who would bet their own family's fate to help another family? This was impossible. Luo Tian knew very well that even if the Li family and Bai Qi had a very close relationship, they couldn't help it this time. He said, do you want to save your father? If you do, you have to listen to me. Go back to the House of Bai and pretend that nothing happened. Just say that you got separated in the Wu mountain range. Bai Xiong, you're not going to the Li family to ask for help. You're going to negotiate with them. You have to make it clear that your father is still alive and his cultivation has fully recovered. With this as the basis, the negotiations will be much easier. Bai Lingling looked at Luo Tian and said, my father is poisoned. Without the mysterious ink crystals, he can't be saved. Even if he is saved, he won't be able to recover his strength. Luo Tian smiled mysteriously and said, "You don't have to worry about that. I will cure your father. After I succeed, remember to pay 150,000 cultivation coins and any one of my requests. You don't have to worry about anything else." Chapter 1. After discussing it, the three of them rushed towards Lingyun City. Among them, after Luo Tian's simple disguise, Bai Xiong was no longer recognized as Bai Xiong. Bai Lingling did not change anything. She walked towards the main gate of Lingyun City and directly entered. Luo Tian, on the other hand, secretly snuck in. Lingyun City was very big. It was several times larger than the profound sky continent's heavenly sword city, with a population of 60 million. Moreover, the rivers in the city and the steep mountains were all in it. The Dark Wind Cave was located at the Black Wind Cliff. It was a bottomless black hole, and cold winds that were as cold as sharp blades constantly emerged from the cave, cutting people's faces like knives. The most frightening thing was that there was a very powerful force in the cave that could slowly absorb the elemental energy in one's body. This was the truly terrifying part of it. No one who had been locked in the Dark Wind Cave had ever come out alive. Even a ghost wouldn't be able to stand it after staying for a day, let alone a living person. Night fell. The surroundings were pitch black, and one couldn't even see their fingers. Luo Tian quietly arrived at the Black Wind Cliff. Hoo hoo hoo, hoo hoo hoo. The sound of the wind was like the roar of a tiger, constantly roaring in all directions, causing one's heart to tremble. This damned place really wants one's life. I don't even know why we have to guard this place. Who would come to such a damned place? It's so good to be in the city. There aren't even any ghosts here, and it's so cold. Stop complaining, don't forget that the patriarch. No, it should be Bai Qi who is still locked inside. We can't let him escape, or else we won't be able to keep our lives. Escape? What nonsense are you talking about? Have you ever seen anyone come out of this Dark Wind Cave alive? I think that old fellow Bai Qi is already dead. His corpse is probably already stinking. Stop talking, it's so creepy. Drink, let's drink. Luo Tian was behind a large rock not far away from them. After waiting for half a quarter of an hour, after confirming that there was no one around, his body turned illusory as he silently landed behind the two of them. The corner of his mouth curled up. Looking at the House of Bai logo on their chests, he smiled and said, "Sorry, but the two of you are going to die." His fists moved. Pung, pung. Without waiting for them to react, they were directly killed. Ding. Ding. 2 notifications rang out, and he gained a few hundred experience points. Luo Tian looked at the Dark Wind Cave. The chill that continuously surged up was bone-chilling. His entire body was covered in goosebumps. Luo Tian found the mechanism and opened the cave door. He clenched his teeth and thought, for the mission, for 15 cultivation coins. He rushed in. Ding. Primordial energy, 1 inch primordial energy, 1 primordial energy, 1. The system kept beeping. Luo Tian was annoyed by the notification. 1 point of spirit energy per second. Damn, I thought that only those with Dan Tian would lose their essence energy. I didn't expect that I would lose it too. Luo Tian felt a burst of pain in his heart. Essence energy was his blue medicine, losing it for no reason really made his heart ache. Fortunately, Luo Tian's essence energy had already reached over 30,000 points, so he could save a lot of time. Walala, walala, the wind in the cave was even louder, blowing on Luo Tian's face was like a knife. There were already traces of blood on his face, it was too uncomfortable. Bai Qi. If you're still alive, then shout for me. Don't waste my cultivation technique, this damn place. Luo Tian shouted, he really didn't want to stay in this damn place any longer. If his essence energy was depleted, then what was he going to do? The echoes were intertwined, constantly spreading outwards. When the wind blew, it spread outwards. For a moment, before his voice could go far, it turned into the sound of the wind. F***ck. This place can't even transmit sound? Luo Tian frowned. He could only brace himself and continue searching. There were piles of bones everywhere on the road. There were some strange places on these bones. There were bite marks on the bones, which should have been caused after death. Suddenly, a ghost shadow soared from not far away. There can't really be ghosts in this world, right? Luo Tian frowned, the so sound just now made his heart sink. At this time, squeak squeak, squeak squeak, so. An incomparably huge rat suddenly pounced forward. The rat was half the size of a person. Luo Tian's eyes darkened, and saw a blood groove on its head. It's not a ghost, then it's easy. God fire. Boom. With a move of his palm, a flame shot out. A bright red number floated out of the giant rat's head. Luo Tian was shocked. How thick is this damn defense? It didn't cause an instant kill, but only 1 point of damage? It was also at this moment that the giant rat's name appeared. Corpse-eating rat. There are so many bones here, so many people locked up here, and all of them were eaten by the corpse-eating rat? Luo Tian's heart sank, and he thought to himself, then is by Qi. If he's dead, wouldn't it be a waste of effort if I keep looking? Luo Tian did not chase after the corpse-eating rat. However, the corpse-eating rat was extremely angry after being hit by the god fire. After landing on the ground, it turned around and pounced forward again. Luo Tian was immediately enraged. You're still acting like you're innocent after taking advantage of me. I think you're really tired of living. The idea moved. The fire Kirin that was placed in a secret place followed Luo Tian's summon and instantly came to Luo Tian's side. It aimed at the corpse-eating rat and spat out a mouthful of thick flames. Boom, 309. Its defense is indeed frighteningly high. The fire Kirin can instantly kill a rank 8-4 symbols, but it can't instantly kill this rat. It looks like this fellow is indeed difficult to deal with, Luo Tian thought to himself. However, with the fire Kirin around, he was not too worried. Boom, squeak squeak, boom. Squeak squeak, every time the corpse-eating rat wanted to attack Luo Tian, it was sent flying by the fire Kirin's flames. The rat's fur on its body was also burned away. After half a minute, it became a braised rat and died. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing corpse-eating rat for obtaining 10,000 experience and 800 essence energy. Holy sh*t. This experience is shockingly high, isn't it? Luo Tian secretly clicked his tongue. 10,000 experience points could only be obtained by encountering a boss. He did not expect this rat's experience to be so high. It was too shocking. Suddenly, Luo Tian laughed. I can level up after killing 30 of them. Let's have a few more. He now needed 300,000 experience points to level up. The corpse-eating rat's experience points were too high. I need to level up quickly. When the time comes, I'll kill the House of Bai. According to the system settings, the current head of the House of Bai is definitely a boss. Moreover, it is very likely that he will be a boss that will trigger the system's reward. I need to level up properly and increase my strength. Otherwise, how am I going to kill him? Chapter 2, Delivery. Let's talk about something. Yesterday, my wife had injections in the hospital for the whole day and was even hospitalized. Her condition did not improve. Today, according to the ultrasound, I have a gallstone. Moreover, it is a filling type. I'm so irritated. I hope everyone takes good care of their bodies. Pay attention to your diet and work and rest routine. Squeak squeak, another corpse-eating rat jumped out. This one was even more ferocious. It directly jumped to the top of the cave, scurrying back and forth, seizing the opportunity and instantly pouncing down. His target was still Luo Tian. Ha ha ha, come on, all of you come. The more the better. Luo Tian laughed, extremely excited. He was not worried about how bad this dark wind cave was. He was only worried about one thing, which was that there were not enough corpse-eating rats. Walala, walala. Without waiting for the corpse-eating rat to land, the fire Kirin directly blocked in front of Luo Tian and spat out 2 flames. It directly burned all the fur on the corpse-eating rat. The corpse-eating rat screamed and hurriedly retreated, but it was unwilling to give up. Its Adam's apple was constantly swallowing saliva as it looked at Luo Tian. It wanted to eat Luo Tian and couldn't wait to swallow Luo Tian. Squeak squeak, after letting out a series of cries, the corpse-eating rat moved again. This time, it didn't move from the sky, nor did it move around randomly. Instead, it directly went underground. Two incomparably sharp teeth were biting crazily, directly biting the mud and rocks into pieces. In half a second, it directly drilled into the ground. Holy sh**t. Burrowing technique? Luo Tian was stunned and became careful. Having lost its target, the fire Qilin's face was also filled with bewilderment, not knowing what to do. At the same time, Luo Tian also knew that the fire Qilin had another weakness. Once it lost its vision, the fire Qilin would be very blind. Without a target, it would be unable to attack. Golialu, Golialu. Deep underground, there was a rumbling sound and a slight tremor. Luo Tian could clearly feel the tremors coming from the ground beneath his feet. His heart sank, and he unleashed all of his cultivation of the four symbols tier 7. With flames in one hand and frost in the other, he kept his distance from the wall, leaning his back against it as he waited quietly. Don't lean against the wall. Suddenly, a low and deep voice rang out. Luo Tian was shocked. His face tightened slightly, and he reacted in an instant. His body leaned forward and he suddenly rushed out. At this moment, Walala, a large chunk of Luo Tian's clothes had been torn off, and there were 2 shallow teeth marks on his back, which were bleeding. Fortunately, he had retreated quickly, otherwise his back would have been torn off. He thought that the corpse rat would come out from the ground, but he didn't expect that it would come out from the wall. At the same time, he was secretly grateful to the voice in his heart. If not for the reminder, he would have been seriously injured this time. Fire Qilin, bite. Burn it. Walala, Walala, the fire Qilin continued to spit out flames. The moment the target appeared, the fire Qilin reacted. At the same time, it burned the corpse-eating rat to death. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Necrophagus Rat for obtaining 10,000 experience, 600 essence G points. Huff, Luo Tian's back was drenched in cold sweat as he exhaled a breath of cold air. Senior Bai Qi, is that you? In the darkness, a man in his 40s walked out. His face was covered in dirt, his hair was disheveled, and his face was extremely haggard. Even so, his body still exuded a terrifying killing intent, a dense killing intent. This kind of killing intent was like the killing intent cultivated by millions of corpses on the battlefield. It was extremely strong. Bai Qi? God of Slaughter Bai Qi? Luo Tian could not help but think of a general called Bai Qi in his previous life. He was a homicidal maniac and was known as the God of Slaughter. Being stared at by Bai Qi, Luo Tian could not help but become careful. Bai Qi stared at Luo Tian and said faintly, "Did Bai Yuan send you in to kill me?" "Humph. I've already been locked in the dark wind cave by him, but he still hasn't given up and wants to kill me. This brother of mine is a little too ruthless." The man was Bai Qi. He was hiding in the dark wind cave, and the reason why he was able to avoid the attacks of the corpse-eating rats was because of the scorching yang poison in his body. This poison could make the corpse-eating rats not dare to approach. However, even so, all the essence in his body had been sucked dry by the strange cold wind of the dark wind cave. There was no longer the slightest bit of elemental energy. However, in front of Luo Tian, he was still holding on, making it so that no one could see any flaws. Luo Tian was startled, and said, "I was sent by your daughter to save you." Lingling? Bai Qi's eyes were filled with shock. Bai Lingling and Bai Xiong were the only things he cared about. Hearing his daughter's name, his expression changed, and he suddenly said, "Don't use my daughter to lie to me. I'm very clear about how sinister your master is. The scorching yang poison in my body was given to me by him. I treated him well before, but who would have thought?" Luo Tian was a little impatient. He hated being misunderstood by others. He directly hollered, "Don't scare me here. If it weren't for Bai Lingling and Bai Xiong, I wouldn't bother to save you. I'm even being treated as Bai Yuan's dog. Let me ask you, do you want to go out? If I don't want to go out, I'll leave immediately." He really did not want to talk nonsense with him. He still needed to rush to save people. He also did not know how Dongfang Shua and Yao Hai were doing now. Bai Qi was a little surprised. He frowned and thought to himself, This guy must be a disciple of the House of Bai, or else he wouldn't be able to cultivate the ice flame palm. But why haven't I seen him before? Could he be a new disciple? Even a new disciple would not be able to cultivate the ice flame palm. Could he really be Lingling's friend? He dares to come to Dark Wind Cave with just a level 4 divine beast? Who doesn't know that 10 out of 10 people who enter Dark Wind Cave die? Isn't he courting death? It was not that Bai Qi did not trust Luo Tian. It was that he could not help but doubt him. In the past, it was because he trusted him too much that he was framed by Bai Yuan. Even his most loyal brother, Bai Shan, had betrayed him. Luo Tian saw that he was deep in thought and said, "Is your brain rusty? If I was one of Bai Yuan's people, why would I come in? Being locked in the Dark Wind Cave, only death awaits you. Don't pretend in front of me. My spirit energy is being consumed bit by bit. You don't even have a bit of it in your body. You're still trying to be brave. Hurry up and come with me. Don't waste time." "Eh? Little brother, I was being too suspicious." Bai Qi smiled and said in his heart, "Let's talk after we get out." Immediately, Luo Tian looked at the dark wind cave and felt that it was a pity. He thought to himself, if only I could kill a few more corpse-eating rats. I'm only a few tens of thousands of experience away from leveling up. He was a little reluctant. But in the end Luo Tian still chose to leave. Bai Qi's body was poisoned and his Dantian spirit energy had been completely consumed. Every second he stayed was another second of danger. Since the Dark Wind Cave would not run, he would find a chance to come back. Luo Tian made a decision in his heart, wait, I will definitely come back. When that time comes, I will definitely clean this place up. Go, let's go. Chapter 3. Blackwind Cliff. The highest place in Lingyun City. Standing at the top of the cliff, one could have a bird's-eye view of the entire Lingyun City. The streets were brightly lit and bustling with activity. Half an hour later. Phew, Bai Qi took 2 deep breaths. His face was ruddy and he looked more energetic. More than half of the mysterious ink crystal in his hand had been consumed. He opened his eyes slightly and looked at Luo Tian, who was not far away. At this time, Bai Qi did not doubt Luo Tian at all. If Luo Tian was Bai Qi's man, he would never give him the mysterious ink crystal. Bai Qi stood up and walked forward. He followed Luo Tian's gaze and looked for a while. Lingyun City is very big, right? Compared to Wushan City, of course it is. Luo Tian replied, but compared to the ancient continent, it's not even comparable to a grain of sand. Because of this, it's very small. At least in my eyes, it's very small. It's so small that even I have to stay here. Bai Qi looked at Luo Tian. Looking at this ambitious young man, he sighed. It is so good to be young. Back then, I worked hard to build the House of Bai. But now, sigh. I should not have built the House of Bai. I should have taken my wife and Lingling to travel around. These years, he was too tired. His wife was dead. The Bai family was also swaying in the wind and rain, and their house was about to collapse. Luo Tian said, "How much of your strength have you recovered?" Bai Qi came back to his senses and said, 3. I should be able to recover to 7 by dawn. It should be enough to deal with Bai Yuan. His cultivation was at the peak of the essence condensation realm. But, Bai Yuan was only at the 8th level of the essence condensation realm. The 7th level was enough to deal with him. However, Luo Tian was a little worried. He could not explain this worry. How long do you need to recover to the peak? They had to be fully prepared. He wasn't sure if Bai Xiong could get help from the Li family, but would the Ouyang family go all out? Luo Tian could only plan for the worst. If he wanted to help Bai Qi regain control of the House of Bai, he couldn't do it alone. The most important thing was to rely on Bai Qi. This was because the House of Bai had been transformed from a bronze family to a silver family under his leadership. His influence in the House of Bai was extremely strong, and they could only rely on him to intimidate the experts in the House of Bai. Bai Qi looked at Luo Tian and felt that this young man was even more mature. He said, "Tomorrow afternoon, you will definitely be able to recover to your peak." Luo Tian said, "Good. Then I'll fight for you until noon tomorrow." You don't have to show up before noon. I won't let your daughter and son be in danger, but you must show up at noon. Otherwise, I won't be able to protect them. Bai Qi was a trump card in his hand. A trump card that could intimidate everyone the moment he showed it. Bai Qi couldn't understand. He couldn't understand Luo Tian. How could a level 7 4 symbols cultivator fight for time for him? What did he use to fight for time? One had to know that any elder of the Bai clan could take his life. How did he manage to buy time, however? Bai Qi could tell from Luo Tian's eyes that he wasn't boasting. He immediately nodded and said, "Okay, then I'll leave everything to you. After noon, I'll take care of everything." Luo Tian left Blackwind Cliff. With a rise and fall, he disappeared into the darkness. Bai Qi looked at Luo Tian's disappearing figure. "Although I don't know who you are, but the help you gave me today, the help you gave Ling Ling, as long as I return to the position of the head of the House of Bai, I will repay you heavily." After saying that, Bai Qi immediately sat cross-legged and quickly absorbed the yuan qi flowing between heaven and earth. Lingyun City. On the street, Luo Tian found a restaurant, ordered a few dishes and started eating. He hadn't had a good meal in a while and was starving. There was going to be a big battle tomorrow. Have you heard? The House of Bai is going to have a marriage alliance with the Ouyang family. The number one beauty in Lingyun City, Bai Lingling, returned to the House of Bai alone and even agreed to this marriage. Don't you think it's strange? Doesn't she know that her father has been locked up in the Black Wind Cave by Bai Yuan? Damn, how can she not know? It's all over Lingyun City. It's funny to have such an unfilial daughter. Her father is locked up and she's going to marry that evil young master Ouyang Yi. What's the point of living in this world? Haha. After marrying Ouyang Yi, she's destined to be a widow for the rest of her life. Ouyang Yi has been impotent ever since he came back from Wushan Mountain. Who did you hear that from? Changle Courtyard. The top hostess, Miss Yan'er, said that Ouyang Yi kept her for an entire night. No matter how hard she tried, he couldn't get it up. Ha ha ha. Bai Lingling is such a beauty, marrying him is the worst thing she's ever done. She might as well let me have some fun, ha ha ha. Laughter could be heard in the restaurant from time to time. The topic was all about the changes in the House of Bai and the marriage alliance between Bai Lingling and Ouyang Yi. Luo Tian ate as he listened. When he heard that Ouyang Yi couldn't get it up, he couldn't help but laugh. He thought to himself, "Brat, the next time we meet, I won't destroy your bird. I'll take your life." Thinking about how Ouyang Yi attracted a large wave of zombies in the ancient cave, Luo Tian's heart burned with anger. He almost died that time. If not for the Phoenix Tear's blood bracelet, it would have been difficult. Moreover, if Luo Tian used the Hulk transformation card, he would definitely die on the 3rd level. He had to take revenge. "Brother, can I sit here?" Suddenly, a voice was heard. Both of them raised their heads slightly. That person's expression tensed up, and he immediately laughed. He sat down and said, "Brother, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to see you again. After the Wu Mountain Range, I didn't expect to meet you again in Lingyun City, ha ha ha." Luo Tian was slightly startled. The person in front of him was none other than Yang Qi from the Abyss Academy. However, right now, there were not 4 people beside him, but 3. Other than Yang Qi, the other 2 looked sick. They must have been seriously injured. Luo Tian immediately said, "Of course." "Waiter." Luo Tian called out loudly, "Give me a few more of your signature dishes." Yang Qi gave Luo Tian a good impression. Especially that sentence, "If you come to the Abyss Academy, just report my name." Yang Qi laughed out loud, and said, "I thought you were still in the Martial Mountain City, and wanted to look for you. I followed you to the Lingyun City, and this time, we really have to have a good gathering. You brat, you're not simple." He was very interested in Luo Tian. In a short span of 2 months, he had reached the cultivation level of the 4 symbols stage 7. Moreover, a genius like him, yet he was tested to have a low-grade talent. This must be Luo Tian's deliberate concealment. Right. Last time, I was busy chasing the big green guy. This time, I have time. Brother, since you didn't join any forces, why don't you follow me to the Abyss Academy? Yang Qi sent out an invitation. Chapter 4, I'm very annoyed today. I have too many stones and might have to undergo surgery. Today is the 4th chapter. Thank you, brother, for your reward. Thank you. Good night, everyone. Senior brother, we have to ask master about this. We can't make the decision on our own. A junior brother beside Xianxia reminded him softly. Xianxia didn't answer. Instead, he looked at Luo Tian. Luo Tian was grateful. Abyss College and Cloud Mist College were at the same level. They were both king forces and extremely powerful existences. Any martial artist who wanted to join, unless he had extraordinary talent or a peerless genius, would have to take part in the assessment. Otherwise, it would be impossible to enter. Xianxia directly invited Luo Tian, which showed that he valued him very much. He couldn't help but feel touched. Xianxia invited him even though he knew that his dantian was shattered. It showed that Xianxia was a good person. However, Luo Tian didn't plan to join any forces yet. He said gratefully, "Thank you, Brother Yang, but I don't want to join any forces yet, kid." Before Luo Tian could finish his words, the face of the young man who spoke just now changed, as if he had been greatly insulted. He directly shouted, "Do you really think you're something? Don't you think you're qualified to enter Abyss College with your little cultivation? Senior brother invited you because he thinks highly of you. How dare you refuse? Don't think you're invincible just because you're showing off in Wushan City. Humph. You don't know how to appreciate favors." The other young man also shouted coldly. Xianxia frowned and shouted, "Zhou Tianjun, that's enough." Zhou Tianjun snorted and glanced at Luo Tian with disdain. "Senior brother, he's not qualified to enter Abyss College. He's not even qualified to participate in the selection." Xianxia was unhappy. He glared at Zhou Tianjun and shouted, "Are you the senior brother or am I the senior brother? Do I need you to tell me what to do? If I say he's qualified, then he's qualified. If you keep talking nonsense, don't blame me for being rude." He scolded directly. There was a sharp aura in his eyes. Zhou Tianjun was not happy, but he did not dare to say anything. He lowered his head and said, "You are my senior brother. I am sorry, I should not have said anything." Xianxia's gaze turned and fell on Luo Tian. He said, "Brother Luo, don't lower yourself to his level. He's always been this straightforward. If you really don't want to enter the Abyss Academy, as long as you agree, I can let you become a student of the Abyss Academy without the need to take the test." His invitation was sincere. Any martial artist who received an invitation from the Abyss Academy would probably agree without even thinking about it. Abyss Academy. The existence of a king's force was a symbol of status. Once he became a student of the Abyss Academy, no one in the House of Bai would dare to touch him. They would treat him with more respect than they would their ancestors. Luo Tian didn't consider it and said, "Thank you, big brother Yang, for your kindness, but I don't want to join for the time being. If one day I want to join a force, I will definitely consider Abyss Academy first." "Haha, you have character." Xianxia was not disappointed. Instead, he laughed and said, "Lingyan City has my Abyss Academy's recruitment point. You can sign up at any time. Brother Luo, I really hope to see you at the Abyss Academy." Luo Tian cupped his fists and said, "I will definitely see you." He would go to the Abyss Academy. He would definitely go, for the peerless treasure left behind by the Huashan ancestor, he would also go. Xianxia raised his wine cup and said to Luo Tian, "Good, brother's words are enough. I will wait for you at the Abyss Academy." After saying that, he drank it in one gulp. Luo Tian also raised his wine cup and drank it in one gulp. When the dishes were served, the four of them began to eat. Xianxia did not talk about inviting Luo Tian to the Abyss Academy. Instead, he talked about what happened in the Wu mountain range. Luo Tian was secretly shocked. He did not expect that there would be a battle of hundreds of people. Dozens of people died. It was all to fight for the big green guy. Moreover, that guy was not here. If he was, they would fight even more fiercely. What shocked Luo Tian was not this. It was that Hulk's bounty had soared to 2 million cultivation coins and he had become one of the top 10 most wanted people in the Devil sect. His heart sank. Damn, I must be careful the next time I transform. If I am discovered, I will be hunted down by both the good and the bad. Right. Brother Luo, what are you doing in Lingyan City? Last time you killed a disciple of Lingyan City's House of Bai in Wu Mountain City. Did you get into some trouble? Xianxia grabbed a roasted chicken in his hand and tore off a large piece of chicken leg meat. If there is anything, you can tell me. In Lingyan City, other than a few old guys from Cloud Mist College, I can still cover the sky with one hand. Dealing with the 5 big families of Lingyan City is just a matter of a word. It was not arrogance. It was the truth. Even a student of the Abyss Academy could crush the 5 big families of Lingyan City. He was that strong. Luo Tian immediately smiled and said, "Thank you, Brother Yang. Don't worry, I will definitely tell you if there is anything." After listening for half a second, Luo Tian asked again, "Does Cloud Mist College also have a branch in Lingyan City?" Xianxia said, "Just like our Abyss Academy, in the central continent, cities like Lingyan City have set up locations for Abyss Academy and Cloud Mist College to recruit disciples. They are also teleportation points. When we go out to do things, we will also use these teleportation points. Otherwise, even if we have flying divine beasts, it will take a few days to rush back to the academy. It is too much of a waste of time." Luo Tian did not know much about the ancient continent. Hearing Xianxia's words, Luo Tian could not help but think in his heart, if the silly queen wants to go to Cloud Mist College, she will have to teleport back from Lingyan City. I wonder if she has left yet. F***ck. I am asking for trouble. She doesn't even like you and only treats you as a younger brother. Why are you still thinking about her? Luo Tian laughed bitterly in his heart. The more you want something you can't get, the more you want it. This was a common problem for people. After eating and drinking, Luo Tian wanted to pay, but Xianxia beat him to it. This made Zhou Tianjun, who was beside him, unhappy. His cold eyes looked down on Luo Tian. "Senior brother, why are you so polite to him? You even invited him to a meal. Who does he think he is?" "That's right. In Lingyan City, people who want to invite us to a meal can line up from the east of the city to the west of the city. It's really annoying to invite him to a meal. What's so great about him? He even rejected senior brother's invitation. I should directly slap him to the ground and see if he dares to be arrogant." The 3 of them said disdainfully. They were students of Abyss Academy. They would always have superior talent. They were arrogant. They looked down on everything except for Cloud Mist College. Xianxia's brows furrowed, and his face was filled with displeasure as he said, "You can only see what's in front of you, but you can't see his potential at all. His talent is either hidden, or has yet to be discovered. Once he unleashes his full potential, any peerless genius or ancient continent's Xiantian genius will be nothing but a bunch of trash in his eyes. Plus, if there are still monthly votes, please help me vote." "Thank you." Luo Tian left the restaurant. He wandered casually on the street. Because he drank a little wine, his mind was thinking nonsense. Thinking of the Tianxian continent. Thinking of Li Shuer who was poisoned, thinking of the cute and playful and Chun Chun, thinking of the fiery and evil poisonous widow, thinking of them, he looked up at the night sky and sighed in his heart, "I really hope to see you guys soon." The antidote of the soul poison, the antidote of the soul poison, Luo Tian, oh Luo Tian, you've been in the ancient continent for a few months, but you don't even know the antidote of the soul poison. Do you still want your sister Shuer? The antidote of the soul poison is your purpose in entering the ancient continent. Don't think about a Yunmeng, the Ice Queen. I like you more than her. Luo Tian muttered to himself in his heart. Unknowingly, he walked to the front of an incomparably magnificent building, Heavenly Spirit Pavilion. Although it was night time, there was an endless stream of martial artists entering and leaving. Luo Tian took a glance and stepped in, thinking to himself, Heavenly Spirit Pavilion is a place that sells spiritual herbs and all kinds of precious elixirs. Maybe they have the antidote of the soul poison? Maybe there's also the power of the blood spirit that can unlock the bloodline seal on my body. The first floor of Heavenly Spirit Pavilion was very big. The decoration was very luxurious. There were dozens of windows of various sizes, just like a large hospital. Luo Tian looked around and found a window with fewer people and walked up. Get lost. Are you King deaf? I told you to get lost. Pa. After he finished speaking, he pulled an old woman to the ground and slapped her. He snorted and said, "Don't you see our young master Deng? You dare to block our young master Deng's path. Seems like you're tired of living." The old woman who fell to the ground trembled. She was in the queue and didn't expect to be pulled down. Not to mention this. The key point was, she grabbed a handful of scattered cultivation coins and fell to the ground. The cultivation coins in her hand scattered all over the ground. She was slapped on the face, but she did not care about it. She crawled on the ground to pick up the money and anxiously said, "Money, my money, my money, this is the money I used to buy medicine for my son." Profound coins were like coins in his previous life, rolling around everywhere. They scattered all over the ground. The old woman was so anxious that she crawled all over the floor. Ha ha ha, does it look like an old dog crawling on the ground? Similar, really similar, ha ha ha. Seeing that the old lady wanted to pick up the mystic coins at his feet, the moment she picked it up, he immediately stepped on it and fiercely twisted it, saying, "Ha ha. Scram to the side." "Ah," the old woman screamed. He could clearly hear the sound of a finger breaking. However, he still held on to the cultivation coin and refused to let go. This was the money needed to save her son's life. If he didn't have a single cultivation coin, he wouldn't be able to buy the Heavenly Spirit Pavilion's elixirs, and he wouldn't be able to save her son. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, the young master surnamed Deng laughed very happily. Luo Tian, who was at the side, frowned and asked the people around him, "Why isn't anyone from the Heavenly Spirit Pavilion doing anything?" "Eh? Little brother, I can tell that you're not from here, right? Don't you know that the surname of the Heavenly Spirit Pavilion is Deng? That's the young master of the Deng family, who would dare to do anything." No one dared to stand out. In Lingyun City, the Deng family was the strongest and had the largest territory. The Heavenly Spirit Pavilion was their family's biggest business. Spirit herbs and elixirs were especially popular. One of the reasons was that the Deng family focused on alchemy. The patriarch, Deng Leigong, was a 5th-grade alchemist, the highest-grade alchemist in Lingyun City. Moreover, he was once a student of Cloud Mist College. Just based on this point alone, no one in Lingyun City would be able to shake him. "Young master, I heard that the beauty from Cloud Mist College is still here. I received news that she will come to the Heavenly Spirit Pavilion tonight." At that time. Hee hee. The evil man kicked the old woman away and smiled as he flattered her. "Ah, ouch." The old woman screamed in pain a few times. The back of her hand was badly mutilated, but she was still holding the cultivation coin tightly. She didn't dare to raise her head to look at the evil man. She was extremely afraid and her body was trembling. Her eyes were still looking around to see if she had missed any cultivation coins. "Get out. Damn old woman, is the Heavenly Spirit Pavilion a place for people like you? If our esteemed guest sees you, the Heavenly Spirit Pavilion will be degraded." The evil man shouted arrogantly. He stared at the old woman as if he could eat her up. The old woman's lips were pale and she trembled. "Sir, I just want to buy some elixirs to save my son. I beg you." "Elixirs? You want to buy elixirs? Humph. You want to buy elixirs with your little money? What kind of place is the Heavenly Spirit Pavilion? Not to mention elixirs, you can't even buy spirit grass. Hurry up and scram. If you dare to appear in front of our young master again, I'll kill you." The evil man shouted angrily again. Deng Weilong smiled in satisfaction. He was very satisfied with the evil man's performance. He waved his fan and said, "The Heavenly Spirit Pavilion is the most high-end place in Lingyun City. A person like you is completely incompatible with the Heavenly Spirit Pavilion." Suddenly, Luo Tian picked up a cultivation coin at his feet and walked up, saying, "I wonder how high the grade of the Heavenly Spirit Pavilion is. You're not the only one who sells elixirs in Lingyun City. I'm afraid it's not good for you to do business like this, right?" He walked to the old woman's side and helped her up. He also handed over the cultivation coin in his hand and said, "Auntie, what elixir do you want to buy? I'll buy it for you." "Yo. There's still someone who dares to step forward?" The evil man first sized up Luo Tian and confirmed that he was not a disciple of the 5 great families. He was not the young master of some noble family in the city. His tone was very arrogant as he sneered and said, "Do you know who opened the Heavenly Spirit Pavilion?" Luo Tian completely ignored him. Without even looking at him, he supported the old woman and said, "Auntie, what elixir do you want?" "You dog. How dare you ignore Lousy? Can't you see that Lousy is talking to you?" The evil man was furious. He slammed his palm towards Luo Tian's back. The surrounding people all sucked in a breath of cold air, not daring to make a sound. They all laughed in their hearts. Is there something wrong with this kid's head? Why is he standing up for an old woman? He even offended the Deng clan. He's simply courting death. Doesn't he know that 1/3 of the territory in Lingyan City is surnamed Deng? I think he's just courting death. Wait for the Deng clan. He can forget about staying in Lingyan City. They all looked at Luo Tian as if they were watching a show. No one thought of stepping forward to help. Seeing the evil man attack, they didn't even think of reminding him. However, at this moment, Luo Tian suddenly turned around, his arms sank, and without waiting for the evil man to attack, he directly punched out with both fists. Bam! It directly shattered the evil man's chest, and he flew out onto the street, instantly dying. Instant kill. The surroundings went silent. Was this kid crazy? He dared to attack in the Heavenly Spirit Pavilion, and he was so fierce. His fist shot out like a cannonball and killed him instantly, too fierce. For a moment, the people in the hall didn't react. What was going on? Who the hell is this kid? What surprised them the most was that Luo Tian acted as if nothing had happened. He turned around to support the old woman and continued to walk forward, saying, "Don't worry, I just killed a dog." This sentence, it completely blew up the surroundings. Is he crazy? He's going to die. I already saw him lying on the ground. Killing someone in the Heavenly Spirit Pavilion of the Deng family, and the one he killed was the servant of Deng Weilong, Lei Gong Deng's favorite grandson. Isn't he looking for death? His cultivation is not high, but he's so arrogant. However, this kid is brave and arrogant. Haha. Although he was a little reckless, I have to say that he killed well. This kind of dog who bullies others should be killed. It's just that the outer sect doesn't dare to do it, but he did. Good kid, I admire you. Good, ha ha ha, it's good, but look at him. It's as if nothing happened. Kid, you should run. Run as far as you can. You won't have another chance later. The surrounding people were discussing. Even the old lady gratefully advised, "Little brother, thank you for standing up for this old lady. Hurry up and leave. If you don't leave now, you really won't be able to leave. The Deng family has many people, they won't let you go." Luo Tian smiled faintly, saying, "Auntie, don't worry, I'll leave after buying the medicine for you." The old woman was even more hurried, saying, "No need, the Heavenly Spirit Pavilion doesn't sell, I'll go to another shop." "You don't have to buy it here. Hurry up and leave, don't worry about this old woman. The Heavenly Spirit Pavilion had the best medicine. She wanted to give her son the best medicine. That was why she came here. Moreover, only the medicine in the Heavenly Spirit Pavilion could barely save her son's life. The medicine sold in the other medicine shops were completely useless." Luo Tian didn't leave. He was very unhappy. How could a person live without a bit of courage? Seeing an auntie being bullied like this, and no one dared to make a move, he couldn't stand it anymore. He was extremely displeased in his heart. Since he was displeased, he would still kill her. Luo Tian helped the old woman to the window and asked, "Auntie, what do you want to buy?" The old woman looked anxious and sighed again and again. She wanted Luo Tian to leave as soon as possible, but Luo Tian refused to leave at all. She regretted coming out at night to buy medicine, but her son's illness was acting up and he was in so much pain that she couldn't do anything about it. Blood spirit powder. The old woman said the name of a spiritual medicine. Luo Tian immediately said, "Give me 10 portions of blood spirit powder." At the window, the young woman stood up and looked at Deng Weilong, who was so angry that smoke was coming out of his head. "What are you waiting for? 10 portions of blood spirit powder," Luo Tian shouted. Deng Weilong took a step forward, his eyes were cold and gloomy. Flames of anger surged as he shouted, "Brat, you killed my people, this father is tired of living. Before his voice faded, Deng Weilong's footsteps moved. With a gust of wind under his feet, a thick aura of the four symbols burst out from his body, directly crushing Luo Tian's mind. His fist moved and turned into a black palm, chopping down on Luo Tian's head. Black palm? This is the 9th rank cultivation technique that Deng Leigong learned from Cloud Mist College. Deng Weilong's move is enough to take that brat's life. Sigh. Offending the Deng family for a poor woman, why would he do that? Isn't he making life difficult for himself? The old woman's eyes trembled as she tugged at Luo Tian's clothes and anxiously said, "Little brother, behind," while they were talking. The old woman closed her eyes and didn't care about anything else. She directly bumped into Luo Tian. She felt that she owed him and was grateful to him. She thought that this matter was caused by her, so she would use her life to help Luo Tian block this palm. Humph. Damned old woman, scram to the side. Deng Weilong snorted coldly in disdain, and the aura on his body rushed forward, wanting to shake the old woman away. However, the old woman's body did not move. A force supported her from behind. The old woman did not feel the slightest bit of impact from the force. Instead, she felt indescribably comfortable. Luo Tian moved. Blocking in front of the old woman, he smiled and said, "You can rest at the side first." Finished. Luo Tian's palm suddenly spat out a flame, divine fire. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. The flame directly hit Deng Weilong's palm. The black fiend chi on his palm instantly disappeared, and the black fiend palm was also forced back. Just as he was puzzled, Luo Tian took a step forward, leaned his right shoulder, and directly hit Deng Weilong's chest. Bam! Both of his fists moved and blasted out. Bang, bang, is the Heavenly Spirit Pavilion that great? Is the Deng family that great? A bastard like you can even bully an old man. Your Deng family will be finished in Lingyun City sooner or later. Mountain River Fist. Bang, bang, two fists connected, the Wolf King's claw attacked, the barbaric charge collided, and then two more fists, directly smashing Deng Weilong against the wall. With a raise of his arm, he directly grabbed Deng Weilong's throat and held him in the air. His face was cold, and the corner of his mouth had a grim smile like that of a death god. Pata, pata, da-da-da, Deng Weilong was so scared that he peed out of his crotch and was dripping onto the ground. His face was extremely pale. Looking at Luo Tian's cold eyes, he was like a devil that had walked out of hell. His entire body was trembling, and he was so scared that he did not even dare to breathe. He said with a trembling voice, "Brat, you will die immediately." Without waiting for him to finish, Luo Tian's arm exerted force again, and directly shouted, "You really don't want to live?" Killing intent filled the air. Deng Weilong was extremely unwilling in his heart, but he was extremely afraid right now, and said, "Yes, yes, yes." Very good. Luo Tian smiled slightly, and said, "Apologize to Auntie for me." Apologize? I, Deng Weilong, have never apologized to anyone in my life. You want me to apologize to an old woman in the slums, you? Deng Weilong's face turned ugly. Asking him to apologize was simply humiliating him. Luo Tian's smile became cold. Not going to apologize, right? Pa. With a backhand, he slapped Deng Weilong's face. Apologize? Still not apologizing? Pa. Another slap. Without waiting for Deng Weilong to speak, another slap directly. A dozen consecutive slaps made Deng Weilong see stars. His cheeks were swollen high, and several of his front teeth were knocked out. His mouth was full of blood, and he said vaguely, "Apologize, I apologize, don't hit me, I apologize." Luo Tian's arm loosened, and he put down Deng Weilong, and said, "If you are not sincere, I will slap the other side of your face. Who dares to behave atrociously in the Sky Spirit Pavilion? Uncle! Save me!" Suddenly, a middle-aged man walked down from the second floor. Seeing the mess on the first floor, he immediately flew into a rage. What made him even angrier was that Deng Weilong was pinned against the wall by a mere 4 symbols realm cultivator. This was disrespect to the Deng family. Immediately, his footsteps moved. Using expeditious steps, a series of illusions appeared. Like a gust of wind, he walked from the second floor to the first floor. His eyes were like a tiger staring at its prey, staring at Luo Tian. His eyebrows trembled as he faintly said, "Brat, who are you?" Luo Tian did not pay attention to Deng Zhentian behind him. His eyes were still staring coldly at Deng Weilong as he said, "I told you to apologize. Did you not hear me?" At first, Deng Weilong was extremely afraid. But now, he didn't show the slightest bit of fear. That arrogant, hedonistic, and domineering expression returned to his face. He sneered to the extreme and said, "You dog, your time of death is coming, and you still want to apologize to me? Apologize to an old woman? Who do you think I am? Who do you think she is? Apologize to her? Can she withstand it? And you?" Deng Weilong said arrogantly, "You'd better let go of me immediately, and kneel down and kowtow to me to admit your mistake. I'll get someone to leave your corpse intact. Otherwise, you'll be reduced to ashes, you dog." He was arrogant. In Lingyan City, who did not know the strength of the Deng family, daring to make a move in the Heavenly Spirit Pavilion, wasn't this courting death? At first, Deng Weilong was indeed afraid. He was afraid that Luo Tian would really kill him. But now, he was not afraid at all. Because he was very clear about his uncle's strength. Dealing with a mere 4 symbols realm cultivator was easier than crushing an ant. Therefore, he was not afraid. The surrounding people were also whispering. Deng Zhentian, he is Deng Zhentian, an expert of the essence condensation realm. He can be ranked in the top 5 of the Deng family. Incredible. Did you see him go downstairs? He's using the 9th tier cultivation technique, phantom steps. His speed is so fast that people can't see him clearly. This brat is definitely going to suffer. Why bother? Offending the Deng family for an old woman he doesn't even know? He won't live to see the sun tomorrow. Everyone whispered to each other. However, less than 3 seconds after Deng Weilong finished his words, Luo Tian suddenly raised his knee and directly hit Deng Weilong's crotch. He roared like thunder and roared, "I told you to apologize to her. Did you King hear me?" The fire was getting bigger, bang. Woo. Woo. My. He covered his crotch with both hands, and his body caved in. He was in so much pain that cold sweat appeared on his forehead, and his whole body trembled. "Uncle, kill him. Still King stubborn, huh?" Luo Tian bellowed angrily, and once again, his knee fiercely hit the Deng family. You think the Deng family is so great? You think you can bully others just because you want to? You won't even let an old woman go. Are you still human? Do you really think everyone is afraid of you? All CKU. This knee directly broke Deng Weilong's 2 eggs. Deng Weilong was in so much pain that he looked up to the sky with his mouth open. He couldn't even scream, and could only swallow dryly. His face was incomparably pale. Presumptuous. Deng Zhentian did not expect this. He completely did not expect that Luo Tian would make a move, and in front of his eyes. He did not put him in his eyes at all, and even more so, did not put the Deng family in his eyes. Seeing that Deng Weilong was in so much pain that he could not scream, he moved his feet. Just as he was about to rush up and kill Luo Tian with one palm. Luo Tian suddenly grabbed Deng Weilong's throat, turned around abruptly, and stared coldly at Deng Zhentian, saying, "Get out of my way." With a move of his thumb, he grabbed Deng Weilong's throat. As long as he exerted a little force, his neck would be broken by Luo Tian. Deng Zhentian's face darkened, and his heart inexplicably trembled. He didn't know why. He looked at Luo Tian's cold eyes, and there was actually a sense of fear in his heart. It was a breakthrough, and he couldn't understand why he was frightened by this martial artist who only wanted to be in the 4 symbols realm. Just that. Luo Tian's cold eyes were too cold, just like the Grim Reaper from hell. It made people feel a chill in their hearts. Deng Zhentian's body suddenly stopped, and his mind moved to expel the fear in his heart, and said slightly, "Kid, you better let him go, or else your sister." Without waiting for him to finish, Luo Tian directly scolded, "Why is it so difficult to make him apologize? Bullying an old woman. What do you think he is? I can't stand it. This kind of beast shouldn't live in this world." Luo Tian's voice was filled with extreme anger. Looking at the old woman who was curled up and shivering, and her teeth were chattering in fear, the anger in his heart was boiling. Are you going to apologize or not? Luo Tian shouted again. His voice was raised. Deng Weilong's courage was almost broken, and he said, Dao, I apologize, I will apologize immediately. The little bird in his crotch was already in extreme pain. If he didn't treat it in time, it would be difficult. Deng Weilong didn't dare to have the slightest bit of anger, and immediately looked at the old woman and said, Elder, I'm sorry, I was wrong, I was really wrong, please ask this big brother to be magnanimous and let me go. The old woman looked at Luo Tian. Luo Tian said in a deep voice, Is an apology enough? 10 portions of blood spirit powder, 1 portion less, and you will die here today. Deng Weilong didn't dare to say more, protecting his little bird, protecting his balls was more important, and immediately roared, Didn't you hear? 10 portions of blood spirit powder, do you want me to die? At the same time as he spoke, Deng Weilong's eyes were filled with hatred. Thick hatred, he said in his heart, just you wait, as long as you are still in Lingyun City, as long as you are still alive in this world, I will kill you, I will torture you to death. At the same time, Deng Zhentian said slightly, Do as Weilong says. The Deng brothers were the only child. If something were to happen to him as the eldest uncle, he would not be able to shirk the responsibility. The most important point was, on the 3rd floor of the Heavenly Spirit Pavilion, there was an important guest from Cloud Mist College. If he saw this, it would have a huge impact on the Deng family. He also wanted this matter to end quickly. As long as Luo Tian left the Heavenly Spirit Pavilion, he would immediately be a corpse on the streets. 10 portions of blood spirit powder were quickly wrapped up. The old woman trembled as she held it. Looking at Luo Tian, she couldn't even walk steadily and said, Little brother, it's not worth it for an old woman like me. Hurry up and leave. Sir of the Heavenly Spirit Pavilion, everything was caused by this old woman. It has nothing to do with this little brother. If you want to kill me, then kill me. The old woman immediately cried. Luo Tian said slightly, Auntie, you should go and save your son. There's nothing for you here. At this moment, Deng Zhentian suddenly spoke, Shouldn't you let him go? Deng Zhentian's aura of the essence condensation realm had already been released. The entire hall could feel this strong sense of oppression. Luo Tian was naturally the same. He could feel the dangerous aura from Deng Zhentian's body. However, he did not let go, but said, Let the aunt out first. Deng Zhentian immediately said, I promise you, I will definitely not hurt her, and after you die, I will not make things difficult for her, you can rest assured about this. The old lady was helped out by a disciple of the Deng family. It was also at this time. Deng Zhentian shouted in a deep voice, Everyone, today's Heavenly Spirit Pavilion did not take good care of you and closed early. Tomorrow, all the spirit medicines on the 1st floor will be sold at a 20% discount. Go. Selling spirit medicines at a 20% discount? Ha ha ha. Kid, thank you. It's rare for the Deng family to sell spirit medicines at a discount. You've saved us a lot of money, ha ha ha, stop talking nonsense, hurry up and leave. Hurry up, wake up early tomorrow. The Heavenly Spirit Pavilion will definitely be crowded. A large group of people rushed out like a swarm of bees. In less than 10 seconds, only the disciples of the Deng family and Luo Tian were left on the 1st floor of the Heavenly Spirit Pavilion. Close the door. Bang, 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 clang. The door and windows were all closed. And it was even locked. The door was made of a particularly hard wood, and the lock was made of fine steel. Even an expert of the essence condensation realm would not be able to easily cut it. It was already impossible to break through the door and rush out. Deng Zhentian said slightly, I've sent you away, can you let go now? If you let go, I'll let you die with dignity. If you don't let go, I'll make it so that you can't even be a ghost and directly turn into ashes. I'll do what I say. It was a very deep voice. There was killing intent in his voice. Deng Zhentian was naturally angry. Deng Weilong said, I've already let him go, apologized, and given you the spirit medicine, what else do you want? I've done everything you want me to do. If you let go, I promise you that I'll definitely spare your life. Uncle, as long as he lets me go, you'll spare his life. His crotch was swollen. He had to be treated immediately. Otherwise, it would be over. I can't even use a bird for the rest of my life. Deng Zhentian frowned as he looked at Deng Weilong's pained expression. Alright, I promise you. Luo Tian looked around. After making sure that the door was locked and the windows were closed, he had nothing to be afraid of. He loosened his grip. In a flash, Deng Weilong fell down and sat on the ground. He quickly scurried to Deng Zhentian's side. Two Deng family disciples quickly rushed forward to support him. At this moment, Deng Weilong suddenly roared, kill him for me. My uncle killed him, He had been holding it in. Now, he finally couldn't hold it in any longer and cried out in pain. The little bird under his crotch was knocked unconscious by Luo Tian's knee. The thick hatred in his heart burst forth. Brat! Die! Suddenly, Deng Zhentian roared and instantly used the phantom steps. All the aura of the condensing origin realm on the first floor of the hall rushed towards Luo Tian's sea of consciousness. A powerful pressure rushed up. Luo Tian frowned and his body sank slightly. His sea of consciousness began to violently shake. Seeing Deng Zhentian rushing towards him with an arrogant killing intent, Luo Tian's arms sank heavily, his essence rolling, and he said in a deep voice, "Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Then, with a thought, he directly controlled the fire Kirin, wanting to summon him over first. It was just that, at this moment, a very powerful voice came over and shouted, "All of you, stop." Wang, wang. The sound was like a loud bell that exploded in his mind. Deng Zhentian suddenly stopped. His fist was only half a meter away from Luo Tian. However, he had no choice but to stop, because he was very familiar with this voice. It was the voice of his father, Deng Leigong. It was the voice of a peak martial void realm cultivator. He had to stop. Luo Tian's sea of consciousness shook violently, as if a huge wave was set off. His mind was like a small wooden boat in the vast sea. It could be overturned by a huge wave at any time. It was very uncomfortable. The only thing he could do was to maintain the strength of his heart. It was also at this moment he stopped the command to summon the fire Kirin. Boom! An old man with white eyebrows stood at the top of the stairs on the third floor of the Heavenly Spirit Pavilion. The old man was nearly 2 meters tall. His face carried an incomparably arrogant domineering aura, just like the thunder god. Deng Zhentian slightly raised his eyes, slightly bowed, and respectfully said, "Father, this brat killed the people of the Deng family, and even injured Wei Long's lower body. I'm afraid. Father, even if this brat has 10,000 lives, he must die today. The only child of the Deng family. If he was injured, how could it be? Moreover, more importantly, Luo Tian had caused a ruckus in the Heavenly Spirit Pavilion. If he did not die, where would the Deng family's face be?" Deng Leigong frowned slightly. He glanced at Deng Weilong, who was still screaming in pain, and then looked at Deng Zhentian, saying, "Shut up." As soon as he finished, the wind blew under his feet, and in half a breath's time, he instantly landed on the first floor. He was also using the phantom steps. It was so fast that it was like an illusion. Luo Tian's heart tightened, and thought to himself, expert, an absolute expert. The aura emitted from Deng Leigong's body was extremely dense. This kind of aura was not condensed from the essence, but rather the aura that he had slowly grown over the years. It was extremely powerful. Immediately after, Deng Leigong walked to Deng Weilong's side. Deng Weilong immediately screamed in pain, and said, "Grandfather, you must use the cruelest method to kill him. It hurts so much, grandfather. Kill this bastard," not waiting for him to finish. Deng Leigong suddenly slapped him hard. "Bastard brat, why aren't you apologizing to him?" Pa. This slap made Deng Weilong see stars, unable to distinguish between north, south, east, and west. Luo Tian was also stunned, and secretly said, "What's going on?" Deng Zhentian was also stunned, and said, "Father, why did you hit Wei Long? It's this brat, and you." Not waiting for him to finish, Deng Leigong seemed to be extremely angry, and shouted in a deep voice, "Usually, you are the one who spoils him, allowing him to be lawless, bullying an old man in the Heavenly Spirit Pavilion. Not only do you not care about it, but you also want to hit him, you also apologize to me." He was stunned. What was going on? Dang Zhentian's head was full of fog, and he was also a little confused. He looked at his father in a daze, unable to react. Apologize? Give it to him? Father. Apologize. Immediately. Dang Leigong's anger became even stronger. Luo Tian was dumbfounded. What was going on? Things changed too suddenly. Luo Tian couldn't react for a moment. Seeing the old woman being bullied, he stood out to defend her. When he saw Dang Zhentian close the door of the Heavenly Spirit Pavilion, he wanted to summon the Fire Kirin. If it didn't work, he would transform into Wolverine and see if he could level up. He didn't expect Dang Leigong to suddenly appear. He couldn't understand at all. Although Dang Zhentian was unwilling and extremely unhappy, he still said to Luo Tian coldly, "I'm sorry." Humph. Is this the tone of an apology? Be more sincere. Dang Leigong's anger did not reduce at all. Dang Zhentian was even more furious in his heart, but he did not dare to show it in front of his father. Looking at Luo Tian, he was extremely unhappy. He bowed and said heavily, "I'm sorry." Someone apologized. Luo Tian's character was naturally to take advantage of others. No matter what Dang Leigong meant. One thing he was very sure of was that someone was helping him behind the scenes, immediately. Luo Tian smiled faintly and said, "I'm a great person who doesn't remember the wrongs of a petty person. I forgive you. But you better be careful in the future. Don't show off in front of me. Otherwise, I won't forgive you." You. Dang Zhentian wanted to vomit blood. But he was stared back by Dang Leigong. His uncle had apologized. No matter how unwilling Dang Weilong was, he did not dare to be rash and immediately said, "I'm sorry." Luo Tian did not even look at him. Dang Leigong walked forward and smiled, "Little brother, are you satisfied? If you don't forgive these two bastards, I will immediately take care of them." At this time, Dang Zhentian and Dang Weilong were both shocked. They were very clear that Dang Leigong always meant what he said. If he said he would get someone to take care of them, he would definitely get someone to take care of them. They were also puzzled. What happened? How could this be? Father wasn't like this in the past. He was extremely protective of his children. No matter how big a mistake the Dang family made, he would always protect Dang Weilong. Why would he be so polite to an outsider? They could not understand. Luo Tian smiled faintly and said, "Thank you, old Mr. Dang. I don't have anything to forgive. I just hope that the Heavenly Spirit Pavilion can be more polite to its customers. After all, customers are gods. Although your Heavenly Spirit Pavilion's elixirs are good, if you keep doing business like this for a long time, your business will be ruined. Don't you think so?" Right. You're right. I have been negligent. I will definitely discipline him more in the future. Dang Leigong was extremely polite. Luo Tian looked at him and thought, who is it? He really wanted to know who was helping him from behind. Who was Dang Leigong? Would the strongest person in Lingyun City bow and scrape before him? Moreover, he had injured his grandson. It was already fortunate that he was not torn into pieces. How could he still be so sincere about that? "I'm fine, so you don't have to keep me." Luo Tian raised his head and looked at the third floor. He didn't want to stay in Heavenly Spirit Pavilion any longer. Dang Leigong immediately said, "Someone, open the door for me." Cough cough. At this moment, a low cough came from the third floor. The voice was a little deep and a little thin, as if it was a woman's pretentious voice. It was also at this time. Dang Leigong raised his eyes and immediately said, "Wait." Luo Tian's heart trembled, and he became cautious. Then, Dang Leigong took out a small red bottle from his bosom, and said, "Little brother, Heavenly Spirit Pavilion has frightened you. This is a small token of my respect. I hope you will accept it." The red skit was not an ordinary item. It could be considered a fifth-stage spirit treasure. It was used to store some precious elixirs or special items. Luo Tian did not refuse. He took the small bottle and asked, "What is this?" Dang Leigong smiled and said, "You'll know when you open it." Luo Tian opened the bottle cap, and a wave of pure and bloody elemental energy rushed out, almost instantly occupying the entire hall. Essence, an incomparably pure elemental energy. Luo Tian's face darkened. Blood spirit power. Father. That's for you to break through to the Grand Yen realm. Dang Zhentian said directly. He stared at Luo Tian as if he wanted to eat him up. This was the blood spirit energy that was worth millions of cultivation coins. The Dang family had spent a few years before they could afford to buy a 7th level blood spirit energy. Now, seeing his father give it to a stranger who beat up his grandson, how could he bear it? Dang Leigong completely ignored him, and laughed. The blood spirit power of the stage 7 Tongbi spirit monkey. As expected. Luo Tian's heart sank. He stared at the 3rd floor and shouted, "Is it you? Is it really you? Yi Yunmeng? Silly queen." No. After saying that, Luo Tian laughed bitterly, and said, "I should call you big sister." At this moment, time seemed to have stopped. Dang Leigong raised his eyes slightly. Dang Zhentian was shocked, and thought to himself, "Yi Yunmeng? Cloud Mist College's proud daughter of heaven? That Yi Yunmeng who is ranked 3rd on the Devil Sex Bounty list, could it be that she is the one who came to Cloud Mist College this time?" Shocked. What made him even more shocked was that Luo Tian actually called Yi Yunmeng big sister. Didn't they say that her brother's pubes was crippled? At this moment, Dang Zhentian once again noticed Luo Tian's pubes, and his heart sank again. Pubes is broken, how is that possible? His cultivation has reached the 4 symbol stage 7, and there are no signs of weakening. Without a doubt, he can cultivate, but how did he cultivate? There was no sound from the 3rd floor. The last time they parted ways in Martial Mountain City, Luo Tian had always been thinking about the silly queen who he had seen naked. He did not expect to meet her again in Martial Mountain City. More importantly, she actually asked Dang Leigong to take out his blood spirit power to break through to the Taiyan realm for him. He was moved, and said loudly, "I know you're up there, come out, let me see you. Yi Yunmeng, come out. Why don't you come out? Why? Since you want to help me, why don't you come out and see me?" 3rd floor. Behind the door, there was a face full of tears. Tears kept flowing. She covered her mouth, trying hard not to cry out loud. Because she did not want Luo Tian to know that she was crying, did not want Luo Tian to know that she was here, and did not want Luo Tian to see her now. She was no longer the ice beauty from before. She was no longer the #1 beauty of Cloud Mist College. She was no longer the Ice Queen. Her face, a large black spot appeared on her face, and it was still growing. This was not an illness, but a punishment from Xianxia. On the first day she returned to Cloud Mist City, a powerful sorcerer from Xianxia had planted the Black Dragon Scorpion King poison on her. This poison would turn her into an extremely ugly woman with black spots all over her body. She did not want Luo Tian to see it. No one knew that he needed the blood spirit force. Only Yi Yunmeng, last time at Wushan Mountain, she ignored the danger to search for a rank 7 monster just to help Luo Tian. She failed, she still wanted to help Luo Tian. When Luo Tian entered Lingyun City, Yi Yunmeng found him and immediately found the Deng family. Luo Tian left Tianling Pavilion with disappointment. He rushed to the 3rd floor of Tianling Pavilion, but there was no sign of Yi Yunmeng. He asked Dang Leigong, but Dang Leigong didn't say a word. He didn't know where Yi Yunmeng went. He just said that there was a place in Lingyun City where Cloud Mist College recruited disciples. "Since you want to help me, why don't you come out and see me?" Luo Tian walked on the street, a little distracted. He was sure that it was Yi Yunmeng. But she didn't want to see him. Luo Tian smiled bitterly and thought to himself, "Sigh. Is she still treating me as her brother? Is it just to repay me? What on earth are women thinking in their hearts?" Very frustrated, Luo Tian almost forgot about Yi Yunmeng, but she suddenly appeared again, immediately evoking his memories, and he felt unusually disappointed. Tianling Pavilion, Dang family. "Father, even if that kid is related to Yi Yunmeng, we don't have to give him the long-armed spirit monkey's blood spirit force, right? You have to know that it took you a few years to gather it, and it was prepared for your breakthrough to the Taiyan realm. Why did you? Deng Xiantian couldn't understand. In the room, there were also 4 middle-aged men. They were Deng Leigong's 4 sons. When they heard about this, they also didn't understand. Wasn't it a waste to give it to a 4 symbols rank 7 warrior? Moreover, that brat had injured the people of the Deng family and severely injured Deng Weilong. They didn't even know if that brat was damaged or not. If that was the case, then the Deng family's retreat would be cut off by him. Not killing him was already a blessing from the heavens. They couldn't understand why the blood spirit energy was given to him. Deng Leigong's expression was calm. He stroked his white beard and said, "The blood spirit energy is good, but I know very well that even if I fuse with it, I won't be able to break through to the Grand Yin realm." He was very clear about this. His talent was limited, and even if he had more elixirs, he wouldn't be able to break through. Even so, we can't let that kid get away with it. Exactly. Father, what did that proud daughter of heaven, Yunmeng, say to you? Why did she ask you to give the blood spirit energy to that brat? Deng Leigong smiled faintly and said, "The power of the blood spirit is useless to me. Even if I fuse with it, I won't be able to make a breakthrough. However, this step of mine is very worthwhile because she promised to give us a place in the Deng clan. Direct admission to Cloud Mist College." As soon as he finished speaking, the 5 of them were shocked. What? A place in Cloud Mist College? Father, is what you said true? If that's the case, it's worth it. It's definitely worth it. Moreover, it's a huge profit. A place in Cloud Mist College costs close to 5 million mystic coins, and you might not be able to get in even if you have the money. Since it's a Yunmeng from Cloud Mist College, she must have a way. Compared to the power of the blood spirit, a place in Cloud Mist College was much more important. It was also worth a lot of money. The reason why the Deng clan could rise so quickly and become the #1 clan in Lingyan City in just a few decades was because Deng Leigong was once a graduate of Cloud Mist College. His influence and the things he brought back from Cloud Mist College were very powerful. To a silver organization, a king organization was a realm that they couldn't touch even if they looked up to it. Therefore, Deng Leigong agreed without any hesitation. Deng Leigong smiled lightly and said, "With this place, even if I become 100 years old, I won't have to worry about the decline of the Deng clan. With the identity of a student of Cloud Mist College, the Deng clan can still prosper in Lingyan City for another 100 years. I won't have to worry about anything." This was what he thought. It was impossible for the Deng clan to become a gold organization. Moreover, the Deng family didn't have any outstanding disciples. Their 5 sons were all single-mindedly researching and refining pills. Although their only grandson's talent wasn't bad, he only cared about enjoying himself. He didn't want to cultivate at all. Otherwise, with his 4 symbols 8th tier cultivation base and several high-grade cultivation methods, how could he have lost to Luo Tian? He had to plan for the future of the Deng clan. Immediately, Deng Leigong said seriously, "Xiantian, pass down the order. No one in the Deng clan is allowed to seek revenge on that brat. From today onwards, without my orders, Wei Long is not allowed to step out of the Deng clan. It's almost time for Cloud Mist College to recruit disciples. During this time, I have to think of a way to raise Wei Long's cultivation to the condensed essence realm." "Yes, sir. I'll pass down the order immediately." Deng Leigong didn't want to take revenge. His grandson was beaten to the point where he was almost unconscious. Any grandfather would be furious. But he didn't dare to do anything to Luo Tian right now. Because this was related to the matter of the Cloud Mist College's quota. Yunmei was in charge of this assessment. She had the authority to specially recruit. If she was unhappy, this special recruitment quota would naturally be gone. Luo Tian walked absent-mindedly. He didn't know where to go. After dawn, he would go to the House of Bai. A fierce battle was waiting for him, but he didn't think about the House of Bai at all. Suddenly, the old lady from the Heavenly Spirit Pavilion suddenly jumped out and pulled Luo Tian's hand into a dark alley. She anxiously asked, "Little brother, did the people from the Deng clan make things difficult for you?" Luo Tian came back to his senses and said, "Auntie, it's you. You didn't make things difficult for me. Don't you see that I'm fine?" The old lady looked at Luo Tian seriously. He really didn't have any injuries, and the stone in her heart was lifted. If Luo Tian died, then she wouldn't forgive herself. She had just returned home and fed her son the blood spirit powder. After her son felt better, she immediately ran to the Heavenly Spirit Pavilion. If she had to exchange her life for his, she hoped that she would be the one to die. After all, Luo Tian had killed a member of the Dang clan and even rewarded the young master of the Dang clan. It's good that you're fine. It's good that you're fine. It's really good that you're fine. The old woman became excited and silently chanted something in her heart. She thanked the gods in the sky and said, "Little brother, you saved my son's life and also saved my old woman's life. When I came out, my son wanted me to bring you back so that he could thank you back then." No need, Luo Tian hadn't finished speaking yet. The system suddenly sounded out. Ding! Congratulations to the player for triggering the quest. Quest content, follow Grandma Zhang home. Quest level, F. Quest reward, 100 experience points, 10 essence points. Eh? Luo Tian was startled, why did I trigger a quest? Furthermore, it's the lowest level quest I've ever seen. This? Luo Tian looked at Aunt Zhang's head again, only to see a golden exclamation mark flashing above her head. His heart sank, could it be the prelude to the hidden quest? He couldn't say for sure. However, since the system had issued a quest, then he would complete it. This would be helpful for future quests. Moreover, Luo Tian was idle right now, so he went to take a look. 100 experience was also experience, and he could get 100 experience by walking a few steps. Alright. Auntie Zhang, please lead the way. With a thought, Luo Tian accepted the lowest level mission in history. Aunt Zhang was startled, looked at Luo Tian suspiciously, and said, how do you know my surname is Zhang? Huh? I was just guessing. Did I really guess it right? Luo Tian pretended to be stupid. Oh. So it's like that. Haha. Don't worry about my surname. You are my savior. You can call me whatever you want. Aunt Zhang was very happy. As she walked forward, she said, my son heard that someone stood up for me in the Heavenly Spirit Pavilion, so he really wanted to meet you. He even said that it was very rare for someone to stand up for the weak. Little brother, if it wasn't for you today, I wouldn't have been able to buy the blood spirit powder. My son would probably be rolling on the ground in pain right now. Thank you so much. You are really the benefactor of our Lin family. Auntie Zhang thanked her along the way. She also said a few things about her son. His son was born in the ancient continent. Logically speaking, he should be a warrior of the pre-celestial spirit martial realm. However, his cultivation couldn't increase. Every time it increased, it would fall back down. It was as if there was a bottomless pit in his body that could never be filled. No matter how hard he tried to cultivate, it was useless. For this reason, he kept risking his life. In the end, his body couldn't bear it and he fell ill. Even when he fell ill, there was a tyrannical force in his body that was constantly devouring his profound qi. He could only use the blood spirit powder to relieve the pain. However, the price of the blood spirit powder was very high. Relying on his mother's job of washing clothes for others, she could barely buy a little blood spirit powder a month. He would take it when he was in pain. However, he did not know why it suddenly acted up today. The pain was unbearable. Or else, Auntie Zhang would not come out to buy blood spirit powder in the middle of the night. Moreover, the money was borrowed by mortgaging her house. Luo Tian's heart was suddenly touched by the image of a single mother with a sick son living in poverty. It was half an hour away. Luo Tian arrived at a small courtyard in the slums of the southern part of the city. The small courtyard was very clean and spotless. It was just very simple and crude. Auntie Zhang walked into the yard and said, it's a little simple. Do whatever you want. Shortly after. Dong-er, our benefactor is here, our benefactor is here. Auntie Zhang hurriedly walked into the room. There was a commotion in the room, followed by a light cough. With the support of his mother, a thin and slightly sickly youth walked out. Looking at Luo Tian in the courtyard, his expression was a little emotional, and said, thank you, if not for you, my mother. I really don't know how to thank you. Luo Tian also quickly walked forward, smiled faintly, and said, seeing injustice on the road, this is what we warriors should do. You don't have to thank me, those people really deserved a beating, if not I wouldn't have helped them. Auntie Zhang anxiously said, benefactor, please sit. It was also at this moment. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for completing the quest. The reward is 100 experience points, 10 essence chi points as a reward. The system sounded out. Luo Tian secretly waited, but after waiting for a few seconds, he realized that the system did not sound out again. He could not help but feel a little disappointed, and thought to himself, looks like I was thinking too much. It's not a chain quest, nor is there a hidden quest. Hidden quests were all powerful and mysterious. It required an extremely high level of luck to trigger them. Just when Luo Tian thought that the quest had been completed, he looked at the top of Auntie Zhang's head. There was no exclamation mark or anything like that, but there was a golden exclamation mark above her son's head. Luo Tian frowned, and thought, mission. This mission's level is definitely not low. It was just that. Right now, he did not trigger it. This was a little strange. However, Luo Tian was not in a hurry. He sat on the stone block, looked at the sickly youth, and asked, when did your illness start? I heard from your mother that there is a mysterious power in your body that is constantly devouring the profound chi in your body. Is that true? Speaking of his illness, the youth sighed and said, the illness started 2 years ago, but the power in my body has always been there since I can remember. These 10 years of cultivation have all been eaten by it, otherwise, with my current cultivation, I would at least be able to let my mother live a better life. Sigh. Tears appeared at the corner of Auntie Zhang's eyes. He choked up a little. Holding his son's hand tightly, he said kindly, as long as you are alive, it doesn't matter if I am a little more tired. Luo Tian was a little moved in his heart, and asked, just relying on the blood spirit powder to stop the pain, is there no other medicine that can cure it? Or have you tried any other methods to communicate with the devouring power in your body? Auntie Zhang sighed, and said, there was once an old gentleman who said that if he wanted to cure the strange disease in his son's body, he would need the power of blood spirit. The power of blood spirit is worth a few million profound coin. Even if I worked like a horse for 10 lifetimes, I wouldn't be able to earn that much. At this moment. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for triggering the quest. Mission content, help Auntie Zhang and her son. Mission level, S mission reward, power of spiritual explosion, heavenly sword, 10,000 experience, 10,000 essence. What? Luo Tian was instantly stunned. Looking at the quest level, looking at the quest reward. He was stunned, he was completely stunned. He had thought that there would be a hidden quest. But he had never thought that there would be an S-level quest, and even more so, he had never thought that the reward of an S-level quest would be so heaven-defying. Power of spiritual explosion, unlock the power of the divine ability Berserk. Heavenly sword? The divine artifact Heavenly Sword from the Heavenly Sword and Dragon Saber? Does this have to be so King Fierce? Could it be, the second level system also has the rewards of the novel? Just like the draw slash? When Luo Tian saw the 3 words Heavenly Sword, he couldn't help but drool. He had a lecherous look on his face, as if he was in a brothel and saw a large group of naked, beautiful girls throwing flirtatious glances at him. Luo Tian's heart was moved. He was too King moved. Power of spiritual explosion, Heavenly Sword, who wouldn't be moved, at this moment? Luo Tian suddenly asked, what's your name? He did not think too much about it. The youth replied very seriously, my name is Lin Dong. The main character of Martial Yin Yang had appeared. Lin Dong? The main character of Martial Yin Yang, Lin Dong? What the F***? Luo Tian was so shocked that he almost pooped his pants. The name Lin Dong was too familiar because he was the main character of Martial Yin Yang. It was one of Luo Tian's favorite novels. It can't be? Is there really such a thing? It should be someone with the same name. It is normal to have people with the same name in different worlds. No matter what, this is not Lin Dong from Martial Yin Yang. This is also not the world he is in. Luo Tian was puzzled. However, He had a feeling that the young man in front of him was Lin Dong from Martialing Yang. This feeling came to him. It was as if it was forcing him to believe it. Furthermore, it was an S-level mission. If it was really someone with the same name, how could there be an S-level mission and the reward be so amazing? It made him think that he was the main character of Martialing Yang, Lin Dong. Luo Tian frowned and made a decision. Originally, the blood spirit force was given to him by Yi Yunmeng. She must have reached an agreement with Deng Leigong. Otherwise, Deng Leigong would not give him the blood spirit force that was worth millions. Furthermore, this blood spirit force had a different meaning to Luo Tian. However, Luo Tian was very clear about one thing. This blood spirit force from the long-arm spirit monkey could not break the seal of the 4 mythological beasts in his body. Even if he merged with it, it would be useless. In the end, it would be a waste of this blood spirit force. Thinking of this, Luo Tian sighed and said, "Silly queen, thank you." He owed her. However, Luo Tian made up his mind. He looked at Lin Dong and said, "I happen to have a portion of blood spirit force here." Lin Dong was shocked. His eyes were filled with desire. Auntie Zhang was so excited that she couldn't speak. "Benefactor, can you?" No, we don't have that much money. "We can't afford it." Lin Dong's eyes dimmed significantly. With a bitter smile, he said, "Blood spirit energy is an extremely precious item to any practitioner. Since your cultivation is not high, fusing with this blood spirit energy will definitely allow you to break through a few realms." Everyone knew the use of blood spirit energy. To any martial artist, it was an extremely precious item. Otherwise, it wouldn't be worth millions of cultivation coins. Luo Tian smiled and said, "I can give you the blood spirit energy, but you have to promise me one thing." For me?" Lin Dong was stunned. He was completely stunned. He looked at Luo Tian excitedly. All these years, he had been unable to cultivate and had been treated as trash. He had endured it for more than 10 years. He thought that he would be like this for the rest of his life. He wanted to become stronger even in his dreams. He wanted to give his mother a good life. But, his body. The strange power in his body turned him into a cripple. He hated it very much, but he didn't give up. He was still working hard to cultivate, wanting to break through the shackles. When he found out that the power in his body could only be undone by the blood spirit energy, his heart died. But now, he saw a glimmer of hope. Auntie Zhang immediately knelt on the ground with tears in her eyes. "Benefactor, you are the benefactor of our Lin family. Whatever conditions you have, I will do it even if I have to be a cow or a horse. If this lifetime isn't enough, I will repay your kindness in my next life." Luo Tian quickly helped Auntie Zhang up. Looking at Lin Dong, he said, "My request is very simple. I want you to be my underling from now on. This is my only request. If you agree, I will immediately give you the blood spirit energy." "Of course, you can. Also refuse." Taking in the main character of Martialing Yang as his underling, how cool was this? Luo Tian was so excited that he almost suffocated. He thought to himself, who else is as awesome as me? If I can take Lin Dong as my underling, then there will be Xiao Yan, Qin Yu, Lin Li, and all the other powerful main characters in the novel. If they all become my underlings, then how abnormal would my underling army be? Each and every one of them would be at the martial saint level. There would even be the absolute overlords of the Hongmeng realm. These are all people with limitless potential. If they all become my underlings, then I can do whatever I want. Who would dare to stop me? This idea was just a flash of inspiration. When he said that he would take Lin Dong as his underling, Luo Tian couldn't help but admire himself. He was too damn smart. Lin Dong was stunned. He foolishly looked at Luo Tian. He was still waiting for Luo Tian to continue, but when he heard this, he stopped. He said, "Just this condition? This is too simple. My cultivation is already crippled. Even if I were to train now, it would be extremely difficult. I have no value at all. If I become your underling, I will only be a burden to you. Do you want to reconsider?" What he said was the truth. He was afraid that he would cause trouble for Luo Tian. Luo Tian lightly smiled and said, whether you agree or not, you don't need to care about other things. Aunt Zhang immediately smiled and said, Donger, nod your head. You must not miss such a good opportunity. Furthermore, your benefactor is not a bad person. He will definitely not harm you. Hurry up and agree. She was anxious. She was afraid that Lin Dong would be hot-headed and refuse. One must know that Lin Dong's character was extremely principled. Lin Dong looked at Luo Tian. From the latter's eyes, Lin Dong knew that Luo Tian was not joking with him. Instead, he was seriously speaking to him. Lin Dong nodded and said, I agree. His heart was extremely moved. What was the difference between this condition and giving him the blood spirit force for free? I, Lin Dong, will never forget this kindness. Lin Dong secretly clenched his fists. He secretly swore in his heart, Big brother, from now on, I will do whatever you say. I will block swords for you, take blades for you, and die for you. I will definitely not frown. Luo Tian laughed and happily said, Don't worry, as my underling, if anyone dares to bully you, I will take care of their 18 generations of ancestors. Furthermore, you don't need to worry about your current cultivation. I believe that there is one thing you can do that will make this world tremble. After he finished speaking, Luo Tian took out the small red bottle and said, This contains the long-armed ape monkey's blood spirit force. Take it. Excited. Lin Dong's hands were trembling. He stretched out his hands and did not dare to accept it. He also did not dare to believe everything that was happening in front of his eyes. It was as if he was dreaming. Aunt Zhang was also excited. She kept thanking him in her heart, My son finally has hope. Thank you, thank you, thank you. At the same time, Luo Tian was also excited. Lin Dong has become my underling, ha ha ha, that's too awesome. The moment Lin Dong received the small red bottle, a notification sounded out in Luo Tian's mind. Ding. Wow. Quest completed, spiritual explosion, heavenly sword, I'm coming. The 3rd chapter has been delivered. It's the end of the month. Those who have monthly votes, please help me vote. The old cow was extremely grateful. It was time to be excited. Hearing the system beep, Luo Tian became inexplicably excited. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for completing the S-level quest. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the quest reward, 100000 experience, 10,000 essence G points, spiritual explosion power, heavenly sword, ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for advancing. Current level, for symbol stage, 8. A few notifications sounded in a row. When Luo Tian heard the 3 words heavenly sword, his heart skipped a beat, and he almost instantly opened the system to check. Wow, it really is the heavenly sword, damn it. This is definitely a holy artifact. It was exactly the same as the heavenly sword in the movie. Luo Tian was once again excited as he thought to himself, this time it's the heavenly sword, what will it be next time? If it can drop some items from mythical movies, it would be even more amazing. In the heavenly sword and dragon saber, the heavenly sword was too powerful. Item, heavenly sword grade, semi-artifact description, who can compete with the heavenly sword? Semi-artifact. It's actually not a holy artifact? Luo Tian was a little puzzled, but he was still excited in his heart. He immediately checked the power of the spiritual explosion, and with a thought, he said, Fuse. He summoned the heaven-melting cauldron. In the skill column, the sacred art berserk directly flew into the heaven-melting cauldron, and then the power of the spiritual explosion was placed inside. Bang, 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 rumble, rumble. The sound continued to explode. The heaven-melting cauldron continued to explode, and the berserk power wreaked havoc, constantly exploding into flames. It also carried the sounds of tens of thousands of people fighting, as well as the roars of the violent King Kong ape, shaking the heavens and the earth. Half an hour later. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for fusing a new skill, God's Explosion. Ding. Do you want to cultivate it? Luo Tian was excited, just hearing this name sounds awesome. God's Explosion, does that mean that even a god can explode into a mess? Cultivate. I must cultivate. Berserk was already unbelievably awesome. What more godly explosion, the longer the fusion time, the higher the grade of the skill. Half an hour was enough to prove how awesome this skill was. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for exploding. Cultivation method, Divine Explosion grade, Divine Proficiency, 01000 cooldown, 300 seconds consumption, 1000 yuan chi description, a level 1 Divine Explosion can release 4 times the power. All attributes will be increased by 2 times. All skills damage will be increased by 2 times. Physical defense will be increased by 2 times. Luck will be increased by 2 times. Critical rate will be increased by 2 times. Instant kill rate will be increased by 2 times. My god, it really is a godly explosion. The improved Berserk was indeed awesome. Luo Tian was dumbfounded when he saw the skill's description. He thought of the fierce battle tomorrow morning and laughed coldly in his heart. House of Bai, right? Just you wait, I'm going to explode. At the same time, Lin Dong and his mother looked at Luo Tian's expression. Sometimes it was excited, sometimes it was sinister, and sometimes it was filled with killing intent. They had no idea what he was thinking. Benefactor, benefactor. You, what's wrong? Aunt Zhang asked carefully. Luo Tian's expression recovered, and he immediately smiled. Auntie, don't call me benefactor, just call me Luo Tian, little Tian is also fine. Benefactor, to be honest. The two of them were Luo Tian's benefactors. If not for the fact that he was unhappy with Deng Weilong in the Heavenly Spirit Pavilion and saved Aunt Zhang, how could there be these things? How could he trigger an S-rank quest? It was even more impossible for him to obtain the Heavenly Sword and the power of Spirit Explosion in the future. This was simply impossible. Luo Tian was extremely grateful in his heart. Apart from these, the biggest gain today was that he had taken in an amazing little brother, Lin Dong. He was even more certain that Lin Dong was the main character in the Martial Yin Yang novel. His future achievements would definitely shock the world. At the same time, Luo Tian couldn't help but think, since there's Lin Dong, then there'll definitely be Xiao Yan, Lin Li, Qin Yu, Tang San, Luo Feng, Ji Ning. These are all super awesome characters. If I can get them all as my followers, then my future days, would be too damn awesome. At this time, Luo Tian looked at Lin Dong and said, hurry up and use the power of the blood spirit. You can communicate with the mysterious energy in your body, I believe it will help you. Lin Dong looked at Luo Tian and nodded his head heavily. He poured the power of the blood spirit into his mouth. Wang, a buzzing sound rang out, a blood-colored light burst out from Lin Dong's body and turned into a beam of light. It was like a fountain of blood bursting out from a pool of blood. It directly rushed into the sky and into the dark night sky. The clouds in the sky continuously rotated and churned, and an incomparably powerful force shot down. Lin Dong's body sank, revealing a painful expression. Donger. Auntie Zhang's face was filled with shock. She wanted to go forward and support her son. Luo Tian immediately pulled her back and said, believe in your son, he can definitely do it. Lin Dong also said solemnly, Mother, don't worry, your son can definitely do it. I will definitely step onto the path of martial arts again. I will definitely become strong and let you live a good life. All of a sudden, Lin Dong fiercely raised his head. His two bloodshot eyes stared at the sky and fiercely roared, come, let me see how strong you are. No matter how strong you are, I will trample you under my feet. Rumble, rumble. The sky was churning, and Lin Dong's body was also churning. A blood-colored rune appeared from the mysterious power in his body, and the rune turned into a pool of blood. The pool of blood continued to expand, and continued to erupt in his body's 8 extraordinary meridians. The power was gathering bit by bit. It was abnormally powerful. Lin Dong's face gradually turned rosy. When he felt that powerful force, he was excited, so excited that tears gushed out of his eyes. 13 years, an entire 13 years, I have never felt the origin chi as clearly as I do now. I can feel the power in my body passing by. This feeling is too good, too good. Woo, as he spoke. His tears flowed uncontrollably. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Previous chapter next chapter boom. Previous chapter next chapter boom. Lin Dong's body constantly emitted rumbling sounds from the collision of power. This was the sign of a breakthrough. Luo Tian couldn't remember how many times Lin Dong's body rang out. He only knew that the aura released from Lin Dong's body was getting thicker and thicker, slowly suppressing the aura on his body. Moreover, it was constantly emitting rumbling sounds. The blood-colored light beam in the sky carried an endless amount of power, and it was all absorbed by him. Damn. That's way too powerful. After a full hour, the blood-red light disappeared. The blood pool in his body also slowly disappeared. His cultivation was fixed at a certain place. Level 6 of the Essence Condensation Realm. In an hour, he went from level 1 of the Spirit Martial Realm to level 6 of the Essence Condensation Realm. What kind of concept was that? Luo Tian couldn't understand. I've always thought that my leveling speed was the fastest, but... Holy sh*t. I'm only at level 30. How King awesome is that? That's the equivalent of killing a super lord boss at level 1. Luo Tian felt bitter. He was shocked. Level 6 of the Essence Condensation Realm in an hour, that was too terrifying. However, he was also very excited. If he didn't have this achievement, then he wouldn't be the Lin Dong from Martial Yin Yang. That's right, this kid must be the Lin Dong from Martial Yin Yang. Ha ha ha. Lin Dong is my little brother, this time I'm going to be rich, ha ha ha, excitement. Unspeakable excitement. Luo Tian was even more excited than Lin Dong. Lin Dong's face didn't look sick at all, his body was full of yuan qi, the power in his body was very strong. He clenched his fists, and there was a slight explosion in the air. Power, this is power. Mother! I can train again. I can train again. Lin Dong threw himself into his mother's arms, and the two of them cried together. It wasn't easy. It wasn't easy at all. Even in his dreams, he didn't think that he would be able to train again, and it was all thanks to one person. Immediately, Lin Dong looked at Luo Tian, and knelt down heavily. To him, Luo Tian was the person who gave him a second chance at life. He said heavily, "Thank you, boss. Thank you, without you, I, Lin Dong, would still be struggling at death's door, and would still be a loser in the eyes of others." Aunt Zheng wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes and said, "Dong-er, from today onwards, you are his servant, everything he says is an order. No matter how high you achieve in the future, you can't forget him." Lin Dong said, "I know. I will definitely remember it." Luo Tian quickly helped Lin Dong up and said with a smile, "Don't be a slave. You can call me boss from now on. I believe that one day you will become an expert at the peak of martial arts. My vision is not wrong." This was a must. The night passed in silence. The next morning, at the house of Bai, it was decorated with lanterns and colored banners, bustling with noise and excitement. Lingyan City's #1 beauty, Bai Lingling, is getting married to the young master of the Ouyang family, Ouyang Yi. From now on, the house of Bai and the Ouyang family will have a marriage alliance. The alliance between the two families will definitely cause new conflicts in Lingyan City. Among the 5 major families in Lingyan City, the Deng family is the strongest. The Bai and Ouyang families have formed an alliance. The Li and Zhou families are also discussing about forming an alliance. If they don't form an alliance, they will definitely be eaten up. The house of Bai is in turmoil. If Bai Yuan wants to gain a foothold in the house of Bai, he must find a power to rely on. The Ouyang family is a good choice. Bai Yuan is really smart. If he doesn't form an alliance at this juncture, the house of Bai will be eaten up by the other 4 major families. I heard that Ouyang Ye's penis is dying. If Bai Lingling marries him, won't she be a widow? Ha ha ha, what a pity. Her father is locked in the Dark Wind Cave, and she is willing to be a pawn and marry into the Ouyang family. This kind of woman is obviously not a good person. There were all kinds of discussions in the restaurants and tea houses on both sides of the street. House of Bai, inner court. In Bai Lingling's room. Bai Lingling looked at herself in the mirror. She looked at the phoenix coronet and robe. Her eyes were filled with hatred. She clenched her fists in her sleeves. Her nails dug into her palms, but she didn't feel any pain. Father, how are you? Brother, is Uncle Li willing to help you? Luo Tian. After returning to the house of Bai, she only said one sentence. I want to marry Ouyang Yi. After that, she didn't say a word. She sat in her room and didn't sleep for the entire night. She was thinking and worried. She felt like the loneliest person in the world. She wanted to cry, but she didn't dare to. This day was as torturous as 10,000 years to her. In the morning, when she saw a maid carrying the phoenix coronet and robe into the room, her heart tightened. Miss, it's getting late. Hurry up and put it on. If the master finds out, we will be in trouble again. One of the maids said softly. Bai Lingling was indifferent. She didn't say a word and continued to stare at herself in the mirror. At this moment, Bai Yuan led several elders into the room. He smiled faintly and said, My good niece, today is your big day. It's also a big day for the house of Bai. Hurry up and dress up. Tomorrow, you will be a member of the Ouyang family. The house of Bai will rely on you in the future. Ha ha ha, yes. Yes. Bai Lingling turned her head to look at Bai Yuan and said coldly, I promise you that I will marry Ouyang Yi. But don't forget what you promised me. I want my father alive. I want my father to come out of the dark wind cave. White Ape was stunned for a moment before he smiled and said, Of course. He's my brother after all. No matter how vicious I am, I won't kill my brother. Don't worry, once you're married, I'll release your father immediately. Bai Lingling turned around and said indifferently, Wash me up and dress me up. The corner of Bai Yuan's mouth curled up as he laughed, That's right, that's a good girl. Patriarch. There are a lot of people in the hall. We should go out and greet them. An elder reminded. Bai Yuan glanced at the maid behind Bai Lingling. The servant girl nodded. Then Bai Yuan walked out of the room, but after he took a few steps, he suddenly returned to the room. He frowned and asked, Lingling, you really didn't see your big brother Baiing? Bai Lingling did not move, and said, No. Bai Yuan had some doubts in his heart, and secretly said, This girl can't be plotting something, right? Humph. Even if you are plotting something in front of me, don't think you can do anything. If you don't stop talking, I will kill you, humph. Bai Yuan's heart hardened. Before dawn, he sent people to search the Wu Mountain range. The people from the Ouyang family are here. An elder hurriedly walked in. Bai Yuan immediately smiled and said, Haha. Let's go to the hall together. Today is my big day, Bai Yuan. Other than the marriage alliance. He also wanted to announce to the public that he was the new patriarch of the House of Bai. In the past, it was only within the House of Bai, and Lingyan City did not recognize it. Now, he wanted to use this opportunity to announce to Lingyan City that he was the leader of the House of Bai. There are so many people. A silver organization is indeed a silver organization. The scene is not ordinary. Suddenly, a man appeared at the entrance of the House of Bai. The man was Luo Tian. Looking at the endless stream of people in the House of Bai, he laughed. Wow, they are all experience points. Stop. Suddenly, a disciple of the House of Bai blocked Luo Tian's path and asked, Please show me your invitation. Invitation? Luo Tian was stunned. He looked around at the people around him. None of them had shown him any invitation. This made him confused, and he said, Why don't they show me their invitation? Why do I have to show mine? It's very simple. Because of your cultivation, because of your clothes. From these 2 points, you need to show me your invitation. Otherwise, you can't enter. The House of Bai disciple's eyes were filled with disdain as he snorted coldly. Luo Tian's cultivation was only at the 4 symbols realm, not strong. Luo Tian's clothes were very simple, and there were no family or power symbols embroidered on the chest of his clothes. It was obvious that he did not join the 5 great families of Lingyan City, so he did not have the qualifications to enter. I'm sorry. Luo Tian smiled slightly, and said, I don't. Humph. I knew you didn't. This is not a place for trash like you. Hurry up and get lost, or I'll break your dog legs. The disciple of the House of Bai immediately shouted angrily, revealing a superior aura. The House of Bai and the Ouyang family were about to form an alliance. In the future, the House of Bai would be the strongest family in Lingyun City, other than the Deng family. The status of these disciples would naturally be higher, which was why he was so arrogant. The corner of Luo Tian's mouth curled up, and he sneered, I don't have an invitation, but I do have this, what do you have? Not waiting for him to finish, Luo Tian smiled and said, have you seen a fist the size of a casserole before? Bam! A punch was thrown out. It directly hit his mouth. Boom! His entire body flew into the courtyard, flew more than 10 meters away, and crashed into the rockery in the middle of the courtyard. His head was bleeding, and he died on the spot. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian, the system sounded out. Luo Tian rubbed his fists and sneered, this is much more useful than an invitation. Murder. Who is so bold as to kill someone in the House of Bai? Do you want to die? In the hall, Bai Yuan was giving a passionate speech. Just as he was about to announce to the people in the hall that he was the new head of the House of Bai, a disciple hurriedly ran into the hall and said, reporting to the head of the House of Bai, someone has charged in. What? Who dared to kill someone in my House of Bai? I think he's tired of living. Great, he dares to cause trouble on my House of Bai's big day. Today, I'll let him see the power of the House of Bai. Inside the hall, several elders of the House of Bai suddenly stood up, their faces filled with killing intent. Bai Yuan's brow sank. He slowly stood up and walked outside. Looking at Luo Tian standing in the courtyard, he asked in a low voice, little brother, has my House of Bai done anything to offend you? Luo Tian shook his head and said, towards me. I don't think so. Bai Yuan immediately became angry. Then why did you kill a disciple of my House of Bai? Luo Tian smiled and said, there's no reason. I just didn't like him, so I killed him. Oh right. I don't like you either. Ha ha ha, if you don't like the head of the House of Bai, are you going to kill him too? Ha ha ha, a brat of the, for symbols, realm dares to be so arrogant. He really doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Suddenly, a youth walked out of the hall. Ouyang Yi, his gaze changed as he walked to Bai Yuan's side. He looked at Luo Tian in shock and said, since you didn't die. He didn't die even after being surrounded by so many zombies, how was this possible? He had never seen Luo Tian's true appearance, but from his body, he was very clear that he was the man in the ancient cave. When Luo Tian saw Ouyang Yi, his killing intent immediately burst out uncontrollably. He laughed coldly and said, we meet again. Humph. You dog, so many zombies didn't kill you last time. Today, you won't be able to escape even if you have wings. Ouyang Yi was extremely furious. When he thought about how the little bird under his crotch would never rise, the anger in his heart erupted crazily. Men! Kill him for me! Ouyang Yi shouted angrily. An old man walked to Ouyang Yi's side and said softly, young master, this is the House of Bai, and the head of the family said, without waiting for him to finish, Ouyang Yi suddenly shouted, I want you to kill him, then kill him. What nonsense is this? The old man's face changed slightly and immediately shouted, yes sir. Bai Yuan said slightly, since this kid has a grudge with little Yi, then the House of Bai can't sit idly by. Leave this kid to us. Little Yi, how do you want him to die? Ouyang Yi smiled coldly and said, cut off his lower body and destroy his cultivation. Then, I want to kill him with 1,000 cuts. I want to kill him in the cruelest way in the world. Just how much hatred was there between them? Bai Yuan smiled faintly and said, no problem. Bai Shan. I'll leave it to you. Do as little Yi said. Destroy this kid's cultivation first. Yes sir. Bai Shan walked out. At this time, the bride is here. On the way to the inner courtyard, Bai Lingling was wearing a phoenix coronet and a red robe with the help of 2 maids. There was a trace of worry on her face, making her look even more delicate and pitiful. She was so beautiful that it made one's heart ache. So all eyes were on her. Her eyes were filled with hesitation and anticipation as she glanced at the courtyard. Suddenly, she stopped and bit her lip. Tears streamed down her face. Others didn't know, but Ouyang Yi was very clear. Ah, teeth grinding, Ouyang Yi couldn't bear it anymore. He rushed out and said in a deep voice, "A pair of dogs, I'll fulfill your wish today." While talking, he had already come to Bai Lingling's side and grabbed her throat, saying, "You like him, don't you? He likes you too, doesn't he? Good, 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 Bai Lingling, you are my Xianxia's woman, now and in the future. Even if you become a ghost, you are my Xianxia's woman. If you want to be with him, don't even dream about it in this lifetime." Finished. Xianxia looked at Luo Tian and laughed coldly, saying, "You came for her, right? Haha. You want to be a hero and save the beauty? You dog, this is not Wu Mountain, this is Lingyun City, this is my Xianxia's territory." Pa. Suddenly, Xianxia slapped down. The slap landed on Bai Lingling's face, directly slapping Bai Lingling to the ground. Xianxia's face was full of malevolence, and said, "Ha ha ha. Are you satisfied? Is it satisfying to see your beloved woman being beaten?" Luo Tian's eyes darkened. Killing intent surged out. He looked at Xianxia and said word by word, "From the moment you lured the zombie to my side, I swore to myself that the next time I see you, it will be your death. In my eyes, you are already dead." Today, he returned home after a day's ride, and tomorrow at 6 o'clock, he would have to take a ride to the city hospital to prepare for the operation. The old cow will try her best to update every day. I also hope that the brothers will support me more. At the end of the month, I hope that the brothers will protect the old cow's chrysanthemum. When he was in the ancient cave, Luo Tian had secretly vowed that the next time he saw Xianxia, he would definitely kill him. This was not a game. This was the real world. If he died, there would be nothing left. When playing games, what Luo Tian hated the most was to meet other players who inexplicably attracted countless monsters, causing him to die in a group of monsters. Towards this kind of person, he had always had one method, which was to remember the player's name, then chase after him, and kill him back to the novice village. It was that simple. If it was like this in the game, then in the real world, Luo Tian would definitely not let it go. If it wasn't for the Phoenix Tear's blood bracelet last time, he would have really died inside. If he didn't take revenge for this, then what was the point of living? Now, Xianxia had once again touched his reverse scale. Bai Lingling, looking at the blood flowing out from the corner of Bai Lingling's mouth, he was even more certain that Xianxia had to die, as soon as he said that. Xianxia laughed out loud, "I'm a dead man? I'm a dead man? Ha ha ha. This is the funniest joke I've heard this year. Do you know who I am? Do you know where this is? I'm a dead man? You dog, today I will end your life in the cruelest way." Not waiting for him to finish, Luo Tian suddenly moved. Ding. Target locked. The moment the system sounded out, Luo Tian did not hesitate at all, nor did he stop at all. His gaze tightened, and he said, "Don't King bullshit, go straight to hell for me. Divine fire. Kill." At this moment, Luo Tian also secretly roared in his heart, "Divine fire, if you don't King kill me this time, I will King kill all 18 generations of my ancestors." There was no time like this where he needed an instant kill. Luo Tian was really angry. When Xianxia saw the flame shoot out from Luo Tian's palm, he frowned and laughed ferociously. "Dog, it seems like you still don't know where this is, and you still don't know who I am. You actually dare to attack me. Just a small flame, with your trash cultivation, you want to sneak attack me? Humph. Xianxia, kill him for me." The old man from before suddenly moved. The expression in his eyes changed. He could feel that this flame was different from the ordinary flame attacks in the past. It carried a trace of power that even he was afraid of. Immediately after, he quickly used his movement technique. He didn't attack Luo Tian like before, but blocked in front of Xianxia. He coldly looked at Luo Tian and said in a low voice, "Young master, be careful." Careful? Xianxia immediately became angry and scolded, "Xianxia, what did you say? Tell me to be careful of what? Don't tell me you're afraid of a trash of the Four Symbols realm? The Ouyang family has raised you for decades in vain. You can't even deal with the trash? Go, why are you blocking in front of me? Can his trash fire attribute technique hurt me?" Xianxia was extremely angry. The angrier he was, the more pain he felt in his lower body. He wanted Luo Tian to die, he wanted to chop him into mincemeat, and let him turn into ashes. Ouyang Lai's gaze tightened. Although he was unhappy, he still didn't attack. Based on his many years of experience, this flame wasn't that simple, as expected. The flame shot out in a straight line and suddenly turned into a curve in front of Ouyang Yi, bypassing him and flying towards Ouyang Yi, who was behind him. Everyone was shocked. What kind of technique is this? I have never seen this kind of technique before. It can actually turn. So what if it turns? This kind of low-level fire attribute technique, no matter how powerful it is, it can't hurt young master Ouyang Yi. His cultivation is at the four symbols realm, the power of this brat's cultivation can't hurt him at all. That's right, the difference in realm determines the attack power. Even if he cultivates a 9-tier technique, it can't cause any damage. This brat is really overestimating himself. He even dares to attack the young master of the Ouyang family. This is simply courting death. Discussions broke out around them. All of them looked at Luo Tian with contempt. In their eyes, Luo Tian would become a corpse in a few seconds. Even if Ouyang Lai didn't attack, the House of Bai would. Today was the House of Bai's big day. Bai Yuan definitely wouldn't let anyone ruin it, let alone let anyone hurt Ouyang Yi. If he was injured, the Ouyang family would definitely be furious. The marriage alliance would probably be delayed. At that time, it would be impossible for Bai Yuan to stabilize the House of Bai. Immediately. At this moment, Bai Yuan's brow sank. He secretly said, Ouyang Yi must not be harmed. Bai Shan. Protect Ouyang Yi. Yes. Bai Shan, who was at the condensing realm, suddenly rushed out. His target wasn't Luo Tian, but that ball of flame. The longsword moved. It transformed into sword flowers that filled the sky. With a move of the sword intent, a powerful force of Vajra's body crushed forward. Vajra sword art. The first person in the House of Bai to cultivate the Vajra sword art. The sword hasn't moved, but the power of the Vajra has already moved. What a strong power, the power of this Vajra sword art is too powerful. This time, that ball of flame will be instantly defeated. This kind of low-level fire attribute cultivation technique is simply unable to withstand the impact of the Vajra sword art. Sigh. This brat is going to suffer. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, Ouyang Yi laughed arrogantly, and said, did you see that? Lingyun City is my territory. I can easily kill you with a flick of my finger. You think a piece of trash like you can sneak attack me? Humph. Stop dreaming. The corner of Luo Tian's mouth curled up, revealing a deathly smile, and said, you're going to die. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. At this moment, Bai Shan's sword chi shattered the flame, turning it into countless small flames. Sure enough, it's impossible to withstand the crushing power of the Vajra sword art. After all, it's Bai Shan. The cultivation of the 6th level of the essence condensation realm is not for nothing. Although he is not the strongest person in the House of Bai, the Vajra sword art that he cultivates is indeed the strongest. Everyone revealed a faint smile, because everyone knew that this small flame would be crushed by Bai Shan. Ouyang Yi saw this situation. He couldn't help but laugh. He pulled Bai Lingling into his embrace with one hand and sneered sinisterly, did you see that? Did you see that? Even this brat wants to kill me? Ha ha ha. Is there shit in his head? Who can kill me in Lingyun City? Bai Lingling's eyes were filled with hatred. She looked at Luo Tian's confident eyes and laughed, you're going to die. Die? I'll die? You smelly bitch, will I die? Ouyang Yi roared angrily. At this moment, Bai Shan's face darkened, and he suddenly shouted, be careful. Whoosh, 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 the small flames gathered again and turned into the original big flames. Recombination in an instant, the power did not decrease, the speed did not decrease, the target did not decrease. Ouyang Yi's expression changed, and he immediately hid behind Bai Lingling, and said arrogantly, if anyone is going to die, it's her. After finishing all kinds of checks today, he found some time in the afternoon to write a chapter. He would find time to write it in the evening. Brothers, Old Cow really needs monthly votes. Those who have monthly votes, please vote for Old Cow. Thank you very much. A ray of divine fire. Incomparably amazing, the target was locked on and could not be changed. Even Luo Tian himself could not change it. Even if Ouyang hid in hell, once the divine fire came out, it would be able to track him even if he was 10 directions away. That was why it was so powerful. When Ouyang pushed Bai Lingling to the front and hid behind her, Luo Tian looked at Bai Lingling, smiled softly, and said, "I'm here, don't be afraid." This sentence. Bai Lingling seemed to be filled with strength. With a faint smile, 2 small dimples were revealed. On her face, there was not the slightest bit of fear in her eyes. She obediently nodded her head, like an obedient little woman. With a coquettish voice, she said, "Anne, I'm not afraid." At this moment, the divine fire inexplicably disappeared. Then it mysteriously appeared again. It appeared behind Ouyang. "Be careful. Young master, little Yi. F***ck, you must kill him in seconds." Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. The divine fire hit the back of Ouyang's head. Ouyang suddenly stood up, his face extremely ferocious, staring fiercely at Luo Tian, and said, "So what if you hit me? Can this kind of injury kill me?" Before he could finish. Suddenly, Ouyang's body began to tremble. His face began to turn pale, and then cracks appeared on his face. Flames flashed from the cracks, and the clothes on his body were burned away. From his face to his entire body, his skin was cut off piece by piece, cracking like a dried-up rice field. Save me, I don't want to die, he was afraid. At the last moment, the little bird under his crotch directly peed out. He pissed his pants in front of everyone. Ouyang rushed forward. Bai Yuan, Bai Shan, and a few elders from the house of Bai also rushed forward. Ouyang's identity was too special. He was the only son of the head of the Ouyang family. If he died in the house of Bai, not to mention the alliance, but also the house of Bai. Rumble, 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 Ouyang's body suddenly exploded. His body turned into black powder and fell from the sky bit by bit, turning into a pile of black soil. The black soil was sticky, wet from his own urine. Instant kill. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Ouyang. Obtain 2400 experience, 500 primordial energy. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining 5 origin energy pills. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for +1 sin. The entire house of Bai was so quiet that it was frightening. One could even hear a pin drop. Everyone's eyes were focused on Luo Tian. A gust of wind blew past, and Ouyang, who had been burnt to ashes, was blown away. Luo Tian smiled slightly, and said, "Io." This time, he really turned into ashes. Luo Tian's words broke the silence. Ouyang Li's voice trembled with endless anger. "Ah. Brat, I don't care who you are, I don't care what you're doing here. Now, immediately, you will die." Bai Yuan was even more furious. His face was filled with anger, and smoke was about to come out of the top of his head. Staring at Luo Tian, he wanted nothing more than to swallow Luo Tian alive. Ouyang was dead. The marriage alliance was gone. The house of Bai was going to be isolated. More importantly, in the past, he only needed to defend against the attacks of the Li and Zhou families. Now that Ouyang had died in the house of Bai, Ouyang Leitang would definitely be angry. With the 3 families working together, the house of Bai would be gone, and it would disappear from Lingyun City forever. Immediately, Bai Yuan's heart skipped a beat. At this time, if he didn't do anything, he was afraid that the Ouyang family would be even more dissatisfied. His voice was filled with respect as he said, "Brother Li, little Yi got into trouble in the house of Bai. This brat should be dealt with by us. Don't worry, I will definitely satisfy you. I will use 10 times the cruelty to kill him, and let him be buried with little Yi. Bai Shan. Shave off all his flesh and blood. Don't let him die. I want him to live and watch his flesh and blood fly away piece by piece." He hated, incomparable hatred. Bai Yuan's eyes were filled with anger as he stared at Luo Tian and said, "Brat, your sister. Don't talk nonsense with me. If you provoke me, you will die." Luo Tian didn't wait for Bai Yuan to finish speaking. His tone was extremely arrogant. He stared directly at Bai Yuan, smiled coldly, and said, Bai Lingling was beaten up. As the head of the family, you didn't blame her. You didn't even say a word of concern. That's fine. But you actually side with an outsider and lower your head. Is the Ouyang family your ancestors? Bai Yuan, do you think you are qualified to be the boss of the House of Bai? Suddenly, Luo Tian questioned. These words made the people of the House of Bai suddenly quiet down. Indeed, Luo Tian's words were reasonable. After all, Bai Lingling was a member of the House of Bai. She hadn't even been married yet, but she had been slapped in the face in front of the entire soaring cloud city and spat out blood. Even if everyone knew that Bai Lingling was a pawn, they still felt a little unhappy. Bai Yuan sneered, stepped forward, and said, It seems that you are here for me today? Luo Tian smiled and said, You guessed right. I am here today to *CK up 18 generations of your ancestors. Master, it's said that 18 generations of his ancestors are also 18 generations of his ancestors. Can't you *CK up 17 generations less? Just *CK him alone is enough. At this time, Bai Xiong in disguise walked out from the crowd. Bai Yuan's eyes darkened as he recognized Bai Xiong. He was slightly surprised and said, You're not dead? Bai Xiong revealed his true face and said with a smile, I'm not dead. You must be very surprised, right? Let me tell you something even more shocking. Your son Bai Ying is dead. As soon as his voice fell, Bai Xiong's eyes turned cold as he stared coldly at Bai Shan. He smiled and said, Uncle Bai Shan, let me tell you something too. The disciples of the House of Bai that you left in Wushan City are all dead. Oh, right, I forgot to introduce them to you. He is my master. His name is Luo Tian. Bai Yuan looked at Luo Tian. Bai Shan also looked at Luo Tian. They didn't know who Luo Tian was. They only felt that this name was somewhat familiar, as if they had heard it recently. Immediately, Bai Shan's eyes were shocked. He looked at Luo Tian again and said, You are the Luo Tian who destroyed the Tianyu sect. The boy protected by Dongfang Shua? He remembered. But, Luo Tian alone could kill more than 50 elite disciples of the House of Bai in Wushan City? Even with Bai Xiong and Bai Lingling, they were no match for him. It was absolutely impossible. Luo Tian smiled slightly. Since he wanted to show off, he might as well show off. He said with a smile, I forgot to tell you. Except for the Tianyu sect, I killed all the leaders of the other 12 sects in Wushan City. From now on, Wushan City is my territory. Also, your son died in my hands. How is it? Is it good? Good, good, good. If that's the case, then all the more reason for you to die. Angry, Bai Yuan was angry. The aura of the martial void realm burst out and was unusually strong. Chapter 2 delivered, Old Niu begs for monthly votes. Everyone in the House of Bai was shocked once again. The courtyard was filled with people with status in Lingyan City, and all of them were shocked. They all looked at Luo Tian in shock. Martial Mountain City was destroyed by him, How was this possible? Moreover, it was destroyed in the presence of so many elite disciples in the House of Bai. At this moment, Bai Yuan's eyes spat out flames. His son's death made him feel as if his heart was being cut by a knife. He gritted his teeth and his face darkened again and again. Anger and killing intent intertwined and burst out crazily. Just the aura alone was enough to force the people around him to retreat. Everyone's expressions were extremely ugly. Luo Tian's mind sank. He felt the dense aura from Bai Yuan's body crushing down, and his sea of consciousness began to tremble. Pressure, it's the ***** pressure again. I hate this kind of pressure the most. However, while enduring the pressure released from Bai Yuan's body, Luo Tian laughed. He laughed excitedly. He laughed sinisterly. Because there was a change in Bai Yuan's body. Luo Tian's body shone with a golden light. Without a doubt, he had become a boss. A very powerful boss. Moreover, it was highly likely that he would trigger the system reward. Luo Tian's heart was filled with shock. Explode, he had to explode, this was the only thing Luo Tian wanted to do. However, he was very clear that his cultivation was no match for Bai Yuan. He needed help. Looking at the scorching sun in the sky, he thought to himself, it should be about time. Why isn't he here yet? It was almost noon. It was almost time for Bai Qi to appear. Logically speaking, he should have appeared. Luo Tian did not think too much about it. He did not have the time to think about these things. The white ape took a step forward. Bai Shan was one step ahead of him. He walked out and said, Patriarch, there is no need for you to personally deal with him. I will do it. I am responsible for Bai Ying's death. I will definitely make this brat regret being born into this world. Finished. Bai Shan swung his sword and attacked. The crowd quickly dispersed. A huge encirclement appeared in the courtyard. Bai Xiong stood beside Luo Tian and looked in a certain direction. He frowned and said, Master, let me help you. Luo Tian exhaled and said, no need, I just happen to want to experience his Vajra sword technique. Master, your cultivation is no match for him. Bai Xiong said anxiously. No matter what, the 4 divisions martial artist was no match for the essence condensation martial artist. The difference in strength between the two was too great. This was something that even a 3-year-old child would know. Luo Tian actually insisted on a one-on-one duel? Is there something wrong with his brain? It wasn't that. In addition to wanting to experience Bai Shan's Vajra sword technique, Luo Tian also wanted to find someone to practice with. He wanted to try the power of the heavenly sword and the power of the divine explosion. Without a doubt, Bai Shan was a very good choice. Bai Xiong didn't understand, however, he knew that once Luo Tian decided on something, he would never change his mind. Master, be careful. Bai Xiong reminded and then looked at Bai Shan with a cold smile, you traitor, my father treats you like a brother, but you treat him like this. Just you wait, my father is already on his way back. I want to see how you will face him. Bai Shan smiled coldly and said, you want to come out after entering the Dark Wind Cave? So what if you come out? I forgot to tell you, the profounding crystal that your sister gave me has already turned into powder. Even if he appears in front of me, I can make him kneel on the ground and beg for mercy with one sword. Bai Lingling's face changed greatly. Bai Xiong was the same. They forgot that without the profounding crystal, they couldn't detoxify the Fierxian poison in their father's body. The 2 siblings looked at Luo Tian at the same time. Luo Tian didn't look at them, but slowly calmed down. His heart was completely calm. He wanted to throw himself into it. He wanted to deal with Bai Shan. The moment Bai Shan finished speaking, Luo Tian slightly said, don't talk nonsense, don't you want to kill me? Come on now. He adjusted his state of mind to the best state. Bai Shan's eyes were cold, glancing at Bai Xiong and his sister, he snorted and said, let me deal with this trash first, then kill you 2 bastards. Before he finished speaking, Bai Shan's feet were like the wind, his steps were like a ghost, directly attacking Luo Tian. His sword moved, and a Vajra force had already crushed forward, with the incomparably vigorous power of a 6th-level condensing essence. Buzz. Luo Tian's body sank. Vajra force? His body trembled slightly. A powerful force pressed down on his body, as if a giant ape was pressing down on his shoulder, making him unable to move at all. Huff, Luo Tian gently exhaled. Didn't you want to experience my Vajra sword technique? Now that you're crushed by the Vajra force, why can't you even move? Humph. You dare to be arrogant in front of me, a trash like you dares to be presumptuous in the house of Bai. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth, do you think this is still the lower plane you came from? Today I'll let you know what the power of the ancient world is. Bai Shan shouted in a deep voice. His sword suddenly sped up, transforming into dozens of sword flowers that completely surrounded Luo Tian. He wanted to cut off Luo Tian's flesh and blood piece by piece. He wanted to let him suffer the pain of flesh and blood being separated. He's going to die. This kid is going to die. I didn't expect Bai Shan to explode with all his strength. It can be seen that he's really angry. Sigh. Does this kid really think that this is a low-level realm? In the ancient world, the laws of space are ever-changing. Even the most ordinary cultivator is 100 times more powerful than the strongest cultivator in a low-level realm. He wants to challenge Baishan? One-on-one? He's not afraid of laughing his head off. Elder Bai, kill him. Baishan, kill him. This kid must die. There was a lot of discussion around. The disciples of the house of Bai looked as if Luo Tian had raped their mother without paying. They all looked as if they had a deep hatred and couldn't wait to tear Luo Tian into pieces. Huff. Huff, huff, Luo Tian was still breathing. Breathing in and out, his chest rose and fell. He was regulating his breathing. He was regulating his and Heavenly Sword's synchronized breathing. At this moment, he entered a kind of selfless world, entering the world of sword intent where Heavenly Sword was. At the peak of this world of sword intent, there stood a sword flickering with an incomparably intense cold light. It was filled with loneliness and loneliness. Because, invincibility was lonely, when Baishan's sword was only a few centimeters away from him, when others thought that he would definitely die, Luo Tian suddenly opened his eyes and smiled gently. Heavenly Sword, it's time for you to explode. Let the swordsmen of this world tremble for you. The 3rd chapter has been delivered. Can I ask for another monthly ticket? Just one ticket is enough. Once Heavenly Sword appeared, who could compete against him? I will use the Vajra Sword technique to break your Vajra Sword technique. In the blink of an eye, Luo Tian suddenly moved, pulling out the Heavenly Sword and displaying the Vajra Sword technique. In that instant, an extremely ferocious force shot out from the Heavenly Sword. Clang, flames flew everywhere. Kacha. Clang. The long sword in Baishan's hand immediately broke, and the moment the two swords touched, he suddenly felt a strong force rush into his body from his sword. His heart sank, and a strong force pressed down on his shoulder. He was very familiar with this kind of power, the power of Vajra, moreover. The moment Luo Tian attacked, he knew that Luo Tian had also used the Vajra sword technique. This set of sword techniques in the House of Bai could only be cultivated by the direct descendants of the House of Bai. Disciples with different surnames and disciples of other families in Lingyun City could not cultivate it at all. How did he cultivate it? Before he could figure out the answer to this question, Gu Ruoyun had already made up her mind. The web between his thumb and index finger shook, and the long sword broke. Baishan's heart turned cold, and he was forced to gasp for breath by the Heavenly Sword's sword edge. His heart was overwhelmed with shock, and with a step forward, he fiercely retreated, and said solemnly, "How do you know the Vajra sword technique?" Not waiting for him to finish, Luo Tian's footsteps moved, locking onto Baishan. He shouted, "Barbaric charge!" Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. A series of illusions behind him directly rushed towards Baishan. King Kong shakes the earth. Violent sword. Luo Tian did not wait for Baishan to stabilize his body. Relying on the speed of the barbaric charge, the Heavenly Sword fiercely thrusted forward. Wang, wang, wang. The continuous buzzing of the sword was extremely ear-piercing and unbearable. Baishan's face turned pale in an instant. His eyes stared at the Heavenly Sword that was thrusting towards him, and he actually did not know how to dodge it. The Heavenly Sword's edge was too strong. Even if he was at the 6th level of the Spirit Condensation realm, he was still being crushed. It was as if he was completely shrouded in a brutal sword intent. If he moved, he would be doomed eternally. His heart was in a bad mood, but there was nothing he could do. Die. Chi, the Heavenly Sword pierced through Baishan's chest. Puchi. Blood spurted out. Everyone was stunned. They couldn't even breathe. They were completely shocked by Luo Tian's sword. How could this be? Even if he's learned the Vajra swordsmanship, he's still no match for Baishan. Now, why do I feel like Baishan is no match for him at all? He can't even dodge this attack. Who in the House of Bai knows the Vajra swordsmanship better than him? That's not right. Look at the sword in that kid's hand. Sword? This sword. My God, this sword is definitely not an ordinary item. It's definitely at the level of a spiritual weapon. How could he have such a spiritual treasure? This sword is completely crushing Baishan. The power of this sword is too strong. Suddenly, everyone's eyes were on the Heavenly Sword in Luo Tian's hand. At this moment, Many people revealed greedy gazes. Even Bai Yuan was the same. His eyes slightly tightened as he stared at the heavenly sword, and thought to himself, good sword, I have never seen such a good sword. Ouyang Yi is dead, it's impossible to form a marriage alliance with the Ouyang family. If I can get this sword, even if I have to face Deng Leigong, I won't be afraid. Maybe. This is my chance, hee. Many people had their eyes on the heavenly sword in Luo Tian's hand. A man's wealth is his own ruin, since this good thing appeared in the hands of Luo Tian, who had no power and was only at the Four Symbols realm, then this was an excellent opportunity. The power of the heavenly sword had been fully displayed. They all knew that if they obtained this sword, their strength would increase by several realms. Who wouldn't want this kind of spiritual treasure? Luo Tian didn't care about the gazes of the people around him. In his eyes, there was only Bai Shan. Luo Tian's sword pierced through Luo Tian's chest, but he didn't die immediately. Luo Tian leaned forward and shouted, ungrateful bastard, die for me. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. A powerful force burst out from his body. Holding the sword hilt with both hands, he charged at Bai Shan. Bai Shan's chest was in unbearable pain. Looking at Luo Tian, the corner of his mouth laughed coldly, and said, the sword is mine, brat, the one who will die is you, ha ha ha. Suddenly, Bai Shan moved his fists. At this time, the heavenly sword had already pierced through, leaving only the sword hilt outside. Luo Tian held the sword hilt with both hands and pushed fiercely, but this kind of damage was not enough to take Bai Shan's life. Master, be careful. Luo Tian, Bai Shan's fists formed into palms, a flame and a frost, and directly blasted towards Luo Tian's chest. He laughed sinisterly, brat, this kind of good sword in your hands is a complete waste of heaven's gift. How can a trash like you have the qualifications to own it? Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. Bai Shan suddenly stabilized his body and pushed with both palms. Luo Tian didn't have time to react at all. His abdomen directly caved in, and his entire body trembled in pain. His body was like a ball of ice, and a ball of flame was crazily raging, constantly destroying his body's functions. It was so uncomfortable that he wanted to die. Luo Tian clenched his teeth, and did not let go. Instead, he exerted force again. Bai Shan also retreated for a while. Blood kept flowing out of his chest, and the pain was unbearable. But, right now, he couldn't hesitate at all. At this time, whoever let go would lose. The sword was already on him, and as long as he killed Luo Tian, this treasure sword would be his, and no one would be able to snatch it from him. Thinking of this, Bai Shan said fiercely, you want to risk your life with me? Humph. I'd like to see how many ice flame palms you can withstand. Ice flame palm. Charge for me. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. Two palms rushed out and struck Luo Tian's chest. His chest felt like it was about to split open, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, but he still did not let go. Instead, he laughed arrogantly and said, Bai Shan, is that all you have? Too weak, you don't even have the strength to scratch an itch for me. After the cooldown of Barbaric Charge ended, Luo Tian instantly used it, Barbaric Charge. Ice Flame Palm. Barbaric Charge. Ice Flame Palm. Bombardment after bombardment. Again and again, they collided. Luo Tian continuously spat out blood, and at the same time, he also continuously made Bai Shan spit out blood. One of his arms was almost numb, but neither of them let go. Whoever let go would be instantly killed, and Luo Tian couldn't pull out the heavenly sword. He didn't have the time. However, from the very beginning, he had planned. Right now, Bai Shan was only half a meter away from the wall behind him. This was Luo Tian's plan. Bai Shan's forehead broke out in cold sweat, and his face was also extremely pale. He stared at Luo Tian, and said with a disdainful sneer, one more palm and you'll die. I'll see how you can continue to be so arrogant. Ice Flame Palm. Barbaric Charge. The two of them released their cultivation techniques at almost the same time. Bang! Bai Shan's body crashed into the wall. Luo Tian's hand moved, and the heavenly sword was pushed out of the solid wall. His right hand moved slightly, and the heavenly sword was completely pulled out. He stared coldly at Bai Shan. The last few days. Brothers, give me a few monthly votes to protect Old Bull's chrysanthemum. At this moment, Bai Shan's heart was filled with fear. He was afraid. It wasn't that he was afraid of Luo Tian, but the sword in Luo Tian's hand. He never would have thought that Luo Tian would risk his life just to smash himself into the wall of the courtyard and find an opportunity to pull out his sword. The corner of Luo Tian's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a deathly smile, and said, "Die." The heavenly sword moved. A white light flashed. Whoosh, a sword swept out. Crack. A streak of blood appeared on Bai Shan's neck. There was not a single drop of blood on the sword, it was still as clean and cold as ever. It was filled with the domineering aura of the king's sword intent, a domineering aura that shocked everyone. Luo Tian turned around, laughed coldly, and said, "Who else?" It was also at this moment. Bai Shan's body swayed, and his head rolled down from his neck. Fresh blood spurted out from his arteries. Dead. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Bai Shan for obtaining 38,000 experience, 1,000 essence values. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining a Tier 3 medicinal pill royal grade pill. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining. Several notifications sounded in a row. Luo Tian looked at the attributes of the royal grade pill, then raised his head and swallowed it. At the same time, he also swallowed a few elemental energy pills and healing pellets, and the injuries on his body were also under control. His face regained a bit of blood, and looking at the shocked crowd around him, he stared at Bai Yuan and said, "You can't even withstand a single blow, even the 6th stage of the origin condensation realm is only SOSO." Luo Tian's heart was abnormally excited. The heavenly sword is indeed awesome. Even Bai Shan, who is at the 6th stage of the origin condensation realm, can easily crush him. Strong enough, ha ha ha, a battle between ordinary warriors. Even if there was a difference of one realm, it would still be extremely difficult to kill. Luo Tian was able to kill someone who was 7 levels above him. This was all because of the heavenly sword's power. One of the strongest weapons in the heavenly sword and dragon saber. Even in this strange world, it's still so ferocious. Ha ha ha. Preposterous. How dare you? Do you think there's nobody in the house of Bai? Patriarch, let me do it. Let me do it, third elder, why are you fighting with me? Let me do it first. Leader of the house of Bai, I shouldn't have asked about the matters of the house of Bai, but this kid is too arrogant. I can't stand it anymore. Leader of the house of Bai, why don't you hand this kid over to me? Let's see how I'll deal with him. Hey, Louis Dao, I haven't even spoken yet. When did it become your turn? F*CK, you dare to compete with me? Do you have the qualifications to compete with me? For a moment, everyone was fighting over it. They were arguing over who should kill Luo Tian. Everyone knew that the heavenly sword in Luo Tian's hand was definitely a spiritual treasure. If they killed Luo Tian, they would be able to obtain the spiritual treasure. The people who were fighting over it all revealed greedy expressions. Bai Xiong also said anxiously, "Teacher, they all want to snatch the treasured sword in your hand." Luo Tian finally understood what was going on. He glanced at the heavenly sword and laughed, saying, "I was wondering why all of you were trying to curry favor with me. So it turns out that you all want this sword? Ha ha ha. Greed really kills people. You all want this sword, right? Sure. If any of you can kill Bai Yuan, I'll immediately give this sword to that person." Everyone in the courtyard suddenly fell silent. All of them were staring at Luo Tian. Many of them were already looking at Bai Yuan. "Kid, say something." Without waiting for that person to finish speaking, Luo Tian directly said, "I'm a man of my word. If any of you can kill him, I'll immediately give this sword to that person without any hesitation. Don't you all want it? Then go and kill Bai Yuan." He directly directed the fire towards Bai Yuan. Bai Yuan smiled slightly, without the slightest fear, and said, "You're really smart. You want to use this sword to make us kill each other? Humph. Kid, don't you know who I am? Do you think that killing Bai Shan will make the house of Bai collapse? Guards. All the elite disciples of the house of Bai, come out." "Yes, sir." Boom, 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 clang, 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 a series of violent and orderly footsteps sounded from both sides of the courtyard. In less than half a minute, more than 300 elites rushed out in unison and directly surrounded the courtyard, full of murderous intent. At this moment, all the guests in the courtyard were dumbfounded. Their expressions darkened. Chief Bai, what do you mean by this? We're all here to congratulate you. What's the situation? Bai Yuan smiled slightly and said, Everyone, I'm sorry. Everyone, please leave first today. I'll visit you another day to apologize. Today, please leave the House of Bai. The House of Bai has important matters to settle. He directly drove these people away. These people were the nobles of Lingyan City and had a certain amount of power. Bai Yuan didn't want to offend them one by one. What if we don't leave? Suddenly, a voice sounded from the crowd. Bai Yuan looked over and his expression turned cold. With a murderous intent, he said, It's fine if you don't leave. Then don't blame me for being rude. Disciples of the House of Bai, listen up. In addition to this kid, Bai Xiong, Bai Lingling, all of them, please leave. If they don't leave, kill them. He had already prepared more than 300 disciples of the House of Bai long ago. He didn't expect that it wasn't the other three families, but Luo Tian. However, this made Bai Yuan feel even better. As long as he got the sword in Luo Tian's hands, he would have enough strength to contend with the other four families. Even if the strongest person in Lingyan City, Deng Leigong, came, he wouldn't be afraid. Bai Yuan, you want to take the sword in that kid's hands for yourself, right? Humph. Bai Yuan, you're too ruthless. Bai Yuan smiled slightly and said, This kid killed an elder of the House of Bai. The House of Bai should settle it themselves. You don't have to worry about the House of Bai. I think you should leave early. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. These people couldn't do anything even if they were unwilling, more than 300 elites of the House of Bai. Who could fight against them? They left one after another. After a while, there were only 3 people left in the courtyard. Luo Tian, Bai Xiong, and Bai Lingling. They were up against more than 300 elites. Luo Tian whispered, Bai Xiong, where are the Li family's reinforcements? Bai Xiong thought to himself, Li Zhanquan, that old fox, said that before my father appears, he won't make a move. He won't let the Li family's disciples fight against the House of Bai. Master, how is my father? No one was a fool. As the head of the family, Li Zhanquan had to think about the Li family. If Bai Qi died, he would have lost a lot of money to help. Moreover, he would have offended the House of Bai. It wasn't worth it. Bai Lingling also looked at Luo Tian and asked, Why hasn't my father appeared yet? Is he? Luo Tian didn't answer. He glanced around and looked at the 300 elites of the House of Bai in the courtyard. He smiled and said, Do you guys want to try the feeling of 3 against 300? It would definitely be very satisfying. Chapter 2 has been delivered. Bai Qi did not appear. They did not see Bai Qi, and the Li family did not want to help. There were only 3 of them now, facing the courtyard full of elite disciples of the House of Bai. Luo Tian actually laughed. It was not a laugh of fear. It was a laugh of arrogance and madness. What? The 3 of us against the entire House of Bai? Are you crazy? Bai Lingling frowned. She did not know what Luo Tian was thinking. Anyway, she felt that Luo Tian was crazy, and combined with what happened in the ancient cave and Wushan City, Luo Tian was indeed crazy. Bai Xiong was stunned and laughed excitedly. Okay, master, this will definitely be very cool, ha ha ha, brother, are you crazy too? Bai Lingling rolled her eyes at Bai Xiong. Bai Xiong scratched his head and said, no one will help us anyway. Why don't we have a good fight? Our fate is in our own hands. We'll use our fists to beat them down one by one. He was in high spirits. Luo Tian praised and said, That's right. Fate is changed by ourselves. Even the god of fate can't control our fate. Luo Tian was extremely unhappy when he thought of being crushed by the god of fate. If it were not for Xianxia and Chen Chen, he would not have had to enter the ancient world and would have died immediately. Luo Tian looked at Bai Yuan with contempt and turned to look at the elite disciples of the House of Bai. To tell you the truth, Patriarch Bai Qi has already left the Dark Wind Cave and the strong yang poison in his body has been cured. If you still remember this patriarch, then step aside. I promise I won't touch you. But if you still want to be enemies with us, then I won't be polite. I'll only say this once. Remember my words. Give them a chance to live, however. Luo Tian's words were superfluous. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Yuan couldn't help but sneer. Ha ha ha. Kid, are you afraid? Even if Bai Qi comes out, no one can come out of the Dark Wind Cave. Even if Bai Qi can come out, he won't be able to cure the fierce yang poison in his body. Without the profounding crystal, he won't be able to cure it for the rest of his life. I've already destroyed the profounding crystal. Even if he survives, he will be a cripple. Many of the disciples of the house of Bai also spoke loudly. You must be scared. Scare us? Do you think we're 3 years old? Kid, if you know what's good for you, then surrender and accept your death. We will definitely leave your corpse intact. Otherwise, hee hee. I really want to see what it would be like to cut off all the flesh on your body. It'll definitely be beautiful, ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Luo Tian knew this would be the result. This was the result he wanted. If these House of Bai elites all left, how would he level up, at this moment? Bai Lingling looked at Luo Tian excitedly and said, my father really came out? He really cured the poison in his body? Is that so? It must be so, right? You're not lying to them, are you? Bai Lingling was very excited, but also very scared. She was afraid that Luo Tian was scaring Bai Yuan. Luo Tian's lips curled and he smiled gently. Guess? Just tell me, Bai Lingling said anxiously. Luo Tian looked at her anxious expression and said, call me good brother. If I'm happy, maybe I'll tell you. You, Bai Lingling's face turned slightly red. She glared fiercely at Luo Tian and said, you're shameless, you're dirty, you're despicable. You're a stinky hooligan. Ah? Luo Tian smiled bitterly. Didn't I just ask you to call me good brother? If you don't want to, then forget it. If you don't want to, then I won't tell you. You are really too despicable. Bai Lingling was angry. Coupled with her flushed cheeks, she looked very beautiful. The surrounding elite disciples of the House of Bai were dumbfounded. Luo Tian's expression changed and he said softly, I gave you a chance to live. Since you didn't listen, then don't blame me for being ruthless. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Tian suddenly took a step forward and stared arrogantly at Bai Yuan. He said, don't talk nonsense. Let's fight. I promised your son in Wushan City that it wouldn't take long for you and your father to be reunited. Now it's time to fulfill my promise. The pain of losing his son welled up in his heart again. Bai Yuan's eyes were instantly filled with killing intent. His gaze darkened and he shouted angrily, kill, kill, kill. He said the word kill 3 times in a row. The disciples of the House of Bai also instantly surrounded him. If I were you, I would personally go. Luo Tian glanced at Bai Yuan. He felt that he was like those villains in movies who insisted on waiting for the minions to die before being born. This was simply a kind of stupid logic. If Luo Tian were to attack, he would definitely not let his brothers attack first. Instead, he would rush forward and kill them instantly. At the same time, he observed the structure of the courtyard and immediately said, do you still remember how we killed the zombies in the ancient cave? There's a corner on the left. Gather there and don't get separated. Also, don't be more than 2 meters away from me. Do you understand? In Luo Tian's world, these elite disciples of the House of Bai were monsters, humanoid monsters. Although they had intelligence and they weren't low, they were still monsters. Bai Xiong nodded heavily and said, understood. Bai Lingling took off the phoenix coronet on her head and quickly took off her bridal gown, revealing a tight-fitting outfit. The exquisite curves of her body were completely displayed. Coupled with her slender legs, the disciples of the House of Bai swallowed their saliva. Luo Tian was also stunned. He thought to himself, wow, I didn't expect her to be so voluptuous. I must have misjudged her in the past. What are you looking at? Bai Lingling stared at Luo Tian and said. Luo Tian laughed and said, I want to hear you call me big brother even more now. Ha ha ha, right at this moment, the muscles at the corner of Bai Yuan's eyes twitched slightly. He said coldly, whoever kills that kid will get bilingling. I will let you play with her until you don't want to anymore. Ha ha ha, my good niece, you will definitely live a very good life in the future. Ha ha ha, many of the disciples of the House of Bai's eyes lit up and swallowed their saliva. They had been drooling over bilingling for a long time. When they heard Bai Yuan say this, it was as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They were abnormally excited and their fighting strength soared in a straight line. Bilingling's expression changed drastically. She turned to look at Luo Tian and pointed at Bai Yuan. She said, "Didn't you want me to call you Big Brother? As long as you help me kill him, I will call you Big Brother every day in the future. I will call you Big Brother for the rest of my life." Luo Tian gave a wretched smile and said, "Are you telling the truth?" Bilingling immediately swore, "With the heavens as my witness." "Oh. Prepare to call me Big Brother, ha ha ha, kill. I hope that tomorrow's surgery will be a success. I also want to thank my brothers for their concern. Thank you to everyone who supports Old Niao. Thank you. Kill. Kill." Luo Tian and Bai Yuan shouted at the same time. An order was given. The disciples of the House of Bai attacked together, all of them, releasing their strongest power. Everyone wanted bilingling. Everyone wanted the heavenly sword. They wanted to perform well in front of Bai Yuan, as this would determine their future status in the House of Bai. No one wanted to miss such a good opportunity, and all of them were as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Although they knew that Luo Tian had killed Bai Shan, who was at the 6th stage of the essence condensation realm, they were not afraid, because Luo Tian only had 3 people, and they had more than 300 people. Bilingling's body trembled slightly, her lips were pale. Facing so many disciples of the House of Bai, she was a little afraid. At this moment, Luo Tian patted her shoulder with one hand, smiled lightly, and said, "Don't worry, I'll take care of everything." As soon as he finished, Luo Tian's gaze became murderous, and he shouted in a deep voice, "Follow me, don't get lost." Barbaric charge. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. He aimed at a corner of the courtyard and fiercely smashed into it. Bang, bang, 2 disciples of the House of Bai were sent flying. Seizing this opportunity, Luo Tian jumped lightly, with flames in one hand and frost in the other, his 2 palms heavily chopped down. Ice flame palm. Pft, pft. The 2 of them fell to the ground and rolled around in pain. Luo Tian's heart trembled. What the hell, they didn't die. It seems that these elite disciples of the House of Bai are all at least at the 8th stage of the 4 symbols. It would be difficult to kill them in a few moves with my current strength. If you're not dead, then go to hell now. Immediately after, he squatted down and punched them in the chest with his right hand. His health bar was empty. The system sounded out. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Bai Yun for gaining 1800 experience, 400 primordial energy. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian 4 + 1 sin. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Bai Wei for obtaining 1800 experience and 400 primordial energy. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian 4 + 1 sin. Instant kill in 3 moves. The expression of the House of Bai disciple in front of Luo Tian changed. His eyes widened, and he became even more ferocious. Kill him, they pounced on him even more crazily. The encirclement became smaller and smaller. Luo Tian turned around and looked at Bilingling and Bai Xiong. The 2 of them were about to be held back by the disciples of the House of Bai. On the steps of the hall, Bai Yuan had a sneer on his face as he looked at the anxious Luo Tian. He said disdainfully, "You want to fight me with just you? F***ck 18 generations of my ancestors? I'm overestimating myself. Why don't you F***ck me now? Humph. You dog, you ruined my plans. Today, I'll use your head as an offering to my son's soul. Attack. Kill him. Whoever kills him will not only obtain bilingling, but will also be directly promoted to an elder of the House of Bai and enjoy the treatment of an elder." Bai Yuan increased the stakes once again. He wanted to see Luo Tian and company fall into despair. Like his son, Bai Ying, he liked to see the expressions of people when they fell into despair. That kind of unwillingness, that kind of fear, made him feel excited. The position of an elder? Ha ha ha, this kid's life is mine. No one can snatch it from me. Kid, you can only blame your head for being too valuable. Ha ha ha, these people were originally ferocious. Now, with the addition of the position of an elder, they became even crazier. One had to know that in the ancient world, cultivation resources were king. Whoever had more cultivation resources would be able to walk higher and further on the path of cultivation. Everyone desired to become stronger. What should we do? There are more and more people, Bai Lingling said anxiously. Bai Xiong looked at the surrounding crowd and said, Master, you should run away. Don't worry about the two of us. Run away? The corner of Luo Tian's mouth curled up. He looked at the disciples of the house of Bai who were rushing over and laughed coldly. Then, he grabbed Bai Lingling's cold and trembling hand and said, I won't run away. Don't forget what I promised you. I, Luo Tian, always keep my word to my friends. Bai Lingling's cold hand was suddenly grabbed by Luo Tian's large hand. It felt warm and her heart was no longer afraid. Looking at Luo Tian's back, she felt that he was so great and so strong. He was the back that she could rely on for the rest of her life. She was secretly moved. Luo Tian suddenly exerted force and directly flung Bai Lingling away. Bai Lingling was completely unprepared. She screamed in fright and the emotions in her heart instantly disappeared. She cursed loudly, Luo Tian, you bastard, are you trying to scare me to death? Luo Tian ignored her and said to Bai Xiong behind him, follow closely. As soon as he said that, the cooldown of barbaric charge ended. Luo Tian directly charged forward, creating a path. His fists moved, Mountain River Fist, third stage, Shatter Mountains and Shatter Rocks, open for me. Both of his arms suddenly doubled in size, blue veins popped out as a thick essence poured into his arms and rushed into his fists. It was like a shockwave that shot out from Luo Tian's fists. Bang, 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 the few people in front were directly sent flying. Their chests were caved in and their hearts were blasted apart. Instant kill. Ding. Ding, 2 notifications rang out. At this moment, Bai Lingling, who was in the sky, descended. Luo Tian moved his body and directly hugged her. One hand grabbed her perky and tight little butt, the other hugged her chest, and pinched it while he was at it, it's really not small. Bai Lingling screamed again, stinking pervert, let go of me. Oh. Luo Tian replied and let go of his hands. Pata. Bai Lingling fell to the ground, her little butt almost smashed open. She grimaced in pain, staring at Luo Tian with hatred, as if she couldn't wait to kill Luo Tian. She angrily stared at Luo Tian, rubbed her little butt and scolded, you. Luo Tian shrugged his shoulders and said with an innocent look, you told me to let go. Bai Lingling was so angry that smoke was about to come out of her head. It was also at this time Bai Xiong chased after him. Luo Tian looked at the corner of the courtyard, and without waiting for Bai Lingling to stand up, he instantly grabbed her hand and fiercely pulled, throwing her into the sky once again. Luo Tian, you bastard, I hate you, I hate you to death. Bai Lingling let out a roar that sounded like a lion's roar in the air. She was so scared that tears almost came out. Luo Tian reminded Bai Xiong once again, follow closely. Mountain River Fist. Open for me. Bang, bang. One more step and we'll be there. The operation was very successful, and the old cow heaved a sigh of relief. Today's monthly votes are a little low. Brothers, can you cast one more monthly vote to protect the old cow's chrysanthemum? In the corner. It was an excellent position. As long as he stood in this corner, Luo Tian could only withstand a limited amount of attacks. No one knew why he kept rushing to that corner. Bai Yuan didn't know. The disciples of the house of Bai didn't know either. Bastard, catch me. Bai Lingling fell from the sky and shouted anxiously. Thinking of her little butt, she closed her eyes. Luo Tian accurately landed below her and said unhurriedly, are you still going to call me a stinky hooligan? If you still want to call me a hooligan, then I won't be a hooligan anymore. Catch me. I won't scold you if you catch me. Bai Lingling had no choice. With her current cultivation, she couldn't fly at all. Moreover, she had lost her center of gravity in the air and couldn't use her strength at all. She could only fall from the sky. You said it. Everyone can testify. As soon as the voice fell, Luo Tian rubbed his hands and swallowed his saliva. He looked up slightly and seized the opportunity. His hands moved suddenly and directly hugged Bai Lingling. Stinky hooligan, you stinky hooligan, I won't let you go. Bai Lingling was so angry that she was about to cry. You said you wouldn't scold me, but you still scolded me? Luo Tian pretended to be very angry. His right hand once again exerted force, and fiercely rubbed the bouncy white bunny that couldn't be grasped with one hand. He fiercely said, Who asked you to scold me? Who asked you to scold me? Since you said I'm a hooligan, then I'll show you what a hooligan is. After that, his left hand slapped Bai Lingling's tight little butt. Bai Lingling's body sank and she cried out in pain. This time, tears really came out. Luo Tian shouted, Are you still going to scold me? Bai Lingling didn't give in at all and said fiercely, Stinky hooligan, stinky pervert, don't let me find a chance, otherwise, Luo Tian gave her another slap on her butt. Are you still going to scold me? Smelly. You're still scolding? You, scold again? After several slaps, Bai Lingling began to cry. With her cultivation, Luo Tian's power naturally couldn't hurt her, but it was still very painful. The flesh on his little buttocks jiggled. The anger in Luo Tian's heart was also secretly growing. As he spoke, he slapped him again. Do you still know how to scold? If you scold me again, I'll spank you until your butt blossoms. Bai Lingling's stubborn temper had never given in. Even when her father was arrested, she had never given in to Bai Yuan. But now, she gave in. For the sake of her little butt, she gave in. But in her heart, she said fiercely, Luo Tian, just you wait. No more scolding. I won't scold you anymore. I won't scold you anymore. She cried and said. Luo Tian smiled and said, Little guy, I don't believe that I can't deal with you. Since you won't scold me anymore, then call me good brother. Don't hit my little butt anymore. Bai Lingling even had the thought of dying. She really didn't know what the hell Luo Tian was doing. Bai Yuan was also confused. What the hell is he doing? Flirting at this time, not only did he attack her breasts, but he also spanked her butt. Even Bai Lingling was being tormented by him. Was this brat crazy? Seeing Bai Lingling hesitate, Luo Tian suddenly shouted again, Are you going to say it or not? If you don't, your butt will bloom later. I'll say it, I'll say it. Bai Lingling was most afraid of being spanked. After being slapped by Luo Tian several times in a row, her heart was about to be traumatized. She hurriedly said, Don't hit my little butt anymore, don't, good girl. Luo Tian was very satisfied. Then, he helped Bai Lingling up and looked at her with a lewd smile, saying, Good brother, what a nice sound. Bai Lingling's eyes were about to spit fire. She said fiercely, I'm going to kill you. However, at this moment, Luo Tian suddenly turned around and looked at the surrounding disciples of the house of Bai who were stunned by the scene just now. He smiled gently and said, The cooldown time is over. Didn't you want to kill me? Come on, all of you. Come at me together. That's more exciting. Just as he was spanking Bai Lingling's little butt, the surrounding disciples of the house of Bai all had looks of envy in their eyes. They wished that they could be the ones spanking her little butt, so no one attacked during this time. This gave Luo Tian's skills a lot of time to cool down. At the same time, it also bought some time for Bai Xiong. Bai Lingling suddenly saw that Luo Tian had become serious. She originally wanted to sneak up on him with her palm, but she stopped halfway. She couldn't bear to do it. Just nice. After Luo Tian finished speaking, he turned around and looked at her palm that was suspended in midair. He smiled slyly and said, Good sister, you can't bear to hit your good brother. Looking at your face, I know you can't bear to hit me. Ha ha ha, Bai Lingling was stunned and panted with anger. At this moment. The disciples of the house of Bai were completely enraged by Luo Tian. Little sister Ling I'm here to save you. This brat should be hacked to pieces. He even dared to hit my goddess. Today, I'm not going to let you off. Kill him. Kill him and Bai Lingling will be ours. Tonight, everyone will take turns. Every night, I dream of having sex with her in bed. This dream is about to come true. Kill. At this moment, Luo Tian pulled Bai Xiong and retreated to a corner of the courtyard. Seeing them rush up one by one, Luo Tian's eyes were cold and murderous. He reminded them, don't act recklessly. Don't leave the corner. As for these people, leave them to me. Master, can you do it alone? Smelly. Bai Lingling thought of her still aching little butt and swallowed the words hooligan back. She immediately changed her words and said, Smelly Luo Tian, you want to fight 300? Luo Tian smiled faintly and said, that's right. I want to fight 300. He was so arrogant that it was a complete mess. Every one of these people had a higher cultivation level than him. But he was so arrogant. 1 against 300? Bai Yuan's eyes were full of disdain and contempt. You're simply looking for death. Did you all hear that? He wants to fight 300. If more than 300 of you can't even deal with him, then you might as well die. Many of the disciples of the house of Bai were unusually angry. Their fighting strength soared. Just as they rushed up and were only half a step away from Luo Tian revealed a sinister smile and roared, come out, Fire Kirin. Chapter 2 delivered. Fire Kirin, come out. Luo Tian moved his mind. He immediately used the divine beast summon. Luo Tian cancelled the first Fire Kirin that he summoned. The reason was simple. If he didn't cancel it, he wouldn't be able to increase the proficiency of the divine beast summon. Luo Tian calculated the time very accurately, so he hit Bai Lingling just now to delay the cooldown of the divine beast summon. Now, the time was up. And he had reached the ideal corner. Everything was already in place. Facing the disciples of the house of Bai who were rushing up, a black hole suddenly appeared in front of Luo Tian. A little bit of power was gathering in the black hole, and little bits of the Fire Kirin's body parts were gathering and combining. In a short moment, an incomparably mighty Fire Qilin rushed out. There were strong flame patterns on its body. Its 2 sharp antennae shone with a cold light under the hot sun. The aura of the mythological beast was released. Although there was no substantial suppression, the psychological suppression of the people in the courtyard was very strong. It almost made them unable to breathe. Their 2 eyes stared at the sudden appearance of the Fire Qilin. They were completely dumbfounded. Damn, Luo Tian, this guy feels a little stronger than when he was in Wushan City? Bai Lingling was frightened. Bai Xiong was also stunned, and he was very excited. Ha ha ha. Master, you're too awesome. Every time I see this guy, I almost pee my pants. Fortunately, you're my master. Otherwise, I wouldn't want to be your enemy for the rest of my life. It's too scary. The 2 of them had seen Luo Tian use the Fire Kirin in Wushan City, but their eyes were still as shocked. Luo Tian was also stunned. He sensed that the Fire Kirin was a little stronger than before, and he couldn't help but think to himself, is this guy like me, leveling up by killing people? Leveling up by killing monsters? Or is it that the stronger my cultivation, the stronger its power will be? Spit, spit, spit them to death, at this moment. Luo Tian was not in the mood to think about this. These disciples of the house of Bai were all experienced. If they didn't hurry up, it would be troublesome when Bai Qi arrived. It was impossible for him to watch all the elites of the house of Bai die. Otherwise, the house of Bai would only exist in name. Even if he became the head of the house of Bai again, it would be useless. With 3 times the number of elites dead, how could he compete with the other 4 families? Kill as many as you can before he arrives. In any case, these people had given them a chance. They wouldn't cry until they saw the coffin. Seeing the coffin, then just lie in there for me. Walala, 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 the Fire Qilin continued to spit out flames. Wherever the flames went, a large amount of bright red damage values floated up. Luo Tian looked carefully and was overjoyed. He thought to himself, sure enough. It really did become stronger. Although it didn't cause an instant kill, the damage values have clearly increased. Ha ha ha. It would be great if it was the same as me. The higher my level, the stronger it becomes. Then wouldn't that be great? In the distance, White Ape's face was filled with shock, as were the other elders around him. Divine beast? Summoning technique? How is that possible? Where exactly did this kid come from? Is he really a piece of trash from the Xianxia continent? Only the most mysterious sorcerers of the ancient continent know how to cultivate such a powerful summoning technique. How did he cultivate it? Could he be a sorcerer? If he really is a sorcerer, then our House of Bai. In the ancient continent, sorcerers were extremely respectable. Their identities were extremely prominent. It was rare for 1 in a million warriors to be qualified as a sorcerer. He didn't rely on his talent. He also didn't rely on his bloodline, nor did he rely on hard work to become a sorcerer. It was rumored. Sorcerers were chosen by the heavens, only those chosen by the heavens had the qualifications to become a sorcerer. In the ancient continent, there were only 10 sorcerers. In the Xianxia of Misty Cloud City, there was a sorcerer. His existence allowed the Xianxia to stand tall in Misty Cloud City for 10,000 years without falling. He was an overlord-level existence. The summoning technique was a sorcerer's technique. Through hand seals or some kind of contract, they could directly summon a powerful creature from another world for battle. Summoning a powerful creature from another world required an extremely large amount of energy. However, Luo Tian didn't seem to have lost any energy. Furthermore, his spiritual energy didn't change at all. It was still as strong as before. Could he be a high-level sorcerer? Oh my god, if that's the case, then the House of Bai has offended someone they can't afford to offend. Big Brother Bai Yuan, sorcerers, the House of Bai, the House of Bai, the House of Bai will be destroyed. The voices of the elders were trembling. Looking at Luo Tian and the Fire Kirin, their eyes were filled with incomparable fear. Fear, a fear that emerged from the depths of their hearts. However, Luo Tian didn't notice this. Of course, he didn't know about the profession sorcerer. Ordinary warriors didn't know either. Sorcerers were the most mysterious existence. Bai Yuan's face darkened. He was also a little afraid in his heart. If Luo Tian was really a sorcerer, then he and the entire House of Bai would disappear from Lingyun City in a short period of time. The House of Bai would never appear again. However, he couldn't accept it. After so many years of lying low and enduring humiliation, he couldn't accept it. Now, he was only one step away from controlling the House of Bai. He only needed to kill Luo Tian and obtain the heavenly sword in his hands. With this magical sword, he could lead the House of Bai to gain a foothold in Lingyun City. Given a little more time, he could become the overlord of Lingyun City. He didn't want to give up all his years of hard work because of Luo Tian. He couldn't. Moreover, his son had been killed, and the alliance with the Ouyang family had been destroyed. All these made his heart filled with hatred. He definitely couldn't let Luo Tian live in this world. Absolutely not, in an instant. Bai Yuan's eyes shook and he shouted, "All disciples, listen up. Whoever can kill Luo Tian will be the next head of the House of Bai." He increased the reward again. Moreover, most importantly, very few of the House of Bai's elite disciples knew about sorcerers. Even if they knew, they didn't know that summoning was a skill that only sorcerers could cultivate. Hence, when they heard Bai Yuan's words, their hearts shook. Under the temptation of huge benefits, their fear was thrown to the back of their minds. At the same time, Bai Yuan also moved. The few elders behind him retreated in panic. Luo Tian frowned. He looked at the shining golden light in the crowd and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He sneered and said, "You finally can't hold it in anymore, boss." Many people were paying attention to the battle of the House of Bai. After Luo Tian took out the heavenly sword, more people were paying attention. After he summoned the Fire Kirin, the entire Lingyun City was in an uproar. "Brothers, Lao Niao begs for a monthly ticket. If you have a monthly ticket, give it to Lao Niao. I'll be very grateful. There's a sorcerer in the House of Bai." Sorcerer? How is that possible? There are no more than 10 sorcerers in the central continent. Even if the House of Bai burns incense for 8 generations, there won't be a sorcerer. Are you kidding me? It's not a disciple of the House of Bai, but the strange man who went to the House of Bai to cause trouble. He used the summoning technique that only sorcerers can cultivate and summoned a mythical beast from another world. If he's not a sorcerer, what is he? Really? Oh my god, there's really a sorcerer. I always thought that sorcerers were just a legend. Let's go and take a look. It'll be too late if we're late. The news seemed to have grown wings. In less than half an hour after Luo Tian summoned the fire Kirin, the entire Lingyun city knew about it. Moreover, it was still spreading out at a crazy speed. Abyss College, Lingyun City Branch. Sorcerer? How could he appear in such a place? In the central continent, there's a sorcerer in the Cloud Mist College, one in the Xianxia of the Cloud Mist City, one in our Abyss College, and the other 7 are all mysterious experts. Why would they appear in such a small place like Lingyun City? No. The people outside said that the sorcerer is a man in his 20s and has just arrived in Lingyun City. He's not one of those famous experts. While talking, Xianxia's brow slightly tightened. He originally planned to go to the Abyss College. He raised his eyes and said, "Let's go and take a look. If it's really a new sorcerer, it will definitely set off a storm in the central continent. Our Abyss College has to snatch him over as soon as possible. As long as we have one more sorcerer, it'll be much easier to fight against the Cloud Mist College." Immediately, Xianxia led several junior brothers and rushed to the House of Bai. In another place, Cloud Mist College, Lingyun City Office. "Senior, I just received news that a sorcerer has appeared in the House of Bai. Should we go and take a look? And I also received news that Xianxia from the Abyss College has rushed over. If he really is a wizard, and if he can become a member of our Cloud Mist College, then the Abyss College is not qualified to compete with us. A single sorcerer could change a king's faction. Clearly. How powerful were the sorcerers in the ancient continent? Under the black cloak, the black striped face was cold, even colder than ice. His eyes flickered as he said, "If you want to go, then go." "I won't be going." His voice sounded sorrowful. Looking at the blue sky outside the window, she didn't know what to think. "Senior sister, this is your chance to turn things around. As long as you can bring the sorcerer back to school, even the Haijiao wouldn't dare to do anything to you. Moreover, the courtyard will definitely refine the antidote for the Black Dragon Scorpion King poison for you. Senior sister, why don't you come with us to take a look?" a petite and delicate girl said. Yunmeng didn't have the slightest interest in the sorcerer. There was only one thing on her mind. "Luo Tian, did you successfully integrate the blood spirit power I gave you?" Seeing that she didn't speak, another junior sister whispered, "Shaoli, let's go. We can't let the Abyss College take advantage of us. I heard that the young sorcerer is a young and handsome guy who just came from Wushan City. I heard that he is going to overturn the whole House of Bai. He is very arrogant and domineering. I like such a man the most. He. I really like him. He will be our junior brother. He. Let's go quickly." "Yes." Suddenly, Yunming's eyes moved and she said with a little excitement, "What did you say? He came from Wushan City?" "Yes, what's wrong? It seems that he just arrived yesterday." Senior sister, why did he suddenly disappear? Where did he go?" The junior sister complained and turned to Shaoli, "Let's go quickly." Lingyun City, City Governor's Mansion. A young man had a disdainful sneer on the corner of his mouth. His eyes were full of arrogance and he exuded a superior aura. It was as if everyone in his eyes were inferior creatures. He said, "Sorcerer?" "That's right. I just received the news. He is indeed a sorcerer. He summoned a fire-breathing demon beast from another world. It is very powerful. More than 300 elite disciples of the House of Bai couldn't hurt him at all." The city governor bowed and said carefully. He looked at the young man, his eyes full of fear. He didn't even dare to breathe loudly beside the young man. It wasn't because of how strong the young man was, but because of the armband on his chest. Cloud Mist College, in addition, the young man's identity made him even more afraid of disrespecting him. Cloud Mist City, Haijia, the young man was Hyasaurus, when he knew that Yunming came to Lingyun City, which was close to Wushan City, he secretly followed her. He was monitoring Yunming. His mission was to prevent Yunming from doing anything that would let his brother down. Even if Yunming was poisoned by the Black Dragon Scorpion King and disfigured, he still wouldn't let her go. Yunming was his brother's woman. Even if his brother didn't want her anymore, she was still his brother's woman. No one could touch her. Because his brother was the crown prince, he was a super powerful man who could become an emperor in the future. The number one person in Zhongzhou, Hyasaurus sneered and said, "Sorcerer? A sorcerer would appear in a place like this? You don't even know what a sorcerer is. How can a sorcerer appear so easily? Every sorcerer is chosen by the heavens. How can a sorcerer appear in a place like this? What a joke. Do you think sorcerers are rotten cabbages on the streets? Are they everywhere?" The city lord immediately trembled, his body bowed a few times, and immediately replied, "Yes, yes, yes." It was also at this time. A student from Cloud Mist College hurriedly walked in and said, "Young Master Yulong, Yunming went to the house of Bai to see that sorcerer." "Huh? She went?" The disdain in Hyasaurus's eyes became even stronger. "I always thought that Yunming was a character, but I didn't expect that I was wrong. Does she really think that there are sorcerers in this kind of place? I really don't know why my brother's eyes would fall for such a brainless woman like her." No, it should be a brainless ugly woman. Ha ha ha. Yunming, oh Yunming, how does the Black Dragon Scorpion King poison feel? Ha ha ha. Ice Queen? I think it's the Black Ghost Queen, ha ha ha. Offend me, Hyasaurus? Even if you are the King of Heaven, you will still be trampled under my feet. His face was filled with disdain. That disciple said again, "Young Master Yulong, are we going or not?" Hyasaurus almost didn't think about it at all, and said, "Go, of course we're going. Last time at Cloud Mist College, I didn't even have the time to humiliate Yunming. This time, she was poisoned by the Black Dragon Scorpion King poison. I want to see how arrogant she is in front of me. Yunming, see how I humiliate you today." Lingyun City, House of Bai, more and more people gathered at the entrance. It even attracted the cries of countless hawkers. Peanuts, melon seeds, roasted chicken drumsticks, the front row seats are on sale. The highest bidder gets it. This is the moment to witness a sorcerer. If you miss it, there won't be another chance. It wasn't just at the entrance. Even the walls of the House of Bai were filled with people. They were all here to see Luo Tian. They all thought that he was a legendary sorcerer. Mysterious, powerful, and had the power of the Chosen One. In the courtyard, Bai Yuan was secretly anxious. There were more and more people around the House of Bai. This was a bad thing for him. If Luo Tian was really a sorcerer, then the crowd would definitely make a move before he killed Luo Tian. Everyone wanted to get Luo Tian, not the heavenly sword in his hand. Luo Tian's value couldn't be exchanged for even a divine weapon. Luo Tian naturally didn't know what was going on. He didn't know what a sorcerer was. He also didn't know that because of his summoning of a divine beast, so many people had been attracted. The 5 great families of Lingyun City, Abyss College, Cloud Mist College, and the disciples of the devil sect lurking in the crowd. All kinds of experts were paying attention to him. If he knew, he would definitely use these connections to get people to beat up Bai Yuan until he crawled all over the ground. Then, when he had a little bit of health left, he would let him kill him with one palm. He had entered the ancient world for less than 3 months. He didn't even know that the ancient world was divided into 5 big parts, nor did he know that he was in the central continent, let alone the incomparably mysterious sorcerer. Looking at the walls of the courtyard full of people, Luo Tian smiled and said, "Fire Kirin, my good brother, explode a little more fiercely. These people are all here for the heavenly sword in my hand. Explode a little power and let them see. If they dare to have any ideas about my heavenly sword, they will die." As he spoke, Luo Tian's longsword moved as he executed the Vajra sword technique. In addition to the heavenly sword's powerful might, a sword energy visible to the naked eye shot out, instantly killing the 5 remaining players. Ding! 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 A notification rang out, and his experience bar increased by quite a bit. There wasn't much time left to level up. Bai Yuan's eyes darkened as he watched the disciples fall. He thought to himself, it doesn't matter if he's a sorcerer or not. If I want to kill him, I have to do it as soon as possible. Otherwise, when those strong people come, they will definitely use me as a stepping stone to please this kid. Many people were waiting, they were waiting for an opportunity. They were waiting for Luo Tian to be in danger and his life was hanging by a thread. That way, they would be able to make a move. This was a life-saving grace. This was a great kindness. Luo Tian would definitely repay it with his own body. At that time, they would be able to obtain this sorcerer. White Ape had thought through the pros and cons of this matter clearly. If it wasn't for Luo Tian killing his son, if it wasn't for him ruining his own good fortune, he would have been like the others, looking for an opportunity to rope in Luo Tian. But now, he only had killing intent in his heart, he had to kill Luo Tian. Bai Yuan continued to move through the crowd, getting closer and closer to Luo Tian. He was also paying attention to the expression on Luo Tian's face. From his expression, he doesn't seem to know that he is a sorcerer. This is even better. Suddenly, Bai Yuan suddenly moved, and a steel claw directly grabbed towards Luo Tian's throat. His eyes were sinister as he said coldly, "Die." He had been accumulating power for a long time, the cultivation of the 4th level of the martial void realm erupted. Moreover, he even used the giant dragon claw, the only spirit-level cultivation technique in the House of Bai. Roar, an ear-piercing dragon's roar resounded in the air. The giant claw carried an irresistible force, it was especially ferocious. Luo Tian's face darkened. When Bai Yuan was paying attention to him, he was also paying attention to Bai Yuan's movements. The moment Bai Yuan's sneak attack came out, he reacted. However, he only had the cultivation of the 4 symbols realm. Even if he reacted, he wouldn't be able to keep up with Bai Yuan's speed. The cultivation of the martial void realm was still too strong for him. However, when Bai Yuan walked down the stairs, Luo Tian's divine fire had already locked onto him. This was a life-saving talisman. Divine fire. Out, Luo Tian didn't hesitate at all and directly used the divine fire. He secretly said in his heart, "Sister Tsung bless me, let's do another instant kill. If it can be triggered, I'll be thinking of you for the rest of my life." Just now, he had triggered an instant kill, instantly killing Ouyang Yi. Could it be triggered this time? Probability was a probability, no one could say for sure. Humph. This kind of flame again, do you think I'm Bai Shan? Bai Yuan was disdainful, he did not dodge, and the King Kong dragon claw slashed down. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. The flames turned into powder. In an instant, they gathered together again. It directly exploded on Bai Yuan's chest. It was just that, unfortunately, it did not trigger an instant kill. However, Bai Yuan was startled, he did not know why the flames would gather again, nor did he know why the giant dragon claw that he had unleashed would suddenly disappear. It was as if it had been crushed by some kind of powerful force, and in an instant, the cultivation technique that he had released had been forced back. Holy sh*t. Sister Tsung, don't you love me anymore? Luo Tian's heart sank. There was no instant kill. However, since he wanted to kill the boss, Bai Yuan would definitely not die if he just stood there and watched. Wait for Bai Qi, this old fox was also unreliable. As for Li Zhanquan, that was even more unreliable. Each and every one of them was a cunning fox. Luo Tian could only rely on himself. In that instant, Luo Tian suddenly roared, "God explosion." Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. His entire body emitted a red light. His strength doubled, his speed doubled. What surprised Luo Tian was that even the fire Kirin that was constantly attacking him had suddenly doubled in size, and his attack power had doubled. He was secretly excited in his heart, ha ha ha. This is the God explosion, it is indeed much stronger than the berserk. Yes, yes. Even skills could increase his strength. The God explosion was indeed very fierce. Luo Tian took a step forward, holding on to the heavenly sword tightly, he released the power of the God explosion, Buddha's Fury King Kong. Kill. The strongest move of the King Kong sword art. With a thrust of his sword, a powerful force was unleashed through the God explosion. It was as if an angry King Kong Buddha had descended from the sky, crushing down towards Bai Yuan. Rumble. 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 For a moment, sand and stones flew everywhere. The courtyard was turned into a mess by Luo Tian's Buddha's fury King Kong. Gusts of wind swept up, and the atmosphere was filled with killing intent. It was extremely domineering. Ding. 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 One by one, the disciples of the House of Bai were crushed into powder by this move. The system beep sounded crazily. Luo Tian was also overwhelmed with shock in his heart. The power of the god explosion is too fierce, ha ha ha. It's so fierce that it's about to reach its climax. This feeling, he couldn't stop at all. However, Luo Tian did not hear the notification call out the name Bai Yuan. Suddenly, a huge claw struck out like lightning. Luo Tian's face tightened. F*ck, this is bad. The second chapter has been delivered. At night, Old Cow will find time to write another chapter. There are still 3 days until this month ends. Old Cow begs for monthly votes to protect his chrysanthemum. Brothers who still have monthly votes, please vote for Old Cow. Breaking through the dust, a claw attacked. Like lightning, the divine fire was used and the cooldown time was not up. It couldn't be used again and couldn't be interrupted. The divine explosion was still ongoing, however, the power of the divine explosion alone was not enough to contend against it. Luo Tian's heart sank, but he didn't panic. Looking at the huge dragon claw, his heart became incomparably calm. The strongest attack of the Vajra swordsmanship, Buddha's Fury Vajra, killed a large number of House of Bai disciples, but it didn't hurt Bai Yuan at all because the gap between the realms was too big. Void Martial Realm, for Symbol's realm, the gap between the two was too big. However, even if it didn't injure White Ape, it still left him in a very sorry state. His hair was disheveled, and his clothes were torn by the sword chi, becoming tattered. Coupled with the dirt on his face, he looked like a beggar on the street. This made him even angrier, and his anger burst out like a volcano. A claw attacked. With a deep voice, he shouted, "Let's see what skills you can use to resist my giant dragon claw." With a roar. The giant claw arrived in front of Luo Tian in the blink of an eye. He's in danger. Should we make a move? Don't worry, it's not a critical moment yet. If we want to save him, we should make a move at the most critical moment. This way, we will be more grateful, and he won't be able to refuse our request. It's him. Ha ha ha. Good boy, I really didn't misjudge him. I didn't expect him to be a sorcerer. This time, I must bring him to the Abyss College. Even if I have to use all kinds of methods, even if I have to sell my body, I will pull this boy into the Abyss College. Xianxia was excited. The few junior brothers beside him were a little depressed. They couldn't understand at all. How could Luo Tian be a sorcerer? It was impossible. One of the junior brothers asked, "Senior brother, he is already in danger. After all, he is only in the Four Symbols realm. It's impossible for him to be Bai Yuan's opponent. If we don't make a move, that boy will really." Xianxia smiled and said, "What's the hurry? Luo Tian's potential is definitely not limited to this. Just wait and see. I now feel that Bai Yuan is not his opponent. He gives me a very strong feeling. I had this feeling when he appeared, and now it's getting stronger and stronger." Xianxia was not in a hurry to make a move. He wanted to see Luo Tian's potential. Of course, with his cultivation, if he were to make a move, the White Ape would be instantly killed by him, in another place. Yunmeng, who had just arrived, saw Luo Tian in the courtyard and the fire Kirin beside him. She was shocked. It's really him. Has he been hiding it from me? Did he need the blood spirit energy to practice witchcraft? Sorcerers need blood spirit energy? Why didn't I know about it? Shaoli rushed over, panting, and said, "Senior sister, wait for me. You didn't care when I called you here, but now you're more anxious than anyone else. Senior sister, this kid can't be the one who saved you in the Wu Mountain Range, right?" Hee. I think so. Otherwise, why would senior sister be so flustered? What's so good about this kid? He can't be compared to the crown prince of Haijia. If I were senior sister, I wouldn't even look at him. He doesn't have the qualifications to enter senior sister's eyes. Even if he's a sorcerer, he's not as powerful as the crown prince. After all, Haijia's power is the strongest in Misty Cloud City. The two junior sisters began to discuss. However, Yunmeng acted as if they didn't exist. Her mind was completely focused on Luo Tian. Seeing Luo Tian continuously retreating under the pressure of the giant claw, her heart couldn't help but tighten. She secretly moved her vitality. She was ready to provide support at any time. It was also at this moment. Xiaoli said softly, "Senior sister, Haijiao's second young master is here." Hyasaurus was here. Behind him was the city lord of Lingyun City. His appearance immediately caused a sensation. Not for anything else. Just the standard of his clothes and his identity as a Haijia was enough to cause a sensation. His appearance was enough to make Lingyun City tremble. Hyasaurus immediately locked onto Yunmeng under the black cloak. The corner of his mouth curled up, revealing a disdainful sneer. He said disdainfully, "Humph, how does it feel to be poisoned by the Black Dragon Scorpion King? It must feel good. You actually threatened to kill me. Don't you know who you are? What's your status in the Yi family? You want to touch me? You're still too young. If it wasn't for Big Brother taking a liking to you, you would have died a long time ago." After he finished speaking, one of his followers suddenly pointed at Luo Tian in the courtyard of the House of Bai and said, "Second young master, it's him." Hyasaurus turned his gaze and looked at the center of the courtyard of the House of Bai. His eyes immediately darkened and his body instantly emitted a cold murderous aura. The people around him were forced to take a few steps back. They couldn't even stand properly and couldn't even breathe properly. "Bastard! You still dare to appear." Hyasaurus's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He then looked at Yunmeng. "You bitch, I was wondering why you wanted to come to Lingyun City. So it's because of him again. Alright, Yunmeng, oh Yunmeng. You may be shameless, but we Haijia still care about our dignity. How can a woman like you be worthy of my big brother? What qualifications do you have to be a Haijia person? Humph. I'll definitely humiliate you today." At the same time as he spoke, Yunmeng felt the murderous aura from Hyasaurus. She turned her gaze and stared at Hyasaurus. Her body also emitted a murderous aura as if to say, "If you dare to touch him, I'll definitely not let you off." Hyasaurus naturally felt it. He laughed coldly and said loudly, "Yunmeng, you be *tch. You came to Lingyun City for this brat, right? My big brother was so infatuated with you. I didn't expect you to be such a *tch. I almost forgot. With your looks, even a beggar on the street would find you ugly. Ha ha ha. How does it feel to be poisoned by the Black Dragon Scorpion King?" Ha ha ha. Yunming's eyes were cold as she said coldly, "Hyasaurus, please open your eyes and look carefully. He is a sorcerer. If you dare to hurt him, don't blame me for not reminding you. If you kill a sorcerer, even the Haijia behind you won't be able to protect you. Sorcerers were in short supply in the first place. Moreover, each and every one of them was the chosen one in the teleportation. Killing an adept was a serious crime on any of the ancient continents." Hyasaurus's face darkened. He knew the consequences of killing a sorcerer, but he looked at Luo Tian in the courtyard who had been forced into a corner by the giant claw. He laughed coldly and said, "It's not my turn to deal with this kind of trash. You want to save her? I can't kill a sorcerer, but I can stop you. Yunmeng, make your move." Ha ha ha, arrogant and complacent, he had everything under control. Then Hyasaurus suddenly shouted, "If any of you dare to save him, you will be going against Haijia. You little bastards from the Abyss Academy, you'd better weigh your strength. Yunmeng, it must be great to see him die in front of you, ha ha ha." The third chapter was delivered. There were only 2 days left. The old cow was begging for a monthly ticket. Not only did he not allow Yunmeng to help, but he also did not allow anyone from Lingyun City to help Luo Tian. How arrogant and domineering was that? However, as soon as Hyasaurus finished speaking, the forces hiding in the dark immediately withdrew their desire to help Luo Tian. They were afraid, who did not know the Haijia of Misty Cloud City in Xianxia. They were the most powerful forces in the world and were at the peak of their power. Haijia had 2 super talents. The most outstanding one was the crown prince and the other was the young man in front of them, Hyasaurus, who would dare to go against Haijia and Zhongzhou. No one, even Yang Qi's face darkened. He frowned and muttered, when did he offend Haijia? Big Senior, we can't save him. You know the power of Haijia better than we do. This is the second young master of Haijia. If Haijia were to go against Abyss College, I'm afraid. Moreover, the dean would not agree. That's right, eldest senior brother. You can only blame that brat for dying. Even Abyss College did not dare to act recklessly. One could imagine how powerful Haijia was. Yang Qi looked at Luo Tian in the dean's seat. He was hesitant and could not make up his mind. On one side was the Haijia, and on the other was the youngest sorcerer in the ancient continent. It was a difficult choice for him. Yuming's face was still cold. Hyasaurus' words were not binding on her. However, she was also clear that she had been poisoned by the Black Dragon Scorpion King. Her cultivation was currently suppressed and had dropped by several realms. Now, she could not even deal with Hai Yulong. If she were to make a move, Hai Yulong would immediately stop her. This was Hyasaurus' goal. He wanted Yunmeng to see Luo Tian die with her own eyes. She wanted him to be helpless and be crushed by Bai Yuan. Yunmeng's eyes were cold and her body emitted a chilling aura. She locked her eyes on Luo Tian and watched him retreat. She had already made up her mind. No matter what, I will not let you die here. Hyasaurus sneered and said, Yunmeng, do you want to save him? Come, beg me. If you beg me, I might spare his life. Why do I have to kill him myself? Ha ha ha. Are you desperate? Who do you think you are to talk to me like that in Marshall Mountain City? In my eyes, you're just a little bitch, a dog of the E family. You want to marry my brother? You want to have a marriage alliance with the Hai family? Humph. You're not qualified. He was unusually arrogant. He looked like he had a Yunmeng in his grasp. Hyasaurus smiled and said, beg me, kneel on the ground and beg me. If I'm happy, he won't have to die. If you dare to make a move, with your current cultivation, you're no match for me. I'll stop you in an instant. At that time, you'll still have to watch him die in front of you, ha ha ha. Everything was within his calculations. No one around him dared to make a move. He wanted Luo Tian to die, and he wanted him to die in front of Yunmeng. He didn't know at first, but now, Luo Tian knew. Hyasaurus. Luo Tian's heart turned cold. He thought, I thought I would only see him at Cloud Mist College. I didn't expect to see him so soon. Enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. You want me to die so badly, right? Then you'll have to wait with me. At the same time, Bai Yuan laughed excitedly. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Kid, I didn't expect you to offend the Haijia. So what if you're a sorcerer? Haijia wants you dead. Even if the King of Hell doesn't want you, you'll still die. He was initially worried that someone would save Luo Tian. But now, his worries were unnecessary. Moreover, he had found a way to stabilize the situation in the House of Bai and stabilize his position. He might even climb up to the Haijia and become Haijia's subordinate force. If that was the case, he would be the overlord of Lingyan City. He couldn't help but feel excited at the thought of this. The vitality in his body was released valiantly. The dragon's claw was about to choke Luo Tian's throat. He laughed coldly and said, Kid, you'll die obediently. Ha ha ha, sighs could be heard all around. Sigh. A sorcerer has fallen just like that. What a pity. It's all this kid's fault for offending the Haijia. Yeah, this kid is the youngest sorcerer in the Middle Continent and even the entire ancient continent. Of all the people to offend, he had to offend the Haijia. He's digging his own grave. Discussions could be heard all around. Seeing Luo Tian being enveloped by the dragon's claw, he would definitely die. He was in a desperate situation. Luo Tian held the Wolverine transformation card in one hand. He had his back against the wall. There was nowhere to hide. It was also at this moment, the fire Kirin rushed forward and stood in front of Luo Tian. Boom. Rumble. Rumble. There was a loud explosion. The fire Kirin used its body to block the dragon's claw. Its body began to fall piece by piece like burning paper. Its fiery red skin slowly turned into ashes and fell from the sky, turning into nothingness. Dead, the fire Kirin was killed by the dragon's claw in an instant. It used its body to block Bai Yuan's attack, which contained an incomparably powerful force. Bai Yuan was stunned. Everyone around was stunned. They looked at Luo Tian in a daze. They couldn't understand him at all. Dead, dead, dead? The summoned beast actually died? What's going on? How can a demon summoned by a sorcerer die so easily? Suddenly, the Hyosaurus was shocked. He then laughed out loud and pointed at Luo Tian, who was leaning against the wall. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Sorcerer? Sorcerer? Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. Sorcerer? Ha ha ha. Bullshit. Don't you know that the beasts summoned by sorcerers are immortal? I say, how can a trash like him become a sorcerer? Is he the chosen one? Then I'm a god. Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. I've never laughed like this before. What's your name, Luo Tian? Ha ha ha. You're a complete joke. He mocked without restraint. The Hyosaurus was laughing so hard that he was convulsing. Originally, he was really worried that Luo Tian was a sorcerer. Even if he let Bai Yuan kill Luo Tian, he would be implicated. But now, Luo Tian was not a sorcerer at all. The beasts he summoned could not withstand a single blow. It was just a technique. Without this layer of relationship, the Hyosaurus became even more unscrupulous. Luo Tian frowned. He didn't know what a sorcerer was, but seeing the Hyosaurus laughing like that, he was unhappy. He was very unhappy, in his thoughts. He was ready to use the Wolverine transformation card that he held tightly in his hand. The current hymn, Divine Fire, Divine Explosion, and Divine Beast Summon were still in cooldown. The Hulk transformation card was in cooldown. The only thing he could use was the Wolverine transformation card. However, could he kill Hyosaurus within 5 minutes of transforming? He was not confident. This was because there were too many people around him. If he couldn't kill Hai Yulong, then he would definitely be the one to die. There wasn't enough time and it was very rushed. Luo Tian wasn't sure if he could kill Hai Yulong. If there weren't these people around, then he was 100% sure that he could kill Hai Yulong within 5 minutes. How powerful was Wolverine? If he could not even kill Hyosaurus, then all his efforts would be in vain. After weighing the pros and cons, Luo Tian's thoughts sank. He was not in a hurry to use the transformation card. This was his last resort. He would not use it unless it was a critical moment. Furthermore, if he were to use the transformation card in front of everyone in Soaring Cloud City, he would be treated as a different species. It might even arouse the suspicion of others, suspecting that he was the one who transformed into the Hulk. After all, that was a bounty of a few million cultivation coins. Once these things were exposed, he would face the threat of death at any time. Wait a minute. Luo Tian's heart sank. He held the heavenly feather shield in his hands. Bai Yuan squinted his eyes and said with a smile, I was almost fooled by you. You used an illusion to confuse me. I almost thought that you were a sorcerer. Great, you're not a sorcerer. That's great. Ha ha ha. He laughed just like Hyosaurus. Some of the lurking masters lost their spirits instantly. Pfft, I thought that he was the chosen one. I didn't expect him to be an imposter. I almost attacked him. I almost offended Haijia because of him. Fortunately, I held back. Otherwise, I would have been cheated by this kid. Is it that easy to become a sorcerer? If he can become a sorcerer, I think everyone in Lingyun City will be sorcerers. Ha ha ha, mocking laughter could be heard all around. No one was interested in Luo Tian anymore. No one would think that he was a sorcerer. Some people were willing to risk offending the Haijia in order to save Luo Tian. But now, none of them had such thoughts. Saving an ordinary warrior who had offended the Haijia, wasn't that courting death? Eldest senior brother, it's fortunate that we didn't make a move. Otherwise, we would have suffered a huge loss. So this brat knows how to do this. Is he using him to trick us into helping him? What a good trick. Fortunately, we didn't fall for it. Eldest senior brother, eldest. Senior brother, where are you going? At the same time, another person moved, Yunming followed suit. In the courtyard, Bai Yuan smiled coldly. Looking at Luo Tian, who had nowhere to hide, he moved his right hand and attacked with another claw. Brat, I want to see who can block it for you this time. Ha ha ha. Die for me. The giant dragon claw attacked again. This time, the power was stronger than the previous one. Luo Tian frowned, at this moment. Bai Xiong suddenly moved. He roared and stepped out. He shouted, Bai Yuan, if you dare to touch my master, I'll *CK you up. Bai Lingling also moved. She wanted to protect Luo Tian with all her might. She was the one who had involved Luo Tian in the house of Bai. If it wasn't for her request, Luo Tian would never have been in such a desperate situation. Luo Tian's eyes moved. He suddenly shouted, don't come over. His voice deepened. He immediately shouted at Bai Xiong and Bai Lingling. He didn't want anyone to die for him. Bai Xiong and his sister definitely couldn't block Bai Yuan's attack. The fire Kirin with more than 1000 HP was instantly killed. Bai Yuan's strength was very strong. Low HP was also the fire Kirin's weakness. High attack, weak defense, and low HP. Once this weakness was discovered, the fire Kirin would be killed first. This way, it would be useless. However, this was only the HP of the fire Kirin at level 1. At level 2, he wouldn't be so weak. Master. Damn, hooligan. The two of them suddenly stopped. As they looked at Luo Tian, who had been forced into a dead end, their hearts tightened and a large stone hung over their chests. Luo Tian picked up the heavenly feather shield and said in a deep voice, I told you not to come over. Don't worry about me. Haha, my good niece, don't worry. I'll kill him first to avenge my son. Then it'll be your turn. Bai Yuan said excitedly. A claw smashed towards Luo Tian's chest. In the blink of an eye, Luo Tian held the heavenly feather shield with both hands and fiercely blocked it. Wang, rumble. Rumble, Luo Tian's body sank. His back was directly pressed against the wall. The wall was instantly shattered by the force from his body. Puff, the blood in his chest rolled. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Even if the heavenly feather shield blocked most of the force, Luo Tian couldn't withstand the impact. The difference in cultivation was too big. After all, Bai Yuan's cultivation was at the martial void realm. However, Bai Yuan's face was also red. The force from the impact made him continuously retreat. He staggered and almost fell. His face darkened. Staring at the shield in Luo Tian's hand, he said solemnly, another spirit treasure. I didn't expect you to have so many treasures on you. Then you'll die even more today. While they were talking, Bai Yuan moved once again. The cultivation of the martial void realm erupted and slashed down with his palm once again. Luo Tian suddenly roared out, King come again, do you think I'm afraid of you? He was waiting for the cooldown of the skill. Now he could only drag it out. Rumble, rumble, with a palm strike, Luo Tian's feet were already pressed into the ground. His body was almost stuck to the ground, but he still resisted and spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. Looking at Bai Yuan, who was panting not far away, he grinned sinisterly, ha ha ha. What's wrong? You only have this little bit of strength. You're too weak. You want to kill me? Go. It had to be said. The power of the heavenly feather shield. The damage caused by the impact was actually more than 1000 points. A few times in a row had caused Bai Yuan to suffer a lot of internal injuries. His strength had weakened a lot compared to the previous few times. Come on. Come again. You ungrateful thing. Luo Tian roared loudly, counting the time in his heart, just a little bit more, just a little bit more, just a little bit more. That's enough. As long as you give me a chance, I'll definitely not let you get up from the ground again. Bai Yuan was also extremely angry, his eyes darkened and he said fiercely, I'd like to see if your body is as powerful as your mouth. Dragon Overlord Claw. Die for me. The strongest move of the giant dragon claw, when this move appeared. The disciples of the house of Bai were extremely shocked, and they all hurriedly retreated. Bai Xiong stared angrily and roared, "Master, it's dangerous, quickly dodge." Bai Lingling was so scared that her face turned pale. She even forgot to breathe. She could only look at Luo Tian in a daze. Then, she closed her eyes and did not dare to look anymore. Bai Yuan's strongest attack, dodge, Luo Tian had nowhere to hide, he couldn't hide either. He couldn't even move now. Where could he hide? It was too late. However, Luo Tian's heart sank. Gritting his teeth, he secretly said, "If you can't kill me this time, I will let you die." "Ah, come on." Luo Tian's eyes moved. His body burst out with an arrogant murderous aura. His arms used all his strength to block the skyfeather shield. Bang! A giant claw descended from the sky with an extremely domineering force. It was like a giant dragon swooping down. A claw fiercely grabbed at Luo Tian. It was extremely powerful, an unstoppable force. Rumble, rumble. A wave of energy shot out, rolling up gusts of wind. It directly overturned a few of the house of Bai's lower cultivation and directly rolled on the ground. Clang! Lightning roared. It heavily hit the skyfeather shield. Luo Tian's body sank again. With a poof, half of his body had sunk into the soil. The bones in his body seemed to be all broken. It was very uncomfortable. It was indescribably uncomfortable. However, he still gritted his teeth and endured it with his life. He instantly took a few healing pills. If he didn't take any more pills, his life points would drop to 0. Wang, bang, a rebounding force rushed out from the skyfeather shield. Destiny set, the heavenly feather shield had the strongest defense. The rebounding force blasted out and sent Bai Yuan flying. He landed heavily on the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. However, compared to Luo Tian, his injuries were much lighter. Poochie. Bai Yuan crawled up from the ground. His face was a little pale, but when he looked at Luo Tian who was half buried in the ground, he smiled coldly and said, "The shield in your hand is really surprising. However, no matter how good your shield is, it's useless. You still can't escape death." While speaking, Bai Yuan walked towards Luo Tian step by step. At this moment, Luo Tian was also calculating the distance. His skills cooldowns were all over, Divine Flame and Divine Explosion were ready to be used. Furthermore, Bai Yuan didn't expect him to attack at all, so it was the perfect time for a sneak attack. Seeing Bai Yuan walk closer step by step, Luo Tian purposely revealed a look of fear, but laughed in his heart, "Just a little bit more, just a little bit more, just a little bit more, and you'll be able to reunite with your son from the underworld." However, just as Bai Yuan was about to enter the distance that Luo Tian had calculated, a Luo Tian blocked his line of sight. Enough! Xianxia, he landed in the courtyard. When everyone thought that Luo Tian was a sorcerer, he did not immediately help because he felt that Luo Tian might not need his help. But now, he stood up because he treated Luo Tian as a friend, a true friend. The courtyard suddenly became quiet. Bai Yuan glanced at the armband on Xianxia's chest, turned his gaze, and looked at the Hyosaurus standing in midair in the distance. He did not dare to offend Xianxia, because he was afraid of the Abyss Academy. "Senior brother, why, senior brother, you," several junior brothers said anxiously, but they did not stand up because they knew very well that they would not offend Haijia because of Luo Tian. Now that Luo Tian was no longer a sorcerer, he should not offend Haijia. Xianxia's actions puzzled them. However, they also looked at Xianxia with a sneer in their hearts. They knew that when Xianxia returned to the academy, he would be punished for what he did today. Xianxia cupped his hands and said, "Second young master, people have been beaten up like this, and the anger has been vented. Can the second young master let him go for my sake? This young is very grateful. Next time, if there is anything, this young will do his best." Xianxia was a little famous in the Abyss Academy. In Cloud Mist College, he was also one of the top 50 people on the bounty list. He could be considered a famous person. A favor from him was quite valuable, whether it was in the Abyss Academy or in Cloud Mist College. If it was someone else, they would definitely agree. However, he was Hyosaurus, the second young master of Haijia. A proud son of heaven. His eyes were higher than the sky. Hyosaurus looked at Xianxia contemptuously. Give you face? Why should I give you face? Who do you think you are? I advise you to get out of my way. If you dare to jump out again, don't blame me for being rude. He did not give any face. Moreover, even more arrogant. Xianxia still had a smile on his face, and said, It's fine if you don't give me face, but... Second young master, can you give my master some face? His face should be worth some money, right? As he said that, Xianxia took out an exquisite small jade token from his bosom. The word undying was carved on the jade token. Undying token? The undying old man's keepsake. With this token, the undying old man will be able to sell a huge favor. I didn't expect him to be the undying old man's disciple. One must know that the undying old man's status in the Abyss Academy is very high, second only to a few deans. This token is hard to find. I didn't expect him to take out the undying token for a half-dead brat. The eyes of the disciples of the Abyss Academy were wide open. They knew the use of this token better than anyone else. They all dreamed of getting one of these. Who would have thought that he would take it out just to save Luo Tian's life? In their hearts, Xianxia was a complete idiot. Hearing the discussions around him, Luo Tian was moved in his heart, and said, Big brother Yang, you don't need to do this, I'm fine. What is a friend, what is a brother? It's not how good you are when you're in the limelight, but when you're in trouble. If someone is willing to stand up for you, then this person is a friend worth making, a brother worth making, the kind of brother that you can use your life to make. From this moment onwards, Luo Tian treated Xianxia as a brother. Hyosaurus was shocked. He naturally knew the use of the undying token, and a light flashed across his eyes. He also wanted to obtain this token, but he hesitated for half a second, and still arrogantly said, You want to stop me with a broken token? If I, Hyosaurus, want to kill someone, even if the Heavenly Emperor comes, he won't be able to stop me. You should scram to the side. Otherwise... Heh. I'll kill you as well. He didn't give him any face at all. Xianxia's face changed. He didn't care if he didn't give him face, but if he didn't give his master face, he was extremely unhappy in his heart. He sneered and said, Oh? Is that so? Then I'd like to experience Haijia's Tian Luo divine technique. Hyosaurus's eyes were filled with anger. You're the one who's looking for death, then don't blame me. Suddenly, a cold voice sunk, and coldly snorted, Hyosaurus, have you caused enough trouble? She descended from the sky like a fairy. There was a cold aura on her body. Today, I was busy in the hospital and only came back at night. The update was a little late, sorry, it was the last day. Brothers, if you still have the monthly votes, then vote for the old cow, for the chrysanthemum. Brother, please do your best. Suddenly, there was a sound. Yunmeng, who was as cold as frost, fell from the sky. She stared at Hyosaurus with cold murderous intent in her eyes. Silly queen. Luo Tian smiled gently. He knew that Yunmeng was in the crowd, but he did not expect her to stand out. However, when Shifeng met Luo Tian this time, he could clearly sense that her aura was different from before. It was no longer as strong as before. It was as if her cultivation realm had dropped. Luo Tian could not help but wonder, could it be that one's level would drop in the ancient continent? Damn. Then I'm in danger? This was Luo Tian's guess. But soon, Hyosaurus confirmed his guess. Hyosaurus sneered, staring at Yunmeng under the black cloak. His laughter was also filled with murderous intent. Bitch, I knew you would stand out. You want to stand up for your little lover? Humph. I've told you, even if my brother doesn't want you, you're still my brother's woman. No one can touch you. With your current cultivation, you dare to be unreasonable with me? Do you think you're still the same as a few days ago? Ha ha ha, while they were talking, Hyosaurus landed in the sky above the courtyard, looking down at Yunmeng, Xianxia, and Luo Tian. He sneered disdainfully, a bunch of trash. Contempt, undisguised contempt. Just because he was Hyosaurus, he despised him, just because he was Haijia's man. Just because he was the peerless genius of Haijia's 1,000 years of talent, second only to the crown prince. Xianxia narrowed his eyes and said, Hyosaurus. Dog. Is my name something you can call? Hyosaurus's eyes darkened, and a powerful pressure crushed Xianxi's mind. Buzz, Xianxi's body sank, and he trembled slightly. At this moment, he felt as if a mountain was crushing down on his body. It was very uncomfortable. His forehead broke out in cold sweat, and he clenched his teeth. His expression slowly became unpleasant. Simultaneously, the primordial qi in his body was surging violently. Didn't you want to experience Haijia's Tian Luo divine technique? Come on. Trash like you can only tremble under the Tian Luo divine technique. Hyosaurus sneered. His strength completely crushed Xianxi's. Because of the Tian Luo divine art, within the same realm, the Hyosaurus was invincible. Xianxi's face turned ferocious. He guarded his heart. Suddenly, an undying evil force was released from his sea of consciousness. His body slowly emitted a black fog. His trembling body gradually stopped. Immortal pressing art? I didn't expect that the undying old man would pass on the immortal pressing art that he had comprehended to him. The Abyss College's immortal pressing art? My god, Haijia's Tian Luo divine technique versus the immortal pressing art. There will be a lot to see. What are you looking at? The immortal pressing art is indeed strong, but it is half a grade lower than the Tian Luo divine technique. Who is Hyosaurus? He is Haijia's second young master. He has more than one divine technique. The person from the Abyss College is indeed strong, but compared to the Haijia's second young master, he is still a little worse. Is senior brother Yang crazy? He dares to compete with Hyosaurus. Does he want to offend Haijia? Senior brother Chen, what should we do? Should we help senior brother Yang? Help? Humph. He wants to die, but I don't want to die. He openly offended Haijia. When we return to the college, we will see how the law enforcement college will punish him. If you want to die, go help him. Anyway, I will not go out. Then we will not go out either. This is his own business. It has nothing to do with us. Senior brother Yang is really out of his mind for a fake wizard. There was a burst of whispers in the crowd. Luo Tian could also see that Xianxi was no match for Hyosaurus. It seemed that the two people were competing with each other. However, Hyosaurus looked very relaxed. He did not feel any pressure because of Xianxi's immortal pressing art. Instead, he sneered and said, "Is that all you have? Immortal pressing art? I think it is called tortoise pressing art. How dare you compare this kind of technique with my Tian Luo divine technique?" Xianxi's palms were sweating. He looked sideways at Yunmeng and said, "You help brother Luo and take him away." Yunmeng also knew about Xianxi. It was only in a short period of time that Luo Tian knew him. Moreover, Xianxi ignored the college's rules and stood up for Luo Tian. Furthermore, he knew that Luo Tian was not a wizard. She admired him for this. Immediately, she was not long-winded and said, "Can you do it alone?" While speaking, she had already walked to Luo Tian's side. Xianxi smiled and said, "Don't worry about me. You guys go first. No matter how arrogant Hyosaurus is, he won't dare to do anything to me. After all, I am the undying old man's disciple. He won't dare to kill me." The immortal order was proof of identity. The undying old man's cultivation was extremely powerful. Anyone who saw the immortal order would have to think twice. Yunmeng nodded, "Then be careful, Hyosaurus is a madman." As she spoke, she hugged Luo Tian's armpit and pulled him out of the ground. At this moment, Hyosaurus's face suddenly changed. "Bitch, you really dare to save him? I think you're tired of living." In the blink of an eye, Hyosaurus's right hand moved, and a burst of vigorous essence shot out, dragon binding art. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. Wang, the essence rushed out from his palm like a huge dragon, letting out a dragon's roar. The surrounding air suddenly shrank, as if it had been sucked dry in an instant. There's a god-level cultivation technique. Haijia is indeed Haijia. Even a random cultivation technique is a god level. The dragon binding art is rumored to be able to bind a divine dragon. Furthermore, the essence is suppressed, and the cultivation is also suppressed. Yunming's gaze turned cold, and the ice sword in her hand directly pierced forward. Mysterious sky sword art. Kill. The long sword continued to swing, quickly slashing towards the dragon's head. However, because of the poison, her cultivation was greatly suppressed. Facing the dragon binding art released by Hyosaurus, she clearly felt that it was strenuous. After slashing out dozens of times, she was forced to retreat. Bind for me. Hyosaurus frowned, his essence suddenly increased, and the speed of the released essence dragon increased, instantly binding Yunmeng. Buzz. Like a long rope, it tightly bound Yunmeng. Ha ha ha, Yunmeng, how does it feel to be tied up? Hyosaurus laughed excitedly. Ice Queen? Cloud Mist College's proud daughter of heaven? In my eyes, you are just trash. If it wasn't for my big brother taking a fancy to you, you would have died in Misty Cloud City. Tisk. At the same time, he was fighting against Xianxia and Yunmeng. It was a complete suppression. This was the power of Hyosaurus, an incomparably powerful strength. Then, Hyosaurus looked at the stunned Baiyuan, and said, "What are you still standing there for? Go kill him." The two of them were crushed, they could not move at all. Luo Tian was seriously injured. His kneecaps had cracked and the pain was unbearable. With Xianxia, Yunmeng, and Hyosaurus joining in, Baiyuan automatically retreated to the side. He did not dare to say a word, there was no place for him to speak. But, he saw it very clearly. Upon hearing Hyosaurus's words, Baiyuan immediately walked forward and said respectfully, "Yes, sir. Master Hai, just you watch. I will definitely use the cruelest method to kill him. This kid killed my son and so many people from the house of Bai. Today, I will use his head as a sacrifice to the souls of those who died in the house of Bai." Hyosaurus smiled with satisfaction. He controlled his Yuan-Chi tightly and crushed the two of them. He looked at Yunmeng and said with a smile, "Bitch, I know you like him. It must feel terrible to see the person you like die in front of you, right? I think he confessed to you the last time, right? But, you were still that high and mighty goddess, the Ice Queen. But now, I want to know if he still likes you." Ha ha ha. After saying that, Hyosaurus said in a deep voice, "Kill him slowly. I want him to see the true face of the Ice Queen." At this moment, Luo Tian, who was almost unable to stand properly, suddenly jolted. He immediately looked at Yunmeng and muttered, "She likes me? She likes me? Doesn't she treat me as? Could it be? She likes me? Ha ha ha. She likes me." Suddenly, Luo Tian was as happy as a child who had received candy. He nearly jumped up in joy, Yunmeng's face sank. She angrily rebuked, "Hyosaurus, how dare you?" Hyosaurus said with an excited smile, "What would I, Hyosaurus, not dare to do?" Ha ha ha, everyone, open your eyes wide and take a good look at the so-called #1 beauty of Misty Cloud City, the proud daughter of heaven of Cloud Mist College. As soon as he finished speaking, Yunmeng suddenly trembled. Fear welled up in his heart. She couldn't help but look at Luo Tian from the corner of her eyes. She didn't want Luo Tian to see her ugly side. Otherwise, he would meet Luo Tian in Heavenly Spirit Pavilion. Seeing Hyosaurus approaching her step by step, she struggled violently. But, the binding power of the dragon-binding divine art was simply too strong. Even if her cultivation recovered, she wouldn't be able to break free. Unless Hyosaurus's vitality ran dry, she wouldn't be able to break free. On the other side, Xianxia was also struggling with all his might. He was the same as well. He was suppressed by the heavenly net divine technique to the point that he couldn't move. Hee, are you scared? Hyosaurus walked in front of Yunmeng. Yunmeng stared at him angrily, and said, "If you have the guts, then kill me. Hyosaurus, if there's a chance, I will definitely not let you off." Hyosaurus pretended to be afraid and laughed, I'm so scared. Come on, come and kill me. Looking at your cheap appearance, I know you like that trash. Otherwise, why would you be afraid?" Suddenly, Hyosaurus slapped him with the back of his hand. "Pa. My big brother taking a fancy to you is your good fortune. You actually like a trash. What position do you put us Haijia in? What position do you put my big brother in? My big brother won't kill you, but that doesn't mean I won't kill you." A slap landed on Yunmeng's cheek. The 5-finger marks were clearly visible, and blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth. At this moment, the cloak on Yunming's head was flung off. Walala, a few screams rang out. The surrounding people's gazes suddenly changed as they became incomparably shocked. They looked at Yunming as if they were looking at a monster. Monster. Monster, the danger zone is a monster. She is the #1 beauty of Misty City? How could this be? Oh my god, she is the goddess in my heart. Even if I like a pig, I won't take another look at her. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, Hyosaurus laughed incomparably happily. Listening to the discussions of the crowd, he laughed with unusual excitement. The #1 beauty has become the #1 ugly woman, ha ha ha. Luo Tian, do you still like her? Ha ha ha, Luo Tian's expression changed. Looking at the black spots on Yunming's face, there were black hairs growing from the spots all over her face, extending from her face to the depths of her neck. She didn't look like a human at all and looked extremely terrifying. Luo Tian's heart ached. It was also at this moment. He was angry. Extremely angry, seeing that Yunming was motionless, she asked softly, "Silly queen, why is it like this? Your face. Your face. Why did it become like this?" Tears gushed out from the corners of Yunming's eyes. She cried and couldn't say a word. Seeing Yunming crying, Hyosaurus laughed even more happily. Luo Tian turned his face and stared at Hyosaurus, almost roaring, "Laugh your mother." Hyosaurus's eyes were filled with anger as he shouted heavily, "You dog, what did you say?" Luo Tian's eyes were bloodshot as he said word by word, "I said, laugh, your mother, King, now do you hear me clearly?" After scolding Hyosaurus, he didn't even look at him, completely ignoring him. At this moment, Luo Tian's aura became different. A gloomy murderous aura constantly burst out from his body. Even Hyosaurus was slightly stunned, but in an instant, he immediately recovered and said coldly, "Brat, I think you're really tired of living. What are you waiting for? Kill him. Yunming, watch him die, ha ha ha." Yunming struggled. She kept struggling. Because she couldn't stand steadily, she directly fell to the ground. She still kept struggling and desperately shouted, "Run, run, run." While shouting. While crying heart-wrenchingly. She didn't know why. She hated tears, but now she just wanted to cry. Seeing Baiyuan approaching step by step, her heart also ached. She blamed herself in her heart, why, God, why? Why are all the people I like dead? My brother became a cripple. My father's life and death are unknown. My mother died tragically outside. Why is this? Am I really a cursed loner? She screamed in her heart, she was powerless. She hated herself. Baiyuan. Try to touch him. Suddenly, a voice rang out. A white figure landed beside Luo Tian. Bai Qi, everyone in the house of Bai was shocked. Baiyuan's face also changed. Your cultivation, how did you get rid of the strong yang poison in your body? I have already crushed the mysterious ing crystal. Why did you? Bai Qi didn't even look at him. Instead, he looked at Hyosaurus, clasped his hands and said, "Master Hai, this is my house of Bai's matter. Even if you're the king of Haijia, you can't interfere with my house of Bai's matters, right?" He stood up. If he didn't stand up, Luo Tian would definitely die. Luo Tian saved his life. He, Bai Qi, was a person who clearly distinguished kindness and hatred. If he didn't stand up at this time, then he wouldn't be Bai Qi. Father! Father! Bai Xiong and Bai Lingling were immediately happy and called out. At this time, Hyosaurus turned slightly to look at Bai Qi and sneered disdainfully, "Oh? Another one who's not afraid of death stands up?" As soon as he finished speaking, Hyosaurus slapped him in the air. "Who do you think you are? You don't even have the right to talk to me. Do you understand? In my eyes, you're not even an ant." Slap. Bang, Bai Qi was directly flipped over. The slap made him unable to get up from the ground. He spat out a large mouthful of blood. Bai Xiong and Bai Lingling immediately rushed up. Bai Lingling helped Bai Qi up and asked anxiously, "Father, are you okay?" Bai Xiong roared to the sky, and the aura of the explosive Bear King erupted from his body. I'll kill you. Luo Tian shouted, Bai Xiong, don't be impulsive. Come back. Hyosaurus grinned and said, another ant. The void moved. He slapped him again. The pneuma surged. Once again, Bai Xiong was knocked down and fainted. Hyosaurus glanced at the crowd and said arrogantly, who else is not convinced? If you're not convinced, you can stand up. I, Hyosaurus, will beat you until you're convinced. Arrogant, unusually arrogant. He completely crushed the whole scene. The surroundings fell silent. No one dared to make a sound, nor did they dare to stand up. Whether it was the disciples of the Abyss College or the few female disciples of the Cloud Mist College who followed Yunmeng, none of them dared to make a sound. They were very afraid because they couldn't afford to offend Hyosaurus, let alone Haijia. It seems that there's no one left? Hyosaurus enjoyed the feeling of looking down on everything. He stared at Luo Tian and said, Kid, what qualifications do you have to compare with my big brother? A toad like you still wants to eat swan meat. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror? Luo Tian didn't say anything, but slowly walked to Bai Xiong's side and helped him up. Then he supported himself to Bai Qi's side. Bai Qi saw that Luo Tian's expression and eyes were not right, and couldn't help but stop Luo Tian's sleeve, and said, Luo Tian, don't go, you're not his opponent. Luo Tian smiled faintly, and said, don't worry. Looking at Yunmeng, he revealed a smile and said, silly queen, I'm sorry, it's all because of me that you're like this, don't worry. I will repay the pain you've suffered 1,000 times, 10,000 times. Then, he looked at Yang Qi. Luo Tian felt a smile, and said, Big brother Yang, thank you. From today onwards, you are my, Luo Tian's, big brother forever. I, Luo Tian, will remember your kindness for the rest of my life. In the future, if there's anything I, Luo Tian, will definitely help with my life. Luo Tian seemed to be saying his last words. Yunmeng was stunned. Yang Qi was also stunned. The two of them looked at Luo Tian, watched him walk towards Hyosaurus, and couldn't help but panic, and shouted loudly, Luo Tian, don't do anything stupid, you're not his opponent, run. Bai Yuan coldly snorted, and said, Brat, you can offend anyone, but you have to offend Master Hai, this is even more terrifying than offending the King of Hell. I've already said my last words, now it's time for me to die. Luo Tian didn't even look at Bai Yuan, and suddenly shouted, scram to the side for this daddy. Wolverine, transform. This chapter is very large. Thank you Peppermint Leaf for your 10,000 fluttering red tip, the old cow is extremely grateful, thank you everyone for this month, thank you for every monthly ticket, every tip, the old cow bows 90 degrees to thank you brothers. A new month has begun, brothers all have monthly tickets, vote for the old cow. He could not take it anymore, what was there to worry about? What was there to be worried about being captured and kept as a lab rat? What kind of monster was that? At this moment, all these did not exist in Luo Tian's mind. There was only one thing in his mind, which was to crush the arrogant Hyosaurus like a dead dog. This was what he wanted to do, therefore, without hesitation, he released the Wolverine transformation card in his body. His body suddenly changed, and all the muscles on his body seemed to explode. He had a full beard, a big cigar in his mouth, and a leather jacket. His muscles were bulging. The most fatal thing was the back of his hand, he could already feel the power of the indestructible super-strong metal blade. As long as he thought about it, the 4 steel blades would pierce out, a few seconds. Luo Tian had turned into another person, Wolverine from the X-Men, the surrounding people were all dumbfounded. They had no idea what this was. Each of them looked at Luo Tian as if they were looking at a monster. They did not know what happened to him. How did he suddenly turn into a man with the appearance of an uncle? There was something in his mouth that they had never seen before. The clothes on his body were the same. At this moment, Yang Qi's face suddenly sank. What happened? Could it be? The thoughts in his mind became chaotic. However, his eyes instantly became excited. Yunmei was the same. She looked at Luo Tian in shock and frowned. What kind of cultivation method did he cultivate? How did he turn into another person? Could it be that the green monster in big pants in the Wushan mountain range was also him? Both of them thought of Hulk at the same time, however, they were not sure. After all, the Uncle Wolverine in front of them was completely like a normal person. However, the big green monster was completely different. That kind of violent, ignoring everything, explosive power was completely reckless. Hyosaurus was shocked and suddenly laughed. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Luo Tian, I think you're really suitable to go to a circus. Your transformation is really too funny. I can't help but burst out laughing. It's really a loss for you not to go to the circus. However, even if you become this rotten skin, what's the point? I really suspect that you're a clown. Hyosaurus still looked arrogant. He was still filled with disdain. This was because he could not sense any dangerous aura from Wolverine's body. He could not even feel the fluctuation of Yuan Qi. Therefore, he was sure that this Wolverine was also a piece of trash. He was completely useless and naturally could not threaten him. Luo Tian took a puff of his cigar. Hiss, phew, exhaling another mouthful of white smoke, he thought to himself, this feels great. It's been a long time since I've experienced this feeling. It's alright. I'm really afraid that if I transform, I'll end up like that monster Hulk. I won't have any self-awareness and won't be able to control myself. If that's the case, I'll be screwed. Transforming into Wolverine was not hindered in the slightest. In other words, Luo Tian could completely control it. He could control everything. Clenching his fists, he felt the power of the super strong combination of metals surging in his body. Staring at Hyosaurus, he grinned and said, "Is that so? Then I'll let you have a taste of my power. You'll tremble because of him for the rest of your life." Immediately, Luo Tian suddenly moved. Clenching his fists, the muscles on his arms bulged, and a strong aura of pure physical strength erupted from his entire body. Hyosaurus's face was full of contempt, not putting Luo Tian in his eyes at all. And at this moment, Yuan's eyes moved. This was the best time for him to flatter and hug his thigh. Only he had a relationship with Haijia. Even if Bai Qi was alive, even if his cultivation had recovered, so what? Bai Qi was his, and even Lingyun City was his. Thinking about this clearly, Bai Yuan's eyes revealed a cold fierceness. He rushed towards Luo Tian and shouted, "You dog, you want to hurt Master Hai? I think you should save it. Dragon's Claw. Overlord's Claw. Crush him for me." As soon as his voice faded, Bai Yuan released his strongest power. This was his only chance to show off in front of Hyosaurus. He had to go all out, and he also wanted to kill Luo Tian to avenge his son. Anger and future intertwined, and his power became even more fierce. However, Luo Tian did not even look at him. Although, Bai Yuan was a boss, and it was possible that he would trigger the system reward. However, Luo Tian did not put him in his eyes at all. A boss of this level could no longer satisfy Luo Tian. What he wanted was Hyosaurus. When Bai Yuan's Overlord's Claw came crashing down, Luo Tian did not defend at all. His speed did not decrease. He still rushed towards Hyosaurus. Bam! Rumble, rumble, the power of the five elements claw came crashing down and Luo Tian's body abruptly sank. His legs felt as though they were filled with lead, becoming incomparably heavy. Countless fine cracks appeared all over his body, as though his body was about to be torn apart. Seeing this, Bai Yuan was extremely excited, and said fawningly to Hyosaurus, "Master Hai, just leave this kind of trash to me, how can I let you do it yourself? Just watch, he will be crushed into a pool of blood by my Overlord's Claw, not even his bones will be left." Hyosaurus smiled in satisfaction. Looking at Luo Tian's painful expression, he turned to look at Yunmeng and laughed, "How is it? It must feel good to see the man you like being crushed, ha ha ha. Such a trash, I don't see how he is qualified to be compared to my big brother. Yunmeng, just watch him die in pain, ha ha ha." Yunmeng stared at Luo Tian, watching the skin on his body crack bit by bit. She was extremely worried, but it was useless no matter how hard she struggled. The power of the divine dragon binding skill was not something she could break free from with her current cultivation level. She could only watch as Luo Tian suffered. At the same time, She was also in tears, sobbing uncontrollably. Master! Luo Tian! Brother Luo, many people around them shouted. Bai Yuan laughed excitedly, ha ha ha, dog, after being hit by my overlord's claw, you will slowly die in pain. You didn't even dream of dying like this, ha ha ha, he was excited. Killing Luo Tian, kissing Hyosaurus's ass, and avenging his son. The resentment in his heart finally exploded. In the future, he would not have to worry about Bai Qi, or the other 4 big families in Lingyun City. In the future, the entire Lingyun City would belong to him, Bai Yuan. At this moment, he could already see his glorious future. However, what he did not notice was, Luo Tian suddenly disappeared. Moreover, at this moment, a figure like a hungry wolf landed in front of him. A cold metallic light flashed, and 4 forces that broke through the void slashed across his chest. Die, I just came back from the hospital and started to write. The first chapter of the day is here, it's a new month. Brothers, push for the monthly votes and destroy the chrysanthemum in front. Only 20 votes left. A second ago, he was crushed beyond recognition. The next second, a strong killing intent suddenly erupted. And no one saw Luo Tian move. Many people were staring at Luo Tian, including Hyosaurus, but none of them saw Luo Tian move, because Luo Tian's speed was too fast. It was so fast that the naked eye couldn't follow. Just as White Ape revealed a smug smile, a cold light flashed past, and a trace of pain came from his chest. His eyes were filled with shock as he stared at Wolverine, who was holding a large cigar in his mouth. He trembled as he said, you, how, puff. Before he could finish his words, he spat out a mouthful of black blood. Slowly, his body became cold and the wound on his chest became thicker, longer, and bigger. Then his chest was directly divided into 3 pieces and slid down. His body was cut into 3 pieces, instant kill, it was so fast that it was suffocating, this speed was too deadly. Bai Yuan was an expert of the martial void realm. Even if he was careless and was hit by Luo Tian again, his defense of the martial void realm was still there, but he was cut into 3 pieces by Luo Tian with a light slash. This, everyone's brain almost stopped working and they couldn't react. They felt as if they had eaten a fly. It was very uncomfortable, but they couldn't figure out where it was uncomfortable. They just looked at Luo Tian and kept looking at him. He's dead. Bai Yuan is dead. He was killed by him. Oh my god, what happened just now? I didn't see it clearly at all. How did he do it? He was so far away and his speed was faster than lightning. Isn't this too heaven-defying? This is the first time I've seen a martial void realm expert kill an expert of the martial void realm. Suddenly, there was a strong discussion in the crowd. Everyone was shocked by Luo Tian. They couldn't understand how he did it at all. At this moment, Luo Tian didn't attack again. Instead, he stared at Hyosaurus, who had an ugly expression on his face, and sneered, "Don't worry, you're next." He's not free right now. He wanted to see what Bai Yuan would drop. He wanted to know if Bai Yuan was the system's reward. Ding! The system beeped. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Bai Yuan. You have gained 60,000 experience and 5,000 vitality. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Giant Dragon Claw. Do you wish to cultivate it? Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining a Grade 3 Imperial Spirit Pill. A series of system notifications rang out. Other than the Giant Dragon Claw, nothing good was dropped. This was also related to Bai Yuan's lack of good items. Without good items, naturally, nothing good would be dropped. However, Luo Tian didn't care whether or not Bai Yuan would drop anything. What he cared about was whether or not the system would reward him. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for +1 sin value. The current sin value is 89 points. F***CK. Why did you suddenly remind me of this? System sister, give me some boss rewards. Bai Yuan is a boss after all, you should at least give me some rewards. Luo Tian prayed in his heart. He did not take the sudden reminder of the sin value to heart. Luo Tian did not pay much attention to the sin value system either. In any case, the sin value was definitely similar to the one in the game. The more people he killed, the higher the sin value would be, just like a red name. Luo Tian did not care too much about this kind of thing, since he never cared about the consequences of killing people. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for advancing. Current level, for symbol stage 9. Holy sh*t, scared me to death. Luo Tian frowned. His tense nerves were disturbed by the system notification. His heart sank again. He held his breath and said to himself, give me a quick one. If there is no reward, then there is no reward. Don't make me crazy. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing the boss by Yuan and obtaining the system reward. Upon hearing this, Luo Tian's heart was stuffed. What good stuff? That was all fake. The real good stuff was the system reward. The Heavenly Sword system reward, Hulk's Eternal Transformation card, the system reward. What would be the reward this time? Luo Tian was looking forward to it. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the Thor Transformation card. It lasts for 10 minutes, one-time use. Item, Thor Transformation card attribute, unique. Can transform into Thor and possess the power of shocking thunder. Description, passive attribute. Triggers all thunder-type techniques and is not restricted by the seal. The thunder-type technique that is cultivated will increase by 1 level. Permanent, he took a look at the attributes of the Thor Transformation card. There was nothing special about the first two. However, the things that were described in the description. Luo Tian was almost ecstatic. God, the 3 million volts of electricity that was dropped from any road can unlock the seal? Furthermore, it will increase by 1 level and become tens of millions of volts of electric shock damage. Oh my god, this happiness came too suddenly. My little heart can't take it anymore. Ha ha ha. He did not expect this, he did not expect this at all. Luo Tian did not expect this even in his wildest dreams. The Thor Transformation card that was rewarded by the system could actually trigger these attributes. God. Any Road's Thunder-type technique was too powerful. Furthermore, it was a divine spell. Although he was only a virtual shadow condensed from a thought of God in the divine territory, he was still a god after all. The technique that he cultivated was a divine spell. Even in the ancient world, he was definitely an awesome existence. Wow. This is too awesome. There's nothing more awesome than this. Luo Tian was too excited. Ever since he obtained Any Road's technique, he had been thinking about where to absorb the thunder and lightning to upgrade it. Now, he suddenly had a solution. The most difficult thing was that the seal of the technique could not be unlocked by force. The system did not give any hints. Now, everything was not a problem. Awesome. Luo Tian looked up and roared. Looking at the Thor Transformation card, he had an urge to use it to unlock Any Road's Thunder-type technique. However, in the end, he restrained himself. Now was the time for Wolverine to transform. It was not Thor's turn yet. One must know that Thor was an absolute powerhouse in the divine territory. That hammer could summon lightning. That lightning was not as simple as a few million volts. Once it came out, it would be a destructive existence. Moreover, to deal with a Hyosaurus, Wolverine was enough. Both eyes were stunned. Luo Tian recovered and stared coldly at Hyosaurus. He laughed mockingly and said, Hyosaurus, right? Haijia second young master, right? Come, let me see how arrogant you are. Now it's your turn. The second chapter has been delivered, only 10 votes left. Brothers, can you give me a little more effort? Chrysanthemum, this old bull needs a chrysanthemum. After getting rid of Bai Yuan, the next one would naturally be Hyosaurus. However, Luo Tian didn't know what cultivation level Hyosaurus was at. How strong was Wolverine, how high could his cultivation level be, Luo Tian didn't know either. However, there was one thing that Luo Tian was very clear about. With Wolverine's strength, he would definitely beat Hyosaurus until he crawled on the ground. This was absolutely certain. The most important point was, when he was crushed by Bai Yuan's overlord's claw, his skin had cracked and his internal organs were in extreme pain. However, after his self-healing ability was triggered, all the injuries were healed in an instant. In other words, in a situation where he couldn't be killed in one hit, Wolverine was basically an invincible existence. Bai Yuan fell into a pool of blood. The disciples of the House of Bai were immediately shocked and quickly retreated to one side. They lowered their heads and didn't dare to look at Bai Qi. Some of them also secretly left. Then there were the elders of the House of Bai who had already hidden away. When they saw Bai Qi, their expressions changed and they didn't even dare to breathe loudly. However, Bai Qi didn't have time to care about this. All his attention was on Luo Tian. Moreover, he already had a very good idea in his mind. Hyosaurus's expression was somewhat ugly. It wasn't because Luo Tian had killed Bai Yuan in one hit, but because Luo Tian's tone made him very unhappy. Looking at Luo Tian's mocking and disdainful expression, the anger in his heart instantly burst out. Killing an ant of the Void Martial stage dares to show off in front of me? Luo Tian, I've indeed underestimated you. I've underestimated the power of your mutated form. However, even so, you're still not my opponent. Killing you is as easy as killing an ant. Not waiting for Hyosaurus to finish speaking, Luo Tian said aggressively, then what the F***ck are you waiting for? Come and kill me. Don't F***king talk nonsense. Come and bite me. What do you mean by killing you is as easy as killing an ant? It's all F***king nonsense. Luo Tian was already unhappy in Martial Mountain City. It was just that at that time, he didn't have the strength and didn't want to reveal that he had transformed into the Hulk. Otherwise, he would have already turned Hai Yulong into dregs and wouldn't have waited until now. Of course, if Luo Tian knew that so many things would happen when Yunmei returned to Misty City, he would have killed Hai Yulong even if he risked being exposed. He wouldn't care if Hai Yulong was a super genius of Misty Cloud Academy, the second young master of the Hai family, or even the blood brother of the Crown Prince. In life, if you're unhappy, do it. Keeping a low profile wasn't Luo Tian's style. If you're dead, you'll be alive for thousands of years. Luo Tian now understood. Hyosaurus's face twisted again. The muscles at the corner of his eyes twitched crazily. He suddenly moved his hands and withdrew his Yuan Qi. He withdrew the crushing power of the Skynet Divine Art and the binding power of the Dragon Binding Divine Art. He stared coldly at Luo Tian and said, since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. As soon as he finished speaking, the Skynet Divine Art and the Dragon Binding Divine Art were released at the same time. Two invisible forces like surging waves attacked Luo Tian. Yunmei, whose body was light, suddenly stood up and exclaimed, be careful. Yang Qi shouted, brother Luo, be careful. As soon as he finished speaking, the two of them rushed up almost instantly. But, at this moment, Luo Tian suddenly said, don't come over. You guys just watch from the side. Watch how I make him kneel on the ground and turn him into a dead dog. The evil fire was growing, thinking of the huge black spots on Yunming's face. Thinking of the humiliated Yang Qi. Thinking of Hyosaurus's contemptuous, condescending, arrogant face, Luo Tian was very unhappy. Roaring in his heart, he shouted, Wolverine, let me see your true strength. Buzz, his arms sank. Clenching his fists, 8 super combination metal blades rushed out from the back of his hands, shining with a cold light. Blades? Blades actually grew out of his hands? What is this? Just now Bai Yuan was cut into 3 parts by these blades. These blades are so sharp? This kid is too strange. At first, he summoned a creature from another world. When everyone thought that he was a sorcerer, that demon beast was actually killed by the white ape in an instant. When everyone thought that he was about to die, he suddenly transformed and killed the white ape in an instant. Now, he is facing the second young master of the Hai family without the slightest bit of fear. Is he crazy, or is he crazy? Did he not think of the consequences of offending the Haijia? The crowd was discussing. Luo Tian did not have the mood to care about these. Haijia or Haijia, he only had one problem in mind, which was to kill Hyosaurus. But, there was one thing that Luo Tian did not understand. Logically speaking, Hyosaurus should be a humanoid boss, but he was not a boss. He did not even have the faint golden light of an elite monster. He was completely an ordinary monster. How could this be? Bai Yuan was a boss. For Luo Tian, who was in the four symbols realm, Hyosaurus's cultivation was definitely at the boss level. He could not understand. Luo Tian did not think too much about it. Whether Hyosaurus was a boss or not, he wanted to kill him and make him kneel on the ground and sing for him. Facing the two surging forces, his body leaned forward slightly. His back foot moved. Boom! The airflow behind him suddenly rotated. At this moment, Wolverine's figure had disappeared, with a trace of the sound of breaking air. His figure could not be seen. Facing the two forces of Tian Luo Divine Art and Dragon Binding Divine Art, he directly used his speed to pass through, just like the Flash in a LOL game. He directly passed through, and in the blink of an eye, he landed in front of Hyosaurus. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a deathly smile, and said, "Is this all you have? With this little strength, you dare to be arrogant in front of me, dare to touch my woman, dare to touch my brother, Hyosaurus, who do you think you are? You like to be arrogant, right? Today, I will let you know what arrogance is." The speed of his speech was very fast. It was the same as his speed just now, astonishingly fast. Facing Luo Tian's speed, Hyosaurus's reaction was also very fast, but compared to Luo Tian's speed, it was not by a little bit, but by a lot. Even after Luo Tian finished speaking, he did not have time to move. Titanium alloy strength. Crack. Breaking the speed of light, open. With a move of both fists, Luo Tian instantly entered Lunatic Luo mode, and fiercely attacked Hyosaurus's body with two fists. For a moment, blood splattered into the air, and Hyosaurus kept retreating. His face was pale, and his heart was scared to death. Luo Tian pressed on step by step, and roared in a deep voice, "Kneel down and sing Conquer for me. The third chapter has been delivered, you guys are the fiercest, Old Cow loves you guys to death. It's going to be a new week soon. Old Cow is looking for a threesome. The recommendation tickets and monthly tickets will fly together. Let Old Cow feel better and let the ranking of Undefeated be higher. Brothers, kill." The Vajra blade attacked quickly. Hyosaurus kept using the advantage of the realm to crush Luo Tian, using the pressure of the Tian Luo Divine Art to crush him. He wanted to crush Luo Tian with his pressure. But, he didn't know what was going on. He couldn't crush him at all. He was an expert at the peak of the martial void realm. He couldn't even crush a warrior of the four divisions realm. What was going on, however, Hyosaurus didn't know what Wolverine was, let alone how fierce Wolverine was. The most important point was that Wolverine wasn't from this world at all. He wasn't bound by the laws of the ancient world. In other words, what primordial chi crushing, what pressure, they were all useless to him. It was like a person who didn't know anything. If you gave him some difficult questions, would he be able to solve them? He didn't understand at all. Naturally, he wouldn't be controlled by the rules. You, what realm is your cultivation? Why is the Tian Luo Divine Art useless to you? His chest was attacked, but Hyosaurus didn't suffer any serious injuries. He was the second young master of Haijia. Haijia was such a powerful force. As the second young master, he naturally had a protective treasure. Facing Luo Tian's fierce attacks, his face became more and more ugly. The more he fought, the more frightened he became. Facing someone he had never faced before, he didn't know what to do. Luo Tian ignored him. Seeing his frightened expression, he sneered and said, "Tian Luo Divine Art? What kind of bullshit technique is that? I've never heard of it. Can it kill an ant? Do you think such a trashy cultivation method can suppress me? Tisk. Don't you know who I am? I'm your Haijia ancestor." Extremely arrogant. His tone was extremely arrogant and overbearing. The attacks on his hands were extremely sharp. He waved his fists, and the steel blades made of super composite metals kept attacking, forcing Hai Yulong to retreat step by step. There was no room for him to fight back. This was the power of Wolverine. This was also Wolverine. Luo Tian could control his consciousness. If it was Hulk, that irritable guy's balls would have been smashed. This guy's speed is too fast? Look at the steel blade growing out of the back of his hand. I've never seen such a person before. Just who is this guy? At the very least, he's holding a lit log in his mouth and occasionally spitting out white smoke. This guy is too terrifying. Domineering. I can feel endless domineering from him. Too fierce. The crowd whispered. Luo Tian's sudden burst of power shocked everyone. Yunmeng. The same was true for Xianxia and Yangqi. However, their eyes were a little different from before. They were more and more certain that the big green guy in the Wu mountain range was Luo Tian's transformation. Although they didn't have direct evidence to prove it, the feeling in their hearts was absolutely not wrong. If this was really the case, the two looked at each other and couldn't help but swallow. Almost at the same time. They thought in their hearts, this secret must not be known by outsiders. Otherwise, he will never have peace. Whether it's the Devil Gate or the sect, they will send people to fight for it. If they can't fight for it, they will be destroyed. This is a common method used by the two opposing forces. Master, teach him a lesson. He saw that I hit Master's wife. Look at Master's wife's face. The poison must have something to do with this guy. We must not let him escape. Bai Xiong woke up and saw Luo Tian's appearance. Looking at him crushing Hyosaurus, he was very excited. However, when he spoke, Bai Lingling's eyes were a little strange. There was a sour feeling in his heart. He couldn't tell what the feeling was. It was like drinking a jar of vinegar. It was sour. Suddenly, Hyosaurus's two followers rushed out. One of them shouted in a deep voice, "Boy, I think you are tired of living. You even dare to touch Master Hai." The other also shouted angrily, offending Haijia in the central state, "Even if you are the king, you will die. I advise you to be sensible. Kneel down and kowtow to Master Hai to admit your mistake, otherwise your sister." Before he finished speaking, Luo Tian suddenly moved. Like lightning, his arm moved and the King Kong blade suddenly attacked. Originally, he was a little annoyed that he couldn't kill Hyosaurus. Now, two people jumped out, which made him even more annoyed. Both of their cultivations were not low. They were both students of the Cloud Mist College. Their talents were also the best of the best. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to become Hyosaurus's followers. However, there was a difference between them and Hyosaurus. They didn't have a protective magic treasure on them. Luo Tian's sudden attack caught them off guard and they couldn't react in a hurry. However, Luo Tian's strength was much more powerful than they had imagined. Swish, swish, 2 slashes. Poochie, poochie, several flowers of blood splashed into the air. Their eyeballs bulged out as they looked at Luo Tian in shock. Their bodies slowly became cold. Even in their dreams, they didn't expect Luo Tian's strength to be so strong. Martial Void Realm, instant kill. The instant kill was also a student of the Cloud Mist College and a disciple of Haijia. One had to know that every student of the Cloud Mist College was incomparably strong. However, in front of Wolverine, they were like ants. With a light pinch, they died. Ding. Ding. The system sounded out 2 notifications. Luo Tian took a look and was overjoyed. Wow, these two people aren't bosses nor elites, but their experience points are actually more than 70,000. If all the students of the Cloud Mist College had this much experience, then it would be great. The experience points were too rich. You like to shout? Are you dead now? I hate people who buzz in front of me like flies the most. I will only slap such a person to death. Luo Tian turned around. His eyes were cold as he stared at the trembling Hyosaurus playfully. He smiled lightly and said, "You seem to like to shout too, right? Just now, they asked me to kneel down and kowtow to you. Do you want me to give you a chance now? Kneel down and kowtow to admit your mistake, and sing Conquer for me." As Luo Tian spoke, he took a step forward. Hyosaurus's face was red with anger. He stared fiercely at Luo Tian and shouted in a deep voice, "Do you know who I am? You dare to ask me to kneel down? Even if an Emperor Realm powerhouse sees me, they wouldn't dare to speak to me like this. Don't talk nonsense with me." Luo Tian directly interrupted him and said, "Kneel or not?" Hyosaurus was interrupted by Luo Tian several times. He was very unhappy and shouted angrily, "You want me, Hyosaurus, to kneel? You don't want to kneel, right? Then go to hell." Please recommend me, monthly votes. As soon as he finished, Luo Tian did not give Hyosaurus any chance to consider. It didn't matter if he knelt or not. He was going to die, Luo Tian would never let him go. Regardless of whether he was a boss or not, he still had to die. Just because of 2 points, he had touched his woman, and he had touched Luo Tian's brother, so Luo Tian would never let him go. This was his principle, a principle that would never be broken. Hyosaurus's face darkened, and said, "Then give it a try, let's see who will die." While they were talking, his right hand moved and pulled at the air. Wang, wang. Tens of thousands of sword cries suddenly rang out. Following that, the swords on the bodies of the surrounding sword cultivators in Lingyun City began to tremble violently, as if they were being summoned by some powerful sword intent, as if they were afraid of something. Tremble, tremble non-stop. Whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh. Whoosh, one after another, the swords shot out and flew directly above Hai Yulong's head. They were controlled by his powerful sword will and also by the power of the illusory sword in his hand. My sword. My sword. Come back, take, what's going on? My sword is completely out of control. Sword intent. Nihility sword intent. Oh my god, Hyosaurus actually brought out one of the 3 magic treasures of Xianxia, the divine artifact Nihility sword, and it's actually on him. It seems like his position in Xianxia is unimaginably high. He was suddenly shocked. The expressions of everyone around him changed drastically, including Yunmeng. Her face suddenly became tense, and without waiting for Luo Tian to rush forward, she immediately reminded him loudly, "Luo Tian, don't go up, Nihility sword's power is too strong, it can control all the sword intent hidden in the sword, you are not his match at all, hurry up and leave." Xianxia had also heard of the Nihility sword, his heart sank, and he immediately said, "Brother Luo, listen to her, hurry up and leave." Void Divine Sword. The supreme treasure of Xianxia. Divine artifact level. Most importantly, once it was taken out, it could summon all the swords within a radius of 100 meters. It could absorb the sword intent hidden within each sword and merge it into the Void Divine Sword. In the ancient continent, sword intent was extremely difficult to cultivate. Every sword cultivator could cultivate for 100 years, 1,000 years, or even 10,000 years and still find it difficult to fully comprehend it. Every person's sword intent was different. Although he couldn't fully comprehend the sword intent. However, every sword cultivator's sword would hide a little bit of sword intent. This was the sword intent left in the sword by the cultivator. It was very subtle, but when thousands of subtle sword intents fused together, it would be very powerful. Hiss hiss hiss, an ear-piercing sound rang out. Hyosaurus moved his right hand, and the thousands of swords above his head suddenly moved, all pointing at Luo Tian. Walala, 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 it formed a sword dragon. Hyosaurus sneered, stared at Luo Tian with contempt, and said, "I didn't want to use the Nihility sword, but an ant like you really disgusts me. You want me to die? You want me to kneel? Humph. Dog, why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? Who do you think you are? You want me, Hyosaurus, to kneel? Such a person hasn't been born yet." The Nihility sword was not his. It was his brother's. It was a reward from the family to his brother. But, this time, when his elder brother suddenly gave him the Nihility divine sword, even he himself was a little confused. One must know that even in the fair family, who knows how many people wanted this divine sword? In the central region, and even in the entire ancient continent, the Nihility divine sword could be ranked in the top 10 divine weapons. With this divine artifact, even if he met a peak Grand Yen realm expert, he wouldn't have to be afraid. The moment the Nihility sword appeared, he immediately summoned the sword intent. This kind of sword intent that was directly transformed into the Nihility sword intent, even if a warrior who had never cultivated the way of the sword could release this Nihility sword intent, he could easily kill them instantly. Hyosaurus was forced to the point where he had no choice. He had been suppressed by Luo Tian all this time, and he was extremely unhappy in his heart. Only then did he take out the Nihility sword. Once the Nihility sword appeared, he had to kill Luo Tian. Luo Tian frowned. Feeling the power of the Nihility sword intent, even the heavenly sword in his body couldn't help but tremble slightly. The heavenly sword wasn't afraid but excited because it could feel the power of the Nihility sword. It wanted to fight with the Nihility sword, however, Luo Tian didn't use the heavenly sword. Hyosaurus was disdainful, and his arrogant face appeared again. Looking at Luo Tian's shocked expression, he said with contempt, "Now it's my turn to give you a chance. Luo Tian, kneel down, kowtow and admit your mistake, then sing that conquer you said. If I'm happy, I might spare your dog life, ha ha ha," he laughed wildly. With the Nihility sword in hand, Hyosaurus felt that even if the Heavenly Emperor came, he would be able to kill him. This was the confidence brought by the divine artifact. Sigh. Haijia is Haijia. The Nihility sword is actually on Hyosaurus, who is at the martial void realm. Aren't they afraid that this divine artifact will be snatched away? Snatch? Are you kidding? In the central region, who would dare to snatch Haijia? That's right. Even if he hangs it around his neck, no one would dare to touch him. The Nihility sword is too powerful. This time, Luo Tian is really dead. The corner of Luo Tian's mouth curled up. Looking at the swords that filled the sky, he said arrogantly, "What nonsense are you talking about? Come, let me see your bullshit Nihility sword. What Nihility sword intent, give it all to me. Let me feel it. If it's strong, I'll accept it. If it can't withstand a single blow, then I don't want it." Excitement. He was inexplicably excited. Luo Tian was never afraid of having too many good things. Seeing that Hyosaurus's right hand was empty, he thought that there was nothing. If it wasn't for the people around him, he really wouldn't have known that Hyosaurus was holding a divine artifact that could condense sword intent. Seeing good things, Luo Tian's hands itched. He only thought of one thing in his heart, kill him. Humph. Let's see how long you can be arrogant. Hyosaurus's face darkened. He didn't want to waste any more words with Luo Tian. He glanced at the worried Yunmeng not far away and said coldly, "Yunmeng, open your eyes wide and watch how he dies under my sword." "Hyosaurus, how dare you?" Yunmeng's voice was filled with killing intent. But at this moment, the killing intent disappeared. She said in a low voice, "I agree to all of Haijia's requests. I only ask that you let him go. As long as you let him go, I'll immediately go back to Haijia with you." Suddenly, Hyosaurus was slightly stunned. Then, he laughed coldly, "Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. I really didn't expect that the proud daughter of Cloud Mist College, the king of assassins trained by the Yi family for 23 years, would give in. You agree to all of those conditions?" Yunmeng took a step forward and said, "Yes." The word yes was spoken. Hyosaurus's face suddenly changed. He was furious. He should be happy. However, he was furious. He was unusually angry and said heavily, "You agreed to all of those conditions for a piece of trash. For this man, what position do you put my brother in? Yunmeng, in my eyes, you're just a bitch. You don't deserve my brother's love. Brat, go to hell." He was furious. Because Yunmeng had agreed to all of those conditions for Luo Tian. One should know that even an ordinary person wouldn't agree to those conditions. But Yunmeng had agreed to all of them just to let Luo Tian go. If it was anyone else, he would have agreed. But if it was Luo Tian, he definitely couldn't. In Hyosaurus's world, his brother was everything. He couldn't tolerate any humiliation for anything related to his brother. Obviously. He thought that Yunmeng was insulting his brother. So he was angry. Yunmeng didn't expect that her words would make Hyosaurus even angrier. He was like a mad lion. Seeing the long swords in the sky turn into a sword dragon and rush towards Luo Tian, her heart suddenly sank and she exclaimed, "Don't." At the same time, she rushed up in an instant. Xianxia was the same. Bai Xiong and Bai Lingling were the same. The four of them rushed out almost at the same time. They wanted to block these long swords that were filled with the void sword intent for Luo Tian. Thousands of long swords could stab Luo Tian into meat paste. But, Luo Tian's feet sank, he steadied himself and shouted, "Don't come over. I can do it. Isn't it just the void sword intent?" He stared at Hyosaurus, who was sneering at him, and said solemnly, "I will show you what an invincible body is." God explosion. Buzz. Buzz. A ray of light shot out from the 5 elements on Luo Tian's body. His body leaned forward slightly, and the muscles all over his body were like steel, emitting a dark and bright profound light, just like the domineering body released by One Piece. At this moment, Luo Tian said again, "Back off, the further away you get from me, the better." Xianxia suddenly stopped, looked at Luo Tian's firm and confident gaze, and pulled a Yunmeng, saying, "Believe in him." Bai Xiong also pulled Bai Lingling, and said, "Master can definitely do it." The 4 of them stopped, but they didn't retreat far. They believed in Luo Tian. However, the surrounding people all revealed a trace of ridicule. Invincible body? Ha ha ha. Even an invincible body would turn into a pile of meat paste in the face of the void sword intent. Is he joking? The Nihility Divine Sword is a holy artifact, one of the 3 great treasures of Haijia. He actually said something about an invincible body, he must be joking. Everyone mocked. Hyosaurus was the same. He knew the power of the Nihility Divine Sword, and he had personally witnessed the power of the Nihility Sword intent. Even if his cultivation was increased by 100 times, he still wouldn't be able to resist it. Luo Tian's eyes darkened, his fists clenched tightly, and all the muscles in his body tensed up. He confidently took a step forward, and took the lead to face the sword dragons that were charging down. He sneered in his heart, "If you guys knew about Wolverine's ability, then maybe you would be afraid, Hyosaurus." Big chapter, he was only 10 votes away from a chrysanthemum, the old cow was begging for these 10 votes. Tomorrow, his wife would be discharged from the hospital, and the day after tomorrow, the old cow would write a few more chapters at home. In addition to his sharp attacks, Wolverine's strongest point was his defense. To be precise, it should be his self-healing ability. No matter how serious the injury was, it could heal quickly. When Bai Yuan used the Overlord's Claw to crush Luo Tian and his body almost exploded, his self-healing ability was displayed. It was just that no one noticed it at that time, because it was really too fast. Seeing a sword dragon made up of thousands of swords rushing towards him, Luo Tian was not afraid at all. Instead, he charged forward. Hyosaurus sneered disdainfully, "You're courting death." Nihility Divine Sword. Nihility Slash. He suddenly held the Nihility Divine Sword with both hands and slashed towards Luo Tian's head. Kacha. The sound of lightning striking down flashed in the sky, as if the void had split open. An extremely powerful Nihility Sword intent crushed out and converged with the incomparably ferocious sword dragon, forming a super powerful impact force that almost caused the surrounding space to explode. Master, Luo Tian. Brother Luo. Several shouts sounded out from the surroundings. Their hearts suddenly hung in the air, but at this time, even if they rushed forward, there was nothing they could do. Even they themselves could not withstand Hyosaurus's move. Luo Tian's eyes were startled, and he roared out, "Come on!" Walala, walala, one after another, long swords came crashing down, cutting through the void and stabbing towards Luo Tian's chest. They saw, Luo Tian's chest was constantly flashing with flames, and at the same time, it was also constantly scratching out wounds, causing blood to flow out. Of course, the wounds were also constantly healing at an astonishing speed. Moreover, only the first few swords injured Luo Tian, the swords behind could not hurt him at all. Every sword was bent by the force of the thrust. Or broken. All of them fell from Luo Tian's chest one by one. Invincible body, what was an invincible body? This was it. So what if he was facing a divine artifact? It was completely useless against Wolverine. So what if he had the powerful void sword intent? It was still useless. Shocking, in an instant, everyone was stunned. They stared at Luo Tian in a daze as if they were looking at a god. They watched him walk on the broken sword towards the Hyosaurus step by step. They all had the same question in their minds, is he still human? Indeed, was he still human? Could a human do something like this? That was absolutely impossible. How powerful was the Nihility Divine Sword? It summoned the Nihility Sword intent and crushed all of its power onto Luo Tian's body, but he didn't take it seriously at all, and his body didn't have any injuries at all. This was something that was completely impossible, but it was happening right in front of him. Hyosaurus's strength was at the peak of the martial void realm. Although he could not fully display the divine power of the great void divine sword, it was enough to crush and kill a warrior of the 4 divisions realm. But now, he was an idiot, looking at Luo Tian walking towards him step by step. A genuine fear finally rose in his heart. Looking at Luo Tian's cold eyes, he felt that the person in front of him was not a human, but a grim reaper who was going to take his life. For this, he retreated step by step. The Nihility divine sword in his hand kept slashing out. Nihility slash, Nihility slash, Nihility slash, one after another, sharp Nihility sword intent rushed out. When it hit Luo Tian's body only shook slightly. The attack power of the Nihility sword intent couldn't hurt him at all. He sneered and said, "Is this the so-called Nihility sword intent? Is this all you've got? Hyosaurus, a piece of trash like you dares to show off in front of me? What right do you have to be arrogant in front of me?" Luo Tian looked up and saw the Nihility sword intent in the sky slashing towards him. He waved his right hand and swept away the Nihility sword intent. Too weak, too weak. Now. I don't have the time to play with you anymore. The time for the transformation card was too late. If he didn't kill Hyosaurus now, he wouldn't have the chance anymore. Luo Tian didn't want to waste this transformation card. Immediately, the space between his eyebrows moved, his body suddenly leaned forward, and he said a word in a deep voice, "Break." As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Tian's body rushed out like lightning, directly turning into an afterimage, and piercing through the sword dragon's mouth like a sword. Walala, walala. The long sword that was originally controlled by the Nihility divine sword was suspended in midair. Under Luo Tian's attack, it directly fell to the ground in pieces. Even the Nihility sword intent was completely defeated by Luo Tian's Wolverine power. He was no match for it at all. Clang! Clang! Flames splattered everywhere, and the long sword flew everywhere. Then what Nihility sword intent was there? These long swords were completely a pile of scrap iron. Stab! In the illusion, Luo Tian once again uttered the word stab, before he finished speaking. His arms suddenly moved, his fists clenched, and the steel blade on the back of his hand directly pierced into Hyosaurus's waist. Poochie, poochie! Blood spurted out. Hyosaurus's face turned pale, his body trembled, and his eyes were filled with fear. Looking at Luo Tian in front of him, he was scared, completely scared. This was the first time he was so scared since he was born. A sharp pain came from his waist, and his body shook violently. You dare to kill me? Hyosaurus was scared, but he still knew very well that he was from Xianxia, one of the strongest king forces in the central continent. No one dared to touch him. He still couldn't accept Luo Tian's arrogance, overbearingness, and complete disregard of his Xianxia existence. Who wasn't afraid of Xianxia, but the monster in front of him didn't take it seriously at all. Completely ignored, of course, Luo Tian didn't know what Xianxia was, and didn't know how terrifying the Xianxia forces were. But, even if this madman Luo Tian knew, he wouldn't be afraid at all. He would still kill Hyosaurus without hesitation. The reason was simple, it was because Hyosaurus made him very unhappy. Hyosaurus hurt his woman, touched his brother, these were all his bottom lines. If this bottom line was touched, then no matter if he was the king of heaven or the king of hell, he would still die. Luo Tian moved his mind, the steel blade suddenly retracted, and then slapped Hyosaurus's face. Pa! 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 His hands didn't stop, and the slaps didn't stop. In just a few seconds, he had slapped Hyosaurus dozens of times, and the arrogance that came from his bones disappeared. His arrogance was also gone. At this moment, he was like a dead dog in Luo Tian's hands, completely helpless. These dozens of slaps were from you when you slapped a Yunming just now. You're asking for a beating. Luo Tian looked at the time of the transformation card again. There were only 10 seconds left. He didn't want to waste time talking nonsense. With a move of his right hand, the steel blade pierced out and swept out, directly towards Hyosaurus's throat. He directly peed, his crotch area was wet, and the liquid directly seeped out. His body and legs trembled. Looking at the cold light on the back of Luo Tian's hand, Hyosaurus was extremely regretful. If he had known that this would happen, he would not have provoked him. He should have knelt down in front of him. That way, he could have still kept his life. But now, he was scared. He was so scared that he peed. I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Hyosaurus shouted loudly. His heart was filled with fear. He did not dare to look at Luo Tian again, because looking at Luo Tian was like looking at the god of death. Luo Tian had already left a psychological shadow in his heart. Go to hell. Luo Tian shouted angrily, and the steel blade slashed down. Whoosh! Swish, he stabbed nothing. Luo Tian's eyes were shocked, and his heart suddenly sank. At this distance, relying on Wolverine's strength, it was impossible for him to stab nothing. Moreover, Hyosaurus was already scared out of his wits. He simply did not have the strength to escape. The only possibility was he was saved by someone. Thinking of this, Luo Tian's heart suddenly tightened. The person who could save Hyosaurus at this speed must be an expert among experts. And it might be the kind of expert that Wolverine could not deal with. Luo Tian's body stopped, and his eyes swept around. He saw that on the roof of a moving building, there was an old man in black, holding Hyosaurus, who was already trembling with fear. At this moment, his face was pale. The moment he found that he was not dead, his expression immediately became ferocious. Elder Long, kill him for me, kill him, you must kill him. The old man called Elder Long stood on the roof, looking at Luo Tian with two shining eyes. Although they were hundreds of meters apart, being stared at by those two sharp eyes, Luo Tian felt uncomfortable all over, and a very irritable feeling surged up. This feeling was because of the old man's gaze. Expert, a real expert, a strong expert that could make one's limbs weak and unable to move with just one glance. Luo Tian's heart sank. At the same time, his mind immediately clasped the Thor transformation card. As long as the old man in black rushed towards him, he would not hesitate to transform into Thor. However, the old man in black did not move, and only looked at Luo Tian. Hyosaurus was very dissatisfied that the old man in black did not kill Luo Tian, and directly shouted, Longjiao, Haijia raised you to listen to Haijia, I now order you to kill him in the cruelest way possible. He did not want to see Luo Tian again. At the same time, Hyosaurus was very clear that Luo Tian had left a psychological shadow in his heart. If Luo Tian did not die, this shadow would always remain in his heart, and it would have a great impact on his cultivation, and he would never be able to break through. If this was the case, then his status in Haijia would sharply decline. His status in Cloud Mist College would be the same. He did not want this to happen, so he must kill Luo Tian. He did not dare to do it himself. But Longjiao could. With his cultivation, killing Luo Tian was just a blink of an eye. Longjiao did not look at Hyosaurus, and said slightly, I am only responsible for protecting you, not listening to your orders. If you want to kill him, then you can do it yourself, I will never care about your life or death. Hyosaurus's face changed, and he stared at Longjiao, you old thing, how dare you not listen to my orders, don't you know who I am? Longjiao was not angry, and said lightly, if it was not because your surname is Haijia, you would already be dead. You have already lost the face of Haijia, and you still want to show off, don't you feel ashamed? If it were me, I would leave here immediately without saying a word. Being said like this, Hyosaurus was even angrier. But he did not dare to go down by himself, because he was afraid of Luo Tian, and he was scared to death. However, his surname was Hai, and he was a member of the Hai family. He was the only member of the Hai family in the central continent. He was extremely arrogant in his bones. At this time, Hyosaurus knew that Longjiao would not help him kill Luo Tian, but he wanted Luo Tian to die. His eyes were cold, and he sneered and said, Luo Tian, do you want to save Yunmeng, that bitch? Come to Misty City. Only I have the antidote for the Black Dragon Scorpion King poison in her. If you want to save her, come to Misty City, come to Cloud Mist College, as long as you dare to come, I will definitely hand over the antidote. Of course, if you don't dare to come, ha ha ha, then you are really a useless coward, Yunmeng, I advise you not to like this kind of coward. He was provoking Luo Tian. He wanted Luo Tian to come to Misty City, Cloud Mist College. This was the place where he could cover the sky with one hand in Xianxia. It was also his, Xiaosaurus, territory. As long as Luo Tian dared to come, he had 1,000 ways to kill him. Xiaosaurus laughed and said, Luo Tian, do you have the guts? Ha ha ha, as soon as his voice faded. Long Jiu looked at Luo Tian seriously again, and then picked up Xiaosaurus, who was still soaking in urine, and disappeared from sight. At this time, Luo Tian's body suddenly changed, and a series of gurgling sounds came out. Change into Luo Tian's original body. Huff, huff, Luo Tian took 2 deep breaths, and then walked towards Yunmeng. Looking at the huge black spots on her face, looking at the tears on her cheeks, his heart ached. It was also at this time. Yunmeng quickly picked up the cloak on the ground and hurriedly retreated. Don't look at me, Luo Tian, don't misunderstand, I only treat you as a younger brother, I don't like you, don't think too much, go to Misty City, Cloud Mist College for me, if that's the case, I will only laugh at you for being brainless. Xiaosaurus is obviously trying to provoke you, he wants you to go to Misty City to kill you. His voice was a little cold. Yunmeng deliberately said this. She didn't want Luo Tian to carry too many things. Moreover, she was very clear about how strong Xianxia was, and how much power Xianxia had in Misty City. Half of Misty City belonged to Xianxia, and even the royal family of Central State was afraid of Xianxia. In Misty City, Xianxia could really cover the sky with one hand. Luo Tian didn't walk up, looking at the silly queen under the black cloak, his hands secretly clenched, and said in his heart, I will definitely get rid of the poison in your body, I will definitely make Xiaosaurus pay the price. His heart was ruthless. He was very unhappy that Xiaosaurus was rescued. But facing Long Jiu, even if Wolverine's transformation card was long enough, he was afraid that he was not his opponent. To deal with Xiaosaurus, the transformation of Wolverine could absolutely crush him, but it didn't mean that he was invincible. There were many strong people in the ancient world, and those awesome people in the movies in his previous life were not absolutely invincible in this world. Luo Tian kept looking at Yunmeng, not daring to step forward, he was afraid that Yunmeng would escape. But after he stood for a few seconds, Yunmeng still sneered and said, Luo Tian, I am not worthy of you doing so much for me, work hard, I believe that one day, this world will tremble for you. At the same time, speaking of this, Yunmeng glanced at Bai Lingling who was not far away, smiled softly, and said, take care of the people around you, cherish them. As soon as her voice fell, Yunmeng's black shadow moved and landed in the crowd, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The other 2 Cloud Mist College female students also hurriedly followed. The surrounding crowd was in an uproar. Too fierce. This is the most exciting battle I've ever seen in my life. This kid is too strong. Even if he's facing Hai Yulong, even if he's facing the Great Void Divine Sword, he doesn't put them in his eyes at all. Bai Yuan is considered a top master in Lingyun City, but he was directly killed by him, too strong. There were all kinds of discussions in the crowd. All the topics revolved around Luo Tian. The disciples of the House of Bai all put down the weapons in their hands, knelt down, and did not dare to make a sound. And the current head of the Ouyang family was hidden in the crowd. When he heard that his son was killed, he immediately rushed over with the elites of the Ouyang family. Originally, he was fully prepared and planned to take down the House of Bai in a short time, but now, he hid in the crowd and did not dare to come out. His disciples did not ask either. It was very simple. Luo Tian was not even afraid of Xianxia. Why would he be afraid of a small silver force like the Ouyang family? In addition, Bai Qi's strength had recovered, it was very disadvantageous to make a move at this time. Dang family. Dang Leigong was even more fearful. He trembled a few times. He was shocked by the power that erupted from Luo Tian's body. He kept asking himself, if he was Bai Yuan, would he be able to withstand it? Or would he be killed instantly like him? He was very glad that he did not make a move last night. He was glad that Yunming's appearance saved the Deng family, otherwise, he did not know what the consequences would have been. The Xiaosaurus was rescued, and the happiest person was Bai Qi. Seeing that everyone was talking about it, Bai Qi suddenly said loudly, from today onwards, Luo Tian is my son-in-law and a member of the House of Bai. If anyone dares to touch him, I will kill their whole family. Luo Tian kept looking in the direction that Yunming disappeared, so he did not hear what Bai Qi said. However, Bai Lingling's face turned red, and she said shyly, "Dad, what are you saying? I don't like him." While they were talking, she looked at Luo Tian. Seeing his absent-minded appearance, a bit of jealousy appeared in her heart. She slightly stomped her feet and secretly became angry. Xianxia smiled and walked to Luo Tian's side. He patted his shoulder and said, "Brother Luo, congratulations, ha ha ha. After today's battle, your name will resound throughout the central region. I'm afraid that your name will appear on both the Demon Gate and the Sex Bounty list. From today onwards, you have to be careful." Huh? Luo Tian collected his thoughts, looked at Xianxia, and suddenly asked, "Brother Yang, I want to ask, is the antidote for Yunming's Black Dragon Scorpion King poison only in Haijia?" Xianxia was stunned, and his expression became serious. He said, "You don't really want to go to Yunlan City, do you?" Luo Tian nodded heavily and said, "I want to F***CK Haijia. Big chapter, 5 chapters will be released tomorrow, begging for monthly votes, begging for chrysanthemum. Lingyun City, the House of Bai." In the main hall of the House of Bai, Bai Qi's gaze was murderous. The aura around him was extremely threatening. In the main hall, about half of the elders of the House of Bai were members of the House of Bai. They were his brothers or his close relatives. They couldn't even say a word now. Everyone lowered their heads and didn't dare to look at Bai Qi. Suddenly, someone raised his head slightly and said carefully, "Master, we also made the wrong choice because we were bewitched by Bai Yuan. However, we didn't do anything to let down the House of Bai. We also didn't hurt the 2 children, Bai Lingling and Bai Xiong. When Luo Tian stood out, we also retreated to the side and didn't do anything, yes. Yes, we really didn't do anything. We thought that you wouldn't be able to come back. The House of Bai can't be without a master for a day. That's why." Someone spoke first. Soon after, the others followed suit. Bai Qi's gaze turned cold. He said softly, "Forget it. This matter is over. You all have to pay the price for your mistakes. We are willing to accept the punishment." "Yes, we are willing to accept the punishment." Several elders immediately spoke up. Bai Qi said calmly, "I'll reduce your salaries by half and distribute the remaining half to the disciples of the House of Bai. Do you have any objections?" They had to be punished. Otherwise, what dignity would he have left as the master of the family? Of course. The degree of punishment had to be moderate. Otherwise, it would backfire. These elders were considered strong members of the House of Bai. Without them, it would be difficult for Bai Qi to hold on. However, even without them, as long as the elite disciples of the House of Bai were still around, the House of Bai would not collapse. Reducing the salary of the elders and increasing the cultivation resources of the elite disciples, this was a very clever move. The expressions of the elders changed slightly. Although they were unwilling, they didn't dare to speak up. If they spoke up, it would be equivalent to denying the punishment. If that happened, it would definitely incur the wrath of the disciples of the House of Bai. In the end, they might not even be able to stay in the House of Bai. "No, no objection. We are willing." His tone was a little soft, not as tough as before. Bai Qi smiled gently and said, "All right, then it's decided. There's one more thing. This time, the House of Bai will be participating in the Cloud Mist College's disciple selection competition. Do you have any thoughts?" Of course it's for Bai Lingling and Bai Xiong. The 2 spots will be given to the other disciples of the House of Bai. Bai Lingling and Bai Xiong are both quite talented. I think they have a good chance of being selected. When the time comes, the House of Bai will be able to catch up with the Deng family. Bai Qi nodded and said, "These 2 spots will be given to them even if you don't say anything. Do you have any thoughts about the other 2 spots?" While they were talking, Bai Qi looked at one of the elders. That elder frowned. He didn't immediately understand what Bai Qi meant, but he didn't say anything either. Another elder said, "Bai Han is not bad. His cultivation and talent are top-notch among the disciples of the House of Bai. This time, he should be able to assist Bai Lingling and Bai Xiong. Bai Han is indeed not bad. However, he's not qualified to participate in the Cloud Mist College's selection." Bai Qi immediately denied it without thinking. He looked at that elder again. In the house of Bai Han's talent and cultivation were higher than Bai Lingling. Logically speaking, he should be qualified to participate. However, more importantly, Bai Han was Bai Yuan's nephew. Furthermore, Bai Qi didn't want to give these 2 spots to any of the disciples of the house of Bai. All of a sudden, that elder finally understood the meaning of Bai Qi's words and immediately said, "Has anyone thought of a person who is greatly indebted to the house of Bai? I think we should give this spot to him." Bai Qi showed a serious expression and said, "Who is it?" The elder said, "Luo Tian. If he didn't kill Bai Yuan, our house of Bai might be in a different state. Perhaps the house of Bai would be surrounded by the 4 great families. I know that the Ouyang family secretly mobilized all the elites of the Ouyang family to hide around the house of Bai because of the marriage between Ouyang Yi and Bai Lingling. If it wasn't for Luo Tian's appearance, the house of Bai would probably be in a bloodbath. In order to repay him, I think we should give him a spot." The corners of Bai Qi's mouth revealed a faint smile. He was the head of the house of Bai. He had the right to decide anything. However, regarding this matter, he hoped that someone would bring it up. Only then would it be justified. Without waiting for the other elders to speak, he said, "Yes, we should give him a spot. However, I think 1 spot is too little. Let's give him 2 spots. As for how he uses it, that's his business. It can be considered as the house of Bai's repayment to him." The spots for the Cloud Mist College selection were very precious. There were a total of 20 of the 5 great families in Cloud Mist City. In the outside world, 1 spot was worth hundreds of thousands of mystic coins. Participating in this selection was a kind of supreme glory. Bai Qi suddenly gave 2 spots for the house of Bai to Luo Tian because he didn't want the disciples of the house of Bai's elders to have any chance of participating in the selection. He was indirectly weakening the elders' power. Bai Yuan usurped the throne. His own daughter was captured and almost married to Ouyang Yi, who couldn't do anything. Bai Qi didn't show it on the surface, but he was extremely angry in his heart. All the talk about Bai Yuan's bewitchment was fake. In the face of huge benefits, even his most trusted aide, Bai Shan, betrayed him, let alone these people. However, he was very clear about one thing. He couldn't touch these people. Or else. Once these elders joined forces, they might take over his position as the clan leader. He could only slowly weaken them. The expressions of the elders changed slightly. They all had objections in their hearts. 1 qualification was enough. What did he need so many qualifications for? Wasn't this clearly weakening them? Moreover, he had already announced to the public that Luo Tian was his son-in-law. In other words, Bai Qi alone got 4 spots. It could be said that he was extremely domineering. However, without waiting for them to object, Bai Qi stood up and smiled. "It seems like no one has any objections. Then this matter is decided. I'll go tell him. Quickly restore the order of the house of Bai. The disciples' cultivation needs to be improved. After the house of Bai went through such a change, the other 4 families are eyeing us. We need to quickly improve." As he finished, Bai Qi didn't even turn his head as he walked out of the meeting hall. He left behind a bunch of stunned elders. They were all stunned. However, no one dared to take the lead. They could only hate in their hearts. House of Bai, another courtyard. "Haha, you little brat are really domineering and arrogant." Even Hijia's Hyosaurus was scared to the point of peeing. "Haze, if I could see that scene, I would definitely feel great." Haha. Dongfang Shua happily laughed out loud. Today, the first chapter of the 5 chapters has been delivered. Brothers with monthly votes, vote. In the courtyard, Dongfang Shua and Yao Hai were both elated. When they found out about this matter, they were exceptionally excited. Luo Tian looked at the bloodstains on their bodies. His heart sank and he was unhappy. However, the current house of Bai was not the house of Bai of yesterday. If not, he would definitely make the people who beat them pay the price. "What are you so happy about?" Bai Qi walked into the courtyard with a smile on his face. Behind him followed Bai Lingling and Bai Xiong. White Bear immediately ran over and gave a silly smile. "Master." Luo Tian nodded his head and smiled. Dongfang Shua and Yao Hai both stood up and smiled politely at Bai Qi. Sorry for making you suffer. I feel guilty. Bai Qi looked at the bloodstains on their bodies and immediately cupped his fists. He then said, the few House of Bai disciples who tortured you in the dungeon have all been secretly killed. I will definitely pursue this matter. Don't worry, I will definitely give you justice. Dongfang Shua smiled, forget it, most of the people who captured us are dead. They have paid the price. Actually, the two of them were very clear about it. If not for Luo Tian, this matter would not have been so simple. Bai Qi naturally knew that Dongfang Shua had lost power in the Dongfang family. Even if he was killed, the Dongfang family would not send a single person. As for Yao Hai, it was even simpler. Luo Tian also understood and said, let's forget about this matter. Oh right. Luo Tian looked at Bai Lingling and said, the mission has been completed. You should fulfill your promise. He needed money now. He needed a large amount of profound coins. He wanted to unseal all the martial arts he had practiced in the profound sky continent. He needed to upgrade these martial arts. He wanted to kill his way to Misty Cloud City. He wanted to turn the entire Hai family upside down. So, in front of Bai Qi, Luo Tian did not feel embarrassed. Bai Lingling was a little angry in her heart, and secretly said, Humph, I knew you were a miser, you definitely wouldn't forget about the matter of cultivation coins. Just as she was about to speak, Bai Qi took a step forward and said with a smile, I've heard about the mission. Brother Luo, you also know that the House of Bai is very unstable after this incident. Who knows when it might be swallowed up by other families. So, can you change the way you spend that 150,000 cultivation coins? Right. I heard that you are going to Misty Cloud City? I have a spot for the Cloud Mist College's selection. You can participate on behalf of the House of Bai. If you agree, the 15 mystic coins will be offset. What do you think? Bai Qi looked at Luo Tian with a grin. He looked very sneaky. Luo Tian felt that he had been tricked by her. Bai Qi was well aware of the dangers of Misty Cloud City. However, he understood Luo Tian even more. Even if she didn't give him a spot for the Cloud Mist College, he would still go to Misty Cloud City alone. Rather than that, he might as well enter Misty Cloud City as a student of Cloud Mist College. This way, even the Haijiao wouldn't dare to openly attack him. Bai Lingling was stunned. Father, that's a spot for the House of Bai. How can you give it to an outsider? Bai Xiong smiled and said, Master, then we can go together. Dongfang Shua and Yao Hai were shocked and immediately said, Promise him, promise him. The value of this spot is much higher than 150,000 cultivation coins. A spot in the black market is worth at least 300,000 cultivation coins. Luo Tian looked at Bai Qi and thought of his strongest little brother Lin Dong. He raised 2 fingers and said, 2. Bai Qi didn't even think about it and immediately said with a grin, deal. F***ck. Why do I feel like I've been tricked by you? Luo Tian was a little depressed. Looking at Bai Qi's expression, he must have planned this beforehand. Cultivation coins were important, but to him, this spot was also very important. There was no doubt about it. Bai Qi smiled and said, What are you talking about? You're my son-in-law. Why would I scheme against my own son-in-law? Luo Tian, let me tell you, I only have one daughter. If you don't take good care of her, I won't let you go. Father, Bai Lingling's face turned red as she shyly called out and angrily stomped her feet. Bai Qi smiled and said, What's there to be embarrassed about? Father knows what you're thinking. Isn't it just that this brat likes a Yunmeng? Cloud Mist College's proud daughter of heaven, the Ice Queen. Not to mention him, any man would like her. Although she's poisoned now, there will definitely be a day when she'll be cured. She'll be the big one and you'll be the little one. It's normal for the strong to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. What's there to be embarrassed about? Luo Tian was immediately dumbfounded. Was this still his father? He actually said such words. Luo Tian was a little speechless. However, at this time, he still said very seriously, Yunmeng can't be the big one. What? Brat, don't tell me you want my daughter to be the big one? That's even better, ha ha ha. Bai Qi said with a laugh as if he didn't care about his daughter's marriage. However, he was very clear in his heart. If he didn't seize the opportunity for his daughter now, then Bai Lingling might miss him for the rest of her life. He also knew that Bai Lingling liked Luo Tian. As her father, he naturally wouldn't let it go. A few black lines hung on Luo Tian's forehead. He really didn't know how Bai Qi became the head of the House of Bai. He glanced at Bai Lingling and said, I still have women I like in the Tianxian continent, and it's not just one. I entered the ancient continent this time to find the antidote for the soul poison and save my woman. Once I find the antidote, I'll return to the Tianxian continent. Good brat. I knew you had women in the Tianxian continent. I really didn't misjudge you, ha ha ha, it's normal for the strong to have a few women. I believe my daughter won't object. Bai Qi wasn't surprised at all. In any case, he wholeheartedly wanted to press his daughter to Luo Tian's belt. Bai Qi smiled and asked in a low voice, can you reveal how many there are? I also want to know where my daughter is ranked. 9. Luo Tian included in Chen Chen, what a beast. Bai Qi was stunned by this number. However, he became even more excited. He directly looked at his daughter whose cheeks were as red as a piece of paper and said earnestly, Yi Yinmeng is ranked 10th. You're ranked 11th. 11th, you have to be more sensible in the future. You have to give in to those sisters, understand? Bai Lingling was so angry that she was about to burst into tears. She stomped her feet and fiercely looked at Luo Tian. I'm not coming. Bai Qi laughed, ha ha ha. What's there to be shy about as a girl, ha ha ha, at this moment? Dongfang Shua's eyebrows twitched as he looked at Luo Tian, you just said soul poison? The second chapter has been delivered, there are 3 more chapters tonight. Dongfang Shua's words caused Luo Tian to be shocked. Luo Tian looked at him seriously and said, Brother Dongfang, you know about the soul poison? That was why he had entered the ancient world. Every day, he was thinking about Schwerer. Dongfang Shua looked at Luo Tian's nervous expression and said, I know a little, but why would the soul poison appear in your Tianxian continent? Logically speaking, it's impossible to appear. Even in the ancient world, very few people know about this poison. As for the antidote, it's even more unknown. He felt strange. Luo Tian didn't understand the soul poison. He only knew that the poison in Schwerer's body was poisoned by the Soul King. How it was done, what the poison looked like, he didn't know anything. However, no matter how difficult it was to cure the soul poison, he wouldn't give up. Luo Tian said excitedly, do you know? No matter how difficult it is, I will get the antidote. Dongfang Shua said, I know very little. When my father was alive, he once talked about the soul poison with someone. At that time I didn't listen carefully and didn't remember everything. I only know that it's very troublesome to cure this poison. Luo Tian asked, who is this person? Does he know the antidote's formula? Brother Dongfang, tell me quickly. Finally, he saw a glimmer of hope. Luo Tian was like a headless fly in the primordial continent. He scurried everywhere, searching for the antidote. He asked many people, but none of them knew of the antidote to the soul poison. In fact, they had never even heard of such a poison. Tianxian continent was the origin continent. Although it was a low-end plain, it gave birth to all kinds of powerful things. Dongfang Shua said, I don't know that person's name, I only know that he's from Yunlan Academy, and he's an alchemist. He's around 50 years old, and he only appeared once in the Dongfang family, and that was when I was young. Whether he's still in Yunlan Academy now, I don't know. Cloud Mist College? Luo Tian's heart tightened. He turned to look at Bai Qi and said, when will Cloud Mist College's disciple selection begin? I want to go to Cloud Mist College. He couldn't wait any longer. But Luo Tian knew very well that there was only one way to enter Cloud Mist College, and that was to become a student there. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to enter Cloud Mist College. In order to find that man, Luo Tian had to be strong enough. Bai Qi was slightly startled and said, there's still 3 days before the selection begins. All right. I will definitely become a student of Cloud Mist College. Luo Tian said firmly. Bai Qi immediately laughed, ha ha ha. I believe in you, you definitely won't let me down. As long as Luo Tian became a student of Cloud Mist College, then the House of Bai would truly have a foothold in Lingyan City, just like the Deng family. The other families wouldn't have any ideas about him, and he believed in Luo Tian, to be able to leave a psychological shadow in Hyosaurus, who was at the peak of the martial void realm. Luo Tian's potential was limitless. For 3 consecutive days, Luo Tian closed his door and didn't come out. He was cultivating his cultivation technique and planning these things. In these 3 days, Xianxia came once. However, he was here to bid farewell. He knew that Luo Tian was going to Cloud Mist College, so he didn't stop him. He only gave him the undying old man's undying token. As long as the disciples of the devil sect chased after him, as long as he took out the token, no one would dare to make a move. Luo Tian rejected, but Xianxia insisted on giving it to him. He had no choice but to accept it. Before leaving, Xianxia asked a question, asking if he was Hulk. Luo Tian nodded his head and admitted it, following which, Xianxia laughed excitedly. Luo Tian gripped the black medallion with a ferocious face engraved on it. A sinister aura emanated from his hand, like the evil aura of hell. Without thinking too much about it, he placed it in his space ring and ignored it. 3 days later, Luo Tian walked out of the courtyard. Dongfang Shua and Yao Hai followed behind him and said, "Luo Tian, you can definitely do it, believe in yourself." Luo Tian smiled and said, "I definitely can." After Luo Tian left, Dongfang Shua let out a breath and said, "After so many things have happened, I have seen the Dongfang family clearly. Since he treated me like this, if I don't do anything, then I am not called Dongfang Shua. Brother Yao, let's prepare to go to Misty City. Let's go to Misty City before Luo Tian. When the time comes, we will celebrate in Misty City." Yao Hai laughed and said, "I think that's fine." During the period when they were locked up in the House of Bai, the two of them had a very deep friendship. Yao Hai also had nowhere to go. The two of them went together. After packing up their things, Dongfang Shua and Yao Hai left the city and walked in the direction of Misty City. In Dongfang Shua's heart, there was still one thing related to blood spirit energy. Misty City was the #1 city in Zhongzhou, and there were many large-scale auctions. There would definitely be high-grade blood spirit energy. Dongfang Xiong. You wait for me, I am back. Luo Tian walked out of the House of Bai. Just nice. Bai Lingling and Bai Xiong were waiting for him outside the House of Bai. Seeing Luo Tian, Bai Xiong immediately smiled and greeted, "Master." Luo Tian smiled and said, "In the future, don't call me master, just call me boss." The age difference was not big, so calling Luo Tian master made him feel awkward. Bai Lingling looked at Luo Tian with disdain and said, "Che, as expected of a hooligan, like to be called boss." Luo Tian did not say anything and directly slapped Bai Lingling's little butt. Luo Tian shouted, "What kind of attitude is that? Is your butt itching again? When you see me, you don't call me big brother. Did you forget what you promised me a few days ago? You have to call me big brother for the rest of your life." Bai Lingling gritted her teeth and said, "You dare to hit me, you, stinking hooligan, dare to hit me, do you know where you are? This is the House of Bai, my territory, you dare to hit me." Without waiting for her to finish, Luo Tian's palm landed on her little buttocks again, and he said, "So what if I hit you? So what if I hit you? If I hit my own wife, who can touch me? You ask the people of the House of Bai to come out, is it illegal for me to hit my own wife?" Bai Lingling was so angry that smoke came out of her head. The 2 consecutive slaps made her but extremely painful. Luo Tian's words made her angry and secretly happy. She was angry that Luo Tian said those words on the street made her angry, and secretly happy that Luo Tian treated her as his wife. However, more anger than joy. Bai Lingling's eyes moved and shouted, "Others are afraid of you, but I am not." Then, the aura on her body suddenly changed. Luo Tian was stunned, and said, "Oh, the essence condensation realm? Eh? Bai Xiong, you also broke through the essence condensation realm?" Chapter 3. In just 3 days, both of them broke through, both of them were at the first level of the essence condensation realm. This made Luo Tian a little surprised. In these 3 days, the two of them had been cultivating in seclusion to prepare for the Cloud Mist College's disciple selection. This was the most important selection in their lives, so they had to prepare with all their might. Hee, Bai Xiong smiled and said, "We've been in seclusion for 3 days. Dad gave us the beast cores, otherwise we wouldn't have been able to advance so quickly. It's all to prepare for this selection. I heard that in Lingyun City alone, there are more than 30 elites among the elites. Even the weakest of them is a mid-level talent. Moreover, the 30 of us aren't very strong compared to the thousands of disciples in the southwest region. I really don't know if we can break through." Bai Lingling glanced at Luo Tian and said, "We're not as perverted as a certain someone. Transformations, expensive techniques, and divine artifacts. Brother, don't talk so much with him. Let's hurry up and sign up." Bai Lingling's tone was filled with jealousy. Because Luo Tian's cultivation was lower than hers, but his strength was many times stronger than hers. Bai Xiong also reminded, "Master, let's hurry up and sign up. The earlier we register, the more advantageous it is for our ranking. Those who register early will have a huge advantage." Luo Tian was stunned and asked, "What's the advantage of registering early? Could it be that those who register early will have to fight those who register early? A group of weak people will be eliminated?" Bai Xiong was a little surprised and said, "Master, you know about it? It's this kind of competition rule, but this is only in the second stage. The first stage isn't like this. In the past, those who register late will enter a more cruel environment, and it will be extremely difficult for them to survive. Those who register early will have the choice of the trial environment. However, the rules may change every year. Even the rules in every big city are different. Anyway, these are all decided by the people from the Cloud Mist College branch. We can only listen to them. If you don't agree, they will not let you participate. When we go to the registration area later, we have to be more polite. My father has already prepared 50,000 cultivation coins for me." Bai Xiong patted the bulging money pouch on his waist, which he used to bribe the examiners. This was a very normal method. 50,000 cultivation coins was considered a small amount. Some families would even offer a few 100,000 cultivation coins in exchange for a good ranking number. This was one of the key factors that determined the results, so it could be seen how important the ranking was. Luo Tian nodded but didn't say anything. At this moment, Bai Lingling couldn't help but say, "You asked for 2 spots in the House of Bai, and each person can only participate once. Could it be that you have a clone?" Luo Tian glared at her and said, "What kind of tone is that? You have to be more polite when you talk to your husband, or else I'll spank you until your butt blossoms. Don't think that I won't dare to hit you on the streets. Did you forget what you promised me? Call me good brother first." Bai Lingling rolled her eyes at him and decided not to ask any more questions. Although she really wanted to know why Luo Tian wanted 2 spots, but she really couldn't call him good brother in front of so many people on the streets. The 3 of them walked to the Cloud Mist College branch in Lingyun City for 10 minutes. Before they arrived, they heard the heated discussion in the distance. Most of them were talking about the selection competition. At this moment, the door was still closed, but the line was already very long. Other than the disciples of the 5 great families, there were also some disciples from small sections. They had very few spots, but this was a chance for them to jump through the Dragon Gate. As long as a disciple became a student of Cloud Mist College, they would instantly rise and become an influential family in Lingyun City. There are so many people. There are far more people watching than participating. Bai Xiong sighed and then said, "Master, I'll go line up first." As he spoke, he ran up. Bai Lingling looked at the people in the line and said, "The strength of these disciples this year is much higher than last year. It seems that this year will be even more difficult." The warriors in the line were basically all above the essence condensation realm. Only a few of them were at the 4 symbols realm. Moreover, there were a few warriors whose cultivation had already reached the peak of the essence condensation realm. This was something that had never happened in previous years. Luo Tian swept his gaze around, as if he was searching for something. Bai Lingling couldn't help but ask, "Are you looking for someone?" Luo Tian said, "Yes." Bai Lingling asked again, "Who are you looking for?" You didn't sell the Bai family's fourth spot, did you? You stingy person, you must have sold it. A spot can be sold for hundreds of thousands of cultivation coins. Aren't you too greedy? Luo Tian looked at Bai Lingling from head to toe and said earnestly, if I'm not greedy, how can I afford to raise a rich young lady like you? And my 10 wives, in order to raise you all, I have to work so hard. Who's your wife? Bai Lingling's face flushed red as she said angrily. Luo Tian said with a smile, of course it's you. Your father has already betrothed you to me. Do you still want to run away from the marriage? Let me tell you, I have a bad temper. If you dare to run away from the marriage, your butt will definitely bloom. Bai Lingling became even angrier. She stared at Luo Tian angrily and said, I don't want to marry you. Then she strode away and went to line up. In her heart, she had the ruthless thoughts of a little woman, I don't want to marry a stinky hooligan like you. I don't want to marry a stingy person like you. I don't want to. At the same time, she couldn't wait to marry Luo Tian immediately. For the 10th place, Luo Tian looked around and thought, why isn't he here yet? Didn't the letter arrive? He gave the 4th spot to Lin Dong. As long as he received the training of Cloud Mist College, his cultivation would definitely increase rapidly. This was one of his strongest subordinates. In the future, he would definitely stand at the peak of martial arts. Thinking of Lin Dong, Luo Tian couldn't help but become excited. If I were to gather an army novel's main character as my subordinate, then I would really be able to sweep through the world. If I meet a god, I would kill a god. If I meet a goddess, I would just snatch her away. Ha ha ha, not long after. A familiar figure finally appeared. Seeing Luo Tian in the crowd, he immediately ran up with a smile on his face and said, Boss. Sigh. Call me that again. Luo Tian felt that he was the first person who could make Lin Dong call him boss, right? This feeling was too amazing. Ha ha ha. Martial Yin Yang was one of his favorite novels. Lin Dong immediately said, Boss. Luo Tian placed a hand on Lin Dong's shoulder and said, do you want to participate in this selection? The strongest underling, of course, had to be nurtured with the strongest resources. Luo Tian had already begun to plan to create the strongest army of underlings. He also wanted to establish his own power in the ancient world, a power that surpassed the king, and that was the transcendent power. The first chapter had been delivered last night. His daughter cried a lot, and his wife had just finished her surgery. He really didn't have time to write. Originally, there were 5 chapters, but now there were only 3 chapters. Old Cow didn't say much. If he said more, it would just be an excuse. Today, there would be 5 chapters. If he couldn't do it, he would chop off his bullwhip. Also, today, he wouldn't ask for a single monthly vote. Tonight, there would definitely be 4 chapters. When Luo Tian discovered Lin Dong, he had this thought, however. At that time, it was just a thought. After experiencing Hyosaurus, he knew how strong Haijia's power was. Since in the ancient world, power was king, then why not create a power that belonged to him? A brand new power, a power that was filled with the strongest of the strong. And the power he wanted to create would definitely surpass the level of the strongest, reaching the level of a transcendent. Lin Dong's discovery was just the beginning. Luo Tian was very clear that since the system allowed him to trigger this mission, then there would be a follow-up mission. Xiao Yan, Lin Li, Luo Feng, Tang San, etc., a series of powerful main characters would appear. With these powerful main characters, why would he worry about not reaching the level of a transcendent power? This was absolute, but it was also necessary. Wasn't Haijia's power powerful? Weren't they the pinnacle of the strongest? Then he would use his power to crush them. Using absolute transcendent power to crush them, let's see if they still have the right to show off in front of him. Lin Dong smiled and said, of course I want to. Who doesn't want to become a student of the Cloud Mist Academy? You should know that the Cloud Mist Academy is the most advanced institution in the world. It is the palace in every warrior's heart. Being able to enter the Cloud Mist Academy is something to be proud of for your entire life. However, a slot in the black market is worth over 300,000 cultivation coins, and it's priceless. Which family would take out a slot to sell? Everyone wants to take a gamble. You have to know that once you succeed, even if you enter the second stage of the exam, your influence will still be terrifying. Luo Tian laughed lightly, you can think about it, as for other things, you don't have to worry. Lin Dong's face was shocked, he looked at Luo Tian and said excitedly, Boss, did you help me get a slot? Luo Tian laughed, as the boss, of course I have to think for my little brother, ha ha ha, Lingyun City didn't have many training resources. To a wandering practitioner, it was even rarer. Staying in Lingyun City would only bury him. Luo Tian did not want to waste Lin Dong's potential. Even if all the super geniuses in the world were added together, they could not compare to him. He was like a piece of unpolished jade that had not been polished. Once he was polished, he would definitely blind everyone's eyes. Lin Dong was so moved that he almost cried. He knew very well how precious a spot was. Luo Tian treated him like this, and his heart secretly tightened again. He said with extreme gratitude, in the future, no matter how high I, Lin Dong, achieve, or how far I can go in martial arts, he will always be my boss, and I will always be his little brother. Ding! Suddenly, Luo Tian's body suddenly rang with a notification. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for taking in his first disciple, Lin Dong. Disciple, Lin Dong level, 3rd level of condensing essence potential value, 5 stars cultivation points, 5 stars, Lin Dong's attributes appeared in Luo Tian's mind. The disciple system was activated. This was the new attribute of the second rank system. Luo Tian's heart secretly rejoiced, and once again confirmed, it's right, it's right. Just based on this, he is definitely the Lin Dong of martial yin yang. The strongest little brother army is about to be born, ha ha ha, excited. Luo Tian inexplicably became excited. Patting Lin Dong's shoulder, Luo Tian smiled and said, there's no need to be a little brother. We are all brothers, and brothers should take care of each other. Luo Tian laughed like an idiot in his heart. Lin Dong became his little brother, ha ha ha, he had kicked a treasure. Lin Dong nodded heavily and said, yes, boss. Clang. The sound of a door opening. At this moment, the door of Cloud Mist College's Lingyun City branch opened. A few old men walked out from the door. An old man in a white robe stepped forward and said with a smile, the registration begins now. It's starting, it's starting. Master, hurry up and line up. You stand in front of me. Bai Xiong immediately waved at Luo Tian. Luo Tian looked at Lin Dong and said, let's go and register. Lin Dong immediately followed Luo Tian and walked up. Bai Lingling looked at Lin Dong with astonishment in her eyes. She looked at Luo Tian and said, you gave him a spot? Luo Tian did not stand in front of Bai Xiong and said, what's wrong? You know him? Lin Dong smiled bitterly and said, I am trash in Lingyun City. Everyone in the same generation knows me. Miss Bai naturally knows me too, haha. Among his peers, there was no one who did not know Lin Dong. In many people's eyes, he was a trash who could not cultivate. It was a bit like Luo Tian when he first came to Xianxia continent. Almost everyone treated him as trash. Luo Tian smiled and said, it's good that you know him. In the future, more people will know you, and more people will be trampled under your feet. Don't care about the past. Looking to the future is the most important. Bai Lingling did not say anything. Bai Xiong stretched out his hand, looked at Lin Dong, and said with a silly smile, I am Bai Xiong, Luo Tian's disciple, haha. Lin Dong shook his hand and said, I am Lin Dong. Bai Xiong could get familiar with anyone very quickly. After introducing himself, he directly pulled Lin Dong in front of him and said, you stand in front of me. Any ranking position was very important. It was very likely to determine life and death. Bai Xiong did not care at all. Lin Dong was grateful, but he knew that all of this was given to him by Luo Tian. Seeing that they were chatting happily, Bai Lingling said softly, don't you know that he can't cultivate? Even if he participates in the selection, he will only suffer more humiliation. You are not helping him, you are harming him. Luo Tian said, that was in the past. From today onwards, his name will slowly resound throughout the ancient world, and even 10 directions. Bai Lingling was stunned. She did not understand what Luo Tian was thinking. She did not say anything. The group slowly advanced. The Deng family disciples were at the front, followed by the other three families. The house of Bai was at the back. Every disciple received a wooden token after registration. A string of numbers was written on the wooden token. It was a code, and also an identity token. The assessment was based on this wooden token. Next. Next. The counting old man lowered his head and wrote the names. On the other side, he was guarding the cultivation coins sent by the disciples. There were only a dozen people, but they had already received hundreds of thousands of cultivation coins. Furthermore, they did it so brazenly, as if it was a normal transaction. Master, this is a small token from my Ouyang family. I hope that master will kindly accept it. Ouyang Hong said respectfully. His words were very careful, as if he was afraid of making the old man unhappy. The white-robed old man glanced at the large pile of cultivation coins, but did not reveal any expression. He coldly said, "Put it there." Next. He did not appreciate it at all, as if he was asking for a beating. He did not seem to appreciate it at all. However, Ouyang Hong secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Just because he had cultivation coins. Moreover, he glanced at his numerical code, which was slightly higher than the Deng family's disciples. This was the benefit of giving away more money. He was delighted and thought to himself, I'll definitely succeed in this selection battle. Following that were a few more disciples, each of them brazenly bribed with cultivation coins. Moreover, as long as they bribed, their ranking would be slightly higher. The more money they gave, the higher their ranking would be. Next. Lin Dong walked up and respectfully said, "Disciple of the house of Bai, Lin Dong." He had to say it like this. The house of Bai had 4 spots. The old man slightly raised his eyes and glanced at Lin Dong. Lin Dong stood motionless in his original position. The old man seriously looked at him again, then glanced at the large pile of cultivation coins on the table. Lin Dong naturally wanted to say something, but he did not have any cultivation coins at all. He could not take out a single piece. How could he bribe, at this time? Bai Xiong took a step forward and said with a smile, "Sir, this is a little gift from the house of Bai. I hope you will accept it." The old man's disdainful gaze slightly retracted. He looked at the cultivation coins that Bai Xiong handed over and weighed it in his hand. His expression immediately became somewhat unhappy. He coldly looked at Bai Xiong and said, "Just this little?" Bai Xiong was a little embarrassed and said, "The house of Bai has just undergone changes. The family is not well off, please forgive me." Without waiting for him to finish, the old man disdainfully sneered and said, "If you don't have money, don't participate in the selection. Do you think it's so easy to enter Cloud Mist College? Your house of Bai's turmoil has nothing to do with me." Humph. After he finished speaking, he directly wrote down a series of numbers on Lin Dong's wooden tablet and then said, "Next." Lin Dong secretly clenched his fists and looked sideways at Luo Tian. Luo Tian gently shook his head, indicating that he should not act recklessly. Bai Xiong stepped forward and said, "The house of Bai, Bai Xiong." The old man didn't even look at him and immediately wrote down a series of numbers on his identity token. "Next." Bai Xiong's heart sank as he looked at his ID number. Bai Lingling stepped forward and said, "Bai Lingling of the house of Bai." Her voice was extremely pleasing to the ear. The old man was slightly taken aback. He looked up at Bai Lingling and was immediately attracted by her beauty. He revealed a serious smile and said, "Little girl, are you a disciple of the house of Bai? Look at how delicate her hands are. Does she want to be ranked higher? If you want, come to the sky-gazing pavilion tonight to have a drink with me. I guarantee that your ranking will be in the top 100. Top 100, this was a ranking that no one in Lingyun City had ever achieved. These rankings were all predetermined. If it wasn't because of great connections, then it was because someone had spent a lot of money to buy it. The surrounding people were all shocked. Bai Lingling's hand was also grabbed by the old man and groped. She was extremely angry, but she didn't dare to offend him. Not only her ranking, but Luo Tian's ranking was also in the old man's hands. Just as she was thinking about how to deal with it, Luo Tian stepped forward and pulled Bai Lingling's hand back. He smiled at the old man and said, "I'm sorry, she is my wife." Sir, if you want to find someone to drink with you, I can accompany you. As he spoke, he kissed Bai Lingling fiercely right in front of the old man. Bai Lingling struggled, but she was still kissed by Luo Tian. Her face was red and she lowered her head. Luo Tian smiled and said, "We are already an old couple. What are you shy about? Sir is not just anyone. He is the examiner of Cloud Mist College." The old man's expression immediately changed. He directly wrote a string of numbers on Bai Lingling's identity wooden tablet. He stared coldly at Luo Tian and said mockingly, "A fresh flower stuck in cow dung. How unlucky." Next, Bai Lingling broke free from Luo Tian's body and walked to the side. Luo Tian smiled and said, "House of Bai, Luo Tian." Just as the old man was about to write, an old man beside him whispered in his ear. The old man in white immediately looked up at Luo Tian and said, "Your name is Luo Tian?" Luo Tian nodded and said, "Yes, is there a problem?" The old man in white sneered and said, "You are not qualified to participate in this selection." Luo Tian was stunned and asked, "Why am I not qualified?" The old man in white swept his gaze and sensed Luo Tian's cultivation. He said, "Your cultivation has not reached the essence condensation realm. The standard for this assessment is that the examinee's cultivation must reach the essence condensation realm. F***ck. Bai Xiong jumped out and said loudly, "There are so many people in front of me who are below the essence condensation realm. Why can they participate, but why can't my boss?" The old man in white narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, "I just changed the rules." "What's wrong? Are you unhappy? If you are unhappy, then don't participate in the selection." Bai Xiong was furious. Luo Tian stopped him with one hand, looked at the old man in white with a face full of smiles, and said, "Are you deliberately making things difficult for me?" The old man in white said without hesitation, "So what if I am?" Luo Tian said, "Nothing much. What can a small martial artist of the Four Symbols realm like me do?" Then Luo Tian asked, "Excuse me, will the rules be changed today?" The old man in white said, "What? You still want to participate in the selection? Do you think you can break through to the cloud condensation realm in a day? Brat, don't think that just because you are a little smart, you are invincible. Even if you are given a year, you will not be able to break through to the essence condensation realm. The Four Symbols realm wanted to break through to the first level of the essence condensation realm. Normally speaking, without the help of any spirit medicine or other things, breaking through within a year was extremely fast. Luo Tian was not in a hurry. He smiled and said, "What if I break through in a day?" The old man's face revealed a mocking expression, and said, "You? Break through to the essence condensation realm in a day? If you can break through in a day, I will definitely let you participate and give you a ranking in the top 100. Luo Tian said loudly, "Everyone heard it, you said it." There was a burst of discussion around. Just as Luo Tian was about to leave, the old man in white coldly smiled and said, "A day is before sunset. There is less than 10 hours until sunset. I want to see how you break through to the essence condensation realm." 10 hours to break through to the essence condensation realm, this was simply impossible. Everyone knew that the old man in white was deliberately making things difficult for Luo Tian. Lin Dong, Bai Xiong and his sister were all suppressing a ball of fire. Luo Tian smiled and said, "Before sunset is before sunset, but since you like to play so much, why don't we play a little bigger? If I break through to the essence condensation realm before sunset, other than what you just said, why don't we add something else?" The old man in white said, "What bet?" Luo Tian said, "Let's bet that there are so many profound coin on your table. If I lose, I will give this sword to you. If you lose, the profound coin will belong to me. How about that?" As he spoke, Luo Tian took out the heavenly sword. The third chapter was delivered. There were still 2 chapters in the evening. If he couldn't finish it, he would chop off his bullwhip. In the future, don't talk about chrysanthemum or chrysanthemum. The moment the heavenly sword was taken out, the white-clothed old man's eyes widened. His eyes trembled and he immediately revealed a greedy look. He kept saying, "Good stuff, good stuff. This is definitely good stuff. This sword is at least a heavenly spirit treasure. Who would have thought that it would end up in the hands of such a good-for-nothing brat? What a waste." Luo Tian frowned, and said, "Are you going to bet or not?" The white-clothed old man immediately said, "Bet, of course I'm going to bet." A pile of profound coin, added together, did not even amount to 1,000,000. Not to mention that the heavenly sword was at the semi-god level, even an earth-ranked spirit treasure was worth several million profound coin. The disparity in stakes was too great. If he did not bet, then there would be something wrong with his brain. Bilingling anxiously ran over, and said, "Are you crazy? This sword is worth several million profound coin, and he doesn't even have 1,000,000 profound coin on his table." Without waiting for Bilingling to finish speaking, the white-clothed old man took the initiative and said, "You've already said that you'll bet. If you dare to go back on your word, then it'll be considered your loss. This sword will belong to me." He was worried that Luo Tian would go back on his word. He was determined to get this sword. Luo Tian smiled slightly, and said, "I didn't say that I would go back on my word, but I'm worried that you'll go back on your word. Your cultivation is so high, and your status is so noble. If you go back on your word and don't give me the profound coin, what should I do?" The white-clothed old man sneered disdainfully, and said, "Humph. I, Ao Xing, don't care about these profound coin. I don't care about a mere 1,000,000 profound coin." Luo Tian said, "That's true, but what if you really go back on your word? Then what should we do? How about this, if you go back on your word, you're a shameless dog." Humph. Ao Xing's face was displeased, but he really wanted to obtain the heavenly sword, so he suppressed the anger in his heart for a moment. He sneered and said, "As you wish, but brat, you better behave yourself. If I don't see your figure before sunset today, I will kill all the hundreds of people in the house of Bai. Not a single one will be left alive." As soon as he finished, his body released a dense killing intent that was extremely cold. He was afraid that Luo Tian would not appear. If that was the case, the spiritual treasure in his hands would be gone. Bilingling's expression changed drastically. The House of Bai had just experienced a rebellion. Now, they had provoked the examiner of Cloud Mist College. If Luo Tian really did not break through to the essence condensation realm and did not appear, then the House of Bai would really disappear from Lingyan City. Bai Xiong was also shocked. Luo Tian still had a smile on his face as he replied, "All right." He didn't say much. Luo Tian turned around and left. 10 hours of time was really tight, but since he had already said it, then he must break through before sunset. Otherwise, the House of Bai would be implicated. But, as long as he broke through, that would be close to 700,000 cultivation coins. He would be able to unlock at least 5 of Luo Tian's cultivation techniques. Fusing 5 cultivation methods was a huge boost to his strength. Looking at Luo Tian's disappearing figure, Ao Xing laughed excitedly. "Kid, that divine sword is mine." Ha ha ha. I didn't expect there to be such a spiritual treasure in such a place. Looks like this trip wasn't in vain. At this moment, the old man who had whispered in his ear just now walked over and said, "Senior brother Ao, will you offend Haijia by doing this? Haijia has said that we can't let this kid enter Cloud Mist College. We can't even give him the qualifications. Now, you're giving him a chance." Ao Xing smiled and said, "Junior brother Chen, you're thinking too much. I've already noticed that his dantian is broken. Not to mention a day, even if you give him 10 years, he won't be able to break through to the essence condensation realm. He definitely won't be able to win. Just wait and see." He was very confident. As long as one had some common sense, they would know that if the dantian was broken, one would not be able to cultivate. He did not know how Luo Tian broke through to the 4 symbols realm, but he was very clear that the essence condensation realm could not be broken through no matter what. Because, the essence condensation realm required a baptism in the dantian in order to break through. Otherwise, it was impossible to break through. This was a shackle, a peak that Luo Tian could not surpass. 10 minutes later. Lingyan City, House of Bai. Bai Qi already knew everything. His brows furrowed as he looked at Luo Tian and said, "This must be his doing. How could you fall for it?" After all, it was the entire House of Bai. No matter how much he trusted Luo Tian, he was not confident. Moreover, he also knew that breaking through to the essence condensation realm required a baptism in the dantian. Otherwise, it was impossible to break through. Bai Lingling said angrily, "Father, that old man in white is so arrogant. I really don't like him. Now is not the time to talk about this. He's from Cloud Mist College. Just the words Cloud Mist College alone can destroy the house of Bai 10,000 times. We can't afford to offend him. This time, he deliberately made things difficult for us. There must be someone behind this." Bai Qi frowned. Luo Tian said, "It's Haijia." "Haijia? Haijia from Cloud Mist City?" Bai Qi's eyes were suddenly shocked. He thought of the words that Hyosaurus said when he was rescued. His expression changed and he immediately said, "Luo Tian, leave. Leave quickly. Don't participate in the Cloud Mist College's selection. It's useless even if you pass the selection. Haijia is too powerful. We are no match for them." He didn't think of this at first. If Cloud Mist College could destroy the house of Bai 10,000 times, then Haijia could kill him 1,000,000 times. It wasn't because Haijia's power was stronger than Cloud Mist College, but because Haijia's methods were very sinister. From the beginning, Luo Tian knew that Haijia was deliberately making things difficult for him. The 4 great families of Cloud Mist City didn't dare to. Luo Tian showed such powerful strength that the 4 great families didn't dare to offend him. The only possibility was Haijia. Deliberately making things difficult, Haijia from Cloud Mist City? Luo Tian smiled coldly and said, "Haijia, just you wait. Watch how I F***ck you over." Immediately. Luo Tian said, "Uncle Bai, you don't have to worry." "You don't have to worry either. Isn't it just breaking through to the condensed essence realm? Do you have so little confidence in me? You've all seen the speed of my breakthrough. I'll definitely win." Bai Qi looked at Luo Tian and exhaled, "These few days, I've been researching everything about you. Don't blame Uncle. After all, I'm the one who betrothed my daughter to you. I have to know everything about you. You can break through because of killing. You can break through by killing monsters and killing people. But now in Cloud Mist City, who can you kill? If there's no one to kill, where are you going to kill monsters? You have to know that Cloud Mist City is half a day's journey from the nearest monster mountain range. A round trip would take a day. 10 hours wouldn't be enough, not to mention that you don't even have 10 hours now. Unless," Bai Lingling's eyes widened in shock. She immediately asked, "Unless what?" Bai Qi looked at Luo Tian and said, "Don't tell me you want to enter the Dark Wind Cave? Chapter 4 has been delivered. Luo Tian, are you crazy? Why are you entering the Dark Wind Cave? Don't you know that even ghosts are afraid of the Dark Wind Cave? I forbid you from entering." Everyone knew that 9 out of 10 people would die in the Dark Wind Cave. Even if they didn't die, they would only be half dead and would be a complete cripple. Upon hearing the words Dark Wind Cave, Bai Lingling immediately said, "No, you can't enter the Dark Wind Cave." Bai Qi also said, "If I hadn't been poisoned by the scorching yang poison last time, I would have died long ago. Moreover, there are those corpse-eating rats inside. You know very well how strong those rats are. If you go in, you'll be courting death." Bai Xiong also said, "Boss, there must be another way. You can't enter the Dark Wind Cave. You don't know how many people have died there." Lin Dong also said, "Boss, that place is indeed very terrifying. It's a forbidden area in Lingyan City. No one would want to enter the Dark Wind Cave. As long as one was from Lingyan City, one would know how terrifying the Dark Wind Cave was, others would rather die than enter the Dark Wind Cave." Luo Tian, on the other hand, went directly to the Dark Wind Cave. Wasn't this asking for his own life? However, if he wanted to win against Ao Xing, if he wanted to slap his face, if he wanted to slap the Haijia's face, Luo Tian had no other choice. He wanted to enter Cloud Mist College. But, he knew very well that he couldn't enter the qualifier through normal means. He could only enter the qualifier through this method. The matter of betting mystic coins was just to let everyone witness it and make Ao Xing think that he only wanted those mystic coins. Actually, Luo Tian's real goal was to blow this matter up so that the entire city knew about it. This way, no matter how thick-skinned Ao Xing was, he wouldn't change the rules. This was his only chance. The mystic coins were incidental. If Luo Tian wanted to win, he had to enter the Dark Wind Cave. This was his only choice. It was impossible for him to be like a homicidal maniac and charge into the streets to kill a bunch of people. He couldn't do such a thing. The only place with beasts around Lingyan City was the Dark Wind Cave. The most important thing was that the necrophagus rats in the Dark Wind Cave gave a lot of EXP. One of them could reach 10,000 EXP. He needed 600,000 EXP to break through to the condensed prime realm, and he only needed to kill 60 of them to level up. Looking at their nervous expressions, Luo Tian was moved. He smiled and said, "Don't worry. I was able to come out alive last time. This time, I can do it even more." With that said, he strode out of the courtyard. Time was tight, and he didn't want to waste any more time. Although he felt like he had plenty of time, he didn't know what was going on inside the Dark Wind Cave. It was better to go in as soon as possible. Bai Qi's brows sank. He walked forward and took out a small bottle from his bosom. "Since you've already decided, I won't stop you. This is a grade 3 healing pill. Keep it with you. Whether you can come out of the Dark Wind Cave or not, don't worry too much about the House of Bai. No matter how overbearing Ao Xing is, if he wants to destroy the House of Bai, he has to consider the impact on Cloud Mist College." Luo Tian didn't refuse. He took it and said with a smile, "Thank you." After Luo Tian left, the courtyard was silent. After a long time, Bai Lingling's eyes narrowed. She wanted to rush out and catch up with Luo Tian, but she was stopped by Bai Qi. "You'll only cause trouble for him. What's more, you can't even last 5 hours in the Dark Wind Cave. If you go in, you'll die." Bai Lingling's face was anxious. She was very worried about Luo Tian. She said that Luo Tian was old, rogue, pervert, stingy, and so on. In fact, she had a good impression of Luo Tian in her heart, especially when Ao Xing held her hand and couldn't let go. When Luo Tian stood up, she was very touched. She hurriedly said, "Father, you know better than me what the Dark Wind Cave is like. Are we just going to watch him die? We have to do something." Bai Qi said slightly, "Xianxia, go to Bai Kai and see how many profound coins the House of Bai can take out. Then, go to my room and take the jade golden cicada to the Deng family. Deng Leigong has always wanted it. Let him sell it to him at the same price as before." Bai Lingling was startled, and said, "Father, that jade golden cicada is something that grandfather left for you. It's your favorite thing." Bai Qi sighed, and said, "Right now, I can't care so much. Furthermore, the jade golden cicada is the dowry that I prepared for you. Xianxia, go quickly." Bai Xiong did not ask any further, and immediately said, "I'll do it right away." Bai Qi secretly thought, "I hope that these profound coins will satisfy Ao Xing." He did his best, and that was all he could do. However, Bai Qi was not confident. After all, he knew how powerful the heavenly sword was. It was a spirit treasure above the heaven stage. How could Ao Xing care about a mere few 100,000 profound coins? However, as long as there was a glimmer of hope, Bai Qi did not want to let it go. Nothing could happen to Luo Tian. For the sake of his daughter, nothing could happen to her. Lin Dong stood at the side, blaming himself in his heart. He felt that he couldn't do anything, couldn't help Luo Tian at all, and felt ashamed in his heart. At the same time, his heart tightened. "I want to break through. I want to break through with all my might. I must become a ranker. Whoever dares to make things difficult for boss, I will definitely teach him a lesson." Dark Wind Cave. A cold wind blew, and Luo Tian stood at the entrance of the cave, shivering. Goosebumps rose all over his body. Hearing the howling of the wind coming from the cave, Luo Tian felt goosebumps all over his body. When he thought of that incomparably huge rat, he felt a wave of nausea. Phew! Nothing in this world can stop me. Haijia, you will only be trampled under my feet. Then Luo Tian strode into the cave. Squeak squeak. Squeak squeak, woohoo. Woohoo. The cold wind whistled, and the sound of the corpse-eating rats gnawing on bones came out along with the wind, ear-piercing and unbearable. Luo Tian was not careful, but opened the door wide, walked into the depths, and roared fiercely, "Corpse-eating rats, your father is here. If you want to eat your father's meat, hurry up and come out, if not, your father will leave." Squeak 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 squeak, all of a sudden. Before Luo Tian could finish his words, the cries of more than a dozen corpse-eating rats came out from the depths of the cave. Gravel rolled down from the cave, causing the cave to tremble. The cold wind carried a disgusting smell as it crazily pounced on him. He's here. Luo Tian's body trembled slightly, holding the heavenly sword in one hand and the heavenly feather shield in the other. He looked at the dozen or so corpse-eating rats pouncing on him like hungry wolves that had seen meat. Luo Tian laughed coldly, and said, "Humans eat meat, dogs eat shit. If you want to survive in this world, then you have to be stronger than others, more ruthless than others. You rats want to eat your father's meat, then come for me." Without waiting for the corpse-eating rats to rush up, Luo Tian rushed forward. When he was a few meters away from the corpse-eating rats, Luo Tian suddenly shouted, "Fire Kirin, go, bite them to death." The 5th chapter has been delivered, the old cow's penis has been saved. Amen. In the future, I will be able to rub it against a ***, and my brothers will be able to reward me with chrysanthemums, ha ha ha. Dark Wind Cave. The Fire Kirin was summoned. It was a little more ferocious than the last Fire Kirin. Luo Tian was now certain that the Fire Qilin's damage was absolutely related to his level. The higher his level, the stronger its damage would be. It belonged to the type of mythological beast that could grow. Walala, walala, flames continued to spray out. One by one, the fur of the corpse-eating rats was burnt to a golden light. The cave was filled with the smell of burnt fur, which was extremely unpleasant. Luo Tian held the heavenly sword in one hand. Vajra sword technique. Angry Buddha Vajra, kill. With a thrust of his sword, the power of the semi-artifact of the heavenly sword came crashing out. The first time he entered the Dark Wind Cave, Luo Tian's attacks could not harm the corpse-eating rats at all, but now that he had the heavenly sword, it was much easier. Every sword strike could cause a terrifying amount of damage. Divine Fire. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. With a move of his palm, he shot out a ray of divine fire, sending a corpse-eating rat flying. Following that, he took a step forward, barbaric tackle, directly smashing into it. Using the Vajra sword technique, he swept out with his sword. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing a corpse-eating rat. You have obtained 10,000 experience points, 1,000 essence points. The first one. Luo Tian checked his experience slot. I still need around 50 more. There are only 8 hours left, so I have to hurry up. Thinking of Ao Xing's disdainful face. Thinking about how Haijia was deliberately making things difficult for him, Luo Tian felt extremely unhappy. No one can stop my footsteps. Haijia is the same. The more you stop me, the stronger I will be. Luo Tian thought to himself. His eyebrows moved as he shouted, Level 1 Divine Explosion, open. Buzz. A ray of light burst out from his body as it shot out. All the attributes on his body increased explosively. Especially the critical hit rate. Every time Luo Tian swung his sword, the damage he dealt doubled. After half an hour, the first wave of corpse rats had been completely annihilated. Suddenly, he had gained 140,000 EXP. This feeling was quite satisfying. With the Fire Kirin at the front, Luo Tian attacked from the back. This was a move he often used in the game in his previous life. The experience isn't bad, but it didn't drop anything. That's the only bad thing. Also, the primordial energy value is a little low. I can't make ends meet. Luo Tian muttered as he raised his head and swallowed a few pills. With the healing pills, the minor injuries on his body were brought under control. Then, he slowly replenished some of his yuan qi. Immediately after. With a thought, Luo Tian ordered, Fire Kirin, continue forward. Huff, huff, a cold wind howled, the chilling wind carried with it the aura of death from hell. It was as if the chilling wind had seeped out from hell. According to common sense, wind was caused by the flow of air. There must be an exit down there. However, there were all sorts of mystical things in the ancient continent. What would it be like down there? Luo Tian couldn't say for sure. However, there was one thing he could confirm, and that was that this cave was not simple. The closer Luo Tian got, the stronger the pressure in his heart became. It was as if there was something powerful at the bottom of the cave. Squeak squeak, squeak squeak, squeak squeak. 10 minutes later, the second wave of corpse rats quickly shuttled out of the deep hole. This time, their bodies shone with a golden light. Their speed, strength, and aura were stronger than the first wave. Moreover, most of them came out from underground. Luo Tian did not dare to lean his back against the wall. The closer he leaned against the wall, the more likely he would be ambushed. Level 1 God's Explosion, open. Divine Fire, lock on. Luo Tian was not stingy with his essence points. His skills needed to be upgraded. Divine Fire and God's Explosion both needed to be upgraded. Only by upgrading their skills would they become stronger. Just like the Divine Fire, upgrading one level would increase the instant kill rate by 5%. In addition to increasing his level to strengthen himself, increasing the level of his skills was the same. Cloud Mist College had hundreds of thousands of examinees in the central continent every year, and only 1,000 out of hundreds of thousands of examinees were admitted. How difficult was that? It was even more difficult than getting into Tsinghua University in his previous life. Moreover, most of these examinees had high potential talent, or even superior talent. The lowest was intermediate talent, and there were very few examinees with intermediate talent. These were all geniuses among geniuses. If he wanted to stand out among these people, it was impossible to rely on the transformation card alone. He had to have an advantage in level. Level was the way of the king. Ding. Target locked. Luo Tian did not hesitate, and directly shouted, boom. With a move of his palm, the divine fire shot out like lightning. Under the super strong attribute of the God's Explosion. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. It directly hit the body of a corpse rat that was running at the front. Squeak squeak, the corpse rat's body cracked, and a strong light burst out from its body. Bang. Its body exploded. Instant kill. Luo Tian was stunned. Instant kill? It triggered an instant kill. Luo Tian was a little shocked, because this was the first time the God's Explosion and Divine Fire were combined. He did not expect it to cause an instant kill. The corner of his mouth curled up, revealing a smile, and said, it seems that Divine Fire and God's Explosion should be able to create a set of combination skills. The power of God's Explosion can indeed increase the probability of an instant kill. Thinking of this, Luo Tian's eyes flashed, and he muttered to himself, if both God's Explosion and Divine Fire are cultivated to the perfect level, then with the combination of the two, can it cause an instant kill every time? What the f***ck, then who can compete with me in the future? Undead Emperor, Seven Luminaries God, these two were the overlords of the ancient world. Early on in the Xianxia continent, they wanted to kill Luo Tian. Luo Tian came to the ancient continent also worried that he would meet them, but he did not know that the ancient continent was unimaginably big, and it would be very difficult for the two of them to find him. Luo Tian did not dare to let his guard down. I'll cultivate these two skills first. When the time comes, even if they don't look for me, I'll look for them. Luo Tian thought to himself. These two people had to be dealt with to prevent future troubles. Ding. The system sounded. Luo Tian took advantage of the fact that the God's Explosion was not over and rushed forward crazily. He did not care about his defense and attacked with all his might. He did not care about defense, and he wanted to crush these corpse rats as soon as possible. Ding. 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 An hour later. The second wave of corpse rats was dealt with. This time, it was a little difficult. Other than the first corpse rat, which was instantly killed, the others were very difficult to deal with. Moreover, the fire Kirin did not deal as much damage as the first wave. Luo Tian relied on the Heavenly Sword's divine might to move around and kill them, so he spent a little more time. I still need half of the experience points to level up. Ao Sheng, just you wait. Lingyun City, Cloud Mist College's branch. Haijia specifically told us not to let that kid participate in the selection when we came. I'm afraid you'll make Haijia unhappy. We can't afford to offend Haijia, an old man in a yellow Taoist robe said. He was not slow about Ao Sheng's actions this morning. Because he was afraid of Haijia. Originally, they were not supposed to be in charge of Lingyun City's assessment. It should have been presided over by Yi Yunmeng. However, for some reason, the academy suddenly transferred Yi Yunmeng back and replaced her with them. Before they came to Lingyun City, Xianxia had sent people to specifically tell them not to let Luo Tian participate in this selection. Although the two of them did not know the reason, they knew very well that they were able to manage the freshman assessment because of Xianxia. This was a lucrative job. They did not have to do anything and earned 1,000,000 mystic coins in half a morning. Aoshing was the same. Otherwise, he would not have changed the rules of recruitment at the last minute. He was deliberately making things difficult for Luo Tian. However, he did not expect that Luo Tian would actually take out a spirit treasure that was above Heaven Stage. One had to know that even in Cloud Mist College, Heaven Stage spirit treasures were rare. This heavenly sword was at least Heaven Stage, and it might even be a divine weapon. If he could obtain this divine weapon, his strength would increase by a lot. This was an irresistible temptation for any warrior. It was naturally the same for Aoshing. Aoshing smiled and said, "Brother Huang, don't worry. Even if you give that kid 10 years, he won't be able to break through to the essence condensation realm, let alone 10 hours. Look, 4 hours have already passed. There are only 6 hours left until sunset. Do you think that kid can break through to the essence condensation realm? It's not like you don't know that breaking through to the essence condensation realm requires a baptism of the Dantian. That kid's Dantian is broken and can't be baptized. In other words, he can't break through at all. If he can break through, that trash from the E family in Cloud Mist City would have been famous long ago. Would it be his turn?" The yellow-robed old man let out a heavy sigh. He was still a little worried. Although he did not know why Xianxia would suddenly target this person, he could feel that Luo Tian was different from other warriors. Seeing that he was still worried, Aoshing patted him on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I will definitely win. When I get that divine sword, I will give you my wandering spirit sword. Help me talk to Xianxia. Anyway, that kid will definitely not be able to break through." The yellow-robed old man smiled. He had been envious of Aoshing's spirit sword for a long time. He frowned and said, "What if he breaks through?" "What if?" "There's no what if." Aoshing looked outside the house with a disdainful expression on his face. That disdainful expression slowly turned cold, and then it turned into killing intent. He said sinisterly, "Even if he breaks through." "Hee. Have you heard of the saying that a man's wealth is his own ruin? Such a good sword is a waste in his hands. If he breaks through, I'll make him suddenly die before he participates in the assessment." He had already thought of everything. He was determined to obtain the heavenly sword. Right now, Aoshing's mind was filled with the sharpness of the heavenly sword. He wished he could obtain it right now. The yellow-robed old man's eyes darkened slightly. He said in a low voice, "Assassinating an examinee is not a light crime. Brother Ao." Aoshing smiled and said, "If you don't say it, I won't say it. Who knows? So many people die in the central continent every day. It's normal for 1 or 2 examinees of Cloud Mist College to die. Moreover, he's a trash with a shattered Dantian. Who would care?" The yellow-robed old man laughed. Indeed, people died every day. It was normal for a few examinees to die. In a small place like Lingyun City, no one had been admitted to Cloud Mist College for decades. The college would not care about what happened here at all. No one would care about a trash with low talent and a shattered Dantian. This time, he was finally relieved. No matter what. Even Luo Tian could not participate in the selection. How could a dead person participate in the selection, at this moment? A servant walked in from outside the house. The servant said respectfully, "Sir, the patriarch of the House of Bai, one of the 5 great families in Lingyun City, Bai Qi, requests an audience." The yellow-robed old man walked forward and asked, "What is he doing here?" Aoshing smiled and said, "What else can he do? He's here to plead for leniency. They know that kid won't be able to break through the cloud condensation realm within 10 hours, so they came to plead for leniency." "Brother Huang, look, they don't even believe their own people. Do you think that kid can win against me?" The yellow-robed old man nodded and said, "Then I won't see him. I won't give him a chance to beg for mercy." The servant turned around to pass on the message. He had just taken a few steps when he was stopped by Aoshing. "See him, why not see him? Why don't you want to give us money?" The yellow-robed old man was stunned. Brother Ao means, he did not understand. Ao Xing smiled and said, Brother Huang, just watch from the side. Go. Bring Bai Qi in. I want to see how much cultivation coins he can bring us. Ao Xing's face revealed a playful smile. Money was good for anyone, not to mention cultivation coins were very important to any martial artist. This was the only currency used in the ancient continent. A few minutes later, Bai Qi, Bai Lingling, and Bai Xiong walked into a unique small courtyard. Bai Qi instructed in a low voice, the two of you just watch from the side. Don't make a sound. If you make them unhappy, you definitely won't have a chance in this assessment. Understand? Especially you, Ling I'll leave everything to you. Bai Lingling nodded and said, N. Bai Xiong muttered, Father, should we believe Boss Luo this time? I don't think my master will lie to us, he won't do anything that he isn't confident in, I think. Bai Qi exhaled, and said, You think it's useless, Xiong Even if Luo Tian can break through, he won against Ao Xing in front of so many people, do you think he will let you have an easy time in this assessment? He will definitely make things difficult for you. Bai Xiong did not speak. Haha, Lord Bai, why have you suddenly come here? Ao Xing pretended not to know anything and smiled politely. Bai Qi immediately went forward to welcome him, his body slightly arched, and said respectfully, Thank you for your hard work, Lord. I specially brought some gifts to show my filial respect to you, Lord. This morning, my son-in-law has offended you in any way, I hope you can forgive him. As he spoke, he then handed over a few expensive gifts to her. These were all good spirit treasures, worth a few thousand, enough for a family of 5 to live a carefree life. However, Ao Xing did not even look at him, and said, Everyone has been young and frivolous before, we have also been frivolous before, what's there to forgive? Hearing this, Bai Qi's heart was obviously relieved. Bai Lingling and Bai Xiong's expressions also relaxed. However, Ao Xing's tone suddenly changed, and became gloomy as he said, But that kid is too arrogant, he actually made a bet with me, and wanted me to admit that he was a mangy dog, which made me very unhappy. Even if he was young and frivolous, we still have to see who he is. A trash like him dares to be arrogant in front of me, he doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, if it wasn't for my kindness, he would have already become a corpse. There was a cold killing intent in his voice. While he was talking, Ao Xing released a bit of pressure. Bai Qi's knees were almost crushed to the ground. Bai Lingling and Bai Xiong's faces were pale, their bodies trembling, and they couldn't even breathe. Facing the people of Cloud Mist College, the three of them could only be crushed. Bai Qi said with difficulty, Sir, please be magnanimous, don't bother with a junior like him. He is still young and ignorant, and has offended you. About the bet, what can you do? Ao Xing said slightly, he was the one who said the bet, do you think this matter can be so easy? In front of so many people, he wants to embarrass me. I want to see how he breaks through to the essence condensation realm in 10 hours. Humph. With a flick of his sleeve, anger appeared on his face, and then he turned around, his back facing Bai Qi. The pressure increased by another notch. Bai Qi's body also trembled, and he said anxiously, I asked him to set up a banquet for you in the Wangtian restaurant and apologize in front of the entire city. Sir, please forgive his offense, I, Bai Qi, will be grateful to you for the rest of my life. Ao Xing snorted and laughed disdainfully, you will be grateful to me for the rest of your life? Who do you think you are? Do I need you to be grateful? You are the patriarch of a small silver family in Lingyun City. You don't even have the right to be grateful to me. Complete disdain. He ruthlessly humiliated Bai Qi. Seeing her father being humiliated, Bai Lingling was extremely unhappy. She used all her strength and said with difficulty, Who do you think you are? We won't be grateful to you. Ao Xing's face darkened. He suddenly turned around and looked at Bai Lingling from head to toe. He sneered and said, Originally, it was easy for me to spare his life. Let your daughter accompany me for a night. However, I hate it when the woman I like is someone else's woman. I have no interest in this kind of woman at all. However, if that kid dies, it will be different. Little beauty, do you want to follow me? I promise to let you eat and drink well. Even if I let you become a disciple of Cloud Mist College, it's not impossible. Bai Lingling spat on the ground and immediately said, "Father, let's go." Bai Qi was also holding a ball of fire in his heart. He was very unhappy to talk about his daughter like this in front of him, but he knew how to endure. He forced a smile and said, "The child is insensible. Don't bother with him." Ao Xing waved his hand. The evil light in the corner of his eyes glanced at Bai Lingling. His heart throbbed, and he thought to himself, "Bitch, wait until I kill that kid first, then I'll deal with you. I don't believe that I can't get you into bed." He smiled and said, "It's not impossible for me to forgive him. It's up to you." As he said that, he rubbed his 2 fingers gently. Bai Qi immediately understood. He took out all of the cultivation coins that the Bai family could take out right now, as well as the things that his father left behind for him. He also sold the jade net golden cicada and gathered a total of 400,000 cultivation coins and handed them over. Ao Xing held it in his hand and smiled in satisfaction. He withdrew his pressure. Bai Qi's heart relaxed, and he said respectfully, "Thank you, sir. I will definitely let Luo Tian apologize to you about the bet. Thank you for forgiving him." Ao Xing kept the 400,000 profound coins into his space ring. His gaze suddenly changed, and he sneered playfully, "No need to thank me, I have already forgiven him for offending me. However, I did not say that I would withdraw the bet." Ha ha ha, he laughed sinisterly, "Thank you for the tips from many brothers, and also a brother's 10,000 book coins. Thank you, old cow is very grateful. At the same time, I also want to say something to those who are cursing. It's almost the new year, don't curse people to death so easily, it's inauspicious, and I'll use the same words I used before, the one who humiliates others is humiliating himself. It's almost the end of the year, and there are many things to do. I was out of town yesterday, and I really didn't have time to update. This month's update, old cow will try his best to keep updating, and then update 5,000 words a day. Next month, I'll have a good burst. Brothers who have monthly votes, please help me vote, thank you." He had been tricked, blatant tricking. Even if Bai Qi could endure it, he couldn't help but shout angrily at this time, "You! Lord Ao, you can't be a man of your word. You just said that you would forgive Luo Tian, but now you say that the bet will continue. Why are you doing this?" He was very angry. Ao Xing sneered and said jokingly, "When did I say that I would cancel the bet? I only said that I would forgive that kid's offense, but you, Bai Qi, said that I didn't keep my word. That's an insult to my character. Now get out of here, or else, I'll make the 3 of you leave lying down, humph." He turned hostile. It was a complete joke. For 100,000 profound coins, that was the only amount that the House of Bai could take out right now, and this was the money that the House of Bai could only accumulate for a few years. During the family's turmoil, Bai Qi had taken out so many profound coins to save Luo Tian, which had already made many elders dissatisfied. Now that he hadn't been able to save him and was wasting it like this, it would even cause the other patriarchs of the family to be angry. However, Bai Qi didn't care about the elders of the House of Bai. He was worried about Luo Tian. Now that he had offended Ao Xing, it was absolutely impossible for the disciples of the House of Bai to pass the first round of the assessment. Ao Xing could decide their life and death. Bai Lingling gnashed her teeth in hatred. She couldn't wait to slap Ao Xing's old face a few times. She said fiercely, "Since that's the case, then return the money to us. We'll see who wins and who loses at sunset. Don't lose when the time comes. Let's see where you'll put your old face." Bai Xiong also took a step forward and shouted, "Return the money." However, how could he take out the money that had entered his pocket? Ao Xing's gaze darkened, and his expression instantly became angry. He said sinisterly, "Money? What money? Have I taken your money? Bai Qi, you'd better control your children. Otherwise, I'll be happy to teach them a lesson and let them know what respect is, humph." You, not waiting for them to finish. Bai Qi stopped them. He knew very well that it was impossible to get the money back. They had been cheated and played. Bai Qi did not expect that Ao Xing was actually so insidious and said in a solemn voice, "The 2 of you shut up for me." Shortly after, Bai Qi forced a smile and said, "We've disturbed you, sir. Let's go." After saying that, Bai Qi pulled the angry Bai Xiong and his sister and walked out of the courtyard. He said in a low voice, "Don't say anything. We'll talk about it when we get home." He could feel the killing intent released by Ao Xing. Ao Xing was from Cloud Mist College. The House of Bai could not afford to offend him. No one would care if he killed a few people here and openly insulted the examiner of Cloud Mist College. They would only say that it was good that he died. In the courtyard, Ao Xing took out the 400,000 per-found coin and placed it on his hand. He laughed out loud and said to the yellow-robed old man who had just walked out of the house, "Brother Huang, I told you that someone would send you off." "Ha ha ha," the yellow-robed old man smiled and said, "Brilliant, brilliant indeed. Brother Ao's move is too brilliant. Not only did you take the Bai clan's money, but you also didn't withdraw the bet. When the time comes, you will also be able to obtain that brat's divine sword. This is killing two birds with one stone." Ao Xing said, "Look, the House of Bai took out 400,000 per-found coin to make me withdraw the bet. Just this point alone is enough to show that that brat is unable to break through. We will definitely win. When the time comes, I will get the divine sword and you will get the wandering spirit sword. Ha ha ha. Just thinking about it makes me happy." Ha ha, excited laughter came from the courtyard. Out of the courtyard, Bai Lingling could no longer hold it in and said in an extremely unhappy tone, "Father, we can't just let this matter rest. This old thing is too sinister." Bai Meng also said, "I really want to kill him." Bai Qi frowned and said slowly, "Don't act recklessly. You two are no match for him. His cultivation has already reached the peak of the martial void realm. Even I am no match for him. Cloud Mist College is like a giant. This time, we can only admit defeat." There was no other way, they were no match for him at all. What could you do? Moreover, the most important point was that Ao Xing was the examiner this time. He could decide everything unless he died. However, not to mention Lingyun City, even in Misty City, the largest city in the central state, no one dared to easily kill the examiner of Cloud Mist College. In any aspect, the House of Bai was crushed. This was the reality. This was the suppression of strength. Bai Qi was played. How could he not be angry? He also had the intention to kill, but he understood that as long as he made a move today, the three of them would die inside. One had to know that there was not only one examiner in the courtyard. The other was also an expert of the martial void realm, Bai Lingling said, "Then let's just forget about this matter. What should Luo Tian do? He will definitely lose this bet. Moreover, the consequence of losing might be death. He won't let Luo Tian go. It should be Haijia who won't let him go." This matter was originally caused by the Fair family behind the scenes. If it wasn't for Haijia's intervention, Luo Tian would have already signed up. How could Bai Qi not know in his heart? He let out a long breath and looked at the sun in the sky. He said earnestly, "Now, he can only rely on himself. I hope he can create a miracle." Although he knew that this was impossible. But, he had done everything he could. Now, he could only rely on Luo Tian himself. Suddenly, Bai Xiong said foolishly, "I believe in Master. He will definitely be able to break through to the essence condensation realm. Ao Xing will definitely lose. When that time comes, let's see where that old face will be. I really want to see Boss slap his face." Bai Lingling also said with anticipation, "I can't wait to see this scene right now." Bai Qi smiled and thought to himself, "Luo Tian, can you create a miracle?" Dark Wind Cave. In the depths, Luo Tian's entire body was covered in blood. The fire Kirin beside him was already on the verge of death and only had a little bit of health left. Beside him were the corpses of the corpse-eating rats. Luo Tian panted heavily, looked at the experience slot, and muttered to himself, "I'm still short of one corpse-eating rat to level up. Ao Xing, I can't help but want to slap your old face now." He heaved a heavy sigh of relief. Luo Tian raised his head and swallowed a dozen or so pills. His vitality value slightly recovered, and he looked at the fire Kirin that was covered in injuries. He said apologetically, "Brother, accompany me for a while longer. When I win the money, I'll immediately unlock the seal on the regeneration technique. At that time, I'll be able to treat you." As long as there was a self-healing technique, he could heal his war pet. At that time, the Fire Kirin wouldn't have to worry about having too little health. The Fire Kirin seemed to understand and rushed out in large strides, constantly spewing out thick hellfire. The dark cave also became clear, suddenly. Luo Tian looked into the depths of the cave, his eyes filled with shock. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Black Wind Sect's Guardian Beast Corpse Rat for obtaining 30,000 experience, 3,000 essence points. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Black Wind Sect Secret Scroll. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Witch Spirit Blood. Item, Black Wind Sect Secret Scroll Description. This scroll describes the history of the Black Wind Sect. Item, Witch Spirit Blood Description. An item that can open the Black Iron Gate of the Black Wind Sect. Unique. Both items were related to the Black Wind Sect, so Luo Tian did not look at them carefully. Instead, he waited for another notification to ring out. He could not wait to know what the system's reward was this time. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for leveling up. Current level, level 1 of the Essence Condensation stage. Buzz. The moment he leveled up, Luo Tian's dantian suddenly surged with a hot and dry feeling. It was boiling hot, as if a cup of boiling water had been poured into his stomach, circulating in his abdomen. This was the first time Luo Tian had felt the existence of the dantian. Is this the baptism of the dantian? Luo Tian's heart sank. Logically speaking, my dantian is broken, so I shouldn't be able to feel the baptism of the dantian. Furthermore, the baptism of the dantian is completely useless to me. Could it be that the dantian is about to recover? F***ck. The recovery of the dantian won't cancel my system, right? Luo Tian's heart tightened. After a few seconds, the heat slowly disappeared. There were no changes in his body, so his worries were unnecessary. At this moment, the system beep sounded for the third time. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for triggering the system's reward system. The reward is penetration. Skill, penetration level. Cooldown, none attribute, able to penetrate any obstacle in the world, unique. My power of clairvoyance. Why did it become the penetration? Luo Tian was very depressed. He always thought that this time it was the power of clairvoyance, but he didn't expect it to be some kind of penetration ability. This was a very common ability in urban novels, just like the ability to go through walls. It was like a chicken rib. At the very least, Luo Tian didn't know what use he had. Sigh, system, oh system, when will you reward me with the power of clairvoyance? Luo Tian was unwilling to give up. He had always been thinking about this power of penetration. Then, he would be able to see through all the girls. How wonderful would that be? The system's voice disappeared. The cave regained its tranquility. A bone-chilling wind seeped out from the black iron door, making one's hair stand on end. Luo Tian glanced at the door. Behind the door, there was a terrifying power. That kind of powerful temptation was still constantly attacking his mind. However, with his previous experience, Luo Tian was able to control his heart and not lose himself. What's behind the iron door? Luo Tian muttered to himself. Thinking of the Black Wind Sect secret scroll, he thought to himself, it seems that if I want to find out what's behind the door, I have to first understand the Black Wind Sect secret scroll. Then, I can decide whether to go in and take a look. The more dangerous a place is, the more treasures it has. Why did the Black Wind Sect perish? Why did the Sorcerer's Seal appear here? If the Black Wind Sect was a flourishing sect, then wouldn't there be a large number of spirit treasures inside? These were all unclear. Luo Tian didn't have time to think about these now. Otherwise, he would have carefully studied the information in the Black Wind Sect secret scroll. Exhaling, he turned around and walked out. Don't go, come back, I have a large number of spirit treasures here. I can let you defeat everything, I can let you turn the entire Haijia upside down. Come back, one voice after another sounded in Luo Tian's heart. Luo Tian's feet seemed to be filled with lead, becoming extremely heavy. The pressure on his heart gradually increased, and it was very uncomfortable. Hold on. Bai Lingling is still waiting for you outside. Don't be fooled. You have to go out and win against Ao Sheng. You have to win all of his profound coins. You have to unlock the seal on your skills. You have to become a student of Cloud Mist College. You have to go to Cloud Mist City and turn the entire Haijia upside down for the stupid queen. Luo Tian kept thinking about this in his heart. His heart was also defending bit by bit, and his speed was also increasing. It was only a few thousand meters from the iron door to the entrance of the cave, but Luo Tian took a full hour. Moreover, it was now less than half an hour before sunset. The moment he walked out of the cave, Luo Tian's entire body was covered in sweat, as if he had crawled out of the water. He was overwhelmed with shock. It's too terrifying. This kind of mental attack was the weakest part of Luo Tian's defense. If he stayed for another half an hour, he didn't even know if he could withstand it. He might really not be able to get out. In the dark wind cave. The truly terrifying thing wasn't the bone-piercing cold wind, nor the corpse-eating rats, but the tempting voice behind the iron door. He seemed to have found what he wanted. If his heart was lost, it wouldn't be long before he died. This was why 9 out of 10 people who entered the dark wind cave died. Fortunately, Bai Qi didn't go too deep last time. Otherwise, even if he was poisoned, he wouldn't be able to escape death. Don't go, come back, the voice came over and over again from the cave, reaching Luo Tian's mind. He still didn't give up. In the end, it turned into a shrill scream, as if he had gone crazy. Come in, you dog, I'm going to kill you, I'm going to kill you. However, Luo Tian, who was at the entrance of the cave, wasn't tempted by those voices at all. Luo Tian turned around and looked at the pitch-black dark wind cave. He sneered and said, "Don't worry, I'll be back. When that time comes, it won't be you who kills me, but me who will *ck you over. I don't have time to accompany you now." It was almost sunset. He had to rush back with all his might. Otherwise, even if he lost the bet, he would have to hand over the heavenly sword even if he didn't want to. Lingyun City, Cloud Mist College Branch. The small square was already crowded with people at this time. The news of Luo Tian and Ao Xing's bet had already spread throughout Lingyun City. People had been waiting here since the afternoon, wanting to see who would win and who would lose. However, obviously, they all knew that Luo Tian would lose this kind of competition. It's impossible to break through to the condensed essence realm in 10 hours. Don't even think about it. Moreover, that kid's energy center is still broken, so it's even more impossible. Luo Tian can defeat Hyosaurus and kill Bai Yuan. This is the problem of his strength. However, there are no shortcuts in cultivation, and it's impossible to reach the sky in one step. It's absolutely impossible for him to break through in 10 hours. I didn't expect that the divine sword would end up in Ao Xing's hands. He really picked up a big bargain. It's almost sunset. Why hasn't anyone appeared yet? He couldn't have escaped. Right? He's here. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the crowd. Then, the crowd automatically opened up a path. Bai Qi walked up with Bai Lingling, Bai Xiong, Lin Dong, and some disciples of the House of Bai. They looked anxious. Everyone's expression was ugly. Listening to the discussions around them, they became even more worried. At the entrance, Ao Xing sat on an armchair with a teapot in his hand and slowly tasted the fragrant tea. When he saw Bai Qi appear, he could not help but reveal a trace of a cold smile. He said, "Patriarch Bai, why is your expression so ugly? Did no one slap you on the way here?" Ha ha ha. The other parents all laughed out loud. They were secretly very happy. Without the competition from the House of Bai, especially Luo Tian, they were much more comfortable. Moreover, more importantly, the House of Bai had offended the examiner, Ao Xing. In other words, all the disciples of the House of Bai who participated in the examination would have a hard time. This time, no one from the House of Bai would pass the first round of the examination. This was very good news for the other families in Lingyun City. Bai Qi snorted coldly and didn't answer. However, Bai Lingling said angrily, "Don't be happy too early. It's not time yet. Luo Tian will definitely break through and appear. When that time comes, I'll see how you can still laugh." Humph. Ao Xing narrowed his eyes and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He said faintly, "Do you want to raise the stakes? If that kid doesn't appear, you'll accompany me for a night. If he wins, I'll return 400,000 cultivation coins to you." How about it? Do you dare to bet? Aoshing sneered and stared at Bai Lingling's bulging chest with a lewd smile. He couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Bai Lingling was extremely angry. She really wanted to say something, but she was stopped by her father. Bai Qi said slightly, "My lord, my daughter is ignorant. Don't lower yourself to her level. If you want to bet, why don't we bet our lives?" Bai Lingling was shocked. She looked at her father and said, "Father," but Aoshing laughed coldly and said, "Gambling with your life?" He suddenly stood up with a mocking look in his eyes. He laughed disdainfully and said, "Bai Qi, who do you think you are? What qualifications do you have to bet your life with me? Even if your house of Bai has several hundred corpses, it's still not as valuable as one of my fingers. You don't have the qualifications to bet your life with me." Complete disdain. Bai Qi laughed and said, "Since you don't dare to bet, then forget it. I thought you would bet on anything. I didn't expect you to be afraid of something." Humph. Not giving him any face at all. Bai Qi's face also revealed a disdainful expression. There was a ball of fire in his heart and he was very unhappy, if not for the pressure from Cloud Mist College and the fact that he was worried that the House of Bai would be removed from Lingyun City, he would have been unable to hold it in. Aoshing's gaze tightened and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. However, it was not appropriate for him to make a move in front of so many people. Otherwise, he would definitely make Bai Qi kneel on the ground and beg for mercy. He smiled slightly and said, "Don't be anxious. If you want to bet your life with me, wait until I defeat that kid first. If that kid doesn't appear, there's no need to bet. I won't let go of any of the hundreds of lives in your house of Bai." Humph. As he spoke, Aoshing looked at the sun in the west. It was about to set. At this moment, Aoshing was even more pleased with himself. He smiled and said, "It's almost time. That kid hasn't appeared yet. It seems that he's bound to lose, and he should have escaped. If that's the case, hee." As soon as he said that, Aoshing's gaze suddenly tightened and became sharp. He said sinisterly, "I've said it before. If he dares to escape, I will make the House of Bai disappear from Lingyun City. It was that kid who broke his promise first, so don't blame me for being ruthless." He was not worried that Luo Tian would escape. Because, early in the morning, he had sent people to keep an eye on the 8 city gates. Luo Tian did not leave Lingyun City. In other words, he was still in the city. As long as he was still in the city, Aoshing was not afraid that he would not be able to obtain the heavenly sword. Therefore, he was not worried. Bai Qi's expression darkened. He secretly clenched his fists and could not help but start to worry. After all, he did not know much about Luo Tian. Moreover, Luo Tian had gone to the Dark Wind Cave, the absolute forbidden area of Lingyun City. It was hard to say if he could come out alive, let alone break through to the essence condensation realm. He did not speak. Bai Xiong said loudly, "Why are you in such a hurry? It's not time yet, is it?" Aoshing did not even look at Bai Xiong. Instead, he stared at Bai Lingling with a lustful expression and said, "Little beauty, if your lover doesn't appear, he will sell your entire house of Bai. But don't worry, I will definitely not kill you. How can I bear to kill such a beautiful little beauty? At least I will kill you after I get tired of playing with you, right? Ha ha ha. Do you want to be part of the house of Bai? If you want to, beg me. If you beg me, I might let the house of Bai go. Then, your father and brother will not die." Aoshing looked confident that he had control over Bai Lingling. He felt that the House of Bai was completely under his control. They were completely in his hands. No matter how they jumped, they could not escape from his grasp. Bai Lingling gritted her teeth in hatred, but at this time, she held it in. She thought in her heart, what if Luo Tian really did not appear, what should I do? Aoshing said in front of so many people that he wanted to make the House of Bai disappear. Moreover, this matter was not difficult for him. As long as he said the word, the elite disciples cultivated by the House of Bai would instantly leave the House of Bai without needing to do anything. In less than half a day, the House of Bai would only exist in name. Who would be destroyed with the House of Bai? Seeing Bai Lingling's thoughtful look, the smile on Aoshing's face grew wider. He said, "Don't worry. I'll give you time to think about it. Of course, my patience is limited. If you can come to my room tonight to accompany me, maybe my patience will grow a lot. At this moment, a curse suddenly sounded in the crowd. I'll accompany your ancestors for 18 generations. How dare you touch my woman? As soon as the voice fell, Aoshing's face was angry. He glanced around and said heavily, that dog doesn't want to live anymore. Get out here. Get out of here. There was a commotion in the crowd. A man covered in blood walked out of the crowd. His face was domineering, arrogant, and filled with endless anger. Who is he? How dare he insult Aoshing? Does he really want to die? Why does this person look a little like Luo Tian? You don't say, it really does look a little like him. It's him, it's him. Why is he covered in blood? I don't know where he went. This person was Luo Tian. He rushed back in a hurry, afraid that the time had passed. Fortunately, he had arrived a few minutes before sunset. Originally, he only wanted to win some money and participate in the assessment. As for the other matters, he would slowly settle the score with Xianxia. However, when he heard those insulting the house of Bai and bilingualing, his fiery temper couldn't help but start cursing. Aoshing frowned and stared at Luo Tian, who walked out from the crowd. Brat, you've finally appeared. I thought you had already hidden in the dog hole. Why? Are you here to deliver that divine sword? How is this possible? Impossible. Something that's absolutely impossible, suddenly. Just as Aoshing sensed Luo Tian's cultivation, his face turned pale as if he had seen a ghost. He couldn't believe it. Luo Tian laughed coldly and said, "What's wrong? Master Ao, your expression is so ugly. Did you get slapped a few times just now? Look at your terrified expression. Isn't it just a few 100,000 profound coin? You can't be a sore loser, right?" Luo Tian walked out of the crowd and stood in the middle of the field. Bai Xiong and Lin Dong took the lead and shouted, "Boss!" Bai Lingling looked at Luo Tian and was so touched that she wanted to cry. Her eyes were wet. Bai Chi's eyes flashed with excitement. He suddenly slapped his thigh and laughed out loud, "Haha. Kid, I really didn't misjudge you. You really did it. You really created a miracle. You really broke through." As soon as he finished, the surrounding tens of thousands of people were in an uproar. Break through. His cultivation is at the essence condensation realm? How is this possible? Breaking through to the essence condensation realm in 10 hours, what kind of speed is this? One must know that no one can determine the day of the breakthrough. Suddenly breaking through, who can say that they broke through in a specific time? How did he do it? Lord Ao actually lost. This time, there's a good show to watch. The crowd discussed animatedly. Like Aoshing, their faces were filled with disbelief. However, the facts proved everything. Luo Tian's cultivation was at the first level of the essence condensation realm, and he did not use any spirit pills to increase it. Aoshing was pleased with himself for the entire day. He thought that he had won. But he didn't expect, at this moment, he felt that Luo Tian had imperceptibly slapped him a few times. His expression was extremely ugly, even uglier than shit. The feeling of being slapped in the face was really great. Luo Tian laughed proudly. "Sir, do you want to test my cultivation? If you don't need it, then you've lost. If you lose, then you should hand over all the profound coin from this morning. Of course, you can also not hand it over, but Cloud Mist College will have one more mangy dog, ha ha ha." Aoshing's gaze tightened, his face was filled with killing intent, an incomparably strong killing intent. However, in front of the entire city, he couldn't flare up. After all, he had lost the bet. The yellow-robed elder walked forward. His expression was equally ugly. Luo Tian had won, and his wandering spirit sword was gone. That was not all. More importantly, they had not completed the task given by Xianxia. Luo Tian was participating in the assessment, the yellow-robed elder said in a low voice, "Brother Ao." Without waiting for him to finish, Aoshing forced a smile and took out the profound coin he had collected in the morning. He said with a smile, "I, Aoshing, am a man of my word. Since I've made the bet, then I should keep my promise. Since you've won, these profound coins are all yours. Also, there's one more thing. You are qualified to participate in this assessment. Bai Lingling immediately cheered. Bai Xiong and Lin Dong also laughed happily. Boss is mighty. The yellow-robed elder's face was very ugly as he said in a low voice, you still let him participate in the assessment. How are we going to explain it to Haijia? Aoshing said softly, don't worry, he won't live for more than a few days. The chrysanthemum was getting further and further away, and the bull's penis was about to soften. The old bull was begging for monthly votes to make it strong. Aoshing made a large stroke and wrote Luo Tian's name on the list of those participating in the selection. However, the string of numbers behind Luo Tian's name was incomparably long. It was obvious that this was the last number. In other words, if he passed the first few rounds of selection, he would face the opponent with the strongest cultivation base in the final battle. Of course, this was deliberately written by Aoshing. Luo Tian took a look and looked at the string of numbers. He couldn't help but laugh. 54088, I'm your father. Haha. This number is really interesting. Without waiting for Aoshing to flare up, Luo Tian said in advance, Lord Ao, I'm not talking about you. I just feel that this string of numbers is a little interesting, ha ha ha. As he spoke, Luo Tian's face was full of ridicule. Although he defended himself, the meaning behind his words was obvious. I'm your father, Aoshing smiled and said, this is your identity wooden tablet. In other words, you are qualified to participate in the assessment. Then, Aoshing's gaze swept across the entire crowd. He was stunned for a moment before saying, I'll give you 3 days to prepare. 3 days later, you will still gather here. I will choose a venue for you to take the assessment. In Lingyan City, there are only 10 people who can participate in the second round of the assessment. I hope you can obtain good results. Finished. Aoshing looked at Luo Tian and said with a playful smile, Luo Tian, don't disappoint me. His eyes were filled with pure, undisguised killing intent. Luo Tian also smiled and said, don't worry, I definitely won't let you down. However, I'm worried that I won't be disappointed, but you will. Humph humph. Aoshing sneered, then flicked his sleeves and walked into the courtyard. The yellow-robed elder hurriedly followed. At this moment, the disciples of the house of Bai cheered. They were all happy. Who could break through to the essence condensation realm in 10 hours? Luo Tian had brought glory to the house of Bai. However, the disciples of the other 4 major families in Lingyan City were dejected because of Luo Tian. He could even deal with a martial void realm expert. How could they be his match? In other words, there were only 9 spots left in the first round of the exam. Luo Tian turned around and looked at the happy faces of the people from the house of Bai. He couldn't help but smile. Bai Lingling's face was full of excitement. There was an impulse in her heart. She wanted to run up to Luo Tian and throw herself into his arms. She wanted to hug him tightly. Every time at the critical moment, he would stand up for her. This feeling made her intoxicated, but in the end, she resisted it. Everyone in the Bai family was happy, except for Bai Qi, whose face was filled with worry. He glanced at Luo Tian and said in a deep voice, let's go back to the house of Bai. In the courtyard of the Cloud Mist College's branch, Aoshing kicked the stone table in the courtyard out. The stone table that weighed thousands of kilograms was kicked into pieces by him. His face was full of anger and he was in an extremely bad mood. Dog, you embarrassed me. Just you wait. I will make you pay the price. In the square, he had been suppressing the anger in his heart. Killing intent surged. Looking at Luo Tian's smug face, he wanted nothing more than to kill him. In front of tens of thousands of people in Lingyan City, he had lost miserably. Moreover, he had stood up when he was at his proudest. This was like a few fierce slaps to his face. It was very uncomfortable. However, he did not vent his anger on them. Instead, he held it in. It was not that he did not want to touch Luo Tian, but he could not do it in front of so many people. The most important point was that he wanted to get the heavenly sword on Luo Tian's body. If he brazenly snatched it, it would definitely affect the investigation of Cloud Mist College. At that time, it would be difficult for him to get away with it. Not only would he not be able to get the heavenly sword, but he would also be severely punished. The yellow-robed old man was stunned. He had never seen Aoshing so angry. He said slightly, "What are you thinking? If we let him participate in the assessment, how? Are we going to explain it to Haijia? We can't afford to offend Haijia. If Haijia finds out about this, we will all lose our lives." This was the main point of his concern. They were very clear about Haijia's methods. Aoshing frowned and his voice became low. He asked, "Do you know why I didn't kill him just now?" The yellow-robed old man was stunned. He felt the killing intent released by Aoshing, but he held it back in the end. He also found it strange and asked, "Why?" Aoshing sneered and said, "Look at how happy he is to participate in the assessment. Look at how happy those people from the House of Bai are. Don't you think that when a person is at his proudest and most high-spirited, suddenly making him despair and his heart die like ashes, this feeling is really wonderful?" The yellow-robed old man's face darkened. He looked at Aoshing and an inexplicable fear rose in his heart. He thought to himself, "Pervert." Aoshing continued, "Doesn't he want to participate in the assessment? Then let him participate. Once he enters that kind of place, do you think he will be able to come out alive? Hee. That's my territory. I can take his life at any time. In this way, won't he not participate in the assessment? Haijia naturally won't blame him. When the time comes, the spirit sword will still be yours." This was the reason why he let Luo Tian participate in the assessment. If he wanted to control Luo Tian, he had to let him be in his own territory. This way, he could do whatever he wanted. The yellow-robed old man smiled and said, "Brother Ao, good method. However, I heard that he even defeated the Haijia second young master. You must know that Master Hai is the most talented disciple of Haijia other than the Crown Prince. Furthermore, he is at the peak of the martial void realm. Do you have a way?" Aoshing's gaze tightened as he said, "Of course there is a way," at this moment. Aoshing's gaze suddenly became lewd. When he thought of Bai Lingling's beautiful figure, he couldn't help but swallow his saliva and muttered, "The people from the House of Bai are his weakness, and Master Hai is too young. Dealing with people like Luo Tian requires some special methods." When he lost the bet, he came up with a perfect plan. Aoshing's gaze relaxed as he said, "Brother Huang, follow me out for a walk. I need to meet the patriarchs of the other 4 great families in Lingyun City." Lingyun City, House of Bai. Bai Qi was getting more and more worried. Actually, today, he hoped that Luo Tian would lose the bet and then give the heavenly sword to Aoshing. This way, this matter would be settled. Even if Luo Tian did not have the qualifications to participate in the assessment, he would still have a chance next year. But now, he didn't have a chance at all. Not only him, but the other 3 disciples of the House of Bai also didn't have a chance. He knew very well that the first round of the examination seemed to be the easiest of all. 10 out of 30 or so contestants would be chosen, and 1 out of 3 would advance to the next round. It was a very good opportunity. However, to Bai Qi, this was the easiest of all the tests. Because that was Aoshing's territory. "Father, Luo Tian won, why aren't you happy at all? Didn't you see Aoshing's expression? It's uglier than shit. I'm dying of laughter." When he saw Luo Tian appear, he couldn't even speak properly. "It's too awesome, ha ha ha," Bai Lingling said happily. Seeing that her father had been silent in the hall, she couldn't help but ask. Bai Xiong also laughed, "It's not just uglier than shit. At that time, I even heard a few invisible slaps on his face. It was incomparably loud. Before Boss came out, you saw how proud he was. He was arrogant and domineering, as if he was the number 1 in the world. When he saw Boss, he immediately turned into a frosted eggplant. It's too funny. Indeed." At that moment, Aoshing's expression was extremely ugly. However, it was precisely because of this that Bai Qi was worried. It was obvious that the examiner of Cloud Mist College was humiliated and actually endured it silently. Furthermore, he even sent over 800,000 profound coins. How could there be such a simple thing in the world? Aoshing definitely had a backup plan. He would definitely not let Luo Tian off. He would not even let the House of Bai off. Luo Tian took out 400,000 profound coins and handed it to Bai Qi, saying, "Uncle Bai, thank you for everything you've done for me." He knew that Bai Qi had even sold his favorite jade luo golden cicada for him. He was grateful in his heart. Then Luo Tian continued, "Don't worry about me, and don't worry about the House of Bai. I'm participating as a member of the House of Bai, so I'm also considered a disciple of the House of Bai. No matter who it is, if they dare to touch the House of Bai, I'll *ck their ancestors over." Luo Tian spoke very seriously. He didn't want to brag at all. That was indeed what he thought. Ao Xing admitted defeat very naturally, and he didn't even frown when he took out so many profound coins. There must be something fishy behind this, and from his eyes when he spoke a few times, Luo Tian could feel killing intent. However, counter soldiers with arms, water with an earthware. Since he had decided to do something, he couldn't have too many misgivings. Luo Tian wanted to enter Misty Cloud City. He wanted to enter Cloud Mist College, he wanted to find the antidote to the soul poison, but he also wanted to screw over Haijia. The more Haijia made things difficult for him, the more Luo Tian wanted to teach Haijia a lesson. He wanted to let the world know that Luo Tian was here. Bai Qi looked at Luo Tian seriously. He looked at Luo Tian's young face. He was only in his early 20s. He didn't know why Luo Tian was so confident. He was so confident that even he had to trust him. Was he young and frivolous? No, Luo Tian was very arrogant and young, but he was definitely not frivolous, after a long while. Bai Qi exhaled and smiled. "Work hard." Luo Tian clenched his fists and said, "I will." After the registration was over, there were 3 days to prepare. At this time, logically speaking, the disciples who were participating in the assessment were secretly cultivating in seclusion and trying to break through as much as possible within these 3 days. Lin Dong, Bai Xiong, and Bai Lingling were the same. It had to be said. Lin Dong was completely abnormal. He broke through again on the night of the registration. His cultivation speed was as fast as a madman's. Luo Tian was very happy. He was even happier than Lin Dong himself. At night, the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. Luo Tian sat on a stone pier in the courtyard. He took out the secret scroll of Black Wind sect that the elite corpse-eating rat had dropped. During the day, he flipped through the books in the House of Bai's library. He didn't find anything about the Black Wind sect at all, as if it didn't exist at all. But why did someone call him Black Wind Cave, other than flipping through books? Luo Tian also asked a few elders, but they were also at a loss about the Black Wind sect. They had no idea at all. He originally wanted to understand some things about the Black Wind sect first, and then check the secret scroll of the Black Wind sect. After searching for an entire day, he still couldn't find anything. He could only open the secret scroll of the Black Wind sect and study it himself. The secret scroll was made of sheepskin. It was somewhat simple and unadorned, as if it had a history of over 100 years. Secret history of the Black Wind sect. This was the first part of the secret scroll. The words were the common language of the ancient continent, so it wasn't difficult to understand. Black Wind sect, the #1 sect in the Kanglan continent 13,000 years ago. When he saw this sentence, Luo Tian was instantly dumbfounded. How could it be the #1 sect in the Kanglan continent? This is clearly the central continent. Could it be that this is a branch? The ancient continent was divided into 5 continents. They were the Central Continent, controlled by Cloud Mist College, Abyss College and the various king's forces, the Western Eurasia continent, controlled by the Holy See, the Southern Buddhist Holy Land Shini continent, ruled by the Buddhist sect, the Northern Kanglan continent, ruled by the Kanglan dynasty, and the Eastern Four Beasts continent, ruled by the 4 divine beasts. The 5 continents weren't connected. Between the 5 continents was an endless ocean that was difficult to cross. These were all things that Luo Tian only knew when he flipped through the information in the morning. The Black Wind sect should be a force of the Northern Kanglan continent. Even if there were experts who crossed over to the Central Continent, it was impossible for them to be a sharp force. The forces of the Central Continent would definitely not allow it. How could they allow others to sleep under their bed? This was absolutely impossible. Then, Luo Tian couldn't figure it out. It's impossible for the Black Wind sect to appear in the Central Continent. Why would it appear? It's impossible for it to appear out of thin air, right? Unable to understand, Luo Tian didn't think too much about it. For this kind of incomprehensible question, Luo Tian always threw it to the back of his mind, so as to not waste his brain and brain cells. He continued to read. The first part was a description of the glorious history of the Black Wind sect. How awesome, how powerful, how many great figures it had produced, and so on. After reading it, Luo Tian couldn't help but exhale. My goodness, I didn't expect that there would be 7 emperor-level experts. No wonder it's the #1 force of the Kanglan continent. Is this a king-level force? Gulp. Luo Tian swallowed his saliva fiercely. His heart trembled. He had underestimated the king-level forces before. 7 Emperor Realm Masters were enough to sweep across the entire continent. If Haijia also had 7 Emperor-level experts, then his talk of sweeping the Haijia was like a joke. At this moment, Luo Tian frowned and clenched his fists. The more difficult it is, the more I like it. Aren't they just Emperor-level experts? The more the better. Only then can we go crazy and explode, hee. He himself was a lunatic. Lunatic Luo who liked the more exciting it was. Having a new understanding of the king-level forces, Luo Tian was even more motivated. The stronger the enemy, the stronger he had to become to be able to trample him to death. The second part of the secret scroll ended with some of the geographical locations of the Black Wind sect. Where was the Black Wind Hall? What kind of mechanisms were in the Black Wind Hall? How powerful were the mechanisms? What kind of people were imprisoned in the Black Wind sect's hell prison? How fierce were they? The second volume was all about these. Luo Tian casually glanced at it and didn't study it in detail. However, when it came to the third volume, his heart suddenly sank and his brows furrowed. F***CK. Huashan Old Ancestor. Do you have to be so strong? Damn it. Too scary. Damn. The secret scroll described a person in detail, a person who ascended from the Xianxia continent to the ancient world. A martial arts genius, a super person whose talent surpassed everything. Moreover, he was also a person chosen by the heavens. It was as if the heavens had given him the best of everything, a perfect and invincible existence. The Black Wind sect had offended the patriarch of the Huashan sect, and because of this, he had planted a nightmare. At that time, the patriarch of the Huashan sect had just entered the primordial world, and was almost killed by the son of the current sect master of the Black Wind sect. 300 years later, the Huashan Old Ancestor suddenly appeared and single-handedly killed 7 emperor-level powerhouses one by one. It was so awesome that it was a mess. The most important point was, he used a 3-foot-long sword to uproot the Black Wind sect and turned it into a mountain. He flew out of the void and completely penetrated it. He even used his powerful heavens-chosen power and witchcraft to seal it. Tens of thousands of Black Wind sect's disciples died in an instant. The #1 force in the Kanglan continent, Black Wind sect, also disappeared within a day. It disappeared forever. No one knew where it went. From that day onwards, the name of the Huashan Old Ancestor resounded throughout the ancient continent. However, from then on, he never appeared again. Like the Black Wind sect, he disappeared forever. No one knew where he went. Many people thought he was dead. However, Luo Tian knew very well that the Huashan Old Ancestor had entered the God realm, the highest realm, a monster, an absolute monster. Luo Tian always thought that he was a monster, but compared to the Huashan Old Ancestor, he was simply too weak. I didn't expect you to be so ridiculously strong, one person fighting 7 emperor-level powerhouses. Isn't that a bit too fierce? Luo Tian's heart sank. He couldn't imagine what kind of scene it was. The third volume ended here, but there was a small line of words at the end. The one who opens the Black Wind sect will obtain all the spirit treasures of the Black Wind sect, including the corpses of the 7 emperor-level powerhouses. Luo Tian's eyes suddenly narrowed. Damn. Not to mention how many spirit treasures the Black Wind sect, the #1 king force in the Kanglan continent, had. Just the 7 emperor-level powerhouses' corpses were enough to make people drool. Moreover, the drool even dripped to the ground. The emperor-level powerhouses' corpses contained incomparably powerful energy. They were absolutely terrifying existences. As long as one absorbed this energy, it was not impossible to break through the emperor realm and become one of the strongest powerhouses in the ancient continent. Any cultivator knew this very well. No wonder they are so strong. Emperor-level powerhouses, the strongest powerhouses in the ancient continent. If I can get my hands on such a corpse, even if nothing else, just the yuan qi alone is enough for me to absorb for a lifetime. Luo Tian was excited. His blood was boiling. In fact, he was far from knowing what the emperor-level powerhouse's corpses meant. If this news were to be made public, it would immediately set off a scramble. Not just for the central continent, but for the 5 continents, it was too strong. So strong that it made people's hearts tremble. Luo Tian was unable to contain his excitement. He slowly rolled up the secret scroll and put it away. Looking at the pitch-black night sky, he laughed excitedly and said to himself, "Should I get one to play with?" Hee hee. At this moment, Bai Lingling suddenly walked in and said, "What are you muttering to yourself? Begging for monthly votes." Luo Tian was so engrossed in his thoughts about the corpses of the 7 venerable emperors that he felt his hair stand on end. Suddenly, a sound came from behind him, and he couldn't help but tremble in fright. When he turned around and saw Bai Lingling, he couldn't help but glare at her and say, "What are you doing in the middle of the night instead of sleeping?" As he spoke, Luo Tian's eyes involuntarily turned into a pervert's as he looked Bai Lingling up and down. Bai Lingling was wearing a white dress, and she looked particularly charming under the pure white moonlight. When the breeze blew, her white dress swayed gently, and 2 strands of hair swayed in front of her cheeks. She looked so beautiful. Her tranquil beauty could make anyone who looked at her a little infatuated. Luo Tian was naturally not surprised. Bai Lingling deliberately dressed up before coming to Luo Tian's courtyard. She wanted to thank Luo Tian for helping her and the House of Bai these days. Bai Yuan was killed, the turmoil in the House of Bai was quelled, and her father was saved. All of this was because of Luo Tian. She hadn't found an opportunity to thank him properly. After cultivating late today, she dressed up and came here. Looking at Luo Tian's evil gaze, Bai Lingling couldn't help but glare at him and say, "This isn't your house, so why can't I come? When the time comes, why aren't you sleeping in the middle of the night? What kind of unspeakable things are you thinking about?" She only heard Luo Tian say, "Do you want to get one to play with?" Luo Tian smiled wickedly and said, "Don't you know what I'm thinking about?" "I'm thinking about you." Bai Lingling's expression changed slightly. Looking at Luo Tian, she couldn't help but take half a step back. Luo Tian took a step forward and forced himself in front of her. He smiled gently and said, "The night is long. You can't sleep, and I can't sleep either. Why don't we do something meaningful? For example, exercise. How about it?" Bai Lingling was forced to stand in front of Luo Tian, and her face couldn't help but blush. She could hear Luo Tian's breathing, and her own breathing was slightly hurried. Without thinking for a moment, she asked, "What kind of exercise do you want to do?" At this moment, a woman's brain would always be short-circuited. Of course. It was a different story for those with high EQ. To put it simply, when the 2 of them were about to have sex, someone came. "Sorry, old bull. But, it was at this critical juncture." "Haha, master, no, it should be boss." "Boss, ha ha ha. My combo has increased by another level. I can now do an 8-hit combo, ha ha ha." Bai Xiong's face was full of excitement. He rushed in recklessly, not paying attention to the situation in the yard. Damn it, Luo Tian cursed in his heart. He was just 1 step away. At this moment, Bai Xiong appeared. Everything he had done before was in vain. It was 2F*, get up. Bai Lingling suddenly woke up, and her face was a little flustered. She hurriedly retreated, and immediately kept a certain distance from Luo Tian. She looked to the side, not daring to look at Luo Tian, but her heart was full of disgust. "Bai Lingling, you're really in love. He's a stinking hooligan. How can you like him? Just now, you almost lost your virginity. You're too stupid." Then again, another voice emerged in her heart. Bai Xiong didn't even look at the situation before coming in. "I don't know what he's doing all day long. Doesn't he know that I'm inside? Originally, I was. Her heart was rippling, and her body was still boiling hot. Some of the honey in her lower body flowed out again, and she needed to be moisturized. Bai Xiong looked at Bai Lingling and was slightly stunned. "Little sister, why are you here with boss?" With that said, he completely ignored Bai Lingling and directly said to Luo Tian with a smile, "Boss, my combo has reached 8 levels. Ha ha ha. Today, I comprehended another level. It's too awesome." He didn't notice Luo Tian's ugly expression at all. He didn't notice that Luo Tian was glaring fiercely at him. The murderous aura between his legs was already about to burst through the sky. To appear at such a critical moment, was there a trap? Luo Tian exhaled and said, I know that you have comprehended 8 levels of the combo. But is there a need for you to come so late at night? Didn't you realize that your sister and I have something very important to discuss?" Bai Xiong was taken aback. He scratched his head and said with a silly smile, "I was too happy and wanted to tell you immediately. If you have something to discuss, you can discuss it. I'll come back later." Luo Tian glared at him and shouted, "You still dare to come back? Don't you know that I want to rest?" As he spoke, Luo Tian wished he could slap Bai Xiong a few times. At this time, he didn't have any eyesight. What a trap. Oh. Bai Xiong didn't know what had just happened. He was also a martial arts fanatic. He was only focused on cultivation, and he didn't care about anything else. He didn't notice that Luo Tian had been winking at him, telling him to leave. He was still wondering, what happened to the boss's eyes? Did sand get into them? Luo Tian had the urge to die. Heavens! Do you have to be like this? You ignited my evil fire, but you got a fool to mess it up. Isn't this making me feel uncomfortable? Luo Tian complained in his heart. The flames between his legs did not decrease, but instead increased, and his body became incomparably hot. On the other side, Bai Lingling did not make a sound for a long time. He did not leave either. Obviously, she also had the intention to wait for Bai Xiong to leave. Such a good opportunity. If it was gone just like that, then it would be 2F** ket up. Bai Xiong scratched his head, looked at Luo Tian's eyes that were constantly moving outwards, and said foolishly, "Then I'll come back tomorrow." Luo Tian immediately smiled in satisfaction, and said, "Hurry up and go. Tomorrow I'll teach you the mysteries of the 9 consecutive strikes, and at that time, you'll be even more powerful." Bai Xiong was instantly as happy as a child, and said, "Boss, is what you said true?" Luo Tian immediately said, "I swear to the heavens, if you leave earlier, I will definitely teach you the mysteries of the 9 consecutive strikes tomorrow. If you don't leave now, you are not allowed to call me boss in the future, and I don't have a brother like you." Bai Xiong trembled slightly, and immediately ran out like lightning. He ran like a rabbit, really afraid that Luo Tian would not want him as a little brother. That would be more uncomfortable for him than anything else. Huff, Luo Tian exhaled, his heart relaxed, and said to Bai Lingling, "He's finally gone, now let's continue." As he spoke, Luo Tian took another step forward, and just as he was about to speak, another person walked in from the door. "Boss." Luo Tian was really irritated. His whole body was filled with killing intent. He turned around and shouted, "You still haven't left? Then you." Lindong was taken aback. He looked around and said, "Boss, I just arrived." Phew, Luo Tian was completely powerless. The evil fire in his body was completely extinguished as if a basin of ice water had been poured over it. The tent had also become flat ground. He was completely unable to raise his spirit. Luo Tian said in his heart, "If this happens a few more times, I will definitely become impotent. I'm really a dog." Bai Lingling also calmed down completely. At first, it was Bai Xiong, who was her family. Therefore, she did not have her guard up. But now, it was Lindong, an outsider. This made her calm down. He regained his composure and said indifferently, "You guys continue chatting. I'll take my leave first." Luo Tian sat on the stone block and sighed. The duck that had been in his mouth had flown away just like that. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't angry, but he was angry. What else could he say? They were all brothers. He could only blame himself for being careless and making friends. When Bai Lingling was about to leave, Luo Tian said unhurriedly, "Call Bai Xiong over as well. I have something to discuss with you guys." If this matter is successful, our cultivation can increase by another level before participating in the assessment. Ao Xing's admission of defeat made Luo Tian realize the danger behind him. Although he was not afraid. But what about Bai Lingling, Bai Xiong, Lin Dong, and the others? He did not wait or consider for them. The most important thing was to increase their cultivation a little more. It was better to be prepared. Bai Lingling was stunned. She looked at Luo Tian seriously and said, "What's your plan?" Luo Tian said, "First, call Bai Xiong over. Remember, you can only call him alone. You can't even tell your father, understand?" Of course, the fewer people who knew about this matter, the better. After all, it was the corpses of 7 Emperor Realm Masters. If this news were to spread, Lingyun City would be turned upside down, and the entire continent would be in turmoil. Bai Lingling looked at Luo Tian's serious expression and did not ask any more questions. She immediately walked out. Lin Dong asked curiously, "Boss, what's the matter?" Luo Tian said, "Wait for them to come, then we'll talk together." Not long after. Bai Lingling dragged Bai Xiong into the courtyard. Bai Xiong struggled and said, "Boss said that I can't come again tonight. If I come again, I won't be taught the mysteries of the 9th level of the combo. Don't drag me, don't." Luo Tian waved at him and said, "Hurry up and come over. I have something to discuss with you guys." After getting Luo Tian's permission, Bai Xiong was stunned and said foolishly, "Boss really called me?" Bai Lingling glared at him fiercely and left angrily. Just now, she had spent a lot of effort to pull Bai Xiong over. If it weren't for the fact that she wanted to know what Luo Tian wanted to discuss with them, she definitely wouldn't have pulled Bai Xiong over. At the same time, she secretly admired him. Boss doesn't listen to anyone except father, but Luo Tian's words are like an order. Luo Tian asked them to sit down, but did not take out the secret scroll. Instead, he slowly said, "This time, there are a total of 34 disciples from Lingyun City participating in the assessment. Only 10 people can enter the next round. I want all of you to enter." This was a must. Bai Lingling was shocked and said, "The disciples of the other 4 families have higher cultivation than us. It will be very difficult for us to pass all of them. Moreover, they will definitely go into seclusion with all their strength in these 3 days. They will have more elixirs and their cultivation will definitely increase greatly. Our strength is at least 2 levels weaker than the 4 families." Indeed. The disciples of the 4 great families participating in the assessment were all stronger than them, and even the weakest of them were stronger than them. It would be extremely difficult to pass all of them. Then again, they had no idea where the assessment would be held and what method would be used. How could they pass the assessment? Bai Lingling was not confident. Bai Xiong was the same. Even Lin Dong, who had been crazily breaking through in the past few days, was not confident. Luo Tian laughed and said, "The disciples of the 4 great families are easy to deal with, but the key is Ao Xing. I embarrassed him in front of so many people in Lingyun City, he will definitely not let me off, and they will very likely deal with you guys." And then, Luo Tian thought of the 4 great families. With Ao Xing's personality, he would definitely make the 4 great families join forces to deal with them. Bai Xiong saw that Luo Tian did not continue, and asked, "Boss, continue." Luo Tian laughed to himself, and said, "It's nothing." He thought to himself, "I hope I'm overthinking it. If the 4 great families really join forces, then it will be difficult to pass all of them." Then, Luo Tian did not think about this matter anymore. In any case, if the 4 great families were courting death, he would be happy to send them to heaven, and continued, "The cultivation of the disciples participating in the assessment in Lingyun City will definitely increase, but it will definitely not increase by too much. If my calculations are not wrong, I can help you guys increase your cultivation within 3 days, and I might even get some powerful spirit treasures." Spirit treasures were very important. Just like Luo Tian's heavenly sword, it could raise his strength by several levels. Lin Dong said somewhat excitedly, "Boss, just tell me what method you want to use." Luo Tian said, "Enter the Black Wind Cave." What? 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 The 3 of them were shocked at the same time. They were all born in Lingyun City, so they were very familiar with the Black Wind Cave. They admired Luo Tian because Luo Tian had come out of the Black Wind Cave alive twice. However, they still believed that the Black Wind Cave was the most dangerous place in Lingyun City, or even the most dangerous place in a radius of hundreds of thousands of li. Luo Tian did not hide anything and said, "When I went to the Black Wind Cave this time, I discovered its secret. At the bottom of the Black Wind Cave is an underground ruin. It should be a secret space." "What? Really?" The three of them were shocked again. This kind of secret space was a place that even the gold rank forces dreamed of. This kind of alternate space was a rare treasure land. It was either rich in spirit herbs or suitable for cultivation. The speed of cultivation could be increased by several times. When they heard Luo Tian's words, the three of them were shocked speechless. Luo Tian looked at their shocked expressions and wondered, "Isn't it just a secret space? Is there a need to be so shocked? If I tell them that there are 7 Emperor Realm corpses buried in there, won't they be scared to death?" The three of them stared at Luo Tian without blinking. Luo Tian frowned and continued, "However, I can only be sure that there is a secret space inside. I can't be sure what is inside, but I can be sure of one thing: it is very dangerous inside. Go." Lin Dong said without any hesitation, "A secret space. Once it is discovered by others, it will have nothing to do with us. Even if it is dangerous, we must go." Bai Lingling also said firmly, "I will go too." Bai Xiong also said, "I will go too." Their opinions were unprecedentedly unanimous. Moreover, they were not afraid of the Black Wind Cave at all. In the face of great benefits, many things could be overlooked. Luo Tian was the same. He forgot that the voice had a great effect on his mind. Looking at the three of them, he smiled and said, "Okay, then let's go." He wanted to cultivate his own force. Then, he would start with these 3 people. What kind of danger was hidden in the Black Wind sect under the Black Iron Door? Luo Tian did not know. He only believed in one thing. Wealth came from danger. There was no such thing as a free lunch. Everything you wanted had to be fought for by yourself. Aoshing did not know what kind of insidious trap was waiting for them. In a situation where he did not know, the only thing he could do was to become stronger, so strong that he could ignore everything. Half an hour later, 4 figures walked out of the house of Bai. They hid it from everyone in the house of Bai, even Bai Qi. The 4 of them left quietly and headed in the direction of the Black Wind Cave. However, they hid it from the people in the house of Bai, but they did not hide it from Aoshing's spies near the house of Bai. 10 minutes after the 4 of them left the Bai residence. Cloud Mist College Branch. Aoshing's face turned slightly cold. He sneered and said, "Want to slip away? I want to see where you can escape to." Luo Tian. "No matter how much you jump, you can't escape from my grasp. Your life is mine. The sword on your body is also mine." Aoshing's face was cold and murderous. He said to the man in black behind him, "Spread the news to the 4 great families and let them send their most elite people. Thanks to Peppermint Leaf for the red tip again, I became the 3rd leader of Undefeated. My fan points also rushed to the 6th place." Old Bull was very grateful for the support. "As for the update time, I'm not sure. I've been really busy recently and can't stabilize the update time. I'll try my best to update every day." Brothers who have monthly votes can vote for Old Bull. Late at night, at the entrance of the Dark Wind Cave, gusts of chilly wind blew out from the black hole, scraping against his body, causing him to feel an unusual stinging pain. The sound of the wind swirled out from the black hole, causing strange howls, like the howls of evil spirits from hell, making one's hair stand on end. "Are we really going in?" Bai Lingling, who was the most enthusiastic at the beginning, looked at the dark cave that was constantly emitting a cold aura. She couldn't help but tremble and asked softly, "Why don't we go in during the day? It's so dark now, and it's so dangerous inside." Luo Tian smiled gently and said, "Don't worry, I'm here." Bai Xiong immediately smiled and said, "Yes, with boss here, nothing will be a problem." Lin Dong was also full of confidence. All of this was because of Luo Tian. Luo Tian sighed quietly and said, "Follow behind me later. The situation inside is a bit complicated, don't get lost. Also, if I tell you to stop, you must stop. In short, do whatever I tell you to do." "Yes, sir." Of course. Immediately. The four of them walked into the dark wind cave. A few minutes later, an elder of the Ouyang family walked out of the darkness and muttered, entering the dark wind cave, "Isn't he afraid of death? Third uncle, should we follow him? That's the dark wind cave. Listen to the sounds, my legs are trembling. They're definitely courting death if they go in. Don't even think about coming out alive. Who in Lingyan City doesn't know that 9 out of 10 people in the dark wind cave are dead?" Ouyangren's face was a little ugly. Not only him, but the few elite disciples of the Ouyang family behind him were the same. Other than the Ouyang family, the disciples of the other 3 families were the same. After receiving Ao Sheng's order, they immediately rushed over. They knew how strong Luo Tian was, so when they saw Luo Tian standing at the entrance of the dark wind cave, they didn't rush out immediately. They all wanted to see what Luo Tian wanted to do. When they saw him walk into the dark wind cave, their faces changed, and doubts arose in their hearts. Is this kid not afraid of death? Dark wind cave was definitely a forbidden area. Ouyang Wu's face sank. He didn't want to enter the dark wind cave either, but when faced with Ao Sheng's conditions, he frowned and turned to look at another dark corner. He smiled and said, "Li Yuqing, what do you think?" A man walked out from the darkness with a smile on his face. "Ouyang Wu, what do you think?" "I'm just here to see where they went. Since they've entered the dark wind cave, there's no need for me to follow them. Do you think they'll be able to come out alive?" Ouyang Wu laughed and said, "That's what I think too." Shortly after, Ouyang Wu whispered to his nephew, "Tell Lord Ao about the situation here and see what he has to say." No one dared to enter, it was the same for the other 2 clans. Half an hour later, the messenger came back. The order given was a death order. Ouyang Wu frowned and cursed in his heart. At this time, he had no other choice. Enter. At the same time, the people from the other 3 clans were the same. Brother Li, Brother Deng, Brother Zhou, since everyone received Lord Ao's order, then our goal is the same. Why don't we form an alliance? This way, we can take care of each other in the dark wind cave. What do you think? Ouyang Wu said. The 3 of them looked at each other, nodded, and said, "Okay. Ha ha ha, this is the first time our 4 clans have formed an alliance. This time, as long as no disciple of the House of Bai participates in the Cloud Mist College's selection, then the House of Bai's influence in Lingyan City will plummet. At that time, there will be no more 5 clans in Lingyan City, only 4 clans." Ha ha ha. That's right. The 4 clans formed an alliance. There were 60 disciples entering the dark wind cave, 15 from each clan. The lowest cultivation of these 60 people was at the 3rd level of the essence condensation realm. The elders of the 4 clans were all at the martial void realm. These people were many times stronger than Luo Tian and the other 3. The most important point was, Luo Tian and the others did not know that they were being followed, and there were more than 60 people. It could be said that they were the elites of the 4 clans in Lingyan City. Who dared to not listen to Ao Sheng's words, that was the person who would decide who would be able to walk the furthest in Cloud Mist Academy's selection. Even the Li clan, who was old friends with the House of Bai, had to send their elites. In the face of huge benefits, even brothers could be betrayed. The team of 60 people entered the Dark Wind Cave. Dark Wind Cave. When the 4 clans entered the Dark Wind Cave, Luo Tian and the other 3 had almost reached the deepest part of the cave. It was around the corner. Luo Tian stopped and reminded them, "Stay true to your heart. No matter who talks to you, don't care. You must stay true to your heart, or you will lose yourself. When that time comes, even I can't save you. Understand?" The 3 of them nodded. Seeing Luo Tian's serious expression, they did not dare to let their guard down. Luo Tian's mind stirred. That voice was full of temptation and temptation. Just thinking about it made him feel scared. He guarded his heart, held his breath, and took a step forward. "Ha ha ha, I knew you would come back. Who in this world can resist my temptation? Who can resist the temptation of 7 Emperor Realm Master corpses from the Black Wind sect?" The voice suddenly sounded in Luo Tian's heart. It was as if he had found Luo Tian and knew everything. Luo Tian did not dare to relax in the slightest. Looking at the three people behind him, he frowned and thought to himself, it seems that this voice can see through people's hearts. He knows what they are thinking. Everyone is different. It could be seen from the expressions of the three of them. However, what surprised Luo Tian was that Lin Dong was unusually calm. It was as if nothing had happened. It was not because his cultivation was stronger, but because he completely followed Luo Tian's words. He completely guarded his heart, regardless of any external voice, any temptation, and only had one goal in his heart, the peak of the martial Dao, to repay the kindness of his boss. Bai Lingling's cheeks flushed red. She looked lovely and moving, as if she was in love. Luo Tian was secretly anxious. He walked to Bai Lingling's side and slapped her butt. He suddenly shouted, "What are you thinking about? Look at your red face. Don't tell me you want to roll in bed with me?" Luo Tian used a lot of strength in this slap. Bai Lingling's little but almost bloomed. It was so painful that tears almost flowed out. However, she woke up from her stupor, and her back was covered in cold sweat. If it wasn't for Luo Tian's slap, she really didn't know what the consequences would be. Thinking of the scene in her mind just now, her cheeks flushed red again. The scene in her mind was unbearable to look at. Bai Lingling felt ashamed. Fortunately, no one knew. Otherwise, she would really find a hole to hide in. Phew, it was a close call. Luo Tian and the other three walked to the black iron door. Lin Dong looked up at the mysterious runes on the wall and said, "What kind of runes are these? Why haven't I seen them before?" Bai Xiong was also at a loss, and said, "It seems very ancient, like a few thousand years ago. Could it be that someone came here a few thousand years ago?" "That's right, boss, why is there a big iron door here? Where is this place?" Bai Lingling stared at the three words on the iron door, and muttered, "Black Wind Sect? What kind of sect is this? Why haven't I heard of it before? Hey, you can't be thinking of going in, right? Our Yuan Qi has been absorbed all along the way, and we don't know what's behind the iron door. Should we rest and recover some Yuan Qi before going in?" From the moment they entered the Black Wind Cave, the Yuan Qi in their dantian was disappearing bit by bit, as if it was being absorbed by a powerful force. Luo Tian was the same. However, compared to them, Luo Tian's Yuan Qi was too abundant. Luo Tian looked at the three of them, and said, "The entrance is too dangerous, let's go in first. After entering, don't wander around, and don't touch anything. Remember my words." They did not know, but Luo Tian was very clear about how terrifying the Black Wind Sect was. If it was really the Black Wind Sect, then the tens of thousands of Black Wind Sect disciples would not be easy to deal with. There was something strange under the iron door, so they had to be careful. The three of them nodded. Luo Tian took out the item to open the black iron door. Drip. Essence blood dripped on the black iron door. Kacha. The thick and heavy iron door suddenly moved and slowly moved. A heavy crashing sound was heard and a strong light appeared. It was like the sun, very dazzling, but Luo Tian didn't feel anything. However, Lin Dong and the other two's expressions changed. Bai Xiong's face was filled with joy as he said, Yuan Qi, dense Yuan Qi. I didn't think that when the Yuan Qi reached a certain level, it would really turn into light. Boss, I'm not dreaming, right? With such dense Yuan Qi, cultivating here for a day is equivalent to cultivating outside for a month. Buzz, suddenly. A slight buzzing sound was emitted from Lin Dong's body. His aura had clearly become stronger. He had broken through. Lin Dong himself was not prepared for this. He smiled and said, "The Yuan Qi here is too rich. My body was absorbing it like crazy, and I suddenly broke through. Even I was not aware of it. This alternate space is too good. No wonder those gold rank organizations are willing to fight for this space for decades. Even a bronze rank organization can become a gold rank organization with this space. F*CK. Pervert. Luo Tian and the other two said at the same time. Lin Dong had already broken through once tonight. It had only been a short while, and he had broken through again. This speed was simply too frightening. Luo Tian was extremely happy in his heart. He was too happy that Lin Dong had broken through, and wished that he could immediately step onto the peak of martial arts. However, seeing that the cultivation of the three of them had increased by quite a bit, but he was unable to absorb such dense origin chi, this was the most painful thing. It was as if a peerless beauty was in front of him, naked and waiting for him on the bed, but he was unable to raise his little brother, and could only stare at her helplessly. Why don't the three of you meditate here and recover your yuan chi? I'll go in and explore the way first? Seeing their cultivation increase, Luo Tian also wanted to level up. His level in the ancient world was simply too low. Moreover, facing Ao Xing, facing the incomparably powerful Hai Jia, he had to become stronger as soon as possible. The density of the yuan chi was a treasure trove for the three of them. Luo Tian did not want them to waste time. His path of breakthrough was different from these people's. He had to walk his own path. Bai Xiong said, "Boss, the origin chi here is too dense, aren't you going to stay?" Bai Lingling also asked, "Even if we can't break through, absorbing a little to recover our origin chi is still good." They only knew that Luo Tian could rely on killing people and killing monsters to level up, but they did not know that this was the only way for Luo Tian to break through. Like them, Luo Tian could not meditate and absorb the origin chi of heaven and earth to strengthen his body and then break through the shackles of cultivation. Because the pubis was damaged, Luo Tian laughed and said, "I have already recovered to full, I will go in and explore the way first, I will call you guys later." Bai Xiong immediately said, "Boss, I will go too." Lin Dong also followed and stood up. Luo Tian held them back one by one, and said, "You guys just stay here and cultivate, don't worry about anything else. You don't have to worry about me, there are only 2 days left until the selection. You guys have to break through quickly, at that time I will be able to ride on your coattails, it is decided." Finished speaking. Luo Tian revealed a commanding look. The two of them did not say anything. Bai Lingling frowned, and said with concern, "Be careful." Luo Tian laughed, and said, "If I don't come out, you guys can go out by yourselves when the time comes. Don't worry about me, I will definitely not die." Luo Tian stepped into the strong light. His body was covered by the strong light, and he lost sight of it. The sky was very blue. Running water splashed. Celestial birds flew in flocks, singing birds and fragrant flowers. It was like a paradise on earth. Everything in front of him was like a scene of a large sect in a game, except for one thing, there was no human presence, there was not a single person. Other than the sound of the birds, there was nothing else. Luo Tian looked at everything in front of him and was slightly stunned, a paradise. This is the legendary Black Wind sect? Kanglan Continent's Black Wind sect? Didn't the secret scroll say that it was crippled by the Huashan ancestor? Why is it still so beautiful? Luo Tian did not understand. He walked up a bluestone staircase, step by step. He was extremely careful with every step he took. Caution is the parent of safety. Originally, he thought that this place was like a purgatory on earth, with vicious beasts and ghosts everywhere, but now. Luo Tian felt an inexplicable disappointment in his heart. He could not help but curse in his heart, and said, "There isn't even a shadow of a demon beast, how can I level up?" Before he could finish his words, the surrounding atmosphere suddenly changed. The blue sky turned blood red. What flowed down the waterfall was not clear spring water, but blood. The blood flowed into a pool. The celestial bird that was originally flying leisurely in the sky suddenly changed, turning into a skeleton monster that swooped down towards Luo Tian. Not only that. Everything around him was changing crazily. One by one, huge demon beasts appeared out of thin air. One by one, undead suddenly appeared. The entire paradise suddenly turned into hell. A woman in white clothes descended from the sky. The woman had a smile on her face, as if she was a welcoming lady. Her entire body was perfect and flawless. She was completely a fairy. Luo Tian liked it very much. However, the woman in white suddenly said, "Welcome to the fantasy world, I am the fantasy fairy. Next, you will bear everything that you have imagined. Are you ready?" F***ck. Luo Tian shouted these 2 words angrily and ran away. Thank you to Peppermint Leaf for the reward again. Brother, you are fierce. Old Cow is extremely grateful. There were too many dead demon beasts. Those that walked on the road, those that swam in the water, those that flew in the sky, all of them came. All of a sudden, it became a monster kingdom. Luo Tian didn't dare to stay any longer, and crazily ran out. Looking at the person who called himself Fantasy Fairy above his head, he thought to himself, what if I want something? What if I want a holy artifact? Or a goddess will come and save me? Asterisk asterisk asterisk, right. Asterisk asterisk asterisk, just appear in a bikini and descend from the sky. Then, show off your divine might and kill all these monsters. Luo Tian prayed in his heart. Since it was a fantasy that could come true, then of course he had to imagine something good. However, Fantasy Fairy seemed to know what Luo Tian was thinking as she mischievously giggled, and said, it's useless, only what you think for the first time is useful. Didn't you say that there are no demon beasts here? Now that there is, you have to endure the attacks of so many demon beasts. I'll be damned. Luo Tian cursed, and said, do you have to play with me like this? Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for triggering the quest. Mission, clean up the fantasy space and hook up with the Fantasy Fairy. Level, A+, time, 1 day completion criteria, favorability reaches 80. Reward, 300,000 experience points, 50,000 essence points, Imperial Goddess Divine Art. Your sister. Are you trying to play me to death? When Luo Tian heard the system beep, his heart tightened. To trigger the quest at such a critical moment, this was the rhythm of killing him. However, when he finished reading the quest, he was dumbfounded. What do you mean by hooking up with the Fantasy Fairy? Hook up? System sister, are you sure you're not mistaken? Is it really hooking up? Do you have to be so naked? Is this really okay? Luo Tian's face froze. This was the first time he had encountered such a peach quest. If it was to clean up the demon beasts in the space, he could understand, but hooking up with the Fantasy Fairy and reaching 80 points of favorability, what was going on? Could it be that he had to get the Fantasy Fairy as his wife? Puzzled, however, Luo Tian was never afraid of challenges. For the 300,000 experience, he had no choice but to accept it. Also, the reward was the Imperial Goddess Divine Art. Just by looking at the name, one could tell that it wasn't simple. Royal Maid. I like this cultivation method. Luo Tian was secretly delighted. His mind moved and he said, accept. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for accepting the quest. The countdown for the quest begins, the system prompted. Immediately after, a 24-hour countdown appeared in his mind, and the seconds were ticking away. Luo Tian raised his head and looked at Fantasy Fairy. He smiled at her and said, hey beautiful, how are you? Fantasy Fairy giggled and said, I'm fine, but you'll be in trouble later. Look behind you. Ding. Favorable impression +1 inch. Luo Tian was stunned by the sudden notification. He thought to himself, damn, is this even possible? Just by saying hello, I can increase the favorability by 1 point. I thought the favorability would be difficult to obtain, but it turns out to be so simple. Let's try again. Luo Tian ran for a distance, then revealed a gentlemanly smile and said politely, hi beautiful lady, how are you? This was an attempt. But Fantasy Fairy did not smile. Instead, she frowned and said unhappily, is it fun to talk back? Ding. Favorability -10. Immediately, Luo Tian was stunned. Just by saying hello to increase the favorability, he didn't expect that just by trying to see if there was a system bug, the favorability would directly decrease by 10 points. Now, it had become a negative number. This was 2F asterisk ket up. Luo Tian wanted to cry, but no tears came out. His attempt had failed, he didn't have the mood to try anymore. He would first complete the first stage of the quest, then find time to slowly talk about life with Fantasy Fairy, talk about dreams, and some things he loved to do. Ding. Do you confirm the purchase? Yes. Ding. Do you confirm the purchase? Yes. Luo Tian opened the shop system and bought all of the 400,000 profound coins he had on him to unlock the skill seal. Then, he quickly unlocked the skill seal. This was what he had won from Aoshing in a bet. After giving Bai Qi 400,000 profound coins, he still had 460,000 profound coins left on him. He didn't keep a single one and used all of them to buy the spirit energy needed to unlock the skill seal. Facing the demon beasts that were everywhere in the fantasy space, he could only use skills to quickly clean them up. 10,000 Lightning Blast, unlock. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining a new skill, Purple Thunder skill. Do you wish to cultivate it? Yes. Regeneration skill, unlock. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining a new skill, Super Regeneration skill. Do you wish to cultivate it? Yes. 4 skills were unlocked in a row: Group Attack skill, Purple Thunder skill, Healing skill, Super Regeneration skill. The other 2 were support skills, Alchemy technique and Refining technique. 460,000 profound coins could only buy so much. If he wanted to unlock the powerful attack skills, he would need even more profound coins. Luo Tian didn't have that many profound coins either, so for him, his current attack technique was more or less enough. After he finished cultivating all the skills, Luo Tian took a deep breath and said, "It's about time to start." The space between his eyebrows twitched. Facing the dozen or so dead souls that were rushing towards him, Luo Tian moved, Poison technique, whoosh whoosh whoosh, * his hand speed was strange. He quickly cast poison, but the speed of the beasts did not decrease. They were still crazily pouncing on him. However, bright red damage values kept floating above their heads. Moreover, their defense was greatly reduced during the time they were poisoned. Looking at the range of the Purple Thunder skill, Luo Tian was not in a hurry. After the demon beasts entered the attack range, he shouted, "God's Fury!" Buzz. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. A strong heat current surged from Luo Tian's body, and the heat current turned into power. In that instant, he roared towards the sky, "Purple Thunder, explode for me!" Under the God's Fury. Not only did Luo Tian's own attributes double, the attributes of his skills also doubled. This was the biggest difference between God's Fury and God's Fury. The level 1 Purple Thunder skill was not strong, but under the double strength of the God's Fury, the purple lightning ferociously shot out, as though it was cutting through the sky, and heavily smashed down. The dozen or so demon beasts in the minefield were all struck by the purple lightning, their bodies swayed, and their HP dropped rapidly. After holding on for a few seconds, the demon beasts fell down one after another. Ding! 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 The system sounded out. Luo Tian looked at the experience points he had obtained, smiled slightly, and thought to himself, "After clearing this place, I can at least level up too, hee. Let's see if you guys can break through faster outside, or if I can level up faster by killing monsters." Thank you, Peppermint Leaf, for your reward. Thank you for becoming the sect master. Thank you. At the same time, thank you to the other brothers for your rewards. It's going to be the new year soon. Old Cow should take a break this month and update a little more. After the new year, I'll fight fiercely again. With the group attack skill, the Purple Thunder technique, coupled with the poison technique, the combination of the 2 skills was simply too awesome. In the game, this was the combination of a mage and a priest. In addition to being a mage and a priest, Luo Tian was also a berserker. He combined 3 professions by himself. This was impossible in the game, but this was not the game. After dealing with the first wave of demon beasts, Luo Tian smiled at the fantasy fairy who was in a daze in the sky and said, "Beauty, I'm amazing, right?" Fantasy fairy pouted, looking a little shocked and unhappy. She muttered, "The levels of these demon beasts are too low. If I had known earlier, I would have brought those abnormal demon beasts from the Black Wind dungeon here." Humph, don't be so happy. There are thousands of demon beasts here. Let's see how you clear them all. With your strength, it's impossible to complete it. You'll die from exhaustion. Fantasy Fairy placed her hands on her waist and said with a proud expression. First level of the Essence Condensation Realm, whether it was cultivation, strength, physical strength, or vitality, they were all unable to support a battle for too long. Moreover, Fantasy Fairy looked at the skills that Luo Tian had released. They were all very powerful cultivation techniques. Such cultivation techniques required the support of powerful essence energy. After a long time, it was impossible to withstand them. She was sure that Luo Tian would not be able to last until the end. Luo Tian revealed an expression as if he had been seen through. He deliberately forced a smile and said, "Why don't we make a bet? If I clear this place, will you be my wife?" After Luo Tian finished speaking, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but reveal an exaggerated and playful smile. Fantasy Fairy was slightly angered and immediately said, "Let's bet. Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Luo Tian was overjoyed, and thought to himself, "I've been tricked." At this moment, Luo Tian was not happy. He still had a look of fear on his face and said, "All right." Fantasy Fairy said, "What if I win?" Luo Tian smiled and said, "That's easy. If you win, I'll be your husband." Huh? Huh? You. I don't want you. Fantasy Fairy's face blushed a little. She glared at Luo Tian and said, "If you lose, I want you to be my servant forever." Perfect. My fantasy kingdom still lacks a butler. You're not bad, hee. Luo Tian smiled and said, "All right, it's settled then." From the moment Luo Tian mentioned the bet, he had been scheming against Fantasy Fairy. Now, he was too lazy to think so much. With a single thought from Fantasy Fairy, the demonic beasts that covered the sky and earth were suddenly awakened. All of them charged towards Luo Tian ferociously. They formed a black mass and were exceptionally ferocious. Fantasy Fairy giggled and said, "Let's see how you're going to fend off so many demonic beasts, hee. The levels of these demonic beasts weren't high. They were all rank 3 and rank 4 demonic beasts. However, for a martial artist of the essence condensation realm, these demonic beasts were already very powerful. One or two of them were easy to deal with, but if they were to attack at the front, even a martial void realm expert wouldn't be able to resist. It was an existence that would definitely be crushed. However, Luo Tian was an expert in games in his previous life. He knew how to find all bugs and how to take advantage of the geographical location. Facing so many demonic beasts, he didn't panic at all. Instead, he looked at the surrounding terrain. He saw a narrow gap with giant rocks on both sides. This was the most advantageous position in the entire field. Immediately, Luo Tian didn't even think about it and quickly rushed over. Standing in the middle of the narrow steps, he looked at the demonic beasts that were pouncing on him from both sides. The corner of his mouth curled up and he smiled gently. He said to Fantasy Fairy, "Wife, watch how I clean this place up." Fantasy Fairy frowned and was very angry at Luo Tian's frivolous words. She said solemnly, "Beat him down for me. Let's see if he can still be so proud." Humph. Rumble. Rumble. The earth quaked and the mountains shook. All the demon beasts in the fantasy space were mobilized and surrounded Luo Tian from both sides. However, no matter how powerful these demon beasts were, their intelligence was very low. Luo Tian's position could only allow 3 demon beasts to charge at him. Adding up to 6 demon beasts on both sides, there were at most 10 demon beasts in total. The difficulty was there, but it wasn't too great. Huff, Luo Tian let out a light breath and looked at the cooldown time of the skill. The cooldown time of the Purple Thunder technique is 3.5 minutes, and the Divine Explosion is 10 minutes. If I want to quickly clean up these demonic beasts, I have to rely on my cultivation technique. Walala, a departed soul let out a ferocious cry and directly pounced at Luo Tian. Luo Tian didn't even think about it and shouted, "Fire Kirin, kill it for me. Summon Divine Beast." Wang, with a movement in the air, the Fire Kirin ferociously rushed out. Facing the ghost that was pouncing towards Luo Tian, it directly spat out a thick stream of hellfire, directly causing half of its HP to be damaged. The ghost instantly became crippled and wailed on the ground. Walala, the thick flames blew again. 2 flames, instant kill. The power of the Fire Kirin has increased a little. In just 20 hours, the power of the Fire Kirin had increased again, the most important point. The Fire Kirin carried the might of a divine beast, and the aura on its body formed a powerful pressure that crushed the surrounding demonic beasts. Even the expression of the Fantasy Fairy in the sky changed slightly as she looked at the Fire Kirin with envy. She muttered, "You actually have such a powerful battle pet. Humph, then you have to become my servant even more. Go. Luo Tian was secretly excited and ordered with his mind, Brother Kirin, you stay here and spray whoever comes up. The fire Kirin completely understood Luo Tian's words and nodded its head heavily. Its body was like a mountain, as firm as a boulder, blocking behind Luo Tian. It was like a Vajra god of slaughter, scaring away the incoming ghosts. However, the fire Kirin's side resisted, but Luo Tian's side had to bear more pressure. In the face of the fire Kirin, the demonic beasts emitted a bone-deep fear. Even if the fantasy fairy repeatedly threatened them, it was useless. However, a large number of these demonic beasts rushed towards Luo Tian, and Luo Tian had to bear more pressure. Luo Tian had long known that this would be the result. The fantasy fairy smiled proudly and said, even if you have a powerful battle pet, it's useless. There are thousands of demonic beasts here. Even an expert at the peak of the martial void realm can't resist them. How can you, a little warrior at the condensed prime realm, resist them? Be my servant and I will treat you well, hee hee. The pressure was huge. Luo Tian looked at the demonic beasts rushing towards him like a tide and looked at the fantasy fairy in the sky. He smiled gently and said, prepare to be my wife. Light of seduction, come out. Summon 5 more battle pets. The technique was released. His luck was surprisingly good, and he succeeded in one try. The ferocious beast at the very front was lured and bewitched. The beast was stunned and instantly froze on the spot. It had no idea what had happened. However, at this moment, Luo Tian's thoughts directly entered its mind. This thought made it unable to resist. Attack. Luo Tian's thoughts moved and directly gave the order. The beast did not hesitate and turned around to pounce on the monster army behind it. The formation was in chaos, instantly relieving the pressure on Luo Tian. It also bought time for his skills to cool down. What Luo Tian wanted was the cooldown time for his skills. Huh? Fantasy Fairy was shocked again. Her face looked very angry. She stomped her feet fiercely and said, humph, no matter how many new techniques you practice, you can't resist my monster army. Let's see how you can resist. Charge, 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 all of you charge. Fantasy Fairy ordered angrily. Luo Tian smiled lightly and said teasingly, is this how you treat your future husband? Isn't this not very good? Hee hee, Luo Tian glanced at the cooldown time for his skills. God's Explosion, God's Flame, Purple Thunder Technique, and Poison Technique were all ready. The summoned beast was also killed. Luo Tian moved his feet. With a strange technique, he quickly released a large amount of poison technique. Swish, 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 a large number of monsters were poisoned. Bright red numbers appeared above their heads. The damage was not much, but the continuous reduction was terrifying. Luo Tian was not in a hurry to release his techniques. Instead, he waited. Just a little bit more, just a little bit more. Let those monsters come in a little bit more, just a little bit more, he calculated everything in his mind. The attack range of the level 1 Purple Thunder technique was not as large as the 10,000 thunderbolts. Within a radius of 20 steps, it was about 10 meters. Luo Tian tried to make as many monsters as possible within the attack range of the Purple Thunder technique. God's Explosion. Boom, the energy in Luo Tian's body exploded out. He had a smile on his face as he shouted excitedly, Purple Thunder Technique, explode for me. Crack. With Luo Tian as the center, purple lightning constantly fell from the sky within a 10-meter radius. Through the unsealing of the spiritual power, every purple lightning was abnormally powerful. Facing a rank 3 or rank 4 monster beast, the lethality was too strong. Crackle, 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 within a few seconds, a charred smell wafted out, just like a roasted suckling pig. Those demonic beasts that were hit were all on the verge of collapse. Their faces were beyond recognition. Their bodies were charred black, and their hair was all roasted away. In an instant, Luo Tian drew his heavenly sword and shouted, Vajra sword technique, mad slaughter. Swish, 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 his sword was like lightning as it stabbed out crazily. Ding! 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 As the sword fell, the system's voice immediately sounded. In less than half a minute, those half-dead demonic beasts were all killed by Luo Tian. The surrounding area was filled with demonic beasts' corpses. Perhaps it was because this was the fantasy space, but after these demonic beasts died, their bodies began to slowly disappear just like in the game. Ding, 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 the system's voice kept ringing. Luo Tian laughed excitedly. Fantasy Fairy was so angry that she stomped her feet and ordered loudly again, "Charge! What are you waiting for? Charge!" In this situation, she had no other choice. She could only keep charging. As long as those demonic beasts got close to Luo Tian, it would be useless no matter how strong his cultivation was. However, Luo Tian didn't give these demonic beasts a chance at all. After cleaning up the demonic beasts, Luo Tian turned around and used a barbaric charge to directly crash back. Leaning on the fire Kiran's body, he smiled slightly and thought to himself, "In my previous life, I was not only a professional player, but also a tactician in the game. Using the terrain and skills, these can determine a person's position in the game." After falling back into the depths, Luo Tian released another light of enticement. This time, his luck wasn't that good. During this period of time, as long as he leaned behind the fire Kiran and used the powerful pressure of the fire Kiran's body to crush them, even if those demonic beasts rushed in, their strength would be suppressed and their attack power would be greatly reduced. Luo Tian was completely able to deal with it. From time to time, he would swallow a pill or use a super regeneration technique, and the wounds on his body would quickly heal. Moreover, now that he had cultivated the super regeneration technique, in addition to healing himself, he could also give the fire Kiran, perfectly maintaining his bloodline. For one more professional player, it was simply too easy. Humph! Humph, humph, Fantasy Fairy was so angry that her face turned red. She stomped her feet, but there was nothing she could do. She did not descend from the sky to participate in the battle. Luo Tian did not understand what this meant. If she participated in the battle, Luo Tian would only be killed in an instant. From the moment Fantasy Fairy appeared, Luo Tian felt a terrifying aura from her body. He thought that she was a boss, but there was no golden light on Fantasy Fairy's body, which meant that she was not a boss. Time passed bit by bit. 6 hours later. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for leveling up. Current level, level 2 of the Essence Condensation Realm. He leveled up, breaking through to the second level of the Essence Condensation Realm in 6 hours. This speed was probably something that 5 people could match. Luo Tian looked at the surrounding demon beasts and laughed, "I should be able to break through again." Continue. Level 1 Divine Explosion. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. Purple Thunder Technique. Boom. The number of monsters in the fantasy space decreased, and Fantasy Fairy was already powerless to shout. When she thought of the bet she made with Luo Tian, she was so anxious that tears were about to come out of her eyes. She kept shouting in her heart, "I don't want to be his wife, I don't want it, I don't want it. I definitely don't want it." Looking at Fantasy Fairy's anxious expression, Luo Tian naturally guessed what she was thinking. "Wife, you won't be able to escape, ha ha ha." Then he became even crazier. As the number of demon beasts decreased, Luo Tian directly brought the fire Kiran and charged out. He took a deep breath in his heart and shouted, "Now it's my turn." 13 hours later. Luo Tian had leveled up again, reaching the 3rd level of the Essence Condensation Realm. This speed was absolutely abnormal. Compared to the giant Xianxia, the 3rd level of the Essence Condensation Realm was like a drop of water in the vast ocean. Level up, breakthrough. I want to become stronger. I want to F***CK over Xianxia. 20 hours later. There was not a single demon beast left in the entire fantasy space. Luo Tian looked at Fantasy Fairy in the sky and said, "You've lost. Those brothers who have monthly votes, don't forget to vote for the old cow." Luo Tian really wanted to try it out. He wanted to try out the power of the Imperial Goddess Divine Art. If he could really gain experience quickly, then his future days would really be great. In this fantasy space, there was only Fantasy Fairy. When Luo Tian looked at Fantasy Fairy, his eyes narrowed, and his expression involuntarily revealed a lecherous, somewhat wretched expression. He said with a smile, "Little sister Fantasy, it's so lonely in this fantasy space. Why don't we make some very interesting games?" Heh. Fantasy Fairy's body trembled, revealing an awkward expression. In this fantasy space, she knew everything, including what Luo Tian was thinking. Sensing what Luo Tian was thinking, she couldn't help but frown. She stared angrily at Luo Tian and said, "If you dare to have any thoughts about me again, I will definitely cut off the little brother between your legs. Let's see if you still dare to think about those messy things." Humph. While they were talking, a powerful pressure pounced on Luo Tian. It didn't crush Luo Tian's sea of consciousness either. It was just to let Luo Tian feel how strong this pressure was, to let him know how strong Fantasy Fairy was. If she could say such a thing, then she would definitely be able to do it. Luo Tian clamped his legs together, and immediately recovered the expression of a modest gentleman. He smiled and said, "I'm just joking with you, how could I have such disgusting thoughts? You are a goddess in my heart, and I can have such thoughts about anyone but you. You are a sacred existence in my heart that cannot be tarnished." He looked very serious. There was no other man who was more of a gentleman than him. Fantasy Fairy's expression returned to normal as she descended from the sky. She glanced at Luo Tian and playfully said, "That's more like it, hee hee. Very obedient, I like it very much, how about? How about? Hee hee." Suddenly, Fantasy Fairy continued to stare at Luo Tian. Her two eyes stared at Luo Tian. Her stare made Luo Tian's hair stand on end. It was as if he was a woman and Fantasy Fairy was a man. This was not a good feeling. Luo Tian said weakly, "Not as good as what?" Fantasy Fairy giggled and said, "Why don't you stay here and accompany me? What do you think?" Luo Tian was taken aback. Without even thinking, he immediately said, "No." Fairy Fantasy pouted and said, "Why not?" His tone was somewhat unyielding. This was a space, and Luo Tian didn't know where the exit was. Everything here might be under the control of Fantasy Fairy. She might even be the reborn product of one of the 7 Emperor Realm Master Corpses of the Black Wind sect. He was certain that this fellow's cultivation was extremely terrifying. If he directly rejected her, it would definitely not be good. If he made her unhappy, she might really force him to stay here. That would really be *ket up. We have to kidnap her. I might not come back to this place again. It would be a pity if such a beautiful girl was wasted here. If I could take her out, that would be awesome. Luo Tian secretly thought of a plan. He revealed a troubled expression and said, "Sigh. I also want to stay here with you, but I can't. My wife." Woo. Woo, as he spoke. Luo Tian's eyes were wet, and tears flowed down drop by drop. He looked very sad. Fantasy Fairy's expression was obviously a little worried, and her sympathy overflowed. His acting skills were superb. Crying just like that, absolute strength. Luo Tian's face became lonely, and his eyes fell into endless longing. He said in a low and longing tone, "My wife was poisoned, and she is still waiting for me to bring the antidote to save her. She suffered a lot for me. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't have been able to enter the ancient world, let alone stand in front of you. Without her, there would be no me. Even if I die in this world, I have to cure the poison in her body, so I can't stay." Luo Tian's words were extremely touching. Not to mention, everything he said was true, just a little exaggerated. But Fantasy Fairy's tears flowed from his words. She cried and said, "I didn't expect there to be such a good man in this world. I really didn't expect it. What kind of poison did your wife get?" Luo Tian didn't hide it and said, "Soul poison." Huh? Fantasy Fairy frowned. It wasn't hard to see from her expression that even she couldn't help but frown when she heard the word soul poison. It could be seen how powerful the soul poison was. Luo Tian's heart sank, and he said to himself, "It seems that the soul poison is much more powerful than I thought. Wife, no matter what, I will save you. Even if I have to give up everything, I will cure you." Luo Tian's heart became more and more determined. He must pass the examination of Cloud Mist College. Dongfang Shua gave him the only clue about the soul poison. He must enter Cloud Mist College, find that old man, and develop the antidote for the soul poison. Fantasy Fairy was silent for a few seconds and said, "Soul poison hasn't appeared for tens of thousands of years. I didn't expect it to appear again. This poison basically has no antidote. Back then, the Wasteland Emperor was poisoned by this poison, and all methods were useless. In the end, because he couldn't be controlled by others, he directly exploded and died. The Wasteland Emperor was once one of the top 10 peerless experts in the ancient continent. Luo Tian also saw this person's name in the ancient continent's information, but he didn't expect that he also died because of the soul poison. Hearing Fantasy Fairy's words, Luo Tian's heart tightened again. However, his heart became even more determined. Luo Tian smiled gently and said, "No matter what, no matter how difficult it is, I will find the antidote. This is my promise to her, and I will definitely do it. This is what a man should do." If it wasn't for her, Luo Tian might have died in the Tianxian continent. One couldn't forget one's roots. Luo Tian remembered everything that happened in the Tianxian continent. She suffered because of him, and Luo Tian would help her find the antidote even if he had to risk his life. Hearing these words, Fantasy Fairy was moved. She was so moved that tears welled up in her eyes. At first, she only thought that Luo Tian was sweet-talking, but this time, she saw Luo Tian's true heart. It was just like what he said, so she was moved. At this moment, Luo Tian's mind suddenly rang out. Ding! Favorability plus 10-inch ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian and Fantasy Fairy's favorability for more than 100 points. You can now make a wish to Fantasy Fairy. Huh? Oh my god, Luo Tian almost jumped up, and secretly smiled wretchedly in his heart. Thinking about this chance to make a wish, he laughed in his heart and said, "What's the point of making a wish? Just take her away. This is the best wish." Lingyan City, Cloud Mist College's branch. Trash. Trash. All of you are trash. I really don't know what the people of the 4 great families in Lingyan City are doing. So many people are chasing after one person, but they still lost him. Don't you understand what I'm saying? I've told you long ago that no matter where he is, you have to chase after him. You bunch of trash, useless things. You were scared out of your wits by a mere black hole. I really don't know what's the use of having you. Aoshing was furious and said furiously. In front of him were the patriarchs of the 4 great families in Lingyan City. The 4 of them were trembling with fear and their expressions were very ugly. However, in the face of the furious Aoshing, they did not even dare to breathe loudly. Once upon a time, they were all the overlords of Lingyan City. Who dared to speak to them like this, however? Their family's power level was only at the silver level. In the face of the king's power, Cloud Mist College, they could not even afford to offend an ordinary servant disciple. Not to mention a small manager of Cloud Mist College, they could not afford to offend him. Deng Leigong said obsequiously, "Sir, it's not that we don't want to chase after him. The disciples of our 4 great families have all chased after him, but those who came back were all crazy and deranged. This Black Wind sect has been a forbidden area in Lingyan City since ancient times. 9 out of 10 of us died. The disciples of our 4 great families all have higher cultivation than that brat Luo Tian. Even if Luo Tian's talent is extraordinary, he won't be able to hold on for long and will definitely die inside. Yes, yes. No one can come out of the Black Wind cave alive. Sir, don't worry. I'm afraid that brat has already turned into a pile of bones by now." The other 3 patriarchs immediately echoed. However, the anger in Aoshing's heart did not weaken at all. Instead, it became even more ferocious. He stared at Ouyang Lai and kicked him. He shouted heavily, "I don't care about his life or death. What I want is the divine sword in his hand. What do you know?" Bang! Ouyang Lai did not dare to resist. He flew out of the courtyard and smashed onto the ground. His chest was cracked and his face was extremely pale. He was very afraid and did not dare to make any painful sounds. Originally, Aoshing wanted to attack Deng Leigong. However, Deng Leigong was still a student of Cloud Mist College. His identity was more precious than the other 3 clan leaders. Aoshing didn't care about Luo Tian's life or death. What he wanted was the heavenly sword in Luo Tian's hand. The reason why he sent people to keep an eye on Luo Tian was because he didn't want to let Luo Tian out of his sight. At the same time, he also wanted to let the disciples of the four great clans test him to see if Luo Tian was really as powerful as the legends said. Even experts at the peak of the martial void realm were no match for him. Who would have thought that things would turn out this way? When the disciples of the four great clans entered the Dark Wind Cave, their yuan qi was crazily devoured. Most importantly, when they entered the depths of the Dark Wind Cave without any preparation, a heart demon suddenly appeared in their hearts. Only less than half of the 60 to 70 disciples survived. These were the elites of the four great clans. For the sake of their clans, they didn't dare to send more people in. When Ouyang Lai was beaten, the three clan leaders immediately lowered their heads and didn't dare to speak. Aoshing let out a heavy breath. His body sank as he said faintly, "Is the Dark Wind Cave really as powerful as you say? None of the people who enter can come out alive?" Deng Leigong replied, "Yes, that is the forbidden area of Lingyun City, the place where we hold prisoners on death row. Other than Bai Qi from the house of Bai who came out of the Dark Wind Cave last time, there is no one else. Moreover, I heard that the reason why he was able to come out of the Dark Wind Cave was because the scorching yang poison blocked the Dark Wind Cave's ability to devour yuan qi. Luo Tian is only at the essence condensation realm. No matter how strong he is, it is impossible for him to come out alive." Sigh, Aoshing sighed and slapped the chair with one hand. He felt that it was a pity. It's a pity that such a good sword is gone just like that. That kid is really lucky. If he can come out alive, I will definitely make him beg for death. At this point, it was useless for him to get angry. Even though he wanted to enter the Dark Wind Cave to take a look, but after hearing Deng Leigong's words, he dispelled this idea. The image of the heavenly sword appeared in his mind. He sighed in his heart and thought to himself, what a waste, but that kid's death can be considered an explanation to Haijia. This time, Haijia's envoy will be easy to deal with. He didn't know why. The day after he wrote Luo Tian's name, Haijia sent someone over. It had to be said. Haijia's power was too strong. Although Aoshing was very clear about Haijia's power, when he saw the Haijia's envoy, he was still scared out of his wits. Now, Luo Tian was dead, so he could explain it to Haijia. Although he was a little reluctant to part with the divine sword in Luo Tian's hand, he had no other choice but to give up, immediately after. Aoshing said slightly, "All right, there's nothing else. You can all leave. Tomorrow, let your disciples appear on time. Also, if the 4 disciples of the house of Bai are dead, then your 4 great families will send one more disciple. As for the house of Bai, you don't have to worry. If Bai Qi dares to act rashly in front of me, I will let his blood splatter on the spot." Hearing this, the 4 of them were overjoyed. They immediately said in unison, "Thank you, Lord." After the patriarchs of the 4 great families left, Aoshing immediately got up and entered another room. A young man stood in the room. Aoshing bowed, even more respectful than when he saw his own ancestor, and said, "Lord Envoy, that kid Luo Tian has already," not waiting for him to finish. The young man said coldly, "I heard it all. There's no need for you to explain." Aoshing shivered and immediately said, "Yes." The young man walked back and forth a few steps, revealing a profound look that did not match his age. He muttered to himself, "How can someone who even young Master Yulong is not a match die so easily? Everyone knows that the Dark Wind Cave is dangerous, but he still went in? And he even brought his beloved woman and brother in to die together? Is there such a stupid person in this world?" Aoshing's eyes moved, and his expression changed slightly. He thought to himself, "That's right, why didn't I think of it? How can there be such a stupid person? So that kid isn't dead?" For some reason, Aoshing couldn't help but feel happy. As long as Luo Tian wasn't dead, the heavenly sword would be his sooner or later. The young man frowned and said unhurriedly, "Write my name in as well. Haijia won't let anyone participate in the Cloud Mist College's examination. Even if he's the king of heaven, he won't be able to participate. In the Middle Continent, no one can compete with Haijia. I want to snipe Luo Tian." Aoshing raised his eyes, and his body trembled slightly. He immediately said, "Yes, I'll do it right away. But, Lord Envoy, what's your name?" The young man said, "See God number 990, Wu Sha." The new year was really not for humans. It was too uncomfortable. All he did was eat and drink. If he didn't have a cold and fever today, he would still be held back by his friends. It was really uncomfortable. The old cow is guilty. March, fight. Aoshing's expression changed drastically. When he heard the word "See God" number 990, his body suddenly trembled. At first, he only had some respect for this young man because he was from Xianxia. Now, his heart was filled with coldness and fear. Because of the ranking of number 990, there was a very special ranking in Xianxia. This ranking only set up 1,000 places. Number 990 seemed to be very low. But, this was the ranking of the king forces and families. It was completely different from some ordinary sects, gold, and silver forces. It would be extremely difficult for the high family to squeeze their way into the rankings. There were rumors. The top 1,000 in Xianxia was stronger than the advanced students of Cloud Mist College. As the strongest college in Zhongzhou, Cloud Mist College had nurtured countless experts. These experts were all advanced students, but they were not as good as Xianxia's See God ranking. What kind of terrifying existence was this? Aoshing bowed even lower. He did not dare to turn around and retreated step by step. Wuxia's face was expressionless. His eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the night sky outside the window. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly as he whispered to himself, "After completing this task, my ranking should be able to move up one place, hee. Dark Wind Cave. Damn. All of you are freaks. You guys are so fast. I really didn't expect it." Luo Tian stood at the entrance of the cave. His eyes were filled with shock as he looked at Bai Lingling and the other two. Each of their cultivation had improved. Especially Lin Dong, this guy had broken through 3 times in just 3 days and had reached the 6th level of the essence condensation realm. This speed was incredible. Bai Lingling and Bai Xiong had also broken through 1 level. When they saw Luo Tian, the 3 of them laughed excitedly. Bai Xiong took the lead and said, "Boss, this place is so cool. It's full of primordial qi, and the speed of cultivation has increased by several times. I really didn't expect Dark Wind Cave to be such a treasure. It's so surprising, ha ha ha," Bai Lingling said. "If this place is under the control of the House of Bai, then the House of Bai's influence can be raised to gold rank in just 3 years. This secret must not be known to outsiders." In a place like this where vitality was abundant, it was only a matter of time before a higher level force appeared, let alone a gold rank. Luo Tian smiled and said, "Who would dare to come? The Dark Wind Cave is a forbidden area. No one dares to come down." Lin Dong added, "If boss didn't discover his secret, who would have known that the Dark Wind Cave was actually a treasure trove?" Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, they all laughed at the same time. Bai Lingling said, "There are only a few hours left before the assessment. Raise your cultivation. This time, all 4 of us must pass the assessment." Of course. Needless to say, our cultivation has increased greatly after this breakthrough. We will definitely be able to pass. At this moment, the 4 of them laughed again. Finally, Luo Tian raised his head and glanced at the mysterious runes on the wall. He thought to himself, "I'm definitely not the first one to come to this place. There must be others before us. Are these strange runes on the wall a sealing effect or something? Is the Black Wind sect from 10,000 years ago still hiding something? Hey! What are you thinking about? What nonsense are you talking about?" Suddenly, Fantasy Fairy suddenly said loudly in Luo Tian's heart. Luo Tian was shocked. Forgetting that she was still in his body, he immediately laughed and said, I was just casually saying that I can't understand a single one of the strange runes on the wall." "Fairy, can you understand them?" Fantasy Fairy said disdainfully, "Isn't it just a rune carved by a sorcerer? What's so strange about it? Do you want to understand it?" Luo Tian nodded and said, "I want to. I feel that the runes on the wall should be describing something. Could it be that the Black Wind sect is hiding other secrets? Could the Patriarch of Mount Hua really use a supreme technique to transfer the time and space of the Black Wind sect from the Kanglan continent to the Central continent? Isn't this a bit too powerful?" Fantasy Fairy said, "What's wrong with that? If you can become a great sorcerer, you can do it too. If you want to understand these sorcerer's runes, it's very simple. You just have to become a sorcerer. Huh? Luo Tian was stunned and said, didn't they say that sorcerers are chosen by the heavens? I'm not a heavens chosen, how can I become a sorcerer? Useless. Do you know what a heavens chosen is? Fantasy Fairy said. Luo Tian said, a person chosen by the heavens. Idiot. Fantasy Fairy said disdainfully, have you heard of the heavens chosen mountain? It is the place closest to the heavens in the ancient continent. If you want to become the chosen one, you just have to climb the heavens chosen mountain. As long as you climb halfway up the mountain, you will be qualified to become a sorcerer, but with your cultivation, let alone halfway up the mountain, you won't even be able to climb a single step up the heavens chosen mountain. Heaven's chosen mountain, Luo Tian had never heard of it before. Even when he was flipping through the books, he had never seen it before. However, Luo Tian was only curious about the runes on the wall. He felt that they were recording something in his heart. However, it didn't matter if he didn't know. Luo Tian didn't have much interest in the sorcerer. It would be best if he could become one, but it didn't matter if he couldn't. Then, Luo Tian chuckled and said, I can't become a sorcerer, but I can beat the sorcerer until they crawl all over the ground. Suddenly, Fantasy Fairy was silent for a moment. Luo Tian thought that she wouldn't speak anymore. Just as he was about to leave with Bilingling and the others, Fantasy Fairy suddenly said, How, these runes actually have the antidote to the soul poison. At first, she didn't notice. In her opinion, the runes carved by the sorcerer weren't that great, but she didn't expect to see the antidote to the soul poison with a casual glance. Luo Tian's heart sank and he immediately asked, what does it say? Fantasy Fairy frowned and said, it didn't say anything specific. It only said that the first step to cure the soul poison is to become a sorcerer and refine the antidote through the power of the heavens chosen one. As for the antidote, it didn't say anything. The antidote to the soul poison was even more difficult. Luo Tian thought that as long as he became a student of Cloud Mist College and found the old man who mentioned the soul poison to Dongfeng Shua's father, he would be able to find the antidote formula. But now, he actually had to become a sorcerer. He didn't know about the heavens chosen mountain, but from Fantasy Fairy's words, he knew that the heavens chosen mountain must be a very dangerous place. Luo Tian gently exhaled. Fantasy Fairy's tone became a little low and she said, don't worry. With your current cultivation, you can't enter the heavens chosen mountain, but I will help you. I will definitely do what I promised you. Don't you want the corpses of the 7 venerable emperors? I'll give them all to you. Luo Tian was stunned. Something happened in the past 2 days, so I was out of town. But now I'm back. I'll start to update tomorrow. 3 chapters a day. I'll update a little more in March. Brothers, if you still have monthly votes, please support me. Old Cow is very grateful. At first, Luo Tian wanted to get some rent for the bodies, but Fantasy Fairy suddenly changed her mind at the last minute and said that she would pay the rent after renting them. This made him very annoyed. Among the things that Fantasy Fairy took out, Luo Tian wanted the most, of course, the corpses of the 7 Emperor Realm Masters. One had to know. The power contained in the corpses of these Emperor Realm Masters was too strong. It was so strong that it was unimaginable. Any cultivator, even those at the peak of the Emperor Realm, could not resist the temptation, let alone 7 corpses at once. How could he not drool? Luo Tian swallowed his saliva again and again. Just at this moment, Fantasy Fairy said unhurriedly, however, you have to think this through. I'll give you the corpses of these 7 venerable sovereigns. For you, absorbing their powerful vitality won't be of much use. If you become a sorcerer, I have a set of cultivation methods that can turn them into your puppets. Although they won't be as strong as those at the peak of the venerable sovereign realm, they'll still have the strength of an early-stage venerable sovereign. Damn. Luo Tian was shocked. His body shook. Without thinking, he immediately said, I will leave them with you. I don't need them now. He said it with a strong sense of righteousness and generosity. If he could have 7 low-level Emperor Realm Masters as his puppets, wouldn't he be the most powerful existence in the ancient world? Fantasy Fairy smiled slightly and said, then you must become a sorcerer first. Luo Tian smiled and said, of course. Fantasy Fairy continued, hee hee. I have a small request. I don't know if you can agree to it? Luo Tian was stunned. At this time, the system sounded. Ding. Triggered a mission. Mission, help Fantasy Fairy cultivate a physical body. Mission time, no time limit. Mission grade, SSS. Mission reward, 7 Emperor Realm Masters corpses, 100 million experience points, 10 million yuan chi, 9 revolutions immortal deity technique. Looking at the mission, Luo Tian was dumbfounded. He was completely dumbfounded. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that the Fantasy Fairy could trigger an SSS-level mission. This was a legendary mission. Looking at the mission rewards, Luo Tian's eyes widened. He couldn't wait to get them immediately, not to mention the expert's corpse. Just the 9 revolutions immortal deity technique, that was awesome enough. Furthermore, Luo Tian felt that he had seen this technique before in a novel. It was definitely a technique used by a certain main character. Except, Luo Tian almost didn't think about it at all. This kind of SSS-level mission was something that could only be encountered by chance. Whoever didn't accept it would be a fool. Even if the difficulty was high, he wasn't afraid. Riches and honor were found in danger. Without a bit of risk, where would those good things come from? Ding. Mission accepted. Ding. Mission uniqueness. Failure will result in a deduction of 10 levels. Suddenly, the system sounded out. Luo Tian was stunned, feeling as if he had been tricked. He cursed and said, System sister, are you playing with me? Deducting 10 levels, are you trying to kill me? Even if you knew that I would accept it, you should have told me in advance. I accepted it, and then you reminded me. Aren't you playing with me? When there's a chance, I'll definitely get you out and use you to practice the Imperial Goddess Divine Art. Luo Tian was a little unhappy, however, he had no choice. The system had decided everything, and even if he was unhappy, he couldn't get rid of it. Moreover, the system was his reliance, and before he was strong enough, he still needed the system. Fantasy Fairy was overjoyed and said happily, you agreed? She was a little surprised, and her smile was incomparably bright. Then he said, you don't even know what I want you to do, and you already agreed. You're too good. As he spoke, his eyes were filled with tears. He was so touched that he was in a mess. Ding. The favorability with Fantasy Fairy has increased by 100. Luo Tian was overjoyed. He pretended to be a very decent person and said, I let you enter my body, you are a part of me, I will help you with any difficulties you have. Look at how touched you are. This is my duty, it is my honor to serve a beauty. However, in his heart, he was saying something else. Damn, if I didn't know what your request was, would I dare to agree? Fantasy Fairy was even more moved, as if Luo Tian was the best person in the world. With tears in her eyes, she said, after you become a sorcerer, can you help me reforge my body? With my cultivation, it would take me 1,000 years to reforge my body, but with the help of a sorcerer, 200 years would be enough. Luo Tian was very clear about what Fantasy Fairy wanted him to do. He frowned and pretended to be shocked. After a few seconds of silence, he said, leave it to me, I will definitely help you obtain your body. Really? Fantasy Fairy cried out in surprise. The reason why she was called Fantasy Fairy was because she did not have a physical body. She did not have a physical body, she was just an illusion. If she could have a physical body, she would be very happy. Moreover, there was something she had waited for nearly 1,000 years, she had to do it. Luo Tian smiled and said, I won't lie to a woman. Fantasy Fairy giggled and was very happy. Like a little girl, she jumped up and down on the spot. She was happy. Luo Tian was very happy. With such a powerful person in his body, wouldn't she be able to help him a lot? Was the Heaven's Choice Mountain difficult to climb? With Fantasy Fairy's help, everything would not be a problem. How could someone who could obtain 7 venerable emperor corpses be a simple person? Even if it was just a thought, it was not a simple existence. Fantasy Fairy regained her calm and said very seriously, I will help you climb to the peak of the Heaven's Choice Mountain. I will help you find the antidote to the soul poison. I will help you overcome all difficulties. Whoever dares to be your enemy, I will kill. A powerful aura burst out all of a sudden. Luo Tian felt the powerful force in her words. His heart trembled and he smiled slightly. Bai Lingling looked at Luo Tian, who was in a daze. Thinking that the time for the first stage of the Cloud Mist College examination was almost up, she waved her palm in front of Luo Tian and said anxiously, "Hey, hey, hey. What's wrong with you?" At this moment, Luo Tian looked like a pig. His mouth was full of saliva, and he looked as wretched as he could get. Bai Lingling really could not wait to ask. Otherwise, she would not have dared to approach. Luo Tian came back to his senses and his expression quickly returned to normal. He said, "Let's go back to Lingyan City, Cloud Mist College branch." Bai Qi's face was a little ugly. He waited anxiously and kept asking, "Haven't you found the four of them yet?" The faces of the people around him were also ugly. They shook their heads and said, "There's no news at all." Bai Qi clenched his hands and frowned. Where did they go? There's not even a message in 3 days. Could it be that Ao Xing? Ao Xing's brows also secretly tightened. Could it be that they really died inside? All the disciples from Lingyan City participating in this assessment were present. Only the 4 disciples from the house of Bai were left. Bai Qi's face was filled with anxiety. Their names had been registered and they could not change other disciples. If they could not participate this time, then the influence of the house of Bai in Lingyan City would plummet. They would be pushed out of Lingyan City by the other families within a year. In addition to the pressure from the 4 major families, he also had to face the internal pressure from the house of Bai. The various elders would force him to abdicate. The faces of the elders behind him were ashen, and their eyes were filled with deep resentment. As long as Luo Tian and the other 3 did not make it, they would immediately ask Bai Qi to abdicate. In addition to this, he also had to face the pressure from Cloud Mist College. This was Bai Qi's strongest pressure. Once Luo Tian and the others did not make it, Ao Xing would immediately fly into a rage and say that the house of Bai was disrespectful to Cloud Mist College and would not give any spots in the future. This kind of thing had happened in other cities before. The pressure was so great that others could not imagine it. At this moment, Ouyang Lai had a mocking expression and said with a sneer, "Chief Bai, what's wrong? Your disciple hasn't arrived yet. Could it be that he died outside? If he's dead, then your house of Bai won't have any disciples this year." He hated the house of Bai to the core. If it weren't for Bai Lingling, his son would not have died. Bai Qi snorted coldly and did not answer. Ao Xing also reminded him slightly, "There's still an hour left. Chief Bai, have your disciples arrived yet? I don't care if so many of us wait for the 4 of them, but the other disciples won't be willing to." Hearing him say this, the disciples who were waiting immediately clamored. "You're too arrogant. I don't think they can come. We have more than 20 people than the 4 of them. I don't think there's a need to wait. Chief Bai, what are you doing as a chief? I gave you 3 days and you still haven't prepared. I really don't know what you're doing. Don't tell me you're hiding because you're afraid of us? That must be the case. How could Luo Tian, that coward, dare to participate?" Ha ha ha, Bai Qi's expression changed slightly as he asked again, "Have you found Luo Tian and the others yet?" A disciple who hurriedly returned shook his head and said, "No, I've sent people to the various city gates, and I've also left the city to search, but I still haven't found them. I don't know where the 4 of them went at all. It's as if they'd vanished into thin air." Patriarch, could it be that Ao Xing and the others? He didn't continue. The entire Lingyan city knew that Luo Tian had offended Ao Xing. He had embarrassed Ao Xing in front of the entire city. He was the manager of Cloud Mist College. How could offending him be a good thing? Since he didn't appear at this time, Bai Qi couldn't help but suspect Ao Xing. He glanced at Ao Xing and said, "Lord Ao, have my son and Luo Tian gone to look for you these few days?" Ao Xing's face darkened. It was good that Luo Tian was dead. He could explain himself to Haijia. It was also good that he wasn't dead. In any case, Wu Sha was here. He had something to say to Haijia. Even if Luo Tian had the heavenly sword in his hands, it had nothing to do with him. Thinking of this, he was in a bad mood. He shouted coldly, "Chief Bai, what do you mean by this? Do you think I killed them?" Bai Qi said, "I don't dare. I'm just asking. Aosheng glared and sneered, I lost the bet, but I, Aosheng, am not that kind of villain. Moreover, I don't need to scheme against a piece of trash at the essence condensation realm. I can kill them in front of them. F***ck. Who the F***ck said that my boss is trash? Your entire family is trash. Suddenly, a wave of angry curses came from the back of the crowd. The crowd quickly moved aside. He's here. Luo Tian is here. The crowd was in an uproar. All of their gazes were focused on Luo Tian and the other three. The aura on their bodies is different from 3 days ago. It seems to have become stronger again. The faces of some elders suddenly darkened. They've all improved. In just 3 days, they had all broken through. Moreover, it was not just 1 realm, but 2 realms. This was impossible. No matter how good the spirit medicine was, it would not be able to do this. Aosheng's face was filled with shock. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly as he sneered to himself, you dog, you finally appeared. Among those disciples, there was a man who was unfamiliar with the surroundings. His gaze had not moved from the beginning to the end. After Luo Tian appeared, he raised his gaze slightly and locked onto Luo Tian. A strange cold light flashed in his eyes. Luo Tian's heart trembled. He felt a cold killing intent lock onto him. This kind of killing intent was not ordinary. It was extremely powerful. It was a killing intent that the experts of Lingyun City were unable to release. Moreover, this killing intent instantly disappeared. Luo Tian swept his gaze across, pretending that he did not know anything on the surface. With a grin on his face, he walked to Bai Chi's side and said, Uncle Bai, I'm sorry that we're late. We've made you worry. Bai Chi originally wanted to reprimand them, but it was not a good time to reprimand them. Furthermore, their cultivation had all increased, and without a doubt, this was all thanks to Luo Tian. He was very clear in his heart, so he smiled and said, It's fine, have a good competition, don't disappoint me. Bai Xiong smiled foolishly, and said, Father, don't worry, there's definitely no problem. Bai Lingling also smiled and said, We will definitely pass the first round. After breaking through, they were full of confidence, they couldn't wait to go to the assessment area. When Luo Tian and the other 3 appeared, the expressions of the people from the 4 great clans turned ugly. Luo Tian chuckled, his gaze swept across the people from the 4 great clans, and said with a smile, Is the Dark Wind Cave very late? You sent so many elite disciples to the Dark Wind Cave to travel, it must be very enjoyable, ha ha ha. It was obvious that the disciples of the 4 great clans were here to hunt them down. It was just that they did not expect that before they could find Luo Tian, they would be killed by their inner demons. Their losses were heavy. Bai Chi's expression changed, and he immediately asked, Luo Tian, what did you say? Bai Xiong replied, Father, you still don't know, right? The 4 great clans sent people to follow us, wanting to get rid of us. It's just that they didn't expect that not everyone can enter the Dark Wind Cave. Bai Chi immediately looked at his good friend, Li Yuesheng. He didn't expect his good friend to also, his heart ached. Aosheng was startled, in case this matter was investigated to him. He couldn't afford to lose face like this. So many people chased after the 4 of them, but in the end, only 20 or so crazy people came back alive. He shouted, It's about time. Since everyone is here, let's prepare for the assessment. Many disciples were immediately shocked. The entire place quickly quieted down. Luo Tian and the other 3 also walked into the group, thinking to themselves, I will definitely pass the assessment. Silly queen, I will definitely save you. Aosheng took out a quaint scroll from his arms. The outer layer of the scroll was covered with mysterious runes, which were somewhat similar to the runes on the walls of the Dark Wind Cave. However, the runes on this scroll were far inferior to those in the Dark Wind Cave. There was no comparison at all. Aosheng put his palms together and muttered a few words in a low voice. It was as if he was reciting a spell. Then he glared angrily, and a powerful primordial chi burst out of his body. He suddenly shouted, Open! The scroll flew into the air. It suddenly opened wide. A ring of light that rippled like water burst out from the center of the scroll. It was like a teleportation array or an entrance to a map in the game. Aoshing immediately said, "Your identity card is lost. You failed. It will be automatically teleported out. There are only 10 places for you. Once the number is reached, the assessment will automatically end. Remember, it's best not to kill anyone inside. Otherwise, your assessment results will be in a state of evaluation. Do you understand?" "Understood," everyone said in unison. Luo Tian asked in a low voice, "What do you mean by the results are in a state of evaluation?" Bai Lingling replied in a low voice, "This is Cloud Mist College's way of preventing the assessment from turning into a fight. This has a great impact on the strength of the central continent. That's why they're willing to let the results be in a state of evaluation. If you deliberately kill people inside and the situation is bad, even if you become one of the 10 places, you may not pass the assessment." Luo Tian asked again, "Who knows what happened inside? How do they know what's going on inside?" Bai Lingling looked at Luo Tian and felt that Luo Tian was an idiot. She said, "You don't even know this? This kind of scroll is refined by witches. Once the assessment is over, these scrolls will be automatically taken back and then handed back to the headquarters of Cloud Mist College by the examiner. There will be special people to review these scrolls. After all, Cloud Mist College doesn't want to receive the evil disciples of the Devil's Doctrine. This is also a way to prevent the Devil's Doctrine from infiltrating." Luo Tian nodded and said to himself, "Witches are actually so powerful? Refining scrolls from a different time and space could even save images. It seems that when will I become a witcher?" After figuring out all this, Luo Tian no longer spoke. His eyes kept searching. Just now, he had felt the cold killing intent among these disciples, but after looking at it several times, he didn't find anything wrong. Luo Tian thought to himself, "Maybe I'm overthinking it?" Although he thought so, Luo Tian still reminded them, "Be careful when you enter the barrier. We don't know what's going on inside. If we split up, you must hide well and wait for me to meet up with you. This is a game of survival time. Whoever can stay inside for the longest time will pass the test." The three of them nodded. Bai Xiong smiled and said, "Boss, with our current cultivation, who would dare to contend with us?" "Ha ha ha." Luo Tian said, "Don't agree, the disciples of the 4 great families are not so easy to deal with, and they might join forces to deal with us. Don't forget what happened in the Darkwind Cave. If they can enter the Darkwind Cave to kill us, it's definitely possible that they can do it inside." Bai Xiong was immediately stunned. His body shook and he said fiercely, "F***ck, they're all fighting for the 10 spots. They won't really join forces, right?" Luo Tian exhaled and said, "I hope they didn't join forces." Their cultivation had increased. But there were only 4 of them, there were more than 10 disciples of the 4 great families. If they joined forces with other disciples, then the 4 of them would have to face the encirclement of more than 20 people. The most important thing was, what kind of environment was it inside? If the map was too big and they were too far apart, then the 3 of them might not be able to survive. This was still good. Once the people of the 4 great families joined forces, they would definitely kill them. They wouldn't let Luo Tian and the other 3 leave alive. Huff, Luo Tian's gaze tensed up, and he thought to himself, "If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. If people offend me, I'll F*** his entire family." The transmission array on. The scroll grew larger and larger, and finally landed beside Aoshing. Aoshing took out the name list and read it out one by one, Deng Jiutian, Zhang Ming. The person whose name was read walked into the transmission array and disappeared in the blink of an eye. According to the order of the rankings, other than Luo Tian, the 3 of them should be ranked at the front, but all the surrounding disciples had left and it was still not their turn. One had to know that the people who entered the barrier first had a natural advantage. They could quickly understand the environment inside and could also quickly gather their fellow disciples. There was one more thing. If the disciples of the 4 great families really joined forces, then they would be able to quickly form an encirclement inside. This would be extremely disadvantageous to Luo Tian and the others. Wu Sha. Suddenly, Aoshing called out the name, and his gaze moved slightly. His finger lightly tapped on the transmission barrier, and no one noticed it. Wu Sha, like the disciples in front, carefully walked into the transmission array. The disciples of the four great families had all entered, and then there were the other disciples of Lingyun City. The name Wu Sha was nothing special, and did not arouse anyone's suspicion. Only Luo Tian secretly frowned. The surrounding people had all left. Bai Xiong said in displeasure, "What's going on? According to the rankings, according to the number on the identity plate, we should be in front. Why are we the last? Isn't this deliberately making things difficult for us?" Aoshing laughed coldly, and said disdainfully, "I'm making things difficult for you, what's wrong? Are you unhappy? If you're unhappy, then don't participate in the examination." Bai Xiong was enraged, he was so angry that smoke was coming out of his head, and said, Luo Tian stopped Bai Xiong, and said, "We'll just wait." Aoshing glanced at Luo Tian, sneered, and flipped through the name list in his hand, hiss. "I have to look, and what are the names of the four dogs, I can't find them, what are the names of these dogs?" Bai Xiong was furious again. Bai Lingling was the same. No one was happy with such an insult. Bai Qi and the people of the house of Bai were also furious. However, Bai Qi was worried that Bai Xiong would not be able to suppress the anger in his heart and act recklessly. If that was the case, then their quota would definitely be cancelled. Luo Tian's heart was also burning with rage. However, if he could not tolerate this, then he would not be Luo Tian. Luo Tian held Bai Xiong tightly, looked at Aoshing and said with a smile, "It's all right, we have plenty of time. Don't get angry because of a few words from a vicious dog. If that's the case, we'll be tricked by the dog." Aoshing's gaze darkened as he rebuked angrily, "You dog, who are you calling a dog?" Luo Tian smiled and said, "Lord Ao, how would I dare to say that you're a dog? How can you compare to a dog?" No, I was wrong, how can a dog compare to you? A dog is much stronger than you, Look at my mouth, I said the wrong thing again, sorry. Ha ha ha, Aoshing gritted his teeth. If not for the fact that he was afraid of affecting Wu Sha's plan, he would have directly attacked. He looked at Luo Tian and smiled coldly, thinking to himself, "Kid, you're dead today. Inside is your death ground. Let's see if you can still laugh when the time comes." Thank you to Smoky Eyes for the 10,000 book coins tip. Thank you to My Heart for the 10,000 book coins tip last time. Thank you to an unnamed brother, Piao Hong for the tip. Old Bull thanks all of you for your support, thank you. Today's 3 chapters have been updated. Tomorrow is the last day of February. If anyone has monthly votes, please vote for Old Bull. I'm extremely grateful. Half an hour passed. Aoshing was still flipping through the list with a disdainful sneer on his face. The people from the 4 great families were laughing. Every one of them was laughing in their hearts. This was very beneficial for their disciples. An hour was enough for them to familiarize themselves with the environment in the enchantment. When the time came, it would be more advantageous for them to fight. More importantly, an hour was enough for their disciples to gather together. As long as Luo Tian and the other 3 entered, they would immediately be able to surround and kill them. No matter how strong Luo Tian was, he would not be able to escape death when faced with the combined attacks of more than 30 warriors in the condensing essence realm. Humph, this is the result of offending Lord Ao. This time, the House of Bai's Cloud Mist College examination this year is completely out of the question. This is a devastating blow to the House of Bai. When recruiting disciples in Lingyun City next year, who would choose a House of Bai that offended the Cloud Mist College? Without fresh blood, it's only a matter of time before the House of Bai declines. That's right. It's all because of that kid surnamed Luo. If it was him, the House of Bai wouldn't have become like this. Offending Lord Ao, this kid is tired of living. Just you wait and see. This kid will definitely die inside. The surrounding crowd began to whisper. Bai Qi's expression was extremely ugly. The expressions of the elders behind him were the same. If it weren't for the fact that it wasn't easy to blame them in public, they wouldn't have been able to hold it in. Bai Qi stared at Aoshing. His eyes were almost spewing out raging flames. He wanted nothing more than to eat Aoshing alive. He said solemnly, "Lord Ao, it should be about time, right?" Aoshing didn't even look at Bai Qi. He sneered and said, I haven't found their names yet. Let me look for them again. Don't worry. Anyway, there's no rule on when they have to enter. Then Aosheng looked at Luo Tian with contempt and said with a smile, I let you enter later for your own good. There must be a fight inside the enchantment. It will definitely be beneficial for you to enter later. Look at how I'm taking care of you. Ha ha ha, after that. Aosheng laughed out loud. His laughter was extremely treacherous. If it was in the past, entering later would definitely be an advantage. But now, it was definitely not an advantage, but a huge disadvantage. Bai Xiong was furious and shouted, we don't need you to take care of us. Hurry up and let us in. We will take care of those disciples in an instant. Don't waste our time. Lin Dong could not help but say, aren't you being too unfair to us? Bai Lingling said in a low voice, if the disciples of the 4 great clans really join forces, then we will be surrounded and killed as soon as we enter. In that case, our cultivation achievements in the past 3 days will not have any advantage at all. Faced with the encirclement of more than 30 people, if the 4 of them were to be separated and surrounded, they would definitely not be able to pass the test. This was exactly what Aosheng wanted to see. Other than that, he still wanted to curry favor with Wu Sha. If Wu Sha had more time to understand the terrain, it would be much easier to kill Luo Tian. Luo Tian's expression was very calm as he said unhurriedly, it doesn't matter. Since there is no rule on when to enter the assessment site, then we will wait. Anyway, we have plenty of time. Lord Ao, if you don't mind, I will go to the Yellow Mountain restaurant on the next street to eat something first. Maybe it's really as you said. If we go in and they finish fighting, then we will have picked up 4 spots for nothing. How embarrassing would that be for us? Luo Tian said this. The patriarchs of the 4 great clans immediately frowned, and their faces all became tense. The alliance between them was not as impenetrable as it seemed. They had all explained that once they got rid of the 4 people from the House of Bai, what if they couldn't wait for the 4 people from the House of Bai to appear and attack first? It was not impossible. Deng Leigong stroked his white beard and said with a smile, Lord Ao, please don't mind my mistakes. Give this old man some face and let them in so that the assessment can proceed smoothly. Yes. If we want to win, then we should win fairly. Don't let others gossip about us when we win. Lord Ao, please let them in. The patriarchs of the 4 great clans all stepped forward and said. Luo Tian said with a smile, don't, I still want to eat something to fill my stomach before going in to pick up some benefits. Weren't all of you laughing just now? Were you all proud? Why are you letting me in now? What fairness? Lord Ao, don't listen to them. I beg you to treat me a little more unfairly. Let us have a meal, drink some wine, take a hot bath and change into clean clothes before going in. How nice would that be? Bai Xiong was immediately happy and said with a smile, then I will definitely eat more. Lin Dong said with a smile, then I will go back and see my mother. Bai Lingling said with a smile, should I go back and touch up my makeup? Look beautiful and then come out to pass the assessment? All of a sudden, the people of the 4 great clans became nervous. After being teased by Luo Tian, they couldn't wait for Luo Tian to enter the barrier immediately. If their disciples were to fight over it, then they would really be helpless. Aosheng also didn't expect it to be like this. He coughed lightly and said in a startled voice, I will give face to the 4 great clan leaders. Next, Bai Xiong. Bai Qi's heart relaxed. He was finally going to go in. He was full of praise for Luo Tian in his heart. However, he began to worry about another thing in his heart, and that was the 4 great clans joining forces to deal with his House of Bai. If that was the case, then Luo Tian and the other 3 wouldn't be a match at all. If that was the case, no matter what, life was the most important. The moment before Bai Xiong stepped into the barrier, Bai Qi said, Xiong if you can't do it, then give up. Don't try to be brave. Your life is important. Where there is life, there is hope. While speaking, Bai Qi looked at Luo Tian and the other 2. He was doing this for their sake. After all, the 4 of them might have to face more than 30 people. Bai Xiong smiled foolishly and said confidently, Father, don't worry. I will definitely get this spot. Immediately. Bai Xiong looked back at Luo Tian and said, "Boss, I'll go in first." After saying that, he stepped into the barrier. The light in the teleportation array slowly swallowed Bai Xiong's body. It wasn't until Bai Xiong completely disappeared in the teleportation array that the rippling light returned. Next, Lin Dong. Next was Lin Dong. Bai Lingling walked into the barrier. In the end, only Luo Tian was left. Luo Tian had long thought that he would be the last one, but he didn't expect it to be so late. He glanced at Aoshing and said in his heart, "This is unfair. Sooner or later, I will pay you back with interest. Just you wait." Next, Luo Tian. After Aoshing finished reading Luo Tian's name, the disdainful smile on his face deepened. Seeing Luo Tian walk closer step by step, he sneered and said, "Brat, do you have anything to say before you die?" Luo Tian smiled and said, "Before I die?" Aoshing said, "With your intelligence, you should have thought of the four great families' alliance. Do you think the four of you will be a match for more than 20 essence condensation warriors?" Luo Tian's expression changed slightly. Although he had already guessed it in his heart, he was still shocked when he heard Aoshing's words. All of this was Aoshing's doing. To be precise, he was also instructed by Haijia. All in all, it was still Haijia. Luo Tian's expression returned to normal as he smiled and said, "My words are, just you wait." Aoshing frowned. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Luo Tian quickly walk into the barrier. The moment Luo Tian stepped into the teleportation array, Aoshing's body suddenly approached the teleportation array, and his finger gently moved. Buzz. Luo Tian's eardrums suddenly rang with a buzzing sound. This was somewhat different from the teleportation array in the profound sky continent. He did not take it to heart. This might be because the teleportation array in the ancient continent was different from the one in the profound sky continent. He did not know that the buzzing sound just now was because Aoshing had tampered with the teleportation array. He would be teleported to a designated location. A location where there was an ambush from all sides. The location of death. Rumble. The teleportation array let out a deafening sound, following which, Luo Tian's vision turned black, as if his entire body had entered a spacetime tunnel. In just a few seconds, his eyes were pierced by a strong light, and he could not open his eyes. Bam! Luo Tian landed heavily on the ground. After his eyes adapted, he immediately observed his surroundings. Everything around him was like an ordinary primitive forest. The only difference was that there was no aura of demonic beasts here. It was very calm, without a single sound, not even the sound of the wind. But there was one thing, the vitality here was very abundant, it was twice as big as the outside world. This was a very precious opportunity for any martial artist who participated in the assessment. This was also a kind of compensation from Cloud Mist College to those martial artists who failed the assessment. Phew, Luo Tian gently exhaled, and his mind instantly spread out. 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters, 15 meters, 50 meters. This was the limit of the third level of the essence condensation realm. Luo Tian's mind could only cover a radius of 50 meters. Within this radius, he did not sense any aura. His heart relaxed slightly. There is no one around. It seems this barrier is quite big. I wonder how Bai Lingling and the others are doing. Luo Tian was not afraid of anyone. However, the only thing he was worried about was Bai Lingling and the others. If they were ambushed by the four great clans, the consequences would be unimaginable. I have to find them as soon as possible. Luo Tian muttered to himself. Locking onto a direction, Luo Tian quickly walked out. However, just as he took his first step, an incomparably cold killing intent appeared behind him. This killing intent was exactly the same as the killing intent he felt outside. Luo Tian's mind trembled. He stood still and asked, "Who are you?" Luo Tian cultivated the strongest killing path. He was very sensitive to killing intent. Although this killing intent was still quite far away from him, he could clearly sense it. Moreover, he was very clear in his heart that the distance between him and the assassin was not a safe distance, so he did not move. Wu Sha was slightly shocked. Just now, a little bit of killing intent appeared in his heart, but he did not expect to be noticed by Luo Tian. However, he was only slightly surprised. Wu Sha smiled coldly and said, "The person who killed you." Since he had been discovered, there was no need for him to hide. He directly jumped down from a treetop. He already knew that Ao Xing would send Luo Tian to a specific location. This was also the most remote location in the enchantment. If Ao Xing did not use a special method, no one would be teleported here, the moment Wu Sha landed. Luo Tian slowly turned around, looking at the extremely ordinary-looking Wu Sha who was more than 10 meters away. His face was slightly shocked. Just now, his consciousness did not sense him, which showed that his cultivation was much higher than his. Seeing Luo Tian's shocked expression, Wu Sha laughed disdainfully. "Do you think your consciousness can sense me? With your current low level of cultivation, not to mention your consciousness, even if I stood in front of you, your weak consciousness would not be able to sense my existence." This was the truth. It was also the difference in cultivation. Wu Sha's cultivation was much higher than Luo Tian's. Luo Tian was clear in his heart. He looked at Wu Sha and said, "I don't know you, why do you want to kill me? Is it you, Ao Xing?" The corner of Wu Sha's mouth drew back as he disdainfully said, "Who does Ao Xing think he is? What qualifications does he have to send me? If it's not Ao Xing, then it's..." Luo Tian's brows twitched. Suddenly, his eyes darkened as he stared at Wu Sha and said, "You are from Haijia? Smart." Wu Sha laughed, and said, "I guessed it right away, see God number 990, Wu Sha. When I go to hell and see the king of hell, I'll know who killed you and let my name appear in hell again, ha ha ha." As expected. Other than Ao Xing, there was only Haijia. Luo Tian did not expect Haijia to send someone over so quickly. And it was someone from the Sea God Legion. He did not know much about the Sea God Legion, nor did he know what the 990 ranking was. However, he was very clear that the Wu Sha in front of him was extremely powerful, so powerful that the aura released from his body made his body unable to move. Luo Tian felt as if he had fallen into a death trap, and if he moved even a little, his body would be smashed into pieces. It was a little uncomfortable. Wu Sha smiled and said, "It seems that I am very lucky to be able to receive such a simple mission. This time, when I go back, my ranking will be able to move up another rank." "Luo Tian, you should not have offended the second young master of Haijia. If you offend him, you will not have a place to stay in the central continent, but after today, you don't have to worry about this anymore. Because you're going to die soon." Luo Tian's heart sank. "Can't be offended? There's no place to stay in the entire central continent? I want to see how powerful Haijia is." As soon as Wu Sha's voice fell, the killing intent on Wu Sha's body suddenly soared, like flames rising. Luo Tian's body could not move at all. He was forcefully crushed by an invisible aura. It was very uncomfortable. Wu Sha looked at Luo Tian's painful expression, revealed a sinister sneer, and said, "It's time to end your life." At this moment, Luo Tian did not hesitate. The idea moved, and shouted, "Use the invisibility technique. Invisibility. Activate it." Without the slightest hesitation. A distance of more than 10 meters was just a blink of an eye for Wu Sha. He could not give Wu Sha the slightest chance. Invisibility. The system rewarded him with an urban ability, the ability of the protagonist in the novel. This kind of ability was very common in urban novels and was also very useful. The most important point was, Luo Tian activated the invisibility technique, and his body instantly relaxed. He was no longer suppressed by any power. The killing intent released by Wu Sha had no effect on him at all. Furthermore, his aura was also concealed. Even if an Emperor Realm expert appeared, they would not be able to sense his presence. This was the power of invisibility. It was completely different from the invisibility pills refined by the alchemists in the ancient continent. The two were on a completely different level. Buzz. A slight buzzing sound came from his body. Luo Tian's body instantly disappeared. Ding. Invisibility activated. Countdown begins. Invisibility was unique. There was also a time limit. Once activated, an hourglass would appear in Luo Tian's mind, counting down. Luo Tian did not dare to delay and ran all the way. He had to go to a safe place. Otherwise, once the invisibility ended and Wu Sha sensed him, he would still be unable to escape death. Of course, to deal with Wu Sha, if he used the Thor transformation card, he would be able to kill him easily. However, Luo Tian was unwilling. One had to know that the Hulk transformation card was still on cooldown, and the Thor transformation card was his only reliance. Unless it was a critical moment, Luo Tian did not want to use it. Moreover, he also wanted to see if he could level up a little more, and if he could use his own strength to defeat Wu Sha. After all, it was not the most critical moment yet. The transformation card was too important to Luo Tian. Wu Sha was stunned. Luo Tian's figure instantly disappeared. He did not panic, but instead sneered loudly, "Humph, you dare to use the invisibility pill in front of me. With your little cultivation, even if you use the divine invisibility pill in front of me, it will be a waste. Come out. Brat, you can't escape from my grasp." He paused for a moment. Wu Sha sneered. "Eh? You're not coming out?" Wu Sha's forehead twitched, and his sea of consciousness shook slightly. A formless energy erupted from his body. His will instantly covered a radius of several hundred meters. Within this radius, no chi could escape his senses. But, his expression became very unsightly. They couldn't find Luo Tian. There was no trace of Luo Tian's aura at all. It was as if he had evaporated into thin air. Impossible. Wu Sha did not believe it at all. With the difference in cultivation level, even if he used a divine pill, it would be useless. He could still sense Luo Tian's position, but now he could not sense Luo Tian's position at all. Wu Sha's face twisted. He thought that Luo Tian was just a piece of meat on the chopping board. He could chop him into as many pieces as he wanted. He could even chop him into minced meat. But now, boom! Wu Sha clenched his fists, and a black force burst out from his fists. He roared to the sky, "Luo Tian, let's see where you can hide now. Once you enter this boundary, even if you hide underground, you can't escape death." He was like an angry lion. Luo Tian disappeared right under his nose. To him, it was a great humiliation. The anger in his heart soared. Filled with rage, he disappeared from the spot, angry. Wu Sha was completely enraged. Luo Tian heard Wu Sha's voice, and his heart trembled. "You want to kill me? Just you wait. When the time comes, I want to see who can't escape death." "Damn it, Hyosaurus, you little bastard, you actually sent an assassin. You better clean your ass and wait. See how I'll kill you when the time comes." He ran all the way. On the way, Luo Tian was also paying attention to his surroundings. He was searching for Bai Lingling and the others. At the same time, he was thinking about something. In this boundary created by the sorcerer, there were no beasts, no wild beasts. Without these things, how could he level up? There were a total of 30 warriors in this boundary. Even if he killed all of them, Luo Tian would not be able to level up. Even if he did level up, he would definitely not be Wu Sha's opponent. Don't tell me I have to use the Thor transformation card in the end? Although it can activate any Road's Thunder Beast, but this is Thor's transformation card. To waste it on him, isn't it too wasteful? Luo Tian was reluctant. But, the disadvantage of having a system was revealed. Without beasts to kill, he would not get any experience and could not level up. This left him at his wit's end. Suddenly, Luo Tian's body trembled, and his expression became unusually excited. A sinister smile appeared on his lips, and he thought to himself, "There's another way to level up. Imperial Goddess Technique. I almost forgot about it. If Bai Lingling agrees, as long as I secretly hide and fight for 30 to 50,000 rounds, maybe my experience will increase and I can break through to the Void Martial Realm. I can get experience by making love. It seems that I can only rely on it in the future." Luo Tian could not help but be excited. This was his only chance to level up in the boundary. Of course, the important point was to get Bai Lingling's consent. This was the key. Luo Tian rubbed his hands and smiled wretchedly. Damn, her father has recognized me as his son-in-law. What right does she have to disagree? Even if she doesn't agree, I will force myself on her. What's more, this is also a great benefit to her. Maybe she will like it. Thinking of that night in the small courtyard, if it weren't for Bai Xiong and Lin Dong, Bai Lingling would have had sex with him. Thinking of this, Luo Tian was more confident in his heart. He thought to himself, first, I will find Bai Lingling and then dual cultivate with her. When I come out, I will see what bullshit See God number 990 is. Immediately, Luo Tian sped up again and quickly searched. Achoo! 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 Bai Lingling, who was hiding in the dark, could not help but sneeze continuously. She wanted to endure it. But she could not endure it no matter how hard she tried. In the end, she still sneezed. Bai Lingling cursed in her heart, who is scheming against me? If I find out, I will teach him a lesson. After making a sound, Bai Lingling's face changed secretly. Her hiding place had been exposed. At this time, the disciples of the four big families quickly approached Bai Lingling's position. One of the disciples smiled coldly and said, Bai Lingling, if you know what's good for you, come out yourself, otherwise. Hee, in the bushes. Bai Lingling stood up slowly with a cold look on her face. This added a layer of coldness to her beautiful face, making her look even more moving. The eyes of the disciples of the four big families lit up. A wolf-like light, the third chapter was delivered, February had passed, and tomorrow was March 1 St, a new year, a new way of playing. Tomorrow, 200 monthly votes, the old cow will update in 5 chapters. If you can send 400 monthly votes to the old cow will also double it for you, 10 chapters to update. 800 votes, I will use all the power of the Imperial Goddess Divine Art. Brothers of the Chrysanthemum team, the old cow is already unable to endure the thirst. Although tomorrow is father-in-law's 50th birthday, the old cow will still do his best to write, brothers, in March, the old cow wants to fight to his heart's content. Please give your full support. Bai Lingling, Bai Xiong, and Lin Dong were all surrounded. And they all suffered different degrees of injuries. The one with the least injuries was Lin Dong. His reaction was the fastest. As soon as he entered the enchantment, he felt that the atmosphere was not right and reacted with lightning speed. However, no matter how fast his reaction was, he still fell into a trap that had been set up long ago. If not for the continuous breakthroughs in the Dark Wind Cave, he would have lost his life. This trap was designed for Luo Tian, and the disciples of the four great families did not expect that the last one to enter would be Lin Dong. 3 of them were injured, and one of them was forced to use invisibility and frantically escape. In an extremely sorry state, facing the disciples of the four great families, no matter how good the 3 of them were at fighting, it was useless. After all, they had to face too many people. Then again, they had always been worried about the others. As for Luo Tian, he was in an even more sorry state. Wu Sha's terrifying strength made him feel powerless, so he directly used invisibility to escape. Facing the powerful Wu Sha, Luo Tian was even more powerless. Moreover, Wu Sha would definitely search for Luo Tian like a mad dog. Once discovered, Luo Tian would not be able to escape. The only way to change the situation was to break through, become stronger, obtain more power, and... If Luo Tian wanted to break through, the only way in this enchantment without demon beasts was to use the Imperial Goddess Divine Art. There was no other way. In the forest, Luo Tian's invisibility had run out. He suddenly stopped and listened carefully. He heard the sound of fighting not far away. His heart trembled as he thought to himself, it must be one of the 3 of them. Let's find the 3 of them first, then form a group and make a plan. That was the only way. Luo Tian quickly rushed towards the direction of the fight. Bai Lingling was stabbed in the chest, and blood dyed half of her body red. Her face was pale, and her lips seemed to be covered with frost. Her vision was sometimes blurry, sometimes clear, and this was caused by excessive blood loss. What a despicable person. The disciples of the 4 great clans of Lingyun City are actually taking turns to fight me. I really overestimated you in the past. Bai Lingling said coldly. She held her sword with one hand and her body was shaking. She could no longer hold on. She shouted in her heart, "Stinky hooligan, why aren't you here yet?" As he shouted in his heart, he thought to himself, it seems that the 3 of them are also entangled. Otherwise, they would have rushed over. Today, I might die here. Bai Lingling's eyes darkened. She gritted her teeth and said to herself, even if I die, I won't let anyone sully my body. The 4 great clans joined hands. The 12 disciples took turns to fight. Among the 12 people, only Ouyang Feng, who was the first to attack, was slightly injured. The others only consumed some of their yuan qi. Their goal was very simple. After exhausting Bai Lingling's vitality, he would ruthlessly ravage her. No matter how strong a warrior was, once their yuan qi was depleted, they would not be able to hold on. Bai Lingling's vitality was already depleted. Her body was seriously injured and she had used up all her healing pills. She was already in a desperate situation. But even so, she did not give up. It was Luo Tian who taught her not to give up easily in the face of any difficulties. In this dog-eat-dog world of the strong, giving up meant death. Hee, Bai Lingling, let's see how long you can hold on. Your vitality is already depleted. Any one of us can take your life. I advise you to be tactful and serve us well. This way, we might be happy and spare your life. Bai Lingling, don't pretend to be virtuous. Who doesn't know that your body is no longer pure? You must have given it to that kid surnamed Luo. Since you're no longer a virgin, why pretend to be pure? Anyway, you won't lose anything by being played by us. That's right. Before we change our minds, you'd better listen to us. Otherwise, we'll teach you a lesson. Each of the 12 disciples had a lewd smile on their faces. At first, Dang Jiarong was unprepared and became the victim. But now, no matter how strong Bai Lingling was, it was useless. With her yuan qi depleted, she could no longer use her killer move. This way, they could do whatever they wanted. However, there were some things that did not feel good using force. If Bai Lingling could be obedient, it would be much better. Bai Lingling fiercely spat a mouthful of phlegm at them and said fiercely, "You're all sinister villains. You want me to serve you? Humph, if you want to die then come. Dang Jiarong will be your end." Unusually angry. Facing 12 men, Bai Lingling was very clear what the consequences would be if she was restrained. Thinking of that, Bai Lingling's body could not help but shiver. No. No. I can't let these bastards defile my body. Absolutely not, even if I die. All of a sudden. She suddenly straightened her body and stood up. Looking at the sky, she whispered to herself, "Bastard, I'll see you in the next life." With a move of her right hand, the long sword slashed at the aorta on her neck. Not good. She's going to kill herself. Damn it, we spent so much time only to get a corpse. Damn it, Bai Lingling, kill yourself if you dare. Don't think you can escape by killing yourself. Even if you kill yourself, I'll still do you. There was a distance between them and it was too late to stop them. They could only use all kinds of threats. Hearing these words, Bai Lingling's heart trembled, her hands also trembled. She really wanted to kill all the people in front of her. But, she was already at the end of her life. There was no vitality left in her dantian. Coupled with the sword wound on her chest, she was powerless. The only way to protect his body was to die. Just when her sword was a millimeter away from the aorta, and some places had even cut a thin line of blood, a voice came from behind her. Don't be afraid. I'm coming. The voice reached the depths of her heart. Bai Lingling was suddenly shocked. The tears in her eyes gushed out in an instant. She could no longer stop crying. She was just a woman. Although she was very strong, she was incomparably weak in the depths of her heart. From the beginning, she had pretended to be strong. She pretended not to be afraid. It was too tiring to pretend like this, but she had to continue pretending. She did not want them to see her afraid side and be afraid. But now, this voice caused her mental defenses to crumble in an instant. The fear that came from the bottom of her heart instantly took over her entire body. Bai Lingling began to sob. Her tears fell like rain, crashing down her face. The 12 people in front of her were stunned. What was going on? It was also at this time. Bai Lingling said in a sobbing voice, "Damn it, you're finally here." Chapter 2. It was Luo Tian, almost, it was just a second away. If he had appeared a second later, Bai Lingling would have died in front of him. If that had happened, Luo Tian would not have been able to forgive himself. Luo Tian's heart sank. The anger in his heart seemed to have been poured with gasoline, exploding in the form of an explosion. He gritted his teeth, his fists were clenched tightly, and there was a burst of explosive sounds from his joints. The aura on his body became abnormally oppressive, making it difficult for people to approach him. Ao Sheng, I will return today's injustice to you tenfold. Wu Sha, I will definitely kill you. Hyasaurus, you will also die in my hands. Hai Jia. Just you wait. I swear I will definitely *CK you over. Luo Tian gritted his teeth and swore in his heart, all of this was because of Hai Jia. If it had not been for the huge strength of Hai Jia and the oppression of Hai Jia, Ao Sheng would not have dared to be so unfair to him. Wu Sha would not have appeared in a place where he should not have appeared. Facing these injustices, these huge forces, Luo Tian laughed in his heart. No matter how much hardship I face, it will only make me stronger. No matter how big the enemy is, it will only make me stronger. You will all be my stepping stones. Wash your butts clean and wait for me. His gaze darkened. Luo Tian took a step forward and hugged Bai Lingling, whose face was covered in tears, in his arms. He said in an extremely gentle voice, I'm sorry, I'm late. Bai Lingling was so moved that her heart was about to melt. If there was no one else here, she would instantly kiss Luo Tian's mouth, use her lips, and use her sticky tongue to block Luo Tian's mouth, so that he would no longer say those words of self-blame. She said softly, don't say that. His voice was very soft. In addition to wanting to be more gentle, her spirit, which had been tense for a long time, suddenly relaxed. Her body relaxed in an instant, like a collapsing building, her vision gradually blurred. Finally, she gently leaned against Luo Tian's warm chest and fell into a deep sleep, with a happy smile on her face. Luo Tian glanced at the sword wound on her chest. He quickly cast a regeneration spell on it. The wound slowly healed and the blood stopped flowing. However, due to the excessive blood loss, Bai Lingling's injury was still very serious. Regeneration was still on cooldown. Ordinary healing pills had no effect at all, and it was not the right time to treat Bai Lingling. Shortly after, Luo Tian's eyes suddenly sank, his eyes spitting fire. Looking at the 12 people who had surrounded him, he sneered, you dare to touch my woman, you're courting death. Humph. Luo Tian, you're the one courting death. That's right, do you think you can fight against so many of us? Don't think that we'll be afraid of you just because you can defeat a void martial expert. We've already studied you thoroughly. In a certain period of time, you won't be able to use your cultivation technique. Hee hee. Without that divine beast as a helper, let's see how you can jump around. Regarding Luo Tian, the 4 great clans had done their research. From the day Luo Tian entered the ancient continent, everything he experienced was studied by the 4 great clans. The conclusion was that the special cultivation technique Luo Tian cultivated required a certain period of time to use. After figuring this out, they immediately thought of a way to deal with Luo Tian. As long as Luo Tian dared to use a powerful cultivation technique, the first wave of people would die, and then it would be difficult for him to use it against the second wave of people. In this way, dealing with Luo Tian wouldn't be a problem. Luo Tian was stunned, he didn't think that the 4 great clans were studying him. Furthermore, he also knew that the cultivation technique he cultivated required a certain period of time to cool down. His heart faintly sank, and the killing intent in his eyes became even more intense. These people must die. The 4 great clans must also die. His secret must not be known by outsiders. No one can't be allowed. Once the fact that his cultivation technique required a certain period of time to cool down was exposed, it would be equivalent to finding his weakness. In this way, he would most likely be at a disadvantage. This was also Luo Tian's carelessness. Because, he didn't think that someone would investigate him. In the Tianxian continent, there was no such thing. However, in just a few short months in the ancient continent, many people knew that he needed to kill people or kill monsters to level up. This kind of thing must not continue to develop. Or else, the fact that he had a system in his body would sooner or later be known by others. No matter who it was, even if it was his closest brother or his woman, the fact that he had a system could not be revealed. Luo Tian's expression changed, and he coldly said, "You've researched thoroughly enough? Since you know that my cultivation technique requires a certain period of time to activate, then all of my cultivation techniques can be activated now. Are you a match for me now?" The 12 people's expressions changed slightly. One of them said, "No, but..." Luo Tian, don't be complacent. As early as last night, the disciples of the 4 great clans had a secret discussion. The first group of people who meet you will be forced out of your cultivation technique even if they have to be sacrificed. This way, you won't be able to deal with the next group of people. At that time, you will also die. Well said. Brothers, for the clans. For the clans. For the clans. The 12 of them shouted loudly at the same time. The corner of Luo Tian's mouth curled up, and he smiled. For what clans? It really looks like it. Very united, right? Then come, for your clans, who dares to be the first to come forward to die? Who? Damn it, who dares to be the first to come forward to die? The voices suddenly became louder. Everyone around him was shocked to the core. Who dares to be the first to die? Without a doubt, their cultivation was higher than Luo Tian, but they were very clear in their hearts that none of them was a match for Luo Tian. In other words, the first to go out would definitely be killed by Luo Tian. Just now, they had said that even if they had to be sacrificed, they would force out Luo Tian's cultivation technique. But, when it was time to die, no one dared to be the first to stand out. Death meant that there was nothing left. Some of them entered the ancient world from the lower planes, and they were very clear about the importance of life. At this moment, the 12 of them looked at each other. No one said a word, and no one made the first move. Because none of them wanted to be the sacrifice, one by one, they were silent. It was also at this time. Luo Tian hugged Bai Lingling with one hand, turned his body, and sneered, "I already knew that you were a bunch of trash. No one dares to be the first to stand out. Since that's the case, if you don't make a move, then I'll do it. Those who touch my woman, die." He had to kill. Bai Lingling had been bullied to such an extent. If he did not kill, was Luo Tian still a man? Suddenly, Luo Tian's thunderous power suddenly moved. Kill. Chapter 3. Luo Tian was furious. His speed was like lightning. His power was like thunder. His body moved, and in an instant, he drew a phantom and rushed towards the person closest to him. His anger was boiling. His killing intent was boiling. In the face of Ao Xing's injustice, Wu Sha's oppression, and the joint attack of the 4 great families, Luo Tian's only method was to kill, using killing to control everything, using killing to wipe out everything. With a backhand move, the moment he approached that person, Luo Tian's left hand moved and directly pulled out the heavenly sword. With a sweep of the sword, the heavenly sword emitted a burst of white light, and with an incomparably sharp power, it directly split that person into 2. Puchi! Bright red blood spurted out and directly dyed Luo Tian's face. Under the blood, Luo Tian looked even more ferocious, like a fiend. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing. The system sounded out. He didn't get much experience. Looking at the experience bar, Luo Tian was sure that even if he killed all the people in this barrier, he wouldn't be able to level up. The experience of these people was too little. However, no matter how small a mosquito was, it was still meat. Not to mention, Luo Tian didn't kill them for experience at all, but because they deserved to die. Suddenly, they were attacked. All of a sudden, the 11 people suddenly woke up. They quickly retreated dozens of steps. Ouyang Feng said in a low voice, "If you don't kill him, he will kill us. Li Xiong is the result. If we join forces, he may not be our opponent. What's more, his cultivation is only at the 3rd level of the essence condensation realm. What are you afraid of? Brother Ouyang is right. If we are afraid, we will die faster. As long as we delay him, more brothers will immediately come to support us. At that time, I don't believe that 30 of us can't deal with him alone. Even a peak martial void realm expert will be exhausted to death by us." Under the threat of death, they really became united. This made Luo Tian a little surprised. Luo Tian originally thought that killing someone would immediately scare these people away, and he could find a place to heal bilingualing. At the same time, he could also see if there was an opportunity to use the imperial female divine art to see the effects. But now, these people became united. This was really troublesome for him. Bilingualing's injuries were very serious and needed treatment as soon as possible. This is a point. Furthermore, Wu Sha was still chasing after him like a mad dog. Once he was delayed, Wu Sha would definitely be able to find him. Luo Tian did not know what Wu Sha's cultivation level was, but his perception range was definitely very wide. Once he was discovered, he would not be able to escape even if he wanted to. If that's the case, Luo Tian gently exhaled. The heavenly sword in his hand moved slightly, releasing a sword hum filled with killing intent. The sword hum formed a powerful pressure that spread out in all directions. Luo Tian slightly moved the corner of his mouth and sneered, "Come on, let's see who will be the second to die." Don't be scared by him. He's carrying bilingualing, so his speed must be a lot slower. Since he wants to protect bilingualing, let's specially attack her and see how he can protect her. That's right. Bilingualing is his weakness. Let's use the method to deal with bilingualing. I don't believe that we can't exhaust him to death. Soon, they discussed a countermeasure. Ouyang Feng fiercely shouted and said in a deep voice, "I'll go first. I want to see how you kill me." Ouyang Feng, the peak of the 4th level of the essence condensing realm, he was 1 level stronger than Luo Tian. In terms of strength and speed, a warrior of the 3rd level of the essence condensing realm was not his opponent at all. However, Luo Tian was Luo Tian. Looking at Ouyang Feng's arrogant expression, Luo Tian raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a grim smile. He disdainfully said, "Arrogant in front of me? You're looking for death." Luo Tian did not move. He was waiting for Ouyang Feng to attack. They wanted to exhaust him by taking turns, so they would definitely attack him. So, Luo Tian was not worried that Ouyang Feng would suddenly run away. He was like an old hunter, waiting for his prey to come to him. Looking at Ouyang Feng's arrogant expression, Luo Tian could not help laughing. "You're really not afraid of death." At this moment, another disciple rushed over and also arrogantly shouted, "I'll be the third one." "Luo Tian, I want to see what you're capable of." Luo Tian was slightly surprised. This was a rapid battle of attrition. Another person followed closely behind Ouyang Feng. In other words, if Luo Tian went all out to deal with Ouyang Feng, he would inevitably be threatened by the third person. There was a fourth person, a fifth person, F*ck. Luo Tian was slightly surprised and coldly shouted, "You think I have no other way?" Luo Tian pointed his sword and laughed, "Let's see how many times you can die." Ouyang Feng rushed over. Armor-breaking sword art. As soon as the sword moved, Ouyang Feng's dantian suddenly poured the yuan qi into the sword. The sword emitted a slight buzzing sound, and a strong sword qi burst out from the sword edge, with the power to break armor, piercing towards Luo Tian. Armor-breaking sword art, as the name implied, it was a sword art that could break the defense. This was Ouyang Feng's famous sword art. It had been practiced to the point of perfection. With a sword stab, it immediately crushed up with a powerful force. What was even more sinister, this sword was not aimed at Luo Tian, but at bilingualing, who was in his arms. Extremely sinister. Good sword. Ha ha ha. Let's see if he will protect himself or bilingualing. If he protects himself, bilingualing will die under this sword. If he protects bilingualing, he will be injured. Ha ha ha. Brother Ouyang's sword is really amazing. It's too fast, ha ha ha. Ouyang Feng also revealed a confident and arrogant smile. He looked at Luo Tian, who was foolishly standing in the same place. He thought that Luo Tian had been shocked by his sudden sword attack. He couldn't help but reveal a mocking expression on his face. He laughed and said, "Boy, are you afraid?" A sword crushed down. It locked onto bilingualing. Was he going to protect bilingualing? Or himself? Ouyang Feng laughed loudly. "No matter who you protect, you will be injured, ha ha ha." But Luo Tian did not have the intention to pay attention to him. Looking at Ouyang Feng's proud face, facing the power of a sword breaking armor, as long as he used the god fire, he could easily break this skill. But, Luo Tian did not use it. If he had to use the god fire to deal with a 4th-level essence condensation person, then he would be too weak. Luo Tian's left hand moved. He laughed lightly and said, "You should protect yourself first." A sword in my left hand, angry Buddha King Kong. Sink for me. The King Kong sword technique was about strength and fierceness. Under normal circumstances, it was used with both hands. However, Luo Tian only used one hand. Moreover, the strength was even stronger. An invisible angry King Kong descended from the sky, directly sitting on Ouyang Feng's face. The 4th chapter has been delivered, 180 votes, for chapters. Today was his father-in-law's birthday. He did not find a chef, so Old Cow cooked for him. He was busy during the day and did not have time to write. At night, he finished 4 chapters. Today's monthly votes were too little. Brothers, this is the beginning of the month. Everyone has a guaranteed monthly vote. Brothers, please vote for Old Cow. Tomorrow is the same. 200 votes, 5 chapters. Brothers, please work hard. End of chapter 1056. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.